Chapter 241, Am I Not Dead? Polar Industrial City, Group Headquarters. This place has been temporarily cleaned up, and used as the general headquarters of the Alliance in this city. And at this moment, one of the large offices has been cleaned up, with nothing left. A dozen nuns, led by Sister Grit, used some green material to draw many complex and sacred patterns on the walls and floor of the room. After finishing these, they gathered around Gu Heng, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed in the middle of the room, and chanted the holy text under the leadership of the head nun. Outside the door stood a group of Space Marines and Thaddeus, the Alliance Brigadier General. They had no mood to chat, and they didn't even think they should be standing here. Logically speaking, even if the governor needed to be inspected, there should be loyal warriors like them standing by the governor and guarding him, instead of just waiting outside the door like now. But what can we do? Even though those battle sisters put forward unreasonable demands, what really made them obey was the order of the governor. The governor told them not to worry, and just wait outside with peace of mind. In the words of the governor, he completely trusted these battle sisters, who had made great contributions to the Wrathful Star and the Alliance. What else can we say? We can only wait. Inside the house, the sacred ceremony held by the Holy Lilies had reached its final stage. The sacred text they chanted became more and more magnificent. From their bodies, there was even visible light, which was released outward, blending all the sacred patterns carved, vibrating slightly in the air, and immersing Gu Heng, who was sitting in the middle of the room with his eyes closed. Until the end, the chanting ended and the light dissipated. At this point, Grit, who looked a little tired, slowly said, "Governor, our inspection is over." Hearing this, Gu Heng opened his eyes and said with a smile, "What's the result?" Grit could hear that although Governor Gu's question was a question, he actually had strong confidence. And now she knew exactly where this confidence came from. Now it can be confirmed. "Governor, there is nothing wrong with you," Grit said. "There is nothing bloody about this plot. Although I didn't find any problems, I just felt that there was a problem." Grit and the nuns she led trusted the results they obtained. They used the highest level of investigation they could use. The governor in front of them, when accepting the investigation, also seemed very calm and had no evil thoughts. The final result also proved that there was no problem and no signs of being corrupted by evil. So what was there to doubt? On the contrary, they breathed a sigh of relief. In the past year and a half, their activities on the Angry Owl Star had received strong support from Governor Gu, and the cooperation was quite pleasant. Of course, they didn't want the governor to get into trouble. The result now is that everyone is happy. Gu Heng stood up, and with the help of the two fighting nuns behind him, he put on his coat and said to Grit, "According to the news from Renaissance City, the guests from Kuroga 3 will arrive tomorrow. At that time, I will bring some people and try to rush back to Renaissance City. I will hold a banquet to welcome the guests from afar." No need. Grit chose to refuse with an apologetic look. The situation of Kuroga 3 is not optimistic. There is no time to hold a banquet. When the spaceship from the headquarters arrives, we will set off immediately. This is not disrespectful to you, Governor, but we must hurry up. Please forgive me. Gu Heng sighed. Okay. You have important things to do. How can I stop you? It's just that you just destroyed the cult and faced the evil god. I really hope you can have a good rest for a day before leaving. It will take at least several days to travel from the west of the Wrathful Star to the Kuroga Galaxy, which is enough for us to rest. Well, since you are determined to leave, I will not force you to stay. I will allocate 3 Wind Falcons to take you out now, back to Renaissance City, and wait for the landing of the spacecraft. Thank you, Governor. Keeping the Battle Sisters is just a courtesy. Let them leave, and save the money of holding a banquet. Moreover, these nuns have a keen sense of smell in certain aspects. If they stay with him, some things will be difficult to deal with. The nuns of the Holy Lily of Mercy could not find any problems in him, which was as it should be. There was nothing wrong with Gu Heng. He did not integrate the divine essence left by the original Angry Owl, and it was the ability of the system that controlled it. What results could the nuns find out by exploring him? However, if Gu Heng wanted to test the newly acquired essence of the real world, it would be better to get rid of these nuns. He went out and appeased his loyal subordinates. After a while, he saw that the Fengxian carrying the nuns back to Fuxing City had already set off. So he went to find an empty office. After refusing to meet with the surrendered management of the Polar Industrial Group and asking everyone not to disturb him without permission, he began to mobilize his spirituality. In just a moment, Gu Heng's eyes went white, and he came to a desolate space. There was a blue lightning sun in the sky. This was his projection of his spirituality into the abyss of hell. In the past, it was very troublesome to do this. It required a large number of people in the real world to make great sacrifices and use complex rituals to create a passage in order to descend briefly. But now, Gu Heng only needs a thought to do it. He looked up and stared at the blue sun for a moment. This thing was the essence of the real world. With its existence, the Storm Kingdom, which should have collapsed and turned into a chaotic state like other places in the abyss of hell, was now preserved. Although the land was still barren, at least the dark clouds covering it were gone. His mind moved, and many spots of light suddenly appeared on the barren land. At a glance, there were about 3,000 of them. They gradually changed, expanded, and finally turned into recognizable people wearing the uniforms of Alliance soldiers. Lieutenant Colonel Drake lowered his head, looking at his hands that were emitting blue light and translucent, with a confused expression. Didn't I die just now? Now? What is going on? Chapter 242. My Heroic Legion. The commander of the 31st Airborne Division, Lieutenant Colonel Drake, now feels confused. He is sure that he should have died before. At that time, he was commanding the artillery unit to fire at the huge evil god. But at that moment, a flash of lightning fell from the sky. He felt that everything in front of him was illuminated by the light in an instant. And the intense pain lasted for only a moment. And he fell into darkness. That should be death. Right? He had no regrets about dying on the battlefield. To die in a battle against an evil god was a worthy death. The only regret was that he didn't see the end, but he firmly believed that, under the leadership of the governor, the warriors of the Alliance would win. But he didn't expect that, after death, there would really be a soul and go to heaven. No, not right. He looked around. The environment here was very familiar, except for the strange blue sun with arcs in the sky, and the dark clouds that disappeared. The rest of the surface environment seemed to be the place where he and his army had fought to the death. And beside him, there were many translucent little blue men like him. Many of them had familiar faces, so they were probably his soldiers. What was going on? Warriors, look at me. A familiar voice sounded in everyone's heart. That's the governor. They looked up involuntarily, and saw the governor's figure floating under the not-so-bright blue sun. Many soldiers saluted involuntarily, to show respect. Gu Heng returned the salute solemnly. Then he slowly said, I'm sorry for waking you up from your long sleep. You came here because of my call, and died for the safety of the Alliance. You should have a peaceful long sleep. But now, our mission is not yet complete. I still need your strength to continue to shine after death. I will not force you. If there are those who are unwilling, please say eternal sleep 3 times in your heart. I will send you back to sleep. You are still heroes of the Alliance. Those who are willing will stay and continue to protect our world with me. Then, Gu Heng closed his eyes. He was not talking nonsense. If someone really didn't want to, he could indeed send them back. However, after careful consideration, he did not hear even one word of eternal sleep among the more than 3,000 people. Then, he opened his eyes with satisfaction and said, Very good. I am glad to continue to fight with you. Our first task is to establish our base here, in this place that once belonged to the evil god, but now belongs to us. Build a hall of heroes, which will be the eternal resting place for you and all the heroes who will fight for the wrathful star, and for the welfare of mankind in the future. Now, the highest ranking officer, step out. Among the more than 3,000 people, the highest ranking officer is naturally Lieutenant Colonel Drake. His death surprised Gu Heng, but it was normal. Normal means that after the battle, when he returned to the real world, he saw the casualty report, which mentioned the news that the commander of the 31st Airborne Division had died in battle. So, it was normal to see Drake here. Surprising means that a commander at the division level was unfortunately killed by lightning, which was really unlucky. When Gu Heng first learned about it, he was still quite stunned. Lieutenant Colonel Drake. Oh, now he is a colonel. The Alliance has a customary practice of rewarding meritorious service again after the war, and those who died in battle will not be missed. Those who deserve promotion in rank, those who deserve medals of honor, will all receive them, and dying in battle is also a merit in itself. as long as they did not die stupidly, or died in violation of military orders. For the sacrificed soldiers, it is also meaningful to receive promotion in rank and medals of honor. Honorary medals of rank and medals of honor will be returned to their families, and higher ranks and accumulated medals of honor will increase the amount of pensions and allowances for the families of minors, widows, and elderly parents of the sacrificed soldiers. This is another reason why the morale of the Alliance army is high. There is no need to worry about their sacrifice being worthless. The Alliance will remember it all. Colonel Drake became the leader of this unit, and he has a lot to do next. All the heroes came from the dead in the previous battle. Some died in the fight against the storm monsters summoned by the original Raging Owl, and more were killed by lightning and thunder when fighting against the Raging Storm Owl itself, even though that guy was beaten to death. In fact, before he was killed, he called out no less than 1,000 thunderbolts, apart from the ones that hit Gu Heng, which he dodged frantically. The rest of the thunderbolts hit the army, causing nearly 2,000 deaths. These casualties came from various units of the Northern Frontier Army Group, and their arms and structures were very scattered. It was a test of Colonel Drake's ability to reunite and organize them. Of course, Gu Heng believed that he could do it. After he had finished re-establishing the organizational system, their first task was to change this barren land and build some buildings here according to the governor's advice. Although it was windy all year round, it would not rain, and there was no climate change. The soldiers who had died in battle and became heroes did not seem to need a house to shelter from the wind and rain. However, Gu Heng still hoped that these heroes could still maintain their cognition as human beings. They just transformed into another form. They should continue to regard themselves as human beings. If not, what is the difference between them and those storm monsters summoned by the original Angry Owl? And since they are human beings, even though the conditions in this kingdom of God are not very good, we should try our best to create conditions so that they can live a life like human beings as much as possible, so as to make this anchor point more solid. After watching Colonel Drake go to do what he should do, Gu Heng also began to think about his own things. His main goal in returning to this kingdom of God this time was to explore how to use this new ability. Summoning heroes was just a pleasant surprise. After completing the upgrade and obtaining the new innate ability of the real-world essence, Gu Heng noticed that the souls of those who died in the battle were still floating here. They could not go back, and Gu Heng could not make their souls leave the real world completely and return to their real bodies. But he can use the essence of the real world to control the kingdom of God with psychic energy to glue and fill their shattered souls. To put it bluntly, these heroes are essentially no different from the storm monsters summoned by the original Angry Owl before. All of them are a combination of broken, dead souls and psychic energy. It's just that Gu Heng is not like that beast. What imagination can a beast have? It will only create a group of brainless things like itself. Gu Heng, on the other hand, retained the original owner's personality, memory and other traces of the soul fragments to a great extent, and reshaped their bodies with psychic energy. Gu Heng not only gave them thoughts, freedom, and will, but also reserved a future for them to be promoted. At this point, they are fundamentally different from the brainless storm monsters that could only be cannon fodder. Thinking about this, Gu Heng was surprised again. How come these heroes are a bit like demons? Living in the abyss of hell or the real world, the body is made of psychic energy, has its own will but is controlled by this god who is not a god, and future promotion requires the gathering of more psychic energy to strengthen itself. Shaking his head, he forced this idea out. Don't think about it for now. Then, he began to think about how to use the entire kingdom of God. Now, not only can he easily and casually put his own consciousness into this kingdom of God, he can also easily tear open a crack in the real world leading to his kingdom of God in the real world. This will be very useful. In battle, the Ripped Rift can allow the heroic spirit army he has created now to descend into the real world at any time, as a surprise force, appearing anywhere on the battlefield without any warning. The strategic value is extremely great. It is also tearing the rift in the real world. As long as Gu Heng does this, the psychic energy he can use in the real world will reach a very exaggerated level. Especially when using the Storm series of psychic spells, the power will become extremely exaggerated. At this moment, his body has reached the level of being able to destroy a team of Terminator veterans alone. Once the curtain is torn open, and he is blessed with the power of the kingdom of God. Although he himself cannot reach the level of the evil god. After all, his spirituality is still limited. And the power he can control at the same time is limited. But with the blessing of the violent power of the real world, his strength will be increased by 3 or 5 times. which is normal. Then, perhaps an elite company of space warriors will be destroyed by him alone. And even in the Star Wars, his personal power may affect the outcome of the battle by interfering with or strengthening the Void Shield. Even some small ones, such as patrol ship-level starships. He could use the greatly enhanced storm spell to destroy them without them fully deploying defenses. After evaluating his full-strength combat power, Gu Heng couldn't help but shudder. It was a bit scary. Without mentioning these combat aspects, Gu Heng also thought of some ways in other aspects. For example, the storm divinity he inherited had a strong control and dominance over the storm composed of psychic energy. So, is there any hope that the waste energy storm problem that has been raging on the Angry Owl star for hundreds of years can be solved? Directly carrying out planet-level climate and geological transformation, the cost is astronomical, but Gu Heng uses his secondary divine power to control the intensity of the waste energy storm, repair the environment, and allow the waste energy storm, which is essentially the spiritual energy of the real world, to penetrate into the real world, but cannot be stored because of the destruction of the environment, to be transformed into a usable spiritual gas field again. This may be a feasible method. It was nothing more than that he had to stay in some places where the waste energy storm was strong for a long time. But it was not difficult, since he had a lot of government work to do. Working in Fushing City was no different from setting up a mobile office and staying in one place for a few months. It would not hinder him from working and cleaning up the waste energy storm at the same time. This was not a random thought. He planned to go to Gyoto Province, the former garbage town, now Gyoto City, after he got out to verify the feasibility of this idea. In addition, Gu Heng also thought of a possible approach. Tearing the reality curtain would make a lot of noise, and Gu Heng would definitely not do it unless it was a critical moment. However, if he opened a very small gap, or even did not open it at all, and just thin the reality curtain a little at a certain place, allowing more spiritual energy to pass through, the noise would be much smaller. Doing so might not significantly enhance Gu Heng's strength in the fierce battle, but the spiritual energy that gradually came through would accumulate over time and become thicker, which would bring a benefit within a fairly large range. Individuals with relatively high spiritual attributes among humans would have a better chance of awakening spiritual power. In other words, Gu Heng might have a way to mass-produce psychics. At this moment, he even began to think, when there are enough psychics in the future, he would build a magic group. What should it be called? To be honest, mass-producing psychics, giving more people the opportunity to awaken psychic power, is a more feasible thing than fixing the waste energy storm problem. Generally speaking, the emergence of many psychics is not a good thing. Psychics always have many problems, such as not being able to control their own power, harming others and themselves, becoming targets of the abyss of hell, being seduced, causing great damage, or even being possessed by demons, tearing open the curtain of reality, and forming a small-scale demon invasion. But Gu Heng thought about it, and felt that these risks were controllable for him. The psychics he trained, the source of their power was the Storm Kingdom controlled by Gu Heng. Although this place is also in the abyss of hell, as long as Gu Heng himself doesn't want to, there will be no big news such as temptation of mind, possession of body by demons, tearing the curtain of reality. As for the remaining problem of how to control psychic power and not hurt yourself or others, it can be solved. If you think about it this way, before establishing the Mage Corps, I may have to establish a psychic academy first. It's better to call it a magic school, or Hogwarts. Gu Heng was amusing himself with his thoughts. In a good mood, he could not help but pay more attention to the blue sun in the sky. His perspective gradually expanded, and soon encompassed the entire kingdom of God. It was still desolate here, but in Gu Heng's eyes, it seemed as if he saw a vibrant future. However, this process of expanding the perspective did not end. Soon, he saw more than just the kingdom of Storm God. A larger area appeared in his perspective. Outside the Storm Kingdom, which was enveloped by the blue sun, there were vast expanses of chaos. Countless colors were constantly rolling and entangled in this space. The forces of various attributes were intertwined with each other, forming an extremely chaotic and distorted scene. At first glance, it was quite beautiful. But at another glance, this completely disordered sense of chaos made him feel dizzy and nauseous. Looking further away, Gu Heng seemed to see 5 particularly distinct and huge areas in the endless chaos. But with just this one glance, he suddenly felt that his already very powerful spirituality gave him a fierce warning. He cut off the view without hesitation. But the next moment, He still had a severe headache. Chapter 243, For Gods and the Emperor. When he realized that something was wrong, Gu Heng had already handled it very decisively. He immediately cut off the connection and stopped observing. However, the intense pain still surged into his head. Different from ordinary headaches, this feeling was more like his head was on fire. He immediately stopped, projecting his soul into the real world. In just a moment, his consciousness returned to his own body in the real world. He felt much better now. Although the pain was still there, it did not intensify further. He panted, slowly calming down the damage to his spirituality. It was not until a few hours later that the pain was finally reduced to a tolerable level, and he successfully recovered his ability to think. Covering his head, Gu Heng knew that he had just done something suicidal. Fortunately, it did not succeed. Gu Heng was indeed a little careless. He thought that, after he had mastered a part of the origin of the real world, he should be considered one of the real world's own people. He was so proud of himself that he opened his eyes and tried to look up at the general appearance of the entire real world. As a result, he was slapped in the face. You are also worthy of being considered one of us? The more things he saw. Some small, fragmented. It doesn't matter. But the 5 big ones, even if it was just the breath, image, and information they leaked casually, were unbearable for Gu Heng as an individual. This was the source of the burning pain that almost made his head burn. He had no doubt that if he had just gone insane and insisted on holding on for a little longer, his fate would be either to have his brain burned out or to become a madman. Of course, from a side perspective, this could barely be considered good news, even if Gu Heng had mastered the origin of the real world. Since it had not been integrated, it had not been fully accepted by the real world. He still belonged to the real world and was a person. However, since he had already suffered such a big loss and taken such a big risk, Gu Heng would not let himself gain nothing. He began to recall carefully everything he had just seen. Although it was only a glimpse, he had already firmly imprinted that scene in his mind. Now, recalling it again, he began to analyze that scene, what it symbolized. First, it was the completely disordered and violent waves that occupied most of the entire picture, countless colors mixed together, entangled, distorted, rolling. This should be the abyss of hell, or the entire real world, the original appearance. Pure, chaotic, disordered energy. It is consumed all the time. But it is also strengthened all the time. The real world is using it. And it also collects rewards from the real world in return. And in these chaotic light spots, there are also monotonous pure colors. Those lights have different tones and sizes. But Gu Heng can feel that those places have a very similar nature to the storm kingdom he controls. Gu Heng guessed that these were actually kingdoms of God one after another, symbolizing one after another of the lesser gods of the subspace. These lesser gods can be roughly divided into 2 categories. One category is independent, and the other category depends on other gods. Being independent does not necessarily mean being powerful. It is also possible that other big guys look down on it. For example, the original Angry Owl. The storm kingdom of God it left behind. Among the many kingdoms of God that Gu Heng saw at a glance, it is considered very small. But no matter which inferior god, whether independent or attached to other big guys, in the end, they can't be compared with the 4 gods who have the largest territory in the real world. 4. Gu Heng didn't know their names. Nor did he dare to know them. These 4 names are definitely not a secret. On the contrary, every existence that enters the real world, no matter what it is, the real world will kindly tell you. In this lower world that is more vast than the boundless universe, the names of the 4 most terrifying and most unprovoked existences. But as long as you have a little common sense, you will know that these 4 names should never be known by mortals. Even if you don't have common sense, if you have a little spiritual power, you will be warned by the spiritual power instinct. This is poisonous knowledge. If you know it, you will be captured by the 4 beings soon. But Gu Heng saw it. Of course, it's not directly seen, but just saw that the kingdoms of the 4 gods were covered with different colors. One of them is generally yellow-green. Overall, this area reveals a strong smell of corruption and despair. This feeling made Gu Heng feel familiar. He remembered, more than half a year ago, in the incident in Qinggu province that almost led to a demonic disaster, the kind father that the Natural Salvation Society believed in seemed to be this person. And the great unclean one that appeared later was also subordinate to this person. From this point of view, Gu Heng had dealt with this kind father before. In addition to this kind father, there are 3 other powerful kingdoms of God that are not inferior to him. The second is scarlet, filled with the will of tyranny and destruction. As if there is a tyrant who has killed people and made rivers of blood, sitting on a brass throne, with skulls piled up under him and blood flowing like a river. The third is purple, filled with desire and confusion. And the luxurious palace is filled with disgusting and extremely tempting decadent music. The fourth is blue, filled with mystery and coldness, as if it contains countless knowledge for people to explore, and represents absolute madness under absolute rationality. These 4 things are the most powerful and invincible 4 gods in the abyss of hell. However, the relationship between them seems not to be good. In a glimpse, Gu Heng can see that their kingdoms of God are intertwined, eroding each other, and fighting each other. Gu Heng doesn't know if his guess is correct, but in his feeling, the struggle between the 4 gods seems to be more worthy of their attention than invading the real world. If this is true, it is great news. If the 4 gods united as one and launched an attack together, it would be a disaster for all the creatures in the real world. In addition to these 4, the 5th one that Gu Heng saw was not weaker than them, and was even slightly stronger. He also occupied a corner of the real world. That place seemed to be covered by a cold sun. Compared with the real cold sun, the blue sun in the storm god's country was like a grain of sand, and was not worth mentioning. That piece of cold sun does not make people feel warm, but at least it is not like the 4 gods' realm, where you can feel the boundless malice just by looking at it. Under the cover of the cold sun, a large area in the real world, shining with golden light. Amid the brilliant light, although there is no warmth, it supports a space with order. The mesh structure fixes the vast sea of spiritual energy in that area, operates according to the will of a great existence. In response to this, Gu Heng instantly had a clear guess. That is the Emperor's spiritual network. Almost every legal psychic, the first theoretical course, is about 10,000 years ago. The ascended human emperor established the spiritual network, which allowed humans to use spiritual energy much more safely than in the dark ages of the past. And now, Gu Heng has witnessed the truth of this statement with his own eyes. He has no doubt that the magnificent golden network is the kingdom of the human emperor, and it is the spiritual network he built. Perhaps, just like the 4 terrifying evil gods, the emperor himself also sits on the golden throne, staring at his people, glaring at all enemies of mankind. When analyzing the scene in his mind, Gu Heng was very cautious. The effect of iron will was always in operation, for fear that he would suffer serious damage just by recalling this scene. In addition, he was ready to immediately clear this part of the memory from his mind if there was any problem. However, his caution was not used. During the process of recalling, no abnormal situation occurred. He recalled, understood, and analyzed this information, although he could not guarantee that it was all correct. At least, Gu Heng now roughly understood the general situation of the real world. To put it bluntly, it was the emperor against the 4 gods. The 4 gods were hostile to each other, especially the red tyrant and the purple desire, the yellow-green father and the blue mystery. The internal struggle between them was no less than the external struggle. There were countless secondary gods, trembling under the 5 great beings, either relying on the 4 gods. Gu Heng did not see any secondary gods who relied on the emperor, or they were weak or remote independents. The space occupied by the emperor, the 4 gods, and all the lesser gods combined is less than half of the entire real world. The remaining half is pure, chaotic, twisted, and empty space, which is filled with terrible subspace waves. When it becomes turbulent, no matter what it is, it will probably tremble. Small lesser gods may be like a small boat in the sea, which can be overturned by the waves. As powerful as the emperor and the 4 gods are, they may have to retract their tentacles and be cautious when the waves are raging. This is the pattern of the real world. In addition to this big pattern, Gu Heng also discovered one thing. The real world seems to have a lot of malice towards him. A special inferior god. Although he secretly glanced at the 4 gods and gave himself a headache for several hours, the 4 gods seemed to ignore him. Just like a giant would not care about an ant thousands of miles away looking at him, the surrounding inferior gods, who were closer, should not have noticed him. But the vast subspace wave, the part close to his kingdom of God, seemed to be uneasy. Gu Heng sensed malice, although he didn't know where this malice came from and how it would manifest. It was not a reassuring piece of news. But Gu Heng soon stopped dwelling on this matter. On the one hand, he can fight against the enemy with his generals, and on the other hand, He seems to have found a way. He can control the kingdom of Storm God and float in the raging waves of the subspace. So, he set a route, trying to make the small ship of Storm Kingdom drift towards the golden one among the 5 divine domains. He didn't intend to blend in. He just wanted to place the kingdom as close to the area suspected to be the Emperor's spiritual network as possible. Perhaps, the old Emperor, looking at Gu Hang pity, will help. Of course, this is a bit unrealistic. The cold sun, which is extremely majestic, will probably not do anything easily. But even if they can't help being neighbors, they can avoid being attacked from all sides. When Gu Hang looked over, there was only the golden spiritual network area, which showed no malice towards him. However, it's still unknown how long it will take for the kingdom of Storm God to drift to the vicinity of the spiritual network in the raging waves of the subspace. Just drift slowly. Human Empire, Eastern Universe, Pegasus Star Region, Black Arrow Star. In this world filled with many small feudal countries, where productivity is still in the late feudal era, a war is breaking out in the third largest country on the planet, the capital of the Kingdom of Luman, Pincel City. Lacroxia, who was in the middle of it, actually didn't quite understand the logic of this war. He was never good at this kind of problem. He didn't understand the cause and background of the war. Nor did he understand what impact and changes would be brought after the war. But he at least understood one thing: I am a soldier, and my duty is to complete the mission. Lacroxia said to Ms. Wang Qi seriously. My current mission is to protect your safety and escort you to the outskirts of the city to join our main force. So, please cooperate with me. Wang Qi was a little embarrassed. Do you know that I am the mother of your governor? Of course I know, you are of noble status. I would rather die than guarantee your safety. Then listen to me, now we have to go back. We have to rescue the 4 caravan lords. If they are alive, we can win the game. The mutiny at the family meeting, which directly endangers all the caravan lords, can only be best settled afterwards. Lacroxia shook his head and said, Madam, I want to correct you on one point. I will protect your safety with my life. But I don't need to obey any of your orders. My mission is to protect you. Your safety. Not anyone else. Wang Qi was furious. Why don't you understand? Lacroxia paused and continued. I really don't understand why you noble people who can eat up the savings that ordinary people can't save in their lifetime in one banquet are killing each other. I also don't understand what impact the survival of the 4 fleet masters you mentioned will have on the current situation. But to be honest, I don't want to understand that at all. I am the governor's soldier. I fight for the governor. The governor's mission to me is the highest order. This order is very clear. Protect your life and safety. If the situation allows, I don't mind following your orders to do something, but now, I can't. Looking back, it will seriously affect your safety. Wang Qi was so angry that she wanted to continue to say something, but the next moment, her eyes changed drastically. She saw, at the end of the alley, a steel giant appeared. She was not the kind of woman who would be frightened, but just when she was about to remind Lacroxia, the young soldier, who might be younger than her son, moved first. Lacroxia pushed Wang Qi and pushed the governor's mother into the house, whose door had been pried open. At the same time, he turned around, avoided several rapid-fire 12.7 large-caliber bullets, and ran a few steps on the masonry wall, and the grenade launcher in his hand fired synchronously. Chapter 244 The Knights. Wang Qi is not the kind of woman who gets scared by the sight of blood. Although she is a businessman, she has seen a lot of blood. After being pushed into a house by Lacroxia and dodging the first round of bullets, she immediately stood up, finding a window nearby, observed the battle outside, and was ready to provide support at any time. She was not completely powerless. Wang Qi had taken time out to experience 2 months of professional military training. Of course, that didn't make her a qualified soldier. But at least she knew how to shoot. In addition, she had a skill that was much stronger than that of an ordinary soldier. She was rich. Her 2 earrings, plus the pinky rings on her little fingers, together formed a miniaturized shield generator. When fully powered, it could provide 3 hours of protection and withstand direct bombardment from 3 155mm howitzers. Shield generators are already very expensive, but the one in Ms. Wang Qi's hand is many times more expensive than ordinary shield generators. Generally speaking, a shield generator device may be as big as a car, but this one is extremely miniaturized. It can be constructed with only earrings and rings, which are very small. When wearing an evening dress at a banquet, it doesn't feel out of place to wear them. Obviously, this thing can never be mass-produced. In fact, it was a masterpiece made by a casting master, using very high-end equipment, and took a long time to create. In addition, There is a dedicated jewelry master who made an exquisite design for it, ensuring that it is still beautiful, elegant, and high-end without affecting its functionality. Moreover, this miniaturized shield generator has a very important special effect. It will automatically trigger when it detects a threat, which can prevent the owner from being unable to react when being attacked, and being finished before the shield generator can play its effect. From these perspectives, we can imagine how valuable this set of earrings and rings is. In addition, she also pulled out a weapon tied to the inner side of the skirt of her evening dress. This is a flintlock. The ebony exudes a slight fragrance, and there are hollow carvings on it, filled with gold, showing a high level of craftsmanship. Compared to a weapon, it is indeed more like a retro handicraft. But in fact, this ancient flintlock can be loaded with 4 bullets at a time, no matter what material the loaded bullets are made of. The first 4 bullets fired every day have powerful psychic power, and will produce a violent psychic explosion after contacting the target. The power of a single psychic explosion bullet is even greater than that of a heavy bolter. However, she is not so arrogant that she can survive this crisis with these things. In fact, it can be seen that the core purpose of this whole set of things on her is to defend against assassinations. Ms. Wang Qi never puts herself in an absolutely dangerous situation. When the first wave of assassins' attacks was blocked by the shield generator, the psychic flintlock rifle gave her a certain means of counterattack. As long as there is a slight delay, the elite bodyguards, who should always be not far from her, will quickly arrive and eliminate the threat. This should be the case under normal circumstances. But at this moment, it is obviously not a normal situation. What she has to face is not an assassination, but a real war. No matter how powerful the shield generator is, it can block 3 155mm howitzer shells. When facing assassination, it is simply a wall of size. But in war, a few machine guns and rifles will explode in no time. Not to mention, the shield generator is like the void shield, which is very insensitive to slow approaching objects. Bullets cannot break it. But if a person approaches with a knife, the shield generator will be useless. In war, there are too many things that are much more dangerous than assassination. Why did the situation on Black Arrow Star turn into a war? That started a few days ago. Wang Qi and her fleet came all the way here after leaving Angry Owl Star. Black Arrow Star is a planet still in the feudal era, with a population of 400 million and dozens of feudal kingdoms of all sizes. Among them, the 7 most powerful ones form the King's Council, and every few years, one of them will be selected to become the governor, responsible for communicating with the Imperial Department. From this perspective, the power of the governor of Black Arrow Star is quite small. It is just a docking job. Whether the tax can be collected depends on whether the kingdoms cooperate. Of course, they usually cooperate. Those who do not cooperate will be beaten. Even if they are big kingdoms, they do not want to bear the wrath of the empire, and they will also be questioned by other countries. There will definitely be many conspiracies and tricks around this mechanism. For example, the governor will cheat other kingdoms, or other kingdoms will cheat the kingdom that currently serves as the governor. But Wang Qi does not pay attention to these things. There are countless worlds within the empire, with different technological levels, economic bases, and political ecosystems. Who has the time to infiltrate so many? Wang Qi is concerned about most of the kingdoms on Black Arrow Star, which have very good relations with Gu Chamber of Commerce. This relationship is so good that the family conferences of Gu Chamber of Commerce in recent decades have all been held on Black Arrow Star. The 7 local kingdoms all welcome their arrival and fully support a series of activities of the Gu Family Conference. This time, it was no exception. At least not at the beginning. Currently, the governor of Black Arrow Star is the king of Luman Kingdom, Nest Luman. This is the 3rd largest country on the planet. The meeting was held in the capital of this country, Pincel City. The whole city of Pincel was decorated with lights and colors, treating this event as a grand festival. In recent days, the leading figures from the 14 major caravans of Gu Chamber of Commerce have arrived one by one, and one public or private banquet after another has begun. Wang Qi had been preparing for many years to compete for the position of head of the family. Now it was just the final push. Although she could feel the struggle of her late husband's cousin, that guy was jumping up and down and doing a lot of things, and even tried to disrupt the rhythm by holding a family meeting in advance. But none of this made much sense. Before the family meeting officially began, through banquets and private conversations, Wang Qi further consolidated and confirmed the relationship between the allies. Of the 14 caravans, she still firmly controls 4, and the other 4 are her staunch allies. When the meeting begins, and the voting begins, she, with 8 votes in her hand, will almost certainly be able to push her son to the position of head of the family. Then, 2 days before the meeting, when a dinner was coming to an end, the deafening sound of gunfire and the shouts of killing reached their ears. Wang Qi realized almost immediately that Gu Ming was desperate. After receiving her son's reminder, she had consciously taken precautions against this problem. Around her, the standard security force was tripled, and everyone became highly alert. She reminded all the caravan lords to pay attention to this problem, and asked them to double the security force while maintaining the highest level of security. In addition, the caravan ships in the sky were also on standby at all times to avoid being attacked or raided. The expeditionary corps assigned to her by Gu Hang was also transferred to a small town outside Pincel through the exchange of caravan supplies. Wang Qi tried her best to hide their tracks, but she also knew that it was difficult for a troop of almost 30,000 people to remain unnoticed. However, exposure also had its advantages, forming a deterrent, which was also good. I have an army outside. You guys should be careful. As long as there is no fighting, it is good. After all, as long as it runs normally, she is likely to be the winner. But Gu Ming still jumped out. In fact, Wang Qi still couldn't understand. Indeed, if you don't jump out, you can't win. But what if you lose? Since the establishment of the Gu family, although there has been internal competition, up to now, in nearly 300 years, 5 generations have been passed down, and there has been no vicious bloody competition. This kind of thing may be common in other families, but the internal struggle of the Gu family has never deteriorated to this extent, more united than other chambers of commerce. This itself is one of the reasons why the Gu family can become so big. If Gu Ming loses, there is no deep hatred between the two parties, and they are still relatives. Wang Qi won the victory fair and square, so there is no need, and it is impossible for him to be killed. When the two meet, they may even play the uncle-sister-in-law drama to show the unity of the family. For such a Gu Ming, let alone being an idle rich man, it is not realistic for Wang Qi to deprive him of the fleet of the Chamber of Commerce that he controls. Gu Ming retains his own power, and can retreat to become a mountain in the Gu Chamber of Commerce, or advance in the next cycle, and continue to fight for the position of the head of the family. But if he did this, it would be a bad start and completely break the rules. After the incident, there would be no possibility of a good ending. Gu Ming would understand. Therefore, even at the last moment, Wang Qi actually felt that Gu Ming might make trouble. But the probability was really low. But now, everything has happened, and there is nothing to say. Just use the preparedness. The news of the outbreak of the battle was sent to the angry Owl Star army in the suburban town. In the city, the security measures of each family were urgently deployed and mobilized. And King Luman, who was currently the governor of the Black Arrow Star, was contacted as soon as possible to let him control the situation in his capital. At this stage, Wang Qi's mentality was still very stable. When she and her allies were sitting in the banquet hall, she even had time to lament, saying that Gu Ming could not do this, and that someone around him must have bewitched him. She sighed that Gu Ming was dizzy, and even discussed how to deal with this problem afterwards. The situation outside was indeed starting to improve. The security measures were effective, and the surrounding area was strictly controlled. After hearing the report from the front, the army of the Luman Kingdom also entered the city and controlled the situation in the city. The sound of gunfire and shouting also subsided. Later, they were discussing how to catch Gu Ming and prevent him from running away after the situation calmed down. But at this moment, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse in a very short time. The key was that the army of the Luman Kingdom, which was supposed to enter the city to quell the riot, lined up and headed towards where Wang Qi and others were, hoping to enter this area and take over the defense. They said it very nicely, that the situation in the city was unstable, and adding stronger troops for protection was a necessary measure. But at this time, Lacroxia, who had joined Wang Qi's security team with a special team, raised strong objections. Wang Qi was also cautious and did not let them get close. Then, the Luman army, which came in full battle array, launched a full-scale attack on them. The productivity of the Luman Kingdom remained at the feudal level, with poor industrialization and the main economic foundation relying on agriculture. But their army's weapons and equipment were not too bad. They can't produce, or their production capacity is very weak, not enough to independently support the weapons needs of an army. But it doesn't stop them from buying G5, G6 series of individual weapons, cannons, all these things. Of course, even so, their equipment level is still far behind the security team of the rich people in the Gu family. But the only thing is the cannon, which is unreasonable to fire from a distance. But if it was just the threat of artillery, it would be easy to deal with. Forming an elite force, rushing out, eliminating the artillery unit is an option. Gu security, almost all members are equipped with alloy plastic steel armor and laser guns, electromagnetic rifles, and also equipped with hot melt bombs, plasma guns and other things. The entire 100-man team rushed out. It was really difficult to stop them. However, the most unexpected thing is that the real killer of the Luman Kingdom was deployed. Knights. Feudal countries, of course, are feudal systems. The king infect the lords, and the lords infect the knights, forming the ruling class, the nobility, and the nobles. A core condition for being infect is to have their own mounts, mechas. On the Black Arrow Star, there is a very speechless scene. The serfs use the planting technology of the Middle Ages, intensively cultivate the land, diligently farm, and hand over 90% of the harvest to their own lords, leaving only the most basic food for their stomachs. And the Knight Master drives the mecha to inspect his farmland to ensure that the serfs are not lazy. When necessary, the knights will obey the lord's call, bring the serfs, who have transformed into militia, and fight under the lord's banner. The lords will obey the king's call, bring their troops, and fight under the king's banner. This is the system of the Kingdom of Luman, and also the system of the entire Black Arrow Star. Those poor little knights may have a set of the most ordinary sentinel mechas passed down from their family for 8 generations. This thing, in the Imperial military sequence, is not even recognized as a proper knight mecha. But no matter what, it is also a mecha, with a height of about 3.5 meters, full metal cover, 2 fixed machine guns on the side with good power, and it is not afraid of bullets. At least 200 such sentinel mechas appeared in King Luman's army. At the same time, there were 2 real knight mechas, or what can be called knight titans. Ranger class knight titan, with a height of 6 meters and 2 meters, a 4-barreled heavy machine gun in the left hand, a gravity fist and a howitzer launcher in the right hand, and 16 extended range rockets on the back. This thing is a bit scary. The Knights of the Kingdom of Luman are the biggest threat, and it was this knight group that almost destroyed the defense position of Gu security. Chapter 245, Peace of Mind comes from my son. What does security do? Prevent assassinations, prevent riots, protect the master. They may have better training than the army, better equipment, and more professional in some tasks of protecting important persons. However, when the scene becomes a large-scale war, the difference in expertise, the difference in training methods, the difference in weapons and equipment becomes a weakness. The security forces lack heavy firepower, lack of anti-armor power. Facing artillery, it is difficult to counterattack. Facing the so-called Kingdom Knights, those sentinel mechas equipped with 2 Ranger-class Knight Titans, they are at a complete disadvantage. Their numbers are far less than the opponents. Under the impact of the opponent's huge cannon fodder, they have to withstand the bombardment of artillery, and suffer the focused assault led by the Knight Titan. With many sentinel mechas mixed in, Gu's security line of defense is constantly compressed and broken. The situation soon became critical. At this time, Wang Qi made another decision that she later regretted, which might be a wrong decision, to stay where she was. She hoped to wait until the rescue of the angry All-Star army in the town outside the city. In addition, they also contacted the Chamber of Commerce fleet in the sky, asking it to provide orbital support and send a landing spacecraft to pick up people from the air. But soon, bad news from all sides came one after another. The angry All-Star army in the suburban town was also attacked, and is currently fighting fiercely. There is a rebellion on the Chamber of Commerce fleet in the space around the planet. Among the 8 merchant fleets controlled by Wang Qi, each of them had some turmoil within the fleet. The 4 fleets directly under her control were not so bad, but the other 4 fleets that were allies had bigger problems. In addition, the 4 armed merchant fleets controlled by Gu Ming were also threatening them, making it impossible for them to occupy the orbit of the planet. What's more worth mentioning is that Black Arrow Star is not a place without air defense capabilities. Going elsewhere might be a big problem. But in Pincel City, where the war broke out, there is an orbital air defense system that the Kingdom of Luman spent a lot of money to import. unable to occupy the orbit, conduct accurate orbital strikes, and the several spaceships that were forcibly sent out, even if they passed the interference and hijacking of Looming ships, would be locked by the orbital air defense system of Pincel City during the process of entering the atmosphere, and then be destroyed in midair. Reinforcements could not arrive, and air evacuation could not be achieved. The Knights of the Kingdom of Luman were advancing at a high speed, and the defense line was broken into pieces. At this time, Wang Qi realized that it was impossible to defend to the death, and he had to break through. However, it was too late to prepare for a breakout. Even when the decision to break out was made, 3 Sentinel mechas were used as the vanguard, blasting open the door and rushing into the banquet hall. Everything became extremely chaotic. The 3 Sentinel mechas were eventually killed. Wang Qi was not very clear about how they died. She just remembered that when she turned her head and ran away with her bodyguards, she saw 3 wreckages. But the breakout process was still not smooth sailing. They were intercepted and attacked many times, and her bodyguards died one by one. When she was at the end of her rope, when she had to use her last life-saving measures, Lacroxia, who had fought her way out of the encirclement, arrived with dozens of Special Forces soldiers. The 10th Special Operations Brigade deployed about 500 people to join the expeditionary force. The main force of them, together with the Legion, were in the small town outside the city of Pincel. Only the 50 most elite ones, led by Lacroxia, formed a team and joined Wang Qi's close security team. But from the beginning to the end, their roles were not important. They were more of a communication channel between the security forces and the main force of the Angry Owl Star in the suburbs. The main reason was that they were outsiders, and they were not the same as the security team. On the one hand, they were not subordinate to each other, and they felt a little excluded. On the other hand, special forces such as Lacroxia were essentially soldiers, and they were soldiers. Protecting important people was not their specialty. But now, it was a war. This is within their professional scope. Lacrosa led his men to eliminate the enemy troops that were entangled with Wang Qi, and then continued to protect her, and headed out of the city. During this process, the number of enemies was always not small. They sacrificed one comrade after another, and had to overcome difficulties by dividing their forces to attract the enemy attention again and again. Until now, Lacrosa took her to the edge of the city. They rested in an empty alley and argued a few words. Wang Qi herself was not safe yet, but she was still thinking about how to save those guild fleet lords whose lives were unknown. As a result, not only did Lacrosa completely reject her request, they also ran into trouble again. The one who appeared outside the alley was a Kingdom Knight, a Sentinel mech. Wang Qi was ready to assist at any time. In her opinion, this young man named Lacrosa, although he was very skilled, but now he was alone, how could he deal with a steel machine? Not to mention, there were 7 fully armed soldiers around this Sentinel mech. They had also encountered Sentinel mechas during their previous breakouts and escapes. But when they encountered such situations, they usually avoided them if they could. If they could not avoid them, they would usually split up their forces, let another team attract the target away, and then evacuate. They had always been very cautious and had never tried to fight the Sentinel mechas head-on. But now, there was no way to avoid it. Wang Qi was also ready to use the last means of life-saving, and used the psychic flintlock in her hand, which had only 4 chances to be used, to help Lacrosa fight. However, this young soldier from the Angry Owl Star, who had just claimed to her that he would only protect her life and would not obey her orders, used a series of performances to make her dumbfounded. His figure showed extreme agility even in a small alley. A Sentinel mecha used a double-barreled machine gun to rapidly fire in a narrow alley. What a desperate scene it must have been. But Lacroxia just dodged it all. He could run over the eaves and walls, stepping on the wall and running more than 2 meters high. The Kingdom Knight chased him and shot, but none of the bullets followed his heels. Even if the Kingdom Knight changed his method, planned to predict, and use high firing rate, block all possible routes of Lacrosa's movement, he would still dodge them in another incredible way. Of course, Lacrosa did not dodge bullets, but in essence, he predicted and dodged before the machine gun came. And no matter how good his physical fitness was, no matter how exaggerated his reaction speed was, it was impossible for him to keep hiding like this. But it was only 2 or 3 seconds, which was enough. During this process, the grenade launcher in Lacroxia's hand also fired a string of bullets, accurately killing all the accompanying soldiers around the Sentinel mecha, and at the same time hitting the observation site of the Sentinel mecha. In total, only 10 or so bombs were fired. But he used extremely accurate shooting skills, and did all this while moving like a snake. In fact, it didn't take 7 bullets to kill the 7 accompanying attendant soldiers, using the micro-explosion characteristics of the bomb. 4 bullets were enough, and the remaining 10 were all hit on the observation site of the Sentinel mecha. The sight structure of the Sentinel mech was strong enough, but it could not withstand 10 precise bursts of fire. The part of its head, similar to the human eye, was blown to pieces. Suddenly, the attack of the Sentinel mech became chaotic. The Kingdom Knight inside could not see the situation outside. Now, the operator inside was pulling the lever, and fell into a very embarrassing situation. He could lift up the visor of the Sentinel mech, although it integrated a considerable part of the auxiliary system functions and observation functions. But since it had been accurately detonated, it must be abandoned. Afterwards, he could still fight with his own eyes. But he didn't dare. In the previous battle, he had personally experienced that the enemy he was facing had almost completely accurate shooting skills. He had never seen such a person in his life. He was not just a sharpshooter. He was afraid that if he lifted his helmet, he would be hit by a bullet in the forehead. That would be the same as the people around him, who fell down in 2 seconds. However, soon he no longer had to think about this problem. A moment later, a burning sensation passed through his chest. In the extremely narrow cockpit of the Sentinel mecha, the Kingdom Knight couldn't even lower his head to see his injuries, but he could feel that his heart and left lung had been completely burned through. Watching the Sentinel mecha fall, Lacroxia confirmed that it had completely lost its combat capability. He put the fully charged plasma pistol back into the gun bag on his leg, turned around and found Wang Qi again. The shock on Wang Qi's face had not yet dissipated. Do all the soldiers under your governor have the strength of you? Lacrosa really thought about it, and then said seriously, not really. I overthink it. How can there really be so many warriors like you? However, since you have the ability to destroy a Sentinel mecha, why didn't you use it before? Because of the risk, Lacrosa said. If I had made a mistake just now, I would have been the one to die. I don't mind life or death that much. But if I die, my mission to protect you will fail. So, unless I have no choice like just now, I don't want to take risks. So that's how it is. It's a pity for those soldiers who were divided to attract the enemy attention. It's nothing to pity. This is their mission, Lacroxia said. Then he thought for a moment, and added, and don't act like they have already sacrificed themselves. They are all the most elite soldiers. It's not that easy for them to die. Along the way, I have left them our special marks. If they see them, they will follow us all the way. I hope so. Although Wang Qi said this, he actually did not hold much hope. Lacrosa did not say much, but urged him to get on the road quickly. A battle had just broken out here, and it was no longer safe. A few dozen minutes later, a scene that surprised Wang Qi happened. Lacrosa not only took him almost out of the city of Pincel, but also, as he said, his comrades really followed the smell and came here. There were 50 people in total, and when they returned to the team, there were still 42. Although they looked a little embarrassed, they were able to perform the task of attracting the enemy attention, and they were able to get rid of it. After that, they only lost 8 people all the way to here, and according to the intelligence exchange between them, they killed at least 200 enemy soldiers along the way. This was a rather exaggerated performance, and Wang Qi was a little numb. She originally thought that warriors like Lacrosa were already unique, but he didn't expect that. Although his comrades were not that powerful, they were also so strong. How could they not be strong? The soldiers that Lacroxia picked out and brought to her side were all the most elite soldiers of the 10th Brigade. This meant that these soldiers were all T2 level warriors trained by Gu Hang in the soldier card system, and they were eliminated only after reaching the last stage in the process of selecting new blood for the Space Marines. For each of them, Gu Hang spent 11 points of grace, and not everyone has the potential to be trained to this level. In comparison, those high-priced hired men around Wang Qi, who also focused on training loyal security forces, were not so good. None of them betrayed, but almost all of them were annihilated. In this situation, Wang Qi had no other ideas, and just followed Lacroxia and others obediently, and continued to break out. On the way, they contacted the headquarters of the Alliance Expeditionary Force again, and learned that a support force had been sent out for assault, and was on the way. After some time, they finally connected with the unit. It was a unit of the 38th Mechanized Brigade. All 18 Lion tanks of the brigade were pulled out, along with more than 100 infantry fighting vehicles and more than 2,000 mechanized or motorized infantrymen, who drove all the way. After the two sides reunited, Wang Qi was protected by the army and finally put her heart at ease. But then, she had a rather strange feeling, looking around. Everyone was a stranger. She didn't even know the people around her. None of them were her subordinates. She would try her best to meet her needs, but in reality, no one would obey her orders directly. These were the assets accumulated by her useless son, who she hated so much before. Now, if she wanted to survive on this alien land, she had to rely on these people. However, besides feeling uncomfortable, she also felt a sense of security. This sense of security came from super soldiers like Lacroxia, from the outstanding individual strength of the special forces, from steel monsters like the Lion Tank and Infantry Fighting Vehicle Cluster, and from her son. Chapter 246, What you said makes sense. General, is there any news about my aunt? The person who said this was Wang Jiarong. The person who was called the general was Prabhav. Generally speaking, Brigadier General is not recognized as a regular general, but as a transition from colonel to general. Not to mention, Prabhav's rank of Brigadier General came from the system of the Planetary Defense Force, so his recognition was even lower. But who can make Wang Jiarong rely on this Brigadier General from her cousin's command? Prabhav was a little helpless. The war was in full swing, and he had to answer a call from the starship every now and then, and being asked the same thing over and over again, which really annoyed him. But he had to answer it. He completely understood the anxious mood of Wang Jiarong, who was on the starship, and was going to come down tomorrow to attend the Gu family meeting. And at this moment, he did have a piece of news to tell Wang Jiarong. We have received news about Ms. Wang Qi. Have you received my aunt? Yes, but there is good news and bad news. Say it together. We did successfully receive Ms. Wang Qi, who had evacuated the city. She is now under the protection of the army, and is heading to our main position. Great. What's the bad news? The bad news is, they were intercepted on their way back. They encountered the two Ranger-class Night Titans that attacked us before, and posed a great threat to our main position. Then, Wang Jiarong panicked. The Ranger-class Night Titan is not a real Titan, but a combat mecha in essence. Its body is not even 7 meters tall, and compared with the real Titan mechas of the Mechanicus, which are called God's mechas, there is still a gap. In the sequence of the Mechanicus, Titan mechas are always the top force. Small ones are usually combat soldiers made by combining human body modification and mechanical modification. Medium ones are called Sentinel mechas as the entry-level, dominant class Knight mechas as the peak. And large ones can be called Titan mechas. At present, in the Luman Kingdom, or in the entire Black Arrow Star, there should be no real Titan mechas. The highest is the Knight mecha. But even the Ranger-class Knight mecha has a height of 6.2 meters. For ordinary people, it is an absolute behemoth. No wonder many people usually call it the Knight Titan. The normal price of a Ranger-class Knight Titan is 700,000 tax coins, which Wang Jiarong, who does business, knows clearly. Similarly, she had seen the army of the Angry Owl Star, the so-called Mechanical Synthesis Brigade. The equipment level, etc., was indeed good, but she could also estimate that such a brigade, more than 8,000 soldiers, including soldiers and various weapons and equipment, the total cost was less than 350,000 tax coins. This means that the price of a Ranger Knight Titan is equivalent to that of 2 synthetic brigades. Not to mention, the 2 Ranger Knight Titans would definitely not fight alone, and the number of troops accompanying them would not be small, and there would definitely be a large number of Sentinel mechas. Such a force blocked my aunt's way back. Wang Jiarong's current mood is not desperate, but she is nervous, which is inevitable. General Prabhav, please rescue my aunt. Prabhav said quickly, don't worry about it. She is the mother of the governor. How dare we not be careful? As soon as there is news, I will send it back to you immediately. Please. After ending the call with Wang Jiarong, who was actually far away and floating in the galaxy space, Prabhav put down the phone and found his old partner. Like him, Colonel Jordan Leroy, who was from the Windbreaking Brigade and previously served as the political commissar of the 1st Windbreaking Brigade, was transferred to the Expeditionary Force with Prabhav and served as the political commissar of the Expeditionary Force. After finding his old friend, Prabhav said, Now you can always agree to attack again. If Ms. Wang Qi has any problems on the way back, we all should die here. Leroy sighed. Other political commissars. All they do all day is figure out how to boost morale. How to make soldiers and officers fight fearlessly. And it is best not to retreat a single step in the battle and fight to the death. And what he had to do all day was to hold their former brigade commander, now the army commander, to stop being so reckless, to think twice before doing anything. This difference, sometimes always made Leroy sigh. Facing his old partner, Colonel Leroy said, I will correct you, I have never stopped you from taking the initiative. You are the army commander, you are the supreme commander of the battle. What I stopped was you from acting rashly, not collecting enough intelligence before making a decision, and not thinking clearly. Okay. Popov, who had a headache when he heard the mumbling, said, I have thought it through clearly now. We must take the initiative to attack. Leroy nodded. Okay, I agree. The 37th Division, the rest of the 38th Division, all have to go this time. Our armored forces must be assembled and used in a unified manner. Leroy nodded again. Okay, I agree. I will lead the team myself, and the main force will attack. Okay, I wait. Colonel Leroy, who almost said it fluently, quickly stopped talking, and almost bit his tongue. You want to lead the team yourself? Why? As a commander, you are not staying at the main position, guarding the gate. Why are you following the assault troops to charge? Come on. The 37th and 38th Armored Divisions have all been dispatched, and only the 34th Division will be left at the main position. Which one do you think is the main force? As a commander, I must be where the main force is. After a pause, he continued, what's more, the mission to rescue the governor's mother is more important. If I'm here, I can make a decision immediately if there is anything, without passing messages back and forth. I can also boost the morale of the entire army at any time, letting them know that the generals of the alliance are never lacking in blood and fight on the same line with the frontline officers. Leroy frowned tightly. He actually felt that what Popov said made sense. He hesitated and said, then we will go to the commando team. What about the main position? The 34th Division will face the enemy main attack independently, which will be very stressful. So that's why. Popov stared at his old partner. You have to stay. Ah? Only if you stay and guard the main position. I can fight with confidence. What you said makes a lot of sense. That's how it was settled. Popov was very decisive in doing things. The troops that needed to be assembled completed the assembly quickly. This was not easy. At this moment, the so-called main position is just a small town. A few days ago, when they just got off the starship, they hid in a pile of centralized boxes and came to the local area as goods. When the time was right, they broke out and went to a residential area that the local forces of the Gu family had arranged long ago. The people here were emptied, and their 30,000 people also used this place as a residence. At that time, they could only carry some light weapons. The rest of the heavy firepower, whether artillery, armored vehicles or tanks, were all stored in containers as cargo. The weapons and equipment were stored not far from their barracks. Under such circumstances, Popov and Leroy never dared to regard this operation as a trip. The guards at the container storage area and the warehouse managers were all replaced by their own people. In addition, they did not really stay in the residential area. The reconnaissance squads and reconnaissance companies of each unit were all released, whether they were mixed in the town or even released outside the town to wander around. The control area must be large. Anyway, for this operation, they also had clear communication with the Gu family. Are you afraid of being exposed? They clearly said. No. Anyway, 30,000 people with heavy firepower can't hide. The reason why they had to hide was to save face for everyone. In that case, safety must be the top priority, even if it would be conspicuous. The caution of the two military commanders, Popov and Leroy, achieved miraculous results in the subsequent incidents. When they noticed that a strange army was approaching, even if the other side had not shown hostility, they had already sounded the first-level mobilization. The soldiers who were already on the alert quickly went to their combat positions. The sentinels ahead, also 10 kilometers away from the town, intercepted the strange army. No matter what reasons or arguments the other party used, they would not let the people go. The strange army, as expected, had no good intentions. When they could not enter the town after all the persuasion, they opened fire first. The expeditionary force of the angry Owl Star would not tolerate this. The reconnaissance squad and the reconnaissance platoon were the first to engage in fire with the enemy, even though they only had light weapons at the moment. And there were many flexible and powerful armored forces, such as sentinel mechas among the enemy. They were not afraid. Under their layers of resistance, the army of the Luman Kingdom made slow progress. And for those people in the Luman Kingdom, the more terrifying thing was that they were the ones who took the initiative to attack. But when the battle started, it was the artillery of the Alliance Expeditionary Force that opened fire first. The power of the 155mm howitzer was enough to destroy a sentinel mecha with one shot. The 3 divisions of the Alliance brought nearly 350 heavy artillery pieces. After 3 rounds of rapid fire, the Kingdom Army, which was actively attacking and had no bunkers or fortifications, was immediately hit hard. The first wave of failed raids caused the army of the Luman Kingdom to lose their armor and weapons. Then, the 30,000 people of the Alliance Expeditionary Force quickly occupied the entire town and began to set up battle lines at all entrances and exits of the town and in all directions. When the army of the Kingdom of Luman organized the second round of attack and approached cautiously, the target they were going to attack did not look like a foreign army at all. How could a foreign army turn an ordinary suburban town into a military fortress in just half a day? Barricades, high points of occupied houses, windows of houses. All these things became advantageous terrain for the defenders. Moreover, within the city, the artillery of the Alliance dispersed its positions, but it was able to ensure that the firepower was concentrated at any point outside. What was even more embarrassing was that the artillery of the Kingdom Army was not as powerful as that of the Alliance. Not only was it less powerful, but it also had a shorter range. When they drove cattle, horses and other livestock to pull the artillery up, they had just fired 2 rounds, and the artillery of the Alliance Expeditionary Force quickly calculated their position, and the counter-artillery almost destroyed their artillery in 1 round. The artillery of the Kingdom Army was far behind. The second wave of artillery took a long time to calculate the position of the Alliance artillery position, and then found that the Alliance position was so far away, so they could only quietly push the artillery position forward. But they were inexplicably discovered on the road, and another round of artillery hit them, and they were finished without firing a single shot, lacking the support of heavy firepower. Even if the army of the Kingdom of Luman had sentry mechas to support it, it was impossible to attack the hedgehog-like town. Not to mention the threat of the Alliance artillery. After getting closer, the mortars and individual rocket launchers on the Alliance defense positions are all threats to the sentinel mechs. The second and third rounds of attacks were all defeated. It was not until the Luman Kingdom took out the absolute killer weapon, the Night Titan, that the situation changed. This thing is really fierce. The 2 Night Titans have a long range. Outside the range of dozens of kilometers, where artillery cannot reach, they fired dozens of rockets into the town. The effect was good. After they fired 3 rounds in a row, they reloaded their ammunition again and began to move forward on foot. The sentinel mecha followed closely, and the infantry cannon fodder was a little further ahead. The 2 Night Titans fired suppressive rockets into the town, and when they were about 15 kilometers away, the rapid-fire cannons and laser cannons they were equipped with began to show their power. One house after another was blown away and destroyed. The Alliance Expeditionary Force did suffer a lot of casualties. The Night Titan, which cost 700,000 tax coins per unit, and the cost alone is equivalent to that of 2 synthetic divisions, is worthy of its reputation. However, the attack of the Kingdom of Luman was still repelled. At a distance of 15 kilometers, the Alliance artillery, which had been somewhat silent before, showed its power again. This surprised the nobles of the Kingdom of Luman who were controlling the 2 Night Titans. The rounds of long-range rockets they fired before were aimed at the artillery positions of the Expeditionary Force that had been calculated before. They had walked smoothly for the previous 5 kilometers, and had not encountered any counterattacks from the Alliance artillery. They thought that the Alliance artillery was finished. But at this time, the Expeditionary Army told them clearly, the artillery unit was not only not destroyed, but also maintained a strong combat power. In half a minute, the Expeditionary Army's 300 artillery pieces fired 4 rounds of rapid fire, and threw thousands of 155 heavy howitzers. The Luman Kingdom Army was repelled again. Chapter 247, War in the Suburban Town. For the army of the Kingdom of Luman, the knights don't really care about the casualties of cannon fodder, but the damage to the sentinel mecha is painful. The death is one thing, The destruction of a sentinel mecha is, under the feudal political system of the Kingdom of Luman, it is almost equivalent to the bankruptcy and demotion of a small knight family. Without the sentinel mecha, what kind of knight is it? The knights who attacked the town this time, there are only about 100 in total. At least 20 sentinel mechas have been destroyed so far. The morale of the remaining people has been severely damaged. Even the 2 Knight Titans have been thinking of retreating. The Ranger-class Knight Titan is equipped with a shield generator. But the power is not particularly large. After all, with a body size of 5.2 meters, it is not luxurious enough to put a miniaturized generator. If it is used at a normal scale, the load of the shield generator is also very large for the Ranger class, and it is difficult to handle. The shield generator, which had been weakened, could not withstand too many 155mm howitzer bombardments. In fact, after these 4 rounds of bombardment, the shield generators of the 2 Knight Titans were destroyed. So far, it is definitely not a big damage. After half an hour, if they are not hit again, the shield generator will start working again. Or now, they can also hold on and overload the shield generator. At the same time, the Knight Titan itself is strong enough to withstand a few shells. They had the opportunity to charge forward in a big way when there was a gap in the firepower. The Alliance Expeditionary Force passed through the barricades, and the defensive positions built by the houses of the people could not stop them. Wherever the rapid-fire cannons and laser cannons pointed, the positions there would fly into the sky. The firepower was not the same, but the 2 nobles still retreated. What if they killed all the Alliance Expeditionary Forces? What if a Ranger-class Knight Titan was damaged in the process? Let alone a breakdown. Even if the shield generator is overloaded, causing subsequent failures, or the mecha is directly hit by a few shots, causing damage, or even just losing the paint, it is very heartbreaking. The cost of maintaining and repairing this big guy is also sky high. If there is any problem with this big machine, even the nobles, such as earls, marquises, and princes, will not be able to use it. After realizing that the Alliance Expeditionary Force is indeed capable of hurting them, even though they know it, they are determined to rush forward. 2 Knight Titans rushed into the town, and they would kill gods and Buddhas. With their breakthrough, the Kingdom army followed up, and the battle was basically won. But they finally chose to retreat. 700,000 tax coins. For a noble family, how many years would it take to save up? What's more, if they lose the Knight Titan, they will probably lose their status as great nobles soon, or at least be seriously hurt. In this case, there may not be a chance to save up the 700,000 tax coins. To put it bluntly, the 2 people driving the Titans are great nobles, not those barefoot men. For them, war is a means of profit, a way to strive for merit, not something that really requires them to risk their lives, or even the life and death of the entire family. Why bother? The 2 Knight Titans retreated, and the pressure on the Alliance Expeditionary Force's defense line suddenly decreased. When they first came out and exerted their power, the old partners, Prabhav and Leroy, were indeed quite nervous. Although they were easily repelled and did not exert much strength at all, even so, the Alliance Expeditionary Force suffered a heavy blow. At least 400 people were killed and wounded by these 2 machines, mainly because of their lack of experience and insufficient defense. Earlier, the 2 war machines fired a round of 32 rockets, which destroyed more than a dozen coalition artillery pieces and caused hundreds of casualties. Later, the rapid-fire howitzers and laser cannons in the charge destroyed multiple positions, and also caused more than 200 casualties. After the loss, they summed up some lessons. For example, in the case of artillery being threatened, the transport trucks and artillery would never be disconnected. After several rounds of rapid artillery fire, they would quickly change positions. For example, in a small town, the artillerymen will try to cover the artillery positions. For example, in the outer defensive positions, the combat teams of a single defense point should reduce the number of people, but increase the number of defense points, under the premise of maintaining the density and layering of firepower as much as possible. Disperse the troops to avoid excessive casualties when being attacked by firepower. These means can effectively reduce the threat of the 2 Knight Titans. But this alone is not enough. Holding the main position, that is the most basic. Before that, they had received news that the governor's mother was attacked and Lacroxia was evacuating her out of the city. Although they repelled the enemy attacks many times, both Prabhav and Leroy deeply understood that their goal of coming here far away from their hometown was to ensure the safety of Ms. Wang Qi. It was not enough to just repel the enemy attacks. However, when the two Night Titans ended their battle hastily, Prabhav and his team also keenly realized that the two most terrifying war machines had a weak fighting spirit. This was a good opportunity. So, after a brief discussion, the two handed this important task to the 38th Brigade. They divided the main armored forces and carried out a rapid assault. The forward scouts found the location of the two retreating Night Titans and clearly saw that they were loaded with new long-range rockets with the assistance of heavy engineering machines. It's hard not to see them. It's easy to find two 6-meter-high giants with a telescope. It seems that they don't plan to continue the attack, but rely on the rockets equipped by the Night Titan, which have a range advantage far exceeding that of the 155 howitzer, to carry out safe bombing from a distance. But don't be too afraid. The rocket launcher of the Ranger Night Titan is powerful, but the ammunition capacity is only 16 rounds. It's very troublesome to reload every time, and it has to rely on engineering machines, and the firepower density is a problem. Then let's carry it first. The main force of the 38th Brigade, which rushed out to race, followed the news brought back by the scouts, and quickly rushed out of the town, chosen a road that would not encounter the Night Titan, successfully broke through, and received Ms. Wang Qi, who was protected by Lacroxia. On the way back, the two Night Titans went crazy and blocked the way back. That's why Prabhav had to lead the main force of the 37th Brigade and the remaining troops of the 38th Brigade to go out together to meet them. Chapter 248, Charge into Battle. Drew is definitely a great noble in the Kingdom of Luman. The entire kingdom has no more than 8 Ranger-class Night Titans, and his family has one, driven by the Earl himself, so you can imagine his status. So, he doesn't want to risk his life. As an Earl of the Kingdom of Luman, the Drex family has accumulated wealth for 20 years, and finally bought a Ranger-class Night Titan 6 years ago. At this point, the family's path to success was laid out before them, although they had incurred a large amount of debt for this. And the purchase of the Night Titan had received a great deal of support from His Majesty the King. They had to fight for the king firmly. But in fact, he was still not willing to fight for his life. What was there to fight for? As long as the Ranger-class machine he was driving existed, the status of the Earl of the Drex family would be extremely stable, and they would even have the opportunity to fight for a higher title, more land, and more vassals in the future. Pay off the debt as soon as possible. Expand the territory. But if this Night Titan is destroyed, then everything will be over. Although, he could not refuse the king's call, and he did believe in the beautiful pie King Luman painted. They will fully support one of the factions in the struggle of the Gu family, the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce, and as long as they succeed, they will get huge benefits. However, these benefits are mainly for His Majesty the King. King Luman will be able to take this opportunity to obtain huge benefits, and even lead the country to become the strongest country on Black Arrow Star, and even have the opportunity to abolish the king's parliament system, and forever control the position of the governor of Black Arrow Star in his own hands, and then become the king of the whole world. And what about him? As a loyal follower of King Luman, he should also get his share of benefits. 2 more Ranger Knights, occupying a larger territory, more subjects, but that's all. If there is a chance to get more, that would be great, but first, he has to keep what he is now. To put it bluntly, even if His Majesty the King succeeds in the end, and his Night Titan of Drex is damaged in the battle, how much can His Majesty the King think of their family's contribution? Can he recite a Ranger mech? That depends on the conscience of His Majesty the King. Based on his understanding of His Majesty the King, it is unrealistic to expect his kindness and nostalgia. At that time, I am afraid that His Majesty the King's attitude will be, I have the money to help you rebuild your family, so why not use this money to win over other families that still have strength? What will the Drex family do then? Will they just have to swallow their anger? Not wanting to end up like that, this is what Drex thought, and the driver of another Ranger Knight, who participated in this battle with him, seemed to have the same idea. The two of them, tacitly, made the same choice when they encountered difficulties. Originally, they planned to withdraw, reload the rocket ammunition, and then use the range advantage to bombard from a distance. As long as the intensity of the military strike is maintained, it will be considered as a mission accomplished. After all, the money for the rocket shells is reimbursed by His Majesty the King. Charge into battle? Let's talk about it after the bombing is almost over. However, the communication from His Majesty the King arrived. The two were scolded, and were given a death order, requiring them to intercept the army that was retreating from the capital. According to His Majesty the King, there were important people in it, which was related to the success or failure of their operation. They were asked to intercept this army at all costs. And then, there was a sinister sentence: "This is your time to show your loyalty to the kingdom. If you fail, I swear in the name of Luman, in the name of the king, I will make you pay the price." After this, what else is there to say? Drex didn't believe in King Luman's compensation and reward afterwards. But the punishment, he said, would most likely come true. Helplessly, no matter how unhappy and resentful he was, he had to act together with another Night Titan controller. The two of them led the army and operated with rare efficiency, and successfully found the trace of the angry Owlstar army that was evacuating to the suburban town, and intercepted it. This should not be a difficult battle. In general, they have a very high opinion of the army of the so-called Alliance. The combat effectiveness of ordinary soldiers far surpasses the conscripts of the Kingdom of Luman by many levels. Hundreds of armored vehicles and 18 Lion tanks are all very powerful. But he also believes that, under their two Night Titans, those tanks and armored vehicles are all lambs to be slaughtered. This was not an attack on a fortified position that the enemy had already prepared. There would not be hundreds of artillery pieces ready to fight. Their colleagues had to face only tanks and armored vehicles. In a skirmish in a field environment, the threat faced by the Night Titan was much smaller. Sitting in the cockpit of the Ranger Knight, Drex fired the rocket launcher skillfully. The empty magazine had not been fully refilled in time, but he and his colleagues still had 13 rocket launchers in total, which they fired in a very accurate manner, causing considerable casualties. Several troop transport trucks and armored vehicles were destroyed. For this wave, the Alliance had already paid a heavy price. Unfortunately, 2 rocket launchers aimed at the tanks exploded in the wrong direction and failed to take away the Lion. But then, their target was those big guys. The high-speed howitzers and laser cannons in their hands began to fire rapidly. Under their attack, 3 Lions, which were the spearheads of the charge, were destroyed in just a few minutes. The Night Titans fired and took huge steps, crushing the Alliance army fiercely and mightily. Beside the 2 Night Titans, more than 80 Sentinel mechs and more than 20,000 conscripts were charging together. But the Alliance army, which had already suffered a lot of casualties, had no intention of retreating. Their morale seemed not to have been hit too hard, and they just headed straight ahead and charged at them. The Lions, who came in a charging formation, also fired fiercely at them. Heavy bomber machine guns, reflector laser secondary guns, magnetic rail guns. If we really talk about firepower, the Lions are also not weak. At least, it is not a big problem to destroy the Sentinel mechs beside the Night Titans. Chapter 249, Death of Titan. Black Arrow's Star, Pincel City, the capital of the Luman Kingdom, and the residents outside the city are terrified and puzzled. The terrified thing is the war, even if neither side deliberately kills civilians, and even deliberately protects them. The Alliance army from another planet is the same. After they occupied the suburban town, they only occupied the necessary areas and put the entire town under military control, but did not harm civilians. However, war is the most destructive thing, no matter from which angle. Guns have no eyes, and no one can do anything about the civilians who died in the collateral damage. The fear of civilians is justified. As for the inexplicable, it is also easy to understand. Everyone was still decorating the house 2 days ago to celebrate the festival, and the so-called Gu family came to hold a meeting every year, which was a happy day. The last time I came to the Kingdom of Luman was more than 30 years ago. In the memories of some old people, it was very beautiful. How come a war broke out in the blink of an eye? No matter how much they couldn't understand it. War always broke out in a way that people's will could not change. They could only face it in fear and at a loss. The farmers on the hillside looked at the battlefield in the wilderness below the mountain from afar. 2 armies were confronting each other in the wilderness. The terrifying war machines rolled over their farmland. One of them was the traditional army of the Luman Kingdom. 2 Night Titans led more than 80 Sentinel mechas and 20,000 infantrymen to advance in groups. The Luman infantry, who were only wearing cloth uniforms and had almost no protection, rushed to the front. They were poorly equipped, but there were many of them. To put it bluntly, they were cannon fodder. Of course, even if they were cannon fodder, they were valuable. Even if they died, they should not die in vain. They maintained a relatively loose formation. According to their training experience, They could barely form a skirmisher combat team. This was mainly to avoid being killed by a cannon or a machine gun. The rifles they were given didn't have too many bullets, mainly because the cannon fodder infantry didn't survive long on the battlefield. And too many bullets would be a waste. Their mission was to charge, attract fire, and try to fire as many ammunition as possible before dying, which would be considered a mission accomplished. The Sentinel mechas accompanying them were the main force. This thing, which was just over 3 meters tall, had a double-barreled machine gun, which was already powerful enough. They couldn't penetrate the Lion tanks, but the armor of the Wanderer armored vehicles couldn't withstand the fierce fire of the machine guns. Often, 3 or 5 mechas, with a round of intensive fire, could blow up an armored vehicle. The 2 more powerful Night Titans were the ultimate killers. At the beginning of the battle, they destroyed 3 Lion tanks. However, despite the heavy blow to the Alliance army, Count Drex, who was driving the Night Titan, still looked tense. With his many years of war experience, the enemy encountered superior firepower at the front of the battle, suffered such huge casualties, and even lost nearly 20% of its strongest combat weapon, the Lion tank. Logically speaking, the morale should have been hit. But why? These alien armies have no signs of wavering at all, let alone those tanks and armored vehicles. In Count Drex's concept, people who drive powerful weapons are generally elites. They have high morale and are not easily shaken. This is understandable. But those infantrymen who were originally transported by troop transport trucks or infantry fighting vehicles, and now all get off the vehicles to fight on foot, shouldn't they also be cannon fodder? How come even they didn't waver? On the contrary, besides the armored vehicles and tanks, what surprised Drex the most was the performance of these infantrymen in the Alliance army. There were only about 2,000 people, but facing an enemy 10 times their number, they were not afraid at all. They would not hide behind armored vehicles or tanks in fear, but would bravely step forward, using rifles, with shooting skills far more accurate than Luman's infantry, to eliminate the invading enemies. They clearly acted in teams, and carried modified machine guns, which strongly suppressed the advance of the Luman infantry. Wherever the machine guns swept, the Luman infantry had to stop. They were either shot directly, or they could only lie down and find shelter on the spot, and then wait for an opportunity to counterattack. But they often couldn't find any opportunities. The only thing that could make the firepower of these Alliance soldiers pause for a while was the Sentinel mecha. The Knights were not so easily killed by bullets. On the contrary, after they noticed the firepower points of the Alliance soldiers, they would often use double-barreled machine guns to attack. The soldiers of the Alliance were extremely brave, but they were still flesh and blood. When the machine guns came up, a burst of shots would wipe out half of the squad. But there were only 80 Sentinel mechas. Moreover, these infantrymen were not completely without countermeasures against the Sentinel mechas. On the contrary, after realizing that the Luman infantry was quite fragile and had a low threat level, the infantrymen aimed their main target at the Knights. The squad-level firepower, using machine guns to shoot at them, clanged and forged iron on the surface armor of the Sentinel mechas. Even if they can't penetrate, the Sentinel mecha will still stagger under the attack of several machine guns, and its forward speed will be suppressed. And often at this time, the individual rocket launcher will be aimed at them. But the individual rocket launcher is still not enough to destroy a Sentinel mecha. Drex saw that. A Sentinel, which was burned black by at least 4 individual rockets, had its left arm blown off, and its power system malfunctioned, but it still had one hand, which could be raised, and use the remaining machine gun to try to fight back, and eliminate the several infantry squads that attacked him head-on. However, after killing less than 10 people, the Sentinel was met with the final means of the Alliance infantry. Company-level mortars bombarded it. In a short while, at least 4 mortars exploded on it. At the same time, there was a heavy bomb machine gun fixed on the ground, which seemed to be a company-level support firepower of the enemy army, and it also fired dense heavy bombs. There was also a machine gun on the infantry fighting vehicle. After enduring such a degree of attack, the Sentinel mecha could no longer withstand it, and was destroyed. Drex had already reacted. He raised his left hand, and fired several heavy grenades mounted under the mechanical arm, destroying the firepower position composed of the mortars, and fixed heavy grenade guns of that company. He also fired another laser cannon, destroying an infantry fighting vehicle next to it. However, Drex was still confused. While he was doing this, he glanced around, and saw 2 more Sentinel mechas destroyed in a similar way. Even faster. After all, The opposing army is not just infantry. The Lion tank is also showing its power. The rail gun mounted on it can blow up the Sentinel mecha with one shot. On the contrary, the Sentinel mecha can't do anything to the Lion. At this time, he realized that the difference between the Sentinel mecha and the Lion tank is really too big. The two may have similar costs. The Sentinel mecha is cheaper, but it should be of the same order of magnitude. However, the positioning of the two on the battlefield is too different. Sentinel mechas are at most infantry accompanying equipment. Our anti-infantry units are flexible, can accompany infantry into bunkers, and fight inside buildings, and their human-like legs can enter complex environments. This is its advantage. However, on plain terrain, it is too stupid to fight against the Lion tank. They are big, have thick armor, and have heavy artillery. The machine guns that can penetrate armored vehicles will only leave craters on the Lion. Unless you concentrate fire for 1 minute, make the craters bigger, and cause metal fatigue, then you can penetrate the armor. But that was too difficult. The gun barrels turned around. Whether it was the laser secondary gun or the magnetic rail gun, all of them could hit the target with one shot. 20 minutes into the battle, 15 Sentinel mechas had been blown up. This was a huge loss. These knights are also his people. They are his vassals, and are considered his direct line of strength. These losses are all to be counted on him. Drex was also gradually getting angry. After quickly destroying the main firepower of an infantry company, he turned around and went to attack the Lion tank. He no longer hesitated. He sent a message to his companions in the communication channel to ask them to provide fire cover. He activated the automatic reload and reloaded the grenade launcher on his left arm, while striding forward. He set his sights on the 3 Lion tanks that were in a finished shape and charging the fastest. He had been annoyed with these 3 tanks for a long time. The rail guns and laser cannons on them were always bombarding him. The shield generator, which had not been fully restored to full status, could still faithfully block one attack after another. But if it was left alone and allowed to continue attacking like this, the shield would also be at risk of being broken. And those 3 lions were indeed a little too close to him. Less than 2 kilometers away. With the Night Titan striding over, the two sides were heading towards each other. And in 3 minutes, he arrived. The 3 lions had already sensed the danger, and they split up and tried to bypass it. But how could their mobility compare with that of the Night Titan? Drex caught up with one, faced a round of running shots from it, raised his right arm's power fist, and shot through the tank from top to bottom. The height of the Lion tank is about 3.5 meters, which is a little more than half of the Night Titan. After destroying one tank, he quickly turned around and ran to the second tank. He knocked it over from the side with his power fist. Then he moved on to the third tank. The whole process took only a few minutes. Drex felt very happy. At this time, the grenade launcher on his left arm had been loaded. He looked up and looked for a new target through the visual information transmitted by the observation sight on the Night Titan's head. However, at this time, 2 things happened. First, his comrade, the driver of another Night Titan, sent him an anxious voice message. Prepare to evacuate. Another group of people guarding the town rushed out. Our rear army failed to stop them, and they have been scattered. Drex was quite dissatisfied. So what? With the 2 of us working together, as long as we don't encounter dense heavy artillery, what is there to be afraid of? His Majesty has given us an order to win at all costs. Are you? Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a shock. This was the consequence of the second incident that happened before. It turned out to be an infantry fighting vehicle, which drove very close to him and dropped a group of infantrymen. He noticed it, but in the process of communicating with his comrades, he made a distracted decision that he did not think of beforehand, but later proved to be a wrong judgment. He regarded the armored vehicle as the main target. A howitzer blasted it to pieces. However, the infantrymen who rushed in dispersed and approached him. The gravity punch hit him, and the infantry squad on the left was almost instantly destroyed. The gravity punch did not only cause damage to the parts that were hit, it hit the ground, scattered gravity waves, gravel, which could kill the infantrymen, and the alloy plastic steel armor plate was useless. However, there was still a group of infantrymen approaching his feet. He realized that something was wrong, raised his legs, and stepped on and kicked those people to death one by one. However, what they were supposed to do had already been done. The Night Titan was equipped with a shield generator. This thing had the same characteristics as the Void Shield. It could not identify and block slow targets. The approaching infantry, of course, counted as such. The bombs they attached, too, although it was ordinary explosives, it exploded at the joint similar to the knee of the Night Titan, and still caused a very bad effect. He wanted to retreat, to get closer to another comrade, but found that he was limping a little when he moved. He did not completely lose mobility, but there were some problems with the power system of his left leg, which caused an imbalance on both sides. This made him very alert. Then, he saw 3 armored vehicles approaching. Having suffered a loss before, he raised his hand to fire the howitzer, preparing to blow up the 3 vehicles from a distance. However, a blue light suddenly appeared. A plasma energy gun shot hit his left knee, which was already problematic. His body suddenly tilted, and his left leg knelt on the ground. The howitzer, which was originally able to hit steadily, was also shot away. Lacrosa, who was clinging to the infantry fighting vehicle, put the plasma gun that was recharging energy back into the gun bag on his thigh, and then jumped down from the roof of the vehicle. After landing, he rolled twice and stood up again, running at full speed. With the strong physical strength and the blessing provided by the exoskeleton, his short-distance burst speed was even faster than that of an armored vehicle. In order to cover him, an armored vehicle was blown up by the gravity fist of the Night Titan. But this also put Lacrosa into the attack range. Reaching back, he pulled out the chainsaw sword on his back. At the same time, he also approached the Night Titan from the side. After dodging the second punch, he resisted the push of the gravity wave, grabbed the upper edge of the Night Titan's knee with one hand, climbed a few steps, and flexibly jumped to the side of its back. He originally wanted to attack the Night Titan's cockpit, but it didn't work. The cockpit is the most important part of the Night Titan, and it has heavy protection, not to mention the chainsaw sword in his hand. Even if it is a hot melt bomb, the miniature one he has in his hand may not be able to burn through the cockpit and kill the driver inside. So, he changed his target to the shield generator next to him. He first attached the melt-a-bomb to the back of the Night Titan's head and activated it, then he used the chainsaw sword and slashed hard at the weak point of the shield generator structure. Bang! The shield generator exploded first, and the impact force directly blew Lacrosa away, and then, the Melta exploded, and burned half of the Night Titan's head from the back. Lacrosa rolled in the air, and fell more than 20 meters away, and barely stood up, and looked at the results of the battle. The energy shield around the Night Titan has been extinguished, and the Titan head, which integrates observation, calculation, and servo skull, has been destroyed. This terrible war weapon, although not yet destroyed, has undoubtedly become a lamb to be slaughtered. Oh! Maybe it is more appropriate to describe it as an elephant to be slaughtered. Chapter 250, Hold on for 8 days, the governor will arrive. Broken legs, the head of the integrated sensor element was destroyed, the shield generator was destroyed. This Night Titan in this state is already very panicked. This panic, even ordinary soldiers, can easily see it. Although, it still has powerful force in its hands. Although it can't stand up, but the gravity fist can still destroy any military unit in the Alliance army at once. That guy is waving it in the air, for fear that something will approach. The howitzer launcher mounted on its left hand was also firing everywhere. However, it was all in vain. On the contrary, the Alliance army could already deal with this Night Titan properly. It was like shooting at a target. Without the energy shield, the Night Titan's armor strength was actually very high, but it was much easier to deal with. Especially the Lion tank's rail gun and reflector laser cannon, all of which could cause terrible damage. After a few rounds, the Night Titan, which had lost its mobility and energy shield, suffered heavy damage. The weapon systems mounted on its 2 arms were all offline. The gravity fist could no longer be swung, and the howitzer launcher had also rotted away. At this point, although the Night Titan had not been completely destroyed, it was almost the same. At least it was no longer a threat. It could neither move nor attack to pose a threat, and could only be regarded as a huge iron coffin. The driver inside, Count Drex, was just waiting to die. If you really want to destroy it completely, you have to bombard its strongest defense, the energy core and power core that are integrated with the cockpit, which is a bit of a waste of firepower. After all, the soldiers of the Alliance are still in a state of war. Since this Night Titan is no longer a threat, you can ignore it for now. Moreover, there is another benefit to ignoring this mecha. The army of the Luman Kingdom is not willing to leave this mecha here. Especially many military officers, commanders, are essentially vassals of the Drex family. The Lord is trapped, of course they have to come to rescue. This becomes a situation of local siege and attack. Then, the enemy has the intention to retreat. The remaining Knight Titan does not seem to have the intention to come to rescue his colleagues. There is no way to rescue them. The Ranger Knight, who has lost his mobility, cannot be towed away unless the war is won, and then engineering machinery is used to tow. But the remaining Knight Titan driver, who is also the commander of the entire army, has obviously given up hope of winning the war. He had noticed that his rear army had been defeated by the Alliance expeditionary force that rushed out of the suburban town. And he saw Count Drex on the same level as him in front of him, and was defeated directly. What was there to fight for? If he ended up like Drex, he would rather bear the king's punishment. He issued an order to retreat. However, he soon found that retreat seemed to be a luxury. Prabhav led his troops westward. At the moment, the troops under his direct command had more than 10,000 people, all motorized or mechanized infantry, and armored vehicles, including 300 infantry fighting vehicles and 18 Lion tanks. This was the entire main force of the 37th Division, and a small part of the 38th Division. They quickly destroyed the rear army of the Luman Kingdom. There were about 4,000 people, and they built a temporary defense position, which was originally to prevent the Alliance army from the suburban town from attacking. However, without the knights, these ordinary kingdom soldiers were quite vulnerable. Under the full-speed attack of the armored forces, they could not even delay the enemy, and were directly defeated. Afterwards, Prabhav had no time to chase these fleeing troops, but led the army to rush to the main battlefield. This battle must be fought well. Prabhav already knew the latest battle report from the front battlefield. The main force of the 38th Division had fought well enough, facing the enemy's strong surprise attack. The 38th Division, with its weak strength, not only did not disperse, but also dragged the main force of the Luman Kingdom into the quagmire while protecting the governor's mother. However, although the 38th Division has been fighting bravely, the gap in strength and weapons and equipment is objective. If it weren't for Lacroxia's super performance, if they wanted to kill the Knight Titan, they would have to pay a higher price. But fortunately, the remaining Knight Titan was scared. This is just like what Prabhav had agreed with his military and political commissar when they exchanged opinions before. No matter how intimidating the army of the Luman Kingdom looks, no matter how powerful the mecha is, they are essentially a group of feudal system armies of the old times. The two of them really don't think much of these people. They just rely on the two Knight Titans, and they are useless. And those two Knight Titans are also like feudal lords. Although they were powerful, they were not looked down upon by Prabhav. This was indeed the case. The two Knight Titans failed to keep pace and cooperate well with each other. Now one died and the other escaped, which was really ridiculous. Moreover, Prabhav did not intend to let the one that was going to escape. Prabhav's command style was always known for his reckless and fierce fighting style. But in fact, he never thought he was really reckless. In the past, in many battles on the Wrathful Owl Star, his troops always had various advantages. Especially in the battle to recapture the eastern provinces. The Alliance army always has advantages in numbers, and the quality of military equipment. So what's the strategy? Properly allocate the troops, and then fight? Now, he must be patient. He also showed this patience. Prabhav wanted to keep the Knight Titan, but he didn't rush to kill the Knight Titan. According to the previous battle report, he had thought of some strategies. How did the last Knight Titan die? It was separated from its own army. Just imagine, if there were a dozen sentinel mechs and a few hundred infantrymen at the feet of the Knight Titan at that time, how could the Alliance soldiers, who had paralyzed it at the beginning, be able to get close? Lacrocia, who was advancing alone from behind, no matter how superbly he performed, it was impossible for him to withstand the firepower of the Knight Titan, and to penetrate hundreds of infantrymen and a dozen sentinel mechs alone, and directly threaten the Titan. Let alone Lacrocia, even if a squad of Space Marines came, it would be difficult to do this. You can't fight hard. But on the contrary, without the cooperation of friendly forces, no matter how strong the Knight Titan is, it's just that. No kind of war weapon can be completely separated from the entire military system. And if Prabhav wants to eat this intact Knight Titan, the first thing to do is to cut off its wings. Under his command, the armored group of the 37th Division, as the main force, chased the retreating enemy like a patient wolf pack. The firepower of armored vehicles and tanks was mostly placed on those sentinel mechas, or if there was a good opportunity, They would also fire a few shots at the most densely populated places of infantry. The infantrymen who got off the vehicles to fight also took those ordinary Luman soldiers as their main targets. Retreating in the middle of the battle was actually a very challenging thing. If it was not handled properly, the retreat would turn into a real rout. Obviously, the soldiers of the Luman Kingdom did not withstand such a test. At the beginning, they could barely maintain the order of retreat, but under the constant pursuit of the armored forces, the morale of the Luman soldiers quickly collapsed. Ha! Just as I expected, Prabhav grabbed the communicator and shouted, "Keep chasing! Charge! Rush all these infantrymen and sentry mechas! No matter who escapes, anyone who dares to approach the Night Titan will be beaten to death." He issued an instruction, and his troops strictly followed this instruction. The remaining Night Titan soon felt that it could no longer control the army. The messages he sent out either received no response, or they were responded to but could not be fulfilled, and the number of people around him was decreasing. The energy shield could protect him, but it could not protect the few ordinary soldiers who were still by his side. Although, during this process, the howitzer in his hand was constantly firing at the armored forces of the Alliance. 4 Lion tanks were blown up during this process, and at least 20 armored vehicles were destroyed. But at the same time, the last Luman soldier died at his feet. The last Sentinel mecha was destroyed, and the Night Titan was completely alone. Then, although his physical system, sensor unit, and power system were all there, he was still in a situation of being slaughtered. Several infantry squads, under the cover of armored vehicles, approached quickly. The Night Titan was very panicked. He had seen the end of Drex in front of him, and he didn't know what the end would be next. He had tried his best to avoid it. He destroyed several armored vehicles with infantry with his howitzer. When the infantry approached, he kept punching them with his gravity fists and kicking them with his legs and feet. However, these soldiers from the Angry Owl Star were not afraid of death. Even those killed by the Night Titan died miserably. But it still did not stop the soldiers behind from rushing forward. How could a 6.2-meter tall Night Titan compare with ordinary-sized infantry in terms of flexibility? There were people around him, and even if he kept moving like a hyperactive person, he was still inevitably hurt by the rockets that penetrated the energy shield at close range, and the bombs that came close to him. Soon, he lost his ability to move, just like Drex, and then his shield generator was dismantled. And then, he was completely destroyed. In the city of Pincel, the war gradually subsided. Ness Luman and Gu Ming, the two who could be regarded as the initiators of this incident, had a quarrel. The reason was that Luman told Gu Ming that among the 8 targets he designated, one person was definitely not on the Black Arrow Star, was on the starship in space and did not come down. 3 were dead, and 3 were captured alive. Gu Ming retorted and scolded him. But the most important one, you let him escape. Gu Ming was quite out of control. In your capital, under the siege of your army, I also provided you with those security loopholes. I also turned some important security teams over for you. But you actually let him escape. So incompetent. No wonder under your leadership, with my secret support for you for so many years, the Luman Kingdom can only rank 3rd. It's all because of you. Waste. After a scolding, Gu Ming was no longer the gentle, polite, and persuasive person he had been when he was communicating with Luman in the past. He did lose his composure. Wang Qi ran away, which made him panic. He had already made a desperate bet. Even if the plan succeeded, killed all the people, or controlled them all, the subsequent cleanup work would also be difficult. Not to mention that Wang Qi was not dead. In panic and helplessness, he lost his mind and cursed his partners. Luman was a king. In all these years, when had he ever been so angry? He almost lost his temper. But in the end, he held back. He said with a gloomy face, "It is not yet determined. The team that blocked Gu Heng has already intercepted Wang Qi. I have given them a death order. At all costs, they must catch the person. They must see him alive or dead." Hearing this, Gu Ming calmed down a little. He knew that there were 2 Night Titans in the troops blocking the town outside. This should be stable enough. His tone became calm. "That's good. Your Majesty Luman, please forgive me for being a little out of control just now. I take back what I said before. I'm really sorry." Luman certainly wouldn't forget Gu Ming's rude words just now. But now is far from the time to turn against each other. He could only bear the humiliation and put on a fake smile. However, just as he was about to play along, there was a knock on the door. "Your Majesty. Urgent military information." After listening to the report, before Luman could say anything, he heard a crisp sound behind him. Turning his head, he saw Gu Ming throwing the cup in his hand to the ground. At the same time, in the town outside the city, there was also a conversation going on. Ms. Wang Qi, who had finally settled down, was still in shock. But she had to cheer up and contact all parties. She wanted to contact the starships in the sky and actively look for opportunities to evacuate. But the result was not very good. The internal strife of the 8 Chamber of Commerce fleets had not been settled. The 4 Chamber of Commerce fleets that obeyed Gu Ming were very stubborn, and the other 2 stood by and watched without helping anyone. The orbital air defense system on the surface was a great threat. If the planetary orbit could not be occupied, the landing ship could not land. Then, she turned to put pressure on the other 6 major powers on Black Arrow Star. In this regard, there were certain results. Luman, the current planetary governor, was essentially a rotation person pushed by the King's Council. He is not the only one who has the final say on Black Arrow Star. The Kingdom of Luman is on Black Arrow Star, and its national strength can only rank 3rd. There are also 6 other large countries of similar size. These 6 large countries are also confused by Gu Ming's sudden action. Although, their response now is basically to promise to try to mediate, without a definite promise to send troops. But it is still good news to know that not all Black Arrow Star has rebelled. And the 3rd communication, which was relayed by the Interstellar Fleet, was a communication with his son. Gu Hang didn't say much during the call. He just calmed Wang Qi down and called Prabhav and Leroy. "You did a good job." Gu Hang praised him, and then immediately gave a new order. "Next, hold on for 8 days. After 8 days, I will be there." Chapter 251 Subtle. On the day when the incident happened on Black Arrow Star, Gu Hang had already known the news. He also built a Star Talk Tower. Although its power was very small, it could only be used as an interstellar telephone, unlike some powerful Star Talk Towers, which could directly serve as intergalactic TV towers, and could broadcast live between multiple galaxies. Whether it was used as political propaganda, or as a cultural product, it had high value. Gu Hang also wanted to build this in the future, but the cost was not low, and now it could only make interstellar communications, which was barely enough, and the construction plan of a larger and better Star Talk Tower was not a high priority for the time being. On this day, he received a communication request from his cousin. On the starship, she informed him of the changes on the Black Arrow Star, and the information that the 14 Gu trading company fleets gathered in the Black Arrow Star system were in civil strife and confronting each other. He immediately began to make preparations. First of all, the army began to gather on a large scale. In this regard, it was quite smooth. A few months ago, the main force of the alliance fought a battle to pacify the 3 eastern provinces, which was fought by Yen Fangxiu commanding the Central Army Group. Then, after the eastern provinces were pacified, and the local militia and security forces were formed, the main army returned and began to rest. The soldiers even got a relatively long vacation. Then, even if there was a war in the north, the main force of the Central Army Group did not move. The Northern Army Group was basically formed by some newly formed troops. Long before, the Central Army Group had resumed training and ended the holidays for most soldiers. At this moment, with a call for war, the entire Central Army Group quickly completed its pre-war preparations. Gu Hang was not going to bring many people with him. There were only about 35,000 people in total, including the 1st Brigade, the 2nd Division, the 13th Brigade, and the 36th Brigade. The most important unit among them was the Shifeng Brigade. This unit had recently undergone a new round of reorganization. First, the tank companies in the 5 combined battalions were all supported by full-strength Lion tanks. Unlike other combined brigades, which actually only had 2 tank companies, the 2 motorized infantry companies in each combined battalion were all replaced with armored infantry companies, and an additional tank battalion was formed. As a result, the total strength of the Wind Quieting Brigade has not increased much. It is still more than 8,000 people, but it has more than 300 armored vehicles of various types and 75 Lion tanks. If we add the 13th and 36th ordinary mechanized synthetic brigades, there will be more than 100 Lion tanks assembled. In terms of infantry, the 2nd Infantry Division has more than 10,000 people. This is the composition of the 35,000 troops that Gu Hang will bring. In addition, there are more than 100 Wind Falcons as an Air Force formation, and 15 Interstellar Warriors. The reason why there are 3 more than the previous 12 is that there are 3 more warriors who have been trained before and have completed the growth of all superhuman organs and reached the qualified indicators. It's not that I don't want to bring more troops, but I have to consider the carrying capacity. Gu Hang now, strictly speaking, does not have the channels to carry out interstellar level troop deployment. Even if Gu business is included, it is the same. Before, when my mother left, she was in the orbit of the Angry Owl star and left 2 ships. But under the current situation, these 2 ships are not useful. Here we have to mention the difference between the Chamber of Commerce fleet and the real Navy fleet. In other words, it is the difference between civilian ships and warships. It is not just the difference between weapons and equipment. The cost of 2 ships of the same size can differ by 10 times, or even dozens of times. Starships built as warships have great differences in hull strength, materials, design structures for various military purposes at the beginning, and power. These will be reflected in the final combat effectiveness. The 2 ships left by Ms. Wang Qi in the Angry Owl Galaxy, in peacetime, can easily transport 30,000 people with equipment across a galaxy to Black Arrow Star. But now, Black Arrow Star is blocked. Wang Jiarong is anxious, but she can't even send a spaceship to the surface to evacuate Wang Qi. Even if she sends one up at all costs, it will be shot down by orbital air defense during evacuation, or it will be intercepted and blown up in the galaxy space. That is an unbearable loss. The same principle applies to Gu Hang troop deployment. Civilian ships can transport people and equipment, but transport ships that serve as a link between starships and the surface are really defenseless. During the landing process, if one ship explodes, that means hundreds or thousands of people, plus the loss of a large amount of equipment. Even if we estimate the most optimistic situation, and regard the orbital defense on Black Arrow Star as the weakest, and the 4 merchant fleets that obey Gu Ming as fools, but if we do the bathtub crossing the sea operation, then half of the landing ships will be able to land successfully. Nearly 10,000 or 20,000 people were killed in the process of troop deployment. Such a loss is unacceptable to Gu Hang. Here, the value of warships is reflected. Warships are used for serious naval battles. They can control the control of the target star field, and they can suppress the orbital air defense on the ground. This makes the process of deploying troops to the ground much safer. Even in the most unfavorable situation, they still have to carry the orbital air defense to deploy troops. The real landing ships equipped on the warships have both deception camouflage, energy shield protection, and harder armor, and the probability of loss is much lower. Of course, let alone Gu Hang, even the Gu family does not have warships. For businessmen, it is too expensive to maintain warships by themselves. There is no need. If you have the money, just build some armed merchant ships. You are not going to fight naval battles with other large forces. If you really need it, you might as well build relationships and seek escort help from the Imperial Navy, which is definitely more cost-effective than maintaining warships by yourself. This is how businessmen think. And now, Gu Hang wants warships to help. What to do? There is indeed one ship parked in the orbit of the Angry Owl star, the Blade Tiger. This starship, which replaced the Quintet and came to the Angry Owl star to provide space support, is his current hope. Of course, relying on this frigate, it is impossible to break through the blockade of the 4 Chamber of Commerce fleets controlled by Gu Ming. Even if the addition of the Blade Tiger will bring considerable help to the other 8 fleets of the Wang Qi camp, this help is not decisive. He can't expect that relying on this frigate, he can suppress the orbital air defense firepower of the capital of the Luman Kingdom. It would be fine if we replaced the Quintet. However, the goal that Gu Hang wanted to achieve with the help of the Blade Tiger was not to defeat the starfield power of his enemy purely by force. It was the skin of the Imperial Navy. The Blade Tiger was a regular warship of the Imperial Navy. It drove to the Black Arrow Star system and swaggered in front of both sides and squatted in the orbit of the Black Arrow Star. If the Blade Tiger did not open fire first, would Gu Ming's fleet and the orbital force of the Luman Kingdom have the courage to fight? Gu Hang judged that they didn't have it. If they did, they would be really crazy. The only problem left was how to make the Blade Tiger willing to carry his army to the Black Arrow Star. As long as his army got there, saving his mother would be the most basic thing. Gu Hang felt that he could get more. Gu Hang first communicated with the naval officers on the Blade Tiger. Although Yi Lixiao was not the captain, it was obvious that she was the one in charge of the starship now. However, she did not dare to agree to Gu Hang's request directly. Personally, I really want to help you. And I don't believe that group of people dare to attack the Imperial Navy. But, because we are the Imperial Navy, there are some things that I can't do without authorization from a higher level. These are Yilicia original words. What level of authorization do you need? At least the order of the fleet commander of the Pegasus fleet. Vice Admiral Tillmans. Gu Heng recalled the situation of the Pegasus fleet. And the so-called Vice Admiral Tillmans. The Pegasus fleet is the main fleet of the Empire stationed in the Pegasus Star region. Its defense zone is not limited to the Pegasus Star region, but affects the Star defense mission of at least 3 surrounding star regions. The commander of the fleet is also directly appointed by the Imperial Navy. But having said that, at least half of the long-term maintenance and construction costs of the Pegasus fleet come from taxes in the Pegasus Star region. The influence of the political arena in the Pegasus Star region on this fleet is self-evident. The Fofana family, a local naval family in the Pegasus Star region, was formed about 70 years ago. General Fofana of that generation was appointed as the commander of the Pegasus fleet, and he branched out and gradually formed a family during his tenure. After the first generation of General Fofana, his younger brother, his grandson, and his great-grandson all served in this position, firmly imprinting the name Fofana in the genes of the Pegasus fleet. The last commander, Fofana, was Yilicia's grandfather, who resigned 8 years ago. The Fofana family has a profound influence in the Pegasus fleet. In the past 70 years, 2/3 of the time, the commander-in-chief of the Pegasus fleet was named Fofana. A large number of middle and high-level fleet officers were funded and promoted by his family. But the embarrassing thing is that after Yilicia's grandfather resigned, the family suddenly broke off. Although the influence on the fleet is still strong, it is difficult for the family itself to come up with someone with enough qualifications and achievements to serve as the commander-in-chief of the fleet. At present, the highest military rank in the family is Yilicia uncle, who is only a major general. And it seems that there is no chance for him to advance further. This is nothing in itself. In the past 70 years, there have been 20 years when the Pegasus fleet was not named Fofana. This is a dormant period, which is nothing big. Moreover, Yilicia is an unexpected rising star in the family. With another 10 years of growth, she will have a chance to take over. Under Gu Heng instigation, she participated in and defeated the green-skinned orc plundering fleet, which brought her a lot of glory. She was the one who enjoyed the greatest victory of the naval battle. From this perspective, the Fofana family should be willing to help him. This can also be analyzed from Yilicia's words just now. Moreover, Fofana has a good relationship with the Gu family. Although this is a civil war in the Gu family, they have no bias. But choosing to bet on Wang Qi will undoubtedly further consolidate the relationship between the two sides after the victory. As for the current commander, General Tillmans, although he is not from the Fofana family, they have a close relationship. He was originally from the Pegasus fleet, but later he was transferred to another place, made a name for himself, became a lieutenant general, and was transferred back to the Pegasus fleet. After returning, he knew that if he did not have a good relationship with Fofana as the commander, the Pegasus fleet would not be safe. The Fofana family was not a local tyrant, and they respected Tillmans. Since no one in their family could be promoted, they might as well have a good relationship with the current commander and provide necessary support. The cooperation between the two sides in the past 8 years has been quite good. To put it bluntly, if there is persuasion from the Fofana family, especially the previous commander, who is also General Tillmans' old boss, General Fofana, this matter can probably be done. He talked to Yilicia about this matter again. In this private communication, the female brigadier general promised Gu Heng that she would talk to her grandfather, the previous commander of the Tianma fleet, General Fofana. But here, there is another person whose attitude is very important, the head of the Star Zone, Mr. Pedes. This person is the one with the best relationship with the Fofana family. After the second call with Yilicia, Gu Heng thought about it, and called Mr. Pedes again. Pedes certainly also learned about what happened on the Black Arrow Star. Gu Heng only exchanged a few words with him, and roughly knew the other party's attitude. This Star Zone head obviously regarded this as an opportunity. The political power in the Pegasus region is mainly a confrontation between two camps, local forces and the region government. The local forces refer to the Fats family, which controls the governorship of 3 planets. They have a history of thousands of years in the Pegasus region. Even before the Empire recovered it, they have lived here. In Fats 1, 2, 3, they have deep-rooted control. The Imperial Star Army's garrison in the Pegasus region is also closely related to them. The Star District government is mainly composed of the Pedes brothers, one of whom is the head of the Star District, and the other is the governor of the Winged Star. In addition, the Navy of the Fofana family and the Chamber of Commerce of the Gu family form an iron triangle, which has been suppressing the Fokkers family for 20 years. However, in recent years, the Gu family has been breaking away from this iron triangle, expanding its business out of the Tianma Star District, and has a tendency to reconcile with the Fokkers family. This is also the background for Gu Heng to be the governor of the Angry Owl Star, which is a trick played by the head of Pedes. But this incident did not go as Pei Desi wished, and did not firmly tie the Gu family back to the position of the Iron Triangle. Instead, Wang Qi was very disgusted with it. But at the same time, Gu Ming seized this opportunity and maintained a relatively good relationship with Pei Desi. Before Gu Heng made an interstellar call to Pei Desi, Gu Ming also made a call. Now, the situation is very delicate. Chapter 252, Across the Night Sky. After Pei Desi hung up the interstellar communication with Gu Heng, there was another one next to him. This was the communication with his younger brother, little Pei Desi. And just now, he had a conversation with a pair of uncles and nephews from the Gu family, and his brother heard it clearly. The Gu family, which has always been known for its unity, also has a day of internal strife, which makes me laugh to death. His frivolous younger brother spoke quite impudently, gloating over other people's misfortunes. However, this time, Pei Desi did not scold him, but could not help but smile. Yes, the unity of the Gu family has collapsed. Does he still need to worry about the Gu family leaving the Iron Triangle? Leaving the alliance with their brothers and the Fofana family? No need at all. Gu Ming has expressed his loyalty to him and reiterated the friendship between the two sides many times. And that stubborn Wang Qi, her son, was even helped by herself to the position of governor of Angry Owl Star. Now, the little guy also made a clear promise that he would stand firmly on his side in the future. What he had to do now was just to choose the one who suited his heart better between the two of them. I suggest Gu Ming, little Pei Desi said. Wang Qi is not easy to deal with, even if her son agreed to all our conditions. In the end, it is likely that Wang Qi will still be in power in their Gu family. She may not be so honest to fulfill the conditions agreed with us. Mr. Pei Desi himself disagreed with this. He asked, do you think Gu Ming is honest? A person who launched a violent coup in the united Gu family. After he has power, will he listen to our arrangements honestly? Little Pei Desi thought about it. And it was true. Mr. Pei Desi said earnestly, don't treat others as fools. As tools. In general, we have no way to check and balance the Gu family. For Gu family, including Fofana, we cannot treat them as pawns. We are supported by them, and they are helped by us to develop better. Mutual benefit is the only way for things to last. Little Pedes rolled his eyes. It's the same again. Although he looked disdainful, and even thought that his brother would appear pedantic at some moments. Little Pedes had to admit that at least one point was right. They really did not have the ability to check and balance the Gu family. No matter who they support, who wins in the end. As long as the Gu family does not completely fall apart, and half of the power is left, it will still be the largest interstar zone chamber of commerce in the recent star zones. They do not have to pay taxes to the star zone government, nor do they need any support from the star zone government. What else can they do? Completely cut off. The Gu family will be uncomfortable, and it will become inconvenient for them to do anything in the Tianma star zone. After all, their headquarters is on Phase Star. But at the same time, without the support of the Imperial Chamber of Commerce, and lack of financial support, the Star Zone government will also be uncomfortable. If we work together, we will both benefit. If we separate, we will both suffer. What else can we do? Just make do with it. Although he was unhappy with Gu, little Petter still understood this truth. He listened quietly to his brother continue to talk. What Petter said to his brother was essentially his thinking process. Whatever conditions Gu Ming can agree to, Gu Heng can agree to. Gu Heng can also do one more thing. We asked Gu to draw a clear line with Fash. He has a specific action to take, to abolish Blackbird Heavy Industries on the Angry Owl Star. This will inevitably greatly deteriorate the relationship between Gu and Fash. Moreover, we also have to consider the cost of making a choice. If we help Gu Ming, Wang Qi will die without support, but is there any way we can deal with Gu Heng? If we push the 8 Chamber of Commerce fleets that used to stand on Wang Qi's side to Angry Owl Star, we can still make Wang Qi's son the head of the family. Do we have to send the Imperial Navy to help Gu Ming control the Chamber of Commerce fleet? Do we have to send the army to Angry Owl Star to eliminate Gu Hang? That is impossible. The Imperial Navy and army are not completely under our command, and we cannot find a suitable reason to attack the Imperial Chamber of Commerce and a planetary governor. Helping Gu Ming, we can indeed achieve the goal of splitting the Gu family, but we can only get the friendship of at most half of the Gu family, and will turn the other half, plus a governor in the Star region, into enemies. It is impossible to form the most ideal situation, where both sides have to befriend us. What's more, the cost of helping him is so high. On the contrary, if we help Gu Hang and Wang Qi, we will have very little to do, although these two will be more difficult to control, and the power of the Gu family will not be weakened too much. But the mother and son, to fulfill their promise, will inevitably stand on the opposite side of the Fokkers family, and our goal will be achieved. What's more, for a good cooperation, shouldn't they be grateful? This lays more foundation for future cooperation. Listening to his brother's long chatter, little Paydesi curled his lips and concluded, "So, you finally made a decision, you want to help that kid Gu Hang, right?" Paydesi smiled slightly and said, "Probably." "Okay, then do it." Little Paydesi yawned and stood up. "I leave first." Watching his brother leave, Mr. Paydesi showed a helpless smile. He didn't even say anything about his brother. In the past, he didn't know how many times he had said it, but it was useless, he always looked so careless. Alcohol, sex in all kinds of ways, all kinds of exciting entertainment. Talking too much, it was useless, his brother was no longer a child, and now he was the governor of Fei Star, how could he keep talking about it? Gradually, he stopped talking about it. Most of the planetary affairs were handled by him, as the head of the Star region. He didn't want to seize power. He pushed his younger brother to take over the position. On the contrary, he often thought that if little Pedes could take on more responsibilities and help him more, he would be much more relaxed. However, I still shouldered everything by myself. My younger brother went to spend his time drinking and partying, and he still had to work. He sighed, thought about the wording, and made an interstellar communication to the Fofana family and General Tillmans respectively. 7 standard Terra days later, Black Arrow Star, a town outside the capital of the Luman Kingdom, the headquarters of the Alliance Expeditionary Force. Although it is called a headquarters, in fact, it has long been in tatters. For practicality, there is no need to care about anything else. Originally, this was just a basement, and then the engineers reinforced the structure to prevent it from being blown down. These reinforced structures seem very rough, and the brothers of the engineering company have a heavy task. They have no time to design anything, just don't let it be blown down. Prabhav and Leroy, it was here, commanding their troops, resisting the joint attack of the Luman Kingdom army and part of the Gu family security forces led by Gu Ming. They resisted for 7 days. At this moment, neither of them had any manners to talk about. The dried sweat was stained with mud and blood on their faces and on their clothes. There was no condition to take a shower, change clothes, and they were still sweating, and they stunk all over. But no one despised them. Everyone is like this. Disheveled hair, unshaven beard, dusty face, sweaty body, smell of blood. This is the appearance of every Angry Owl Star person who is holding on here. The two of them are just a little heavier, and have dark circles and red eyes. In the past few days, the two of them may only sleep for about 2 hours a day. They are definitely tired, but they still try to persevere. They know very well that this war is very difficult. They had no support, no supplies, and had to rely on their existing strength to hold out for 8 days. During this time, the two partners had some idea of the number of enemies. King Ness Lumen assembled more than 100,000 troops, 2 Ranger Night Titans, and more than 300 Sentinel mechas on the battlefield. During these 7 days, he estimated that his troops had eliminated at least 30,000 enemy troops. But the number of enemies seemed to have never decreased. Those enemies, almost in the past 7 days, whether it was day or night, whether it was sunny or rainy, were attacking all the time. Prabhav always used a very contemptuous tone. When he was boosting the morale of the army, belittled the soldiers of the Luman Kingdom. What about holding scrap copper and iron? What about being treated as cannon fodder, purely coming to die, without discipline, weak fighting will, poor fighting level? But what he said was also true. The conscripts of the Luman Kingdom are just at this level. Especially the continuous attacks, and the large number of casualties, which made those conscripts feel that attacking a fortified town was simply a way to die. The morale was so low that when they attacked, as long as there were no knights to support them, they would collapse as soon as they suffered a little casualty. But the problem was, there were too many knights. If it were just the 100,000 Luman cannon fodder, Prabhav would not have taken them seriously at all. However, Luman's royal knights, which brought them a lot of pressure. Especially the two Knight Titans. When the two Knight Titans were bombing from a distance, the Alliance army's countermeasures were very limited. And they could only passively endure the bombing. And when the two Titans personally led the team into the frontline battle, it was even more of a nightmare. Having learned from the lesson of the destruction of the previous two Knight Titans, the Luman military would never allow the Knight Titans to be separated again. Ordinary Luman infantry could not be trusted, but those Sentinel Knights, their fighting will was still sufficient. They will guard the Knight Titans' feet tightly, not giving the Alliance soldiers any chance to take advantage of. In this way, every time the Knight Titan leads the team to attack, it is a nightmare, and the Alliance expeditionary force will pay a heavy price. It is necessary to concentrate heavy artillery to bombard, and the soldiers need to risk firepower to strike, and after paying a lot of ammunition consumption, and even a lot of soldiers' lives, they can temporarily overload the opponent's energy shield. However, at this time, the enemy will often retreat, not giving any chance to take advantage of. 2 days later, after the shield system is fully charged, they will return to the front line. The Luman military fought more patiently. They knew that the people who were defending the town could fight, but they had no reinforcements or backup. If they continued to fight, they would definitely be the winners with the support of an entire country. However, despite such a bad situation, Prabhav did not defend passively. He still insisted on the so-called flexible defense strategy. During an all-out attack by the enemy 3 days ago, he risked sending out armored forces disguised behind some dilapidated buildings. With artillery support and Lacroxia's special forces, they successfully destroyed the shield generator of a Knight Titan, but at the cost of 6 Lion tanks, 30 infantry fighting vehicles, and more than 200 soldiers. Moreover, due to the high losses, although they had created an opportunity, they were unable to deliver the final blow and allow the Knight Titan, without a shield generator, to successfully retreat. But despite this, the results were acceptable. The Knight Titan was damaged, and later it dared not appear on the front line, and could only fire missiles from the rear. They only had to face the impact of one Knight Titan in the front, and the pressure was much relieved. However, after fighting for 7 days, they were almost at the end of their rope. Report to the commander. The enemy attack has been repelled. Report the casualties. Yes. The May 2nd, 37 Company in the south has disappeared, and no one was seen alive when the 3rd Company went up to support. There are only 17 people left in the 3rd Company now. According to the previous request of the political commissar, the number has been retained, and the command has been merged into the battalion headquarters. At present, the 37th Brigade no longer has a company-level unit, and all are under the command of the battalion level. The engineering battalion and the logistics support battalion are all deployed. The main force of the 34th Division in the north was severely damaged, and the acting commander Major Gale was killed. Currently, Major Mayev has taken over the command. This is the 3rd acting commander of the 34th Division. Prabhav listened with a blank expression. Except for the enemy being repelled, there was no good news. But his heart has become somewhat numb. All along, especially in the past 2 days, it has been the same news. They have repelled the enemy attacks again and again, fighting with the enemy for house after house, and even ruin after ruin. Now, they are really at the end of their rope. Of the 30,000 troops he brought with him, there are less than 13,000 who may still be alive, and most of them are injured. But although the loss of personnel is heavy, other aspects are even worse. The 2 combined brigades have a total of 36 Lion tanks. Only the last one is still operational. There are a total of 400 artillery pieces, and 320 of them have been destroyed. Even with the remaining 80, with the existing ammunition reserves, they can only fire 6 rounds at most. There are less than 1,000 shells. All the rocket launchers have been used up, and there are not many mortar shells. Even for bullets, they now need to carefully collect the ammunition from the dead soldiers. Otherwise, they will not be able to hold on. It can be said that except for the food reserves, which are still sufficient for the time being because the residents of the suburban town were driven away and all the food was left, all other war materials have reached the final limit. However, it was only the 7th day. There was still 1 day left before the 8 days required by the governor. What to do? Prabhav didn't know. taking advantage of the lull in the fighting. He left the command post. Leroy didn't try to persuade him, as the commissar had already fallen asleep. He was deaf in one ear, and he hadn't slept for 23 hours, so he needed to rest for a while. After coming out, Prabhav looked at the night sky, feeling guilty. He couldn't help but reflect, did his tactics in the past 7 days fail in too many places? Did his mistakes in command lead to the current situation? Did I fail to live up to the governor's trust? But no matter what, on the last day, I will personally take the gun and go to the front line of the battlefield. Even if we can't hold on for the 8th day, even if the Lumans occupy our position, it must be after we are all dead. He swore with gritted teeth. But at this moment, he saw dozens of long tails of flames in the sky, crossing the night sky. Chapter 253, Bewitched. If one word is used to describe the mood of King Luman and Gu Ming, it would be panic. When Prabhav saw the orange-red tail flame that cut through the night sky, he was still not sure what it was. After all, the interstellar communication equipment he had was destroyed in a previous bombing, and he himself was lucky to survive, and Leroy was deaf in one ear, which was already considered lucky. If the communication equipment is not working, it is really impossible to save it. But Gu Ming is different. He has smooth communication with the 4 merchant fleets that are still under his control, and even has an independent star communication tower, which can make interstellar calls. He clearly knows that the Blade Tiger, which belongs to the Imperial Navy Pegasus fleet, is approaching, and it is definitely not here to help him. Although there is no exact information, he can be roughly sure that this starship is carrying the army of his cousin. When he first heard the news, he was extremely angry, and made many phone calls to many bigwigs on the Flying Wing Star. However, the 3 most important calls, namely those to the Star Region Leader Pedes, the commander of the Pegasus fleet, Tillmans, and the naval family Fofana, were all unanswered. Obviously, they didn't answer. At this point, no matter how lucky he was, he understood one fact: he was abandoned. The political situation in the Star region has chosen to stand on the side of Wang Qi and Gu Hang, the mother and son. At this time, his mentality began to undergo some interesting changes. Rage, luck, and after the luck was shattered, he began to become hysterical. He ordered the 4 Chamber of Commerce fleets to stop the approach of the Blade Tiger at all costs. This was a crazy order. Perhaps when he gave this order, his mind was not clear. Actively attacking the Imperial Navy. What does this mean? Do they really want to rebel? If they win, they won't be able to do any work for the Imperial Chamber of Commerce, and they all have to run for their lives. If they can escape and become interstellar pirates, they are lucky. But fortunately, Gu Ming went crazy. But the frontline commanders of the 4 Chamber of Commerce fleets, who heard the order, did not go crazy. They listened to the Imperial Navy opening public communications, and constantly demanding that all interstellar ships in the region stop all hostile actions in the name of the Imperial Navy and the Pegasus fleet. Otherwise, they would be regarded as traitors to the Empire. These commanders on the front line, called one after another, using the excuse of confirming the order, first tested the authenticity of the order. When Gu Ming repeatedly emphasized that it was indeed him who issued the order, they turned to persuade him earnestly. Anyway, regardless of whether Gu Ming listens or not, we will definitely not open fire. Everyone follows you to make trouble, puts their heads on the belt, and engages in family feuds, which is to say, for a better life in the future. If the boss of his own family becomes the boss of the family, everyone can earn more and have a better status. If they fight with the Imperial Navy, then it will be a completely different matter. Whether they are those who are concerned about their own future, or those who are loyal to Gu Ming, they are all persuading him. Even for the latter, they know that if they take action, there will be no way back. Or will they really become pirates? With this determination, what else can they do? Gu Ming gradually calmed down, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Fortunately, we didn't fight. Not only can we not fight at sea, we can't even fight when the landing ship of the Blade Tiger is flying to the surface. The landing ship is also part of the Blade Tiger, and belongs to the Imperial Navy. After landing, the troops released are from the Angry Owl Star. That's one thing. But if they explode in midair, there will be no corpses left, and no evidence. What if people say that they are the Marines deployed on the starship? There is no way to defend ourselves. Then we can only let them down and fight. Ness Luman, who was standing next to him, was furious. How could the Imperial Navy do this? It's so unfair. What if this is just the beginning? What if the troops of the Angry Owl Star are continuously transported to the Black Arrow Star by the Imperial Navy? Are we just going to watch? Are you asking me to fight a planet with the power of a kingdom? He kept talking, his expression filled with grief and indignation. Guoming sighed, and turned to Luman and said, "At this point, we can only fight to the death. Can you recruit more troops? Especially more Night Titans. I will make up for your losses in the future." Speaking of this, Luman pushed him hard. Guoming fell to the ground. His bodyguards, the guards of the Luman Kingdom, all moved, but after all, no blood was shed. They just pulled out their weapons, pointed at the opposite side, but did not fire. Niece Luman's eyes were red, staring at Guoming. "I have gambled everything I have, but the situation is completely different from what you promised in the past. I will compensate." "Compensate your mother," Nez cursed. "Now it's a question of whether we can win." Guoming stood up, also staring at Ness Luman, and said, "Don't talk to me in this tone, as if all the mistakes are caused by me. We made the decision together, and the main force is your army. Don't I know that the key issue now is whether we can win? Just now, I almost let my fleet attack the Imperial Navy in order to win." At this point, Guoming calmed down a little. "We must not have conflicts now. Do you understand? I need your strength. Otherwise I can't win. And you also need me. Otherwise you won't get anything even if you win." Luman ruffled his hair and roared unwillingly. He really regretted it. But what can he do? He was obsessed. After a while, he said, "There are still 3 Night Titans in the kingdom. But those 3 Marquises, they may not listen to me completely. I will try my best to persuade them. I will make some promises, and you will have to pay for these promises in the future. If they come over, in addition to the 3 Night Titans, we can also gather 300 Sentinel Knights and 200,000 conscripts. Not enough. I can also contact several other countries. They have put a lot of diplomatic pressure on us recently, but in essence, they are dissatisfied with our actions without informing them, and we have not promised them any benefits. I can share some future power in exchange for their support. At least not to intervene. This will allow me to mobilize some border defense forces. It's still not enough. Then think about it. Can you pray to the Emperor to give us a 1,000,000-strong army?" At this point, Guoming confirmed that this was really squeezing the Luman Kingdom to the bottom. "Then let's do it. But it has to be fast. It has to be fast. We are already very short of time." Chapter 254, Wind and Lightning. Ness Luman and Guoming, after the conflict broke out, because they were on the same side, had to reconcile under the pressure of reality. They reacted quickly, to gather a stronger army, to deal with the difficulties. Of course, their goal was still very clear, to deal with the suburban town. The reason was also very simple. They had already experienced the fighting power of the Angry Owl Star people. Guoming couldn't understand how his nephew could train a strong army on the planet, which had only been less than 2 years since he went there. Before he went there, it was even difficult to pay the Imperial tax on that planet. But no matter how incredible he thought it was a reality that was set in stone, and he could only obey it with a sigh. They dared not underestimate the powerful people of the Angry Owl Star. If tens of thousands of new troops came from the sky, it would take a long time and cost to annihilate them all. Even, to put it bluntly, the 2 great Marquises, real aristocrats, as Ness Luman said, even if they listened to him, followed his orders, and started to assemble troops immediately, they might not have time to do anything now. How strong can the military organization ability of a feudal country be? The troops of the Angry Owl Star have already crossed the sky and started to land in orbit. It would be too late to mobilize troops from all over the country now. At best, they would squeeze out some troops from the nearest place. The remaining troops would be used as reinforcement and reserve at most. The newly recruited troops would be divided into 2 parts. One part would be mobilized to the suburbs of the capital, Pincel, to join the siege of the suburban town. They could also sense that the soldiers of the Angry Owl Star in the suburban town were already exhausted. With another new force and a little more effort, they might be able to capture the entire town one day. In the past few days, they were still able to confirm that Ms. Wang Qi had not escaped in the town. As long as they could capture or kill Wang Qi alive, there would still be room for improvement. The other part of the army had to be organized to deal with the new reinforcements from the Angry Owl Star. According to the calculations based on the flames across the sky, they could roughly know that the landing craft that landed from orbit were still 200 or 300 kilometers away from the capital of Pincel. They speculated that the reason why the Angry Owls did this was mainly to avoid the capital area. which had the strongest firepower in the orbital defense system of the Luman Kingdom. Indeed, Gu Ming's nephew probably found the right opportunity, and used the Imperial Navy's skin to make sure that they would not dare to attack the Imperial Navy official fleet. But the landing spacecraft landing on the surface is of another nature. If the orbital anti-aircraft firepower on the ground attacks the starship, if the relative position of the starship is within the shooting angle of the orbital anti-aircraft firepower, and the distance is really on the planet's orbit, then it can barely reach it. But the firepower on the planet cannot be moved after all, and it is impossible to be strong enough to destroy the frigate in the sky with a sudden round of bombardment. Wouldn't they run away? As long as they run away, they will be charged with attacking the Imperial Navy. Afterwards, whether it is Gu Ming or the Luman Kingdom of the Black Arrow Star, they will be charged with attacking the Imperial Navy and being traitors to the Empire. But the landing ship is different. During the flight to the surface, it cannot escape. Gu Hang is probably a little scared, worried that during the landing, someone will really dare to attack, and the loss will be too great. Moreover, there is room for subsequent wrangling. With a distance of about 300 kilometers, it can break through the atmosphere from other airspaces, and when it flies lower, it will be out of the strike angle of orbital air defense firepower, and then land. The safety will be much higher, and it will be impossible to fight unless the Kingdom of Luman is so powerful that it can integrate the orbital firepower of all other countries on the planet and carry out a joint strike, so that it can achieve full coverage. Otherwise, they alone cannot cover the airspace of the entire planet. After landing, when the army rushed forward, orbital air defense would be of little use. Although, a distance of about 300 kilometers is not too far for a mechanized and motorized army. It would only take a few days to reach the destination if they really rushed forward. However, Nest Luman and Gu Ming decided to do something. The new troops recruited were used for this purpose. This force would conduct strict defense along the way, set up checkpoints at every level, and block the angry Owl Star army from the source. They didn't seek victory or annihilation, but only wanted to slow down their march and buy more time for the battle outside Pincel. Until the battle outside Pincel was won, it would be considered a success. They felt that this strategy was still very meaningful. At least if it was implemented, the probability of success was quite high, although they still had to face the problem of an allied army in the Luman Kingdom afterwards. As long as Wang Qi died, many things could be turned around later. However, the next three pieces of news that reached their ears were not good news. First, the remnant of the Alliance army in the suburban town had a strong will to resist. They seemed to have sensed the arrival of strong reinforcements, and with their morale high, they became even more tenacious. Second, the newly arrived Alliance army did not take any rest on the spot after landing. With an exaggerated number of hundreds of Lion tanks as the spearhead, many armored vehicles, self-propelled artillery, and troop transport trucks followed closely behind, charging fiercely all the way, rushing along the road, and advancing at a speed that was jaw-dropping. The checkpoint troops hastily gathered halfway were not very effective at all. They were scattered when attacked and collapsed when hit. Even in a small-scale battle, the 20 Sentinel mechas gathered by the Luman Kingdom army dug out a solid position, and brought the 2,000 infantrymen that they had finally gathered, preparing to resist for at least a few hours. As a result, they were completely defeated in 20 minutes. Of course, if it was just like this, it would only make them look bad, and they would not be completely panicked. What really made them panic was the two troops that were so fast that they had no idea what to do. When they just received the news about these two troops, they were about to reach the outskirts of Pincel City. These two troops were 15 red armored giants and more than 100 Wind Falcon speedboats. Chapter 255, How could there be space marines? 15 red armored warriors, they must be phoenixes. These Emperor Angels are the first batch to get off the landing ship. This type of landing ship comes from the Blade Tiger, named V-type landing ship. The landing ship used for orbital landing operations is quite large. One ship can carry 500 people as well as corresponding weapons and equipment, and even heavy vehicles. It is also equipped with interference devices to defend against anti-aircraft firepower. Equipped with a small energy shield generator, has a certain ability to resist attacks, and its own armor is also relatively strong, in addition to being unarmed and not that fast. This type of landing ship is quite powerful, and is expensive to build, which is different from ordinary civilian transport ships. There are only 2 such landing ships on the Blade Tiger, plus some small landing ships. If all are deployed, They can transport a force of about 2,000 people to the ground at one time, and then go back and forth. The round-trip time, including the loading and unloading time, can only run once in 6 hours. This is not very efficient. But there is no way. The Blade Tiger itself is not particularly large. It is just a frigate. It has about 10,000 crew members, and 30,000 people are already overloaded. It even takes up a lot of other space. Temporary living and equipment is also stuffed full. At that time, Yi Lixia complained about Gu Hang. The Blade Tiger has become a fat pig. On the Blade Tiger, the configuration of the landing ship is so shabby. For large-scale landing operations, either large starships or special landing starships are used. According to estimates, if Gu Hang wants to send all his 35,000 people to the ground, even if the landing ships operate non-stop, it will take about 100 hours, or more than 4 days. This period of time is actually the most vulnerable time for the landing troops. But the problem is that the army of the Luman Kingdom is more vulnerable. The main force is besieging the suburban town, and the troops that can be sent are few and of low quality. The first wave of allied troops that came down directly defeated all the enemies that surrounded the landing site. Later, more troops came down and began to expand outwards and build temporary positions. They would defend here for a while. But at the same time, Gu Hang also made a request for speed. A combined battalion would set out first and fight forward. After a day, when the 1st Chiefing Brigade was almost able to complete the assembly, they would complete the assembly, continue to rush forward, pierce the enemy, and leave a small part of the troops to guard the landing site. Then, after the next few divisions and brigades arrive, they will follow the footsteps of the troops that set out in front and fight out. This is the situation that the hastily created blocking force of the Kingdom of Luman will face. Doing so is certainly not as stable as waiting for 4 days to complete the assembly of the troops before fighting. But it also does not give the opponent time to prepare. Given the difference in military quality between the two sides, it will really be a one-shot deal. However, these have little to do with the Space Marines. While the follow-up troops were still disembarking and assembling, they had already received the order from the governor, boarded 3 Wind Falcons, and began to rush to the target location. 300 kilometers. The Wind Falcons arrived quickly. In order to avoid being hit, the Wind Falcons flew very low. Orbital anti-aircraft guns cannot hit targets that fly too low, and the shooting angle is limited. As long as the Wind Falcons do not really fly over the several orbital anti-aircraft positions in Pinzer City, it will be fine. Flying at low altitude is not easy. But here, it is still smooth. The main reason is that the terrain outside the city of Pincel is relatively flat, without the frequent high mountains, and the speedboats have strong flight performance, plus the pilots are no longer rookies like when the Air Force was first established, and now after a long time of flying, each of them has honed their skills. And their first goal is to attack the artillery positions of the Luman Corps that are besieging the suburban town. In the early stages of the battle, the artillery units of the Luman Kingdom were suppressed miserably. The range, power, and mobility were poor. Once they showed up, they would be bombed by the Alliance artillery before they could move. However, they have recently regained their strength, mainly because the Alliance did not have enough artillery and ammunition. But now, they have suffered a great disaster. They were not completely defenseless. After the Luman army observed the incoming air force, especially after determining that their target was the artillery position, they quickly informed the front line of the enemy's situation, asked them to respond carefully, and mobilized troops to deploy defenses. However, it was useless. What would it matter if we were prepared? The Wind Falcon did not dare to be too arrogant. After firing a round of missiles from a distance, it slipped away without conducting low-altitude strafing, which would give the enemy a chance. If they were unlucky, they would be shot down by the Sentinel mechas, which would be a big loss. As for the Space Marines, they jumped directly from the Wind Falcon. It was very convenient for the Wind Falcon to deliver Space Marines. It was not like delivering ordinary soldiers. Either they had to surrender, or the Wind Falcon had to land on the ground. For the Space Marines, it might not be good to jump too high, but if it is only 10 meters away, it is not a big problem to jump down. Even, the Wind Falcon can keep flying forward. Just don't fly too fast. This greatly improves the speed of deploying troops, as well as the safety of the Wind Falcon itself. The Space Marines, who weigh several tons including the people and armor, can smash a pit when they fall to the ground. Then, they come out of the pit unscathed. At this moment, some enemies have surrounded us. But they are just some miscellaneous soldiers. So what? The bullets hit them. But there was not even a scratch. 15 Space Marines, led by Captain Martins, went to the artillery position in an orderly manner. On the way, they fired steadily and indifferently. Every bullet would definitely take the life of one or more enemies. 5 Sentinel mechas appeared and tried to resist. They have a certain resistance to the shooting of the grenade guns, and they are not so easy to be killed. But in front of the Space Marines, it was still like a chicken. One shot could not blow it up. So 5 bolters were aimed at it, and with extremely precise methods, it fired violently and emptied 5 magazines, and the Sentinel mecha was naturally destroyed. Among them, Martins was the most powerful. With the Terminator armor, he could equip a heavy bolter with one hand, which was a powerful armor-piercing weapon. On the contrary, the machine guns of the Sentinel mechas were not without threats to the Space Marines. But you have to be able to hit. In terms of shooting accuracy and reaction speed, there is a qualitative difference between the two sides. As soon as the trigger was pressed, the machine gun shells had not even been fired for 2 rounds, they were blown up first. In one encounter, 4 Sentinels were gone. The remaining one, because the distance was too close, was not selected as a target of fire. It fired many machine gun shells in 1 or 2 seconds, but only a few hit, and they could only hit the shoulder armor of the Space Marines, who were moving sideways, and most causing them to pause, and a small dent was left on the shoulder armor. The fate of this Sentinel mech was even more tragic. The new blood of the regiment, Anato, was the first one. He just accelerated a few steps, and came to the front of the Sentinel mech. The size of the Sentinel mech was much larger than that of the Space Marines. Even if the Space Marines were wearing armor, they were generally only about 2.4 meters tall. Putting on the Terminator Martins, they were only 2.7 meters tall. The Sentinel mech was more than 3 meters tall. But it was not the case that the bigger it was, the stronger its combat power would be. The Sentinel mech moved first, and its equipped knight sword swept across towards Anato. But Anato dodged it by simply bending down. Then, Anato exerted force under his feet, and the explosive speed made the pilot of the Sentinel mech unable to react. And he was pressed very close. The battle blade, which had been tempered for thousands of times, accurately pierced into the gap of the Sentinel's armor, and its power system was immediately cut off. Anato exerted force again, flipped the mech to the ground, stepped on its chest, used a knife in one hand, and pulled its head with the other hand, and exerted force together, and pulled off the head of the Sentinel mech. The Sentinel mecha is not a Night Titan. It does not have a dedicated cockpit. The driver is wrapped inside the mecha. When the mecha head is pulled off, the human head will also be pulled off. To complete this set of actions, Anato only spent 3 to 5 seconds. He put away the battle blade, picked up the gun again, and walked forward quickly. In these 3 to 5 seconds, his comrades had passed him and continued to move forward. During this process, no one even looked at him. Killing a Sentinel mecha is just not worth paying attention to. Anato did not think he had done anything remarkable. He had to hurry up and catch up. But this scene was too terrifying in the eyes of the Luman soldiers next to him. Those were 5 Knight Masters. In their hearts, the Knight Masters were invincible. If in the previous battle, the Knight Masters were killed by heavy artillery, or by the rocket launchers and mortars of the so-called Alliance soldiers, that would be fine. After all, on the battlefield, guns and cannons are blind. Even if the Knights are wearing armor, they are attacked in such a targeted manner and covered by terrible firepower. It seems normal for them to die in battle. Not to mention, the Alliance army also has terrifying tanks and armored vehicles. It is normal for the Knights to die in battle if they can't stand it. Even so, it is still not easy to eliminate a 3-meter-high Sentinel mecha. It often takes a long time to fight, and the Alliance army will also pay a price for it. But now, it was a completely different concept. 5 Knights, standing in front of those red armored warriors, were killed instantly in almost one encounter. They were killed like chickens. For these conscripts of the Luman Kingdom, this was simply a picture of the collapse of fighting faith. Those who had a little more knowledge and had heard some stories finally remembered some legends at this time. This is a space warrior. It's an angel. The words that were shouted out involuntarily in fear, and others who heard them were even more demoralized. This blocking army just collapsed. The Phoenixes did not pursue them. They were just some miscellaneous soldiers, and they just approached indifferently, and then destroyed the artillery positions. Until the end of the battle, there was no new army to interfere with them. This battle was boring. The veterans felt that they were just here for a walk. This kind of stuff, what's the difference between it and shooting at moving targets in the training ground? That is, things like the Sentinel mech are a little interesting and a little more durable, but there are too few of them. As for the new recruits, most of them also find it boring. It is the first time for them to leave the Wrathful Owl Star to fight. They were a little nervous at first, but after fighting a battle, they felt, that's it. It would be better to fight against the cultists in the northern part of the Wrathful Owl Star. After all, those cultists are not afraid of death, and have some psychic spells, which are more or less a threat, not to mention that they will enter the real world later, face the evil god directly, and even win the battle in the end. These recruits were not very motivated. Even the last 3 newly mature recruits, at least during the training period, the growth period, before they were given armor, they had taken turns to go to the border of northern Chingu province, followed the Chingu group army, and continued to clear southwards, and eliminated many deformed monsters, so they had some practical experience. They also felt that the level of these Luman soldiers was really too poor. After destroying the artillery position, they turned to find a new target. The one they were targeting was the Ranger-class Knight Titan whose shield generator had been destroyed in the previous battle, and which now only dared to be used as a rocket launcher from a distance. The 2 Knight Titans were the biggest threat to the suburban town. Even if this one did not dare to attack directly, it would be annoying to use extended-range rockets from a distance. Just destroy it. Gu Ming and Ness Luman had already guessed what it was when they heard the news about the 15 red-armored giants. But despite this, the 2 of them still had a certain sense of luck. How could they really be Space Marines? Why would the Emperor Angels appear in such a remote place like Black Arrow Star? They were either fighting large-scale rebellions that could destabilize multiple star regions, or fighting on the front line against powerful foreign races. How could a small Black Arrow Star, a small civil strife in the Gu family, attract a group of Space Marines? There weren't really any traitors to the Empire here. Besides, even if there were traitors to the Empire, they would not be able to provoke the Space Marines unless they were traitors to a certain extent. That is why it was normal for them to not believe it at first, and to have a fluke. According to what Gu Ming said to comfort himself, it was possible that his nephew had made it up, using some ordinary armor to pretend. But he himself did not believe it. Then, reality completely shattered his fluke, within a few minutes of landing. They had destroyed a Sentinel mecha squad, defeated a large group of Luman troops, and destroyed the artillery position of the Luman Corps. Now, those 15 people were coming towards them, and their target was the Knight Titan not far from them. The troops had tried their best to intercept them, but they just couldn't stop them. The 2 were completely panicked. Chapter 256, Fear and Fear. When Ness Luman and Gu Ming were panicking and didn't know what to do, the Phoenixes, who were extremely feared by them and caused them great fear, had completed their second mission and successfully evacuated. They destroyed the Knight Titan that lost its shield generator. To be honest, this process was not easy. The Space Marines are strong, very strong, but they are not really invincible. For example, the machine guns of the Sentinel mecha, which hit the shoulder armor, the chest armor, or even the helmet, may not really be a big deal. But if they are hit in the waist, hit in the joints, hit in the back, they will not feel good either. And even if they can only hit the thickest part of the armor, a dozen machine gun shells are not bad, but if they really hit dozens of them, power armor is useless. That is a machine gun, not ordinary bullets. Space Marines are not so easy to be hit. They seem to be huge, wearing heavy armor, but when they move, they are extremely flexible and fast. Obviously, it is not much smaller than the Sentinel mech in size. But in a real fight, the flexibility of the Sentinel armor and the speed of the machine guns fixed on both sides of the body cannot keep up with the action. It is just passive. But when there are hundreds of Sentinel mechs, and thousands of miscellaneous soldiers gather around, they are used to block bullets, block vision, and serve as cannon fodder, which is also very annoying. Moreover, can the Knight Titan be ignored? The weapons in its hands are also a deadly threat to the Space Marines. When the howitzer fired, it would be fine if it exploded on the edge. But if it hit the center, even if it was a Space Marine wearing tactical power armor, it would die. When the gravity fist hit, even Martins, who had the strength of a company champion and was wearing a Terminator armor, did not dare to take it head-on. The driver of the Knight Titan, after losing the energy shield, became particularly cowardly. When he learned that there were Space Marines coming for him, he was even more panicked. However, he definitely could not run away. Being alone, without the protection of infantry and sentinel mechas, he would become more vulnerable. He could only fight bravely through the sentinel mechas and the miscellaneous cannon fodder, and use the grenade launcher from a distance to blast the Space Marines. But it was ineffective. It was true that a direct hit could kill the Space Marines, but it had to hit the target. As soon as he raised his hand, the enemy would notice the target, and then start to maneuver, so he could not hit it accurately. Often, after one shot, the Space Marines were fine. At most the paint on their power armors was scratched by the fragments. But many of the Luman Kingdom soldiers, who were not far away, were killed by mistake. But in general, this is the right way to fight. And it has indeed effectively curbed the pace of the Space Marines. After all, there are only 15 Phoenixes, and they have no heavy firepower to support them. When the speed of action is slowed down and they fall into a quagmire, the mission is almost a failure. If they continue to fight hard, one negligence will really cause casualties. But at this time, a new helper appeared: the Alliance Air Force. Before, there were only 3 Wind Falcons carrying the Space Marines to the battlefield. More fighter planes have not landed on the starship of the Blade Tiger yet, and at this moment, they have been unloaded. The Wind Falcon fleet of 100 planes set off quickly, avoiding the flawed defense firepower network of the Luman Kingdom at a relatively low altitude, and quickly arrived above the battlefield. And they are the important support for Martins to try to attack and destroy the Night Titan. The fleet of 100 planes sweeping in. Without saying a word, they fired 2 rounds of airborne missiles first. This thing is not small in power. If all of them are fired at the Night Titan, without the energy shield, these airborne missiles alone will be enough to cause serious damage to the Night Titan. However, the Alliance Air Force did not do so. They had greater ambitions, and wanted to achieve more results. Their bombing target was the Lumen Core that was blocking between the Phoenix and the Night Titan, except for a small number of bombs that were directed at the Ranger to restrict and threaten it. The others blew up the ground forces of the Lumen Core. It was meaningless to bomb the miscellaneous soldiers, and the main target was the Sentinel mech. In this round of air strikes, many were killed. The weapons carried by the Foam Falcon are not just airborne missiles. Machine guns, laser cannons, etc. are all equipped. Their firepower is no less than that of a single Sentinel mecha. The key is that they can fly. They began to lick the ground in midair. The Foam Falcon of the 100 machine formation relied on missile bombing and machine gun ground support to disrupt the formation of the Lumen Core and caused considerable casualties. However, in this process, the Foam Falcon also suffered losses. Since it was a low-altitude battle, the danger was very high. The Sentinel mechas are not just taking beatings without fighting back. When they raise their heads, they cannon fire into the sky, which is equivalent to countless anti-aircraft guns. The Wind Falcon has thick armor, which is compared to traditional aircraft. If they really get beaten, they are much more fragile than the Sentinel mechas. Since the war began, in a short while, 8 Wind Falcons were shot down. However, such losses are worth it. The Space Marines, who were about to be dragged into the quagmire in front of them, are now active again. In the chaotic battlefield, 15 Red Giants attacked fiercely. Cooperating with the Wind Falcons in the sky, the Sentinel mechas were greatly reduced in number. Half of the 100 Sentinel mechas that had been assembled had been destroyed at this moment, and the rest were either panicking and afraid of fighting, cowering and thinking of escaping, or scattered everywhere, blocked by their own miscellaneous soldiers whose order had been destroyed, and were not able to make a difference. The way forward for the Space Marines was now unobstructed, and their goal has never changed. The Night Titan will never sit and wait for death. Such a dangerous situation, it was also aroused to be fierce. When the howitzer ran out of ammunition, and there was no time to reload, he took the bombardment of the heavy bombs from the grenade launcher, and used the Night Titan's heavy armor to resist, and rush forward, and threw a gravity fist at Martins, who was coming in front of him. Missed. In Martin's long fighting career, of course, he had seen something like the Night Titan. Although they were all friendly, he also fully understood that Night Titan should not be underestimated. Even though he was wearing Terminator armor, he did not want to fight hard. Martins quickly rolled sideways and avoided the explosion of the gravity fist. The aftermath was fierce, but for the Terminator, it could be ignored. He raised the power sword and slashed it fiercely. The gravity fist of Night Titan, which he had no time to retract, was cut off at the joint. Then, he bravely moved forward and hit Night Titan hard. His body was less than half the size of the Night Titan, and his head just reached the Titan's hips. But this collision still knocked the giant over. Then, the power sword was swung rapidly, and the swordsmanship level of the company champion was brought into play. First, the weapon was removed. Then the head was chopped off. And then the power system was destroyed. In a few seconds, Martin slashed more than a dozen swords and dismembered the Night Titan. And this process was clearly seen by Ness Luman and Gu Ming, who were fleeing. Their headquarters was not far from here. The two who realized that something was wrong wanted to run away immediately. As a result, they witnessed this scene on the way. It was terrifying. Chapter 257, you guessed it. Right. Gu Heng was sitting in the command center of the Alliance Expeditionary Force in the suburban town and heard the battle reports of the Phoenix Regiment and the Alliance Air Force. To be honest, Gu Heng was the first person in the army to support the suburban town. He was the first to land on the spacecraft. The commander of the army strongly opposed the decision of the Governor-General. It was too dangerous. According to their thinking, the Governor-General should not have come at all, and should just stay on the Angry All-Star safely. If he had to lead the army in person, he should have stayed on the relatively safe starship and made plans. Why would he go to the front line? However, Gu Heng only comforted them a little, and did not listen to them. Of course, he did not take his life lightly, but he had strong self-confidence. On the one hand, he was sure that his cousin would not dare to fight in the starry sky when the Blade Tiger approached. Nor would he force the army of the Luman Kingdom to use orbital strike force to bombard the warships that had already arrived in the orbit of the planet. Then, it is very likely that they would not dare to attack the landing ship. Moreover, the location chosen by the landing ship also avoided the anti-aircraft firepower circle near the capital, which further ensured the safety during the landing. Another source of his confidence is his own strength. Not only has he been promoted to LV7 Psychic, his strength has been greatly improved compared to the past. But more importantly, the talents and characteristics he obtained after defeating the evil god. All these bonuses are taken into account. Even if the landing ship he is riding on really has an accident and is blown up in midair, he can still land safely. Including after landing on the landing ship, he left the assembly of the troops to the 4 division commanders, and he himself mobilized his psychic power and quickly flew to the suburban town. It was faster than the Wind Falcon that needed to be pulled out of the landing ship. It can be seen from this that Gu Heng seemed calm on the surface. But in fact, he was still a little anxious in his heart. His arrival was of great practical significance. With his current psychic strength, it might be a bit difficult to tear the Night Titan alive from a distance unless he tore open the rift in the Kingdom of God to strengthen his own psychic strength. But if the Night Titan dared to stay exposed in front of him for a little longer, or if Gu Heng took a little risk, got closer, and passed the energy shield, then he could do it. As for the ordinary sentinel mech, it was even easier. Gu Heng estimated that if he struck with a lightning beam, he would definitely kill one. And if the enemy made a dense charge, a chain lightning, or a thunderstorm formed by psychic energy, would also be possible. After obtaining the Storm Master, his psychic power can be transformed into lightning. In terms of pure destructive power, it is much more powerful than the previous telekinesis. With Gu Heng in charge, the Alliance has an additional artillery battalion. Moreover, not only is the firepower strong, but the key is also extremely accurate. This is the direct help that Gu Heng can provide to the battle situation. And if the war really gets tense, he can also use his ultimate move to tear open the cracks in the Kingdom of God. In that case, not only will his own psychic power be greatly enhanced, but there are also thousands of heroic warriors in the Kingdom of God. If that doesn't work, the incarnation of the lesser god can be created. It still looks like a thunderstorm giant bear. Its strength is not as good as that of the great demon, but at least it has 30% of its ability. It can tear a Night Titan apart with bare hands, like tearing a toy. However, the noise of these moves is too loud. He is a legal psychic, but he can tear open the cracks in the real world and summon the heroes of the real world to fight. This performance is too shocking. It is not something that a regular psychic can do. If it is spread out, it will definitely attract the investigation of the Imperial Inquisition. For the Imperial Inquisition, the identity of the planetary governor and the claim of a legal psychic cannot be preserved. If they go crazy and insist on sending Gu Heng to the Eastern Universe's General Inquisition for investigation, then Gu Heng can only kill them and turn against the Inquisition. Otherwise, will he really go? Of course, if this situation can be avoided, try not to happen. Unless it is absolutely necessary. He will definitely not show a series of abilities to open the cracks in the kingdom of God. In fact, the battle situation was not that serious at all. The enemy did intensify the offensive against the suburban town because of the arrival of the angry Owl-Star army. They urgently replenished their troops and, at the request of the commander, began to attack fiercely. The troops under Prabhav in the suburban town, although they were not out of food, were at least running out of ammunition. Although Gu Hang's arrival and public appearance boosted the morale of the Alliance troops stationed in the suburban town, the objective conditions were still not subject to human will. Gu Hang himself was also ready to take action, at least to form a storm with conventional psychic power to supplement the firepower of the Alliance army. But it was not used. As soon as the enemy offensive started, it was interrupted by the landing Space Marines. The artillery positions were wiped out by the Phoenixes, and the attacking Luman soldiers naturally could not continue to fight, and retreated in a panic, preparing to rescue. Then, the Night Titan that had lost its shield generator, and was used as a rocket turret in the distance, was also killed. The Space Marines were still under the cover of the Wind Falcon, retreating calmly, and after getting away from the enemy, they boarded the fighter plane and flew into the suburban town. When he got the battle report first, Gu Hang knew that he didn't need to worry about the battlefield. He said to his mother, who looked a little haggard and embarrassed, "My army has fulfilled its mission." Right? Ms. Wang Qi no longer had the high attitude she often showed when she met Gu Hang in the past. She sighed, thanks to General Prabhav and the angry star warriors he led. Without their desperate fighting and their great sacrifice, I would definitely die here. If I was caught by Gu Ming, he would not let me go. Gu Hang sighed. I didn't expect that the Gu family, which has always been known for its unity, would come to such a state. Didn't you expect it a long time ago? Precautions are one thing, and it's another to see it happen. As for Gu Ming, what do you plan to do after you catch him? You haven't caught him yet. Are you so sure he can't escape? It's normal for Wang Qi to ask this question. The starship belonging to her can't send a spacecraft to land in the suburban town to pick her up. But Gu Ming can. Although, Gu Ming's fleet is small in number and is at a disadvantage in space, but the ground part has no orbital air defense system to attack his spacecraft. He has a good chance of evacuating by spacecraft. Gu Hang doesn't think so. He can't run away. The orbital anti-aircraft guns on the ground don't belong to him. Wang Qi immediately understood what her son was referring to. The orbital air defense system is essentially controlled by Ness Luman. It's true that he and Gu Ming are allies, and he will help him intercept Wang Qi's spacecraft and prevent her from evacuating. But if Gu Ming wanted to run away, I'm afraid Ness Luman wouldn't agree. It would be like abandoning him. If this happened, Gu Hang judged that the two would most likely fall out. Wang Qi also agreed with his son's judgment. As for the ground part, Gu Hang also showed strong confidence in front of his mother. In 2 days at most, the capital will be broken. As long as Gu Ming didn't run away on the spaceship, my army would definitely catch him. Wang Qi had no doubt about this. The troops led by Prabhav, 30,000 people, were able to hold out here for 8 days. During these 8 days, the opposing army did not stop at all, and was always attacking fiercely. But he not only held on, but also destroyed 2 Night Titans of the Luman Kingdom in the previous battle. And now, Gu Hang personally led the troops to support. Not only are there 35,000 more people, which is more than Prabhav's team, and the number of lion tanks is 3 times the original number of the expeditionary force, directly over 100. In addition, there are 100 Wind Falcons as air force. With such military strength, the Kingdom of Luman has nothing to fight against. In their heyday, they might be okay, but in the past 8 days of fighting, the Luman people suffered heavy losses. Ness almost lost half of the Royal Legion. Even if he could convince the 2 so-called Marquises to help him with all their strength, it would only restore the previous combat power. But under Gu Hang command, there is something even more exaggerated: 15 space warriors. Speaking of which, when Wang Qi first heard the news, she was also in complete disbelief. She had dealt with a regiment called the Exterminators before. It was a ship-based regiment that had no home planet and mainly relied on a fleet. When she led the team to replenish supplies for the Exterminators, they were a little bit unable to pay, so they asked her caravan to wait, and the money would be available soon. At that time, the Exterminators were participating in a rebellion war. Wang Qi saw with her own eyes that after the Exterminators joined the war, they defeated the Imperial traitors on that planet like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. That regiment's fighting style was brutal, and they didn't take mortal lives seriously. After the victory, they killed and looted very cleanly, which was in line with their name. But that was secondary. After the victory, the governor of that planet held a banquet to thank the Space Marines. But all the exterminators who attended the banquet were in armor, and they were not polite at all, and asked the governor to pay for supplies. The battle was over, and they needed supplies. According to the exterminators, this was for the subsequent wars. They would set out on the journey again and go to the next war, which of course required supplies. They also need population and weapons, to replenish the fleet sailors, to replenish the mortal auxiliary army. They need to conduct a conscription on the planet, and need a large number of young people, to screen new recruits through cruel escape and killing, and trials with extremely high mortality rates. The exterminators have listed quotas for these things, and asked the governor to provide them in full within a limited time. If it is not enough, they will come to get it themselves. If you dare to stop it, you will be regarded as a rebel. The governor of that planet failed to gather enough, and hoped that the Space Marines would give more time. But the exterminators started without saying anything. As they said, they could take it themselves. Wang Qi saw all of this. Some of the blood-stained spoils and taxes were what the exterminators used to pay for supplies. That contact left Wang Qi with a very deep impression of the Space Marines. She thought that the exterminators would at least be reprimanded by the Empire in the future. After all, they attacked and plundered an Imperial planet. But in fact, it didn't. The exterminator left, headed to the next war, and the planetary governor was punished by the Empire. Space Marines are angels, but don't forget the prefix of the name of angel, which is death. The Emperor mercy they bring usually sends the target who needs mercy to the Emperor to experience it personally. The time she visited the wrathful owl, she didn't see the phoenix. At first, she thought it was a friendly force, an external reinforcement her son had invited from somewhere. But later, it was discovered that those Space Marines were actually following Gu Hang orders. Wang Qi, who had been implanted with fear of Space Marines and deeply felt that the Emperor angels were completely unacceptable and even better not to deal with, now saw 15 Space Marines fighting for her son. It is conceivable how great the shock would be in her heart. She was a little uneasy about this, but at least she recognized the fighting power of the Space Marines. With the assistance of these 15 angels of death, victory in the war should be as her son said, without any problem. Thinking of this, she looked deeply at Gu Hang's face. She didn't understand that he could make the Space Marines obey her orders. She had some concerns, but she had to admit that her son was really capable. Then, the mother and son talked about the business again. As for how to deal with Gu Ming after he was captured or confirmed dead, it was essentially about how to reintegrate the family's power. Wang Qi didn't want Gu Ming to live. But if there was a choice, it would be best to capture him alive, catch him to phase star, publicly try him, and execute him. That would be the best. However, this matter cannot be forced. On the one hand, the guns and cannons on the battlefield are blind, and there is nothing you can do even if you die. On the other hand, as long as Gu Ming is alive, there will be variables. If he is taken to phase star, Gu Ming still has a foundation, and there is no telling what will happen. Arrest, detention, trial, execution. In this whole process, there are still too many places to operate. Once the formal process is entered, some things will be difficult to do. Rather than being forced to kill him in prison or under house arrest when the situation changes, and bearing a bad reputation, it is better to end it directly on the battlefield. Anyway, it was you, Gu Ming, who started it first. If he dies, no one can say that Gu Hang and his mother are cruel. As long as Gu Ming dies, coupled with the fact that he took the initiative to start a violent rebellion and a family coup, Wang Qi himself is the party that has received more support from the Gu Chamber of Commerce. It should not be difficult for him to completely control the power of the entire Gu family in the future. After Wang Qi finished speaking about his thoughts, he asked his son, "What about you? What do you think of Black Arrow Star?" Gu Hang showed a very sunny smile. "Mother, didn't you see it too?" Chapter 258, They were the first to attack. What did Gu Hang think about Black Arrow Star? Of course he had a lot. Originally, he sent Prabhat to lead the expeditionary force here, just to protect his mother's safety, to ensure the power of the Gu family, and to smoothly transfer. Now that an accident has happened, he personally led an army, and also deployed space warriors, to come to support, and the cost paid was very high. Not only the military cost, but also the huge economic and political cost. After this battle, the Gu family suffered heavy losses. In the past few days, not only was the war on the ground fierce, but in the space of the Black Arrow Star, the two merchant fleets, which originally belonged to the same family, were almost fighting each other. However, there was a bit of a fight between them. The main reason was that neither side was a serious navy. At most they were just armed merchant ships, said to be frigates, destroyers, but in fact they were at most similar in size, and their firepower was not comparable, not to mention other aspects. In addition, at the beginning of the battle, the 8 fleets controlled by Wang Qi had nearly 100 ships. Apart from the various transport starships that had no combat power, the remaining armed merchant ships had more or less internal strife. At the beginning, the fighting between the two sides was not very fierce. After Wang Jiarong reorganized the fleet and began to attack with all his strength, the fighting between the two sides became really fierce. But the other side used the help of the planetary orbital firepower to try to maneuver. Although they had fewer ships, their losses were less than Wang Jiarong. However, Wang Jiarong ordered the fleet to attack regardless of the losses. In a few days, more than a dozen ships were destroyed on both sides, and the intensity of the war was still rising. Wang Jiarong was also very anxious. Not only did she have a deep relationship with her aunt, even from the perspective of personal interests, she was an outsider of the Gu family, and she got to a high position by following her aunt, and she was her aunt's close confidant. If something happened to Ms. Wang Qi, she would be the second person to be liquidated. Although this naval battle was like a fight between two weaklings, it was still fought very hard. The fierce battle did not stop until the Blade Tiger, under the flag of the Navy, forced both sides to cease fire. At this time, more than 20 ships had exploded. Gu Hang's heart was bleeding. These were all family assets. If nothing unexpected happened, he would become the patriarch of the Gu family in the future, and these would be the resources he could use. Now, it's all gone, and these are only the obvious losses. The two sides broke out such a big conflict, which was so extreme that it even resorted to force. In the process of Wang Qi cleaning up the situation and reintegrating the family resources, he will probably encounter many difficulties. Many of the family's past business routes, relationships, and resources will be greatly affected. According to my mother, the family's assets will shrink by 40% after this battle. As for the political cost, it is mainly the things that Gu Hang promised to the leader Pei Dezi on the way to save his mother. After this battle, the Gu family's original plan to get rid of the so-called Tianma Star region Iron Triangle's political stance, become more neutral, and facilitate further cross-star region development, is basically impossible to implement. It took a lot of effort to ease the relationship, and even large-scale purchases were made to turn it into an important place of origin and consumption. The 3-star family of the Fash family may also lose the market in the future. After all, it is necessary to implement some blockade actions of the head of PEDES against the Fash family. Of course, these difficulties are mainly faced by Gu Hang mother, although the two cannot be considered as one now. At least after many events, Gu Hang can probably regard the forces controlled by Wang Qi as a firm ally of the angry Owl Star. This kind of alliance is maintained by unbreakable blood ties, and is very reliable. Gu loss is my loss. Then it is not too much to collect some rewards from the Black Arrow Star to make up for the loss. Right? So what do you want specifically? Wang Qi asked this question. I want the Luman Kingdom. Gu Hang told his mother his asking price very directly. The Luman Kingdom is the third largest country on the Black Arrow Star, with a population of 40 million and 4.8 million square kilometers of land. I want all of these things. The Luman Kingdom itself can exist, but the Luman family should not exist. Wang Qi frowned. What's the value of this? This is just an agricultural country. Their annual output value is only more than 20 million tax coins. But they have to pay 4 million imperial taxes. After paying taxes, the fiscal surplus may be less than 2 million. Most of this 2 million will be used to pay for the maintenance of the army, some administrative expenses, and royal expenses. After a year, it would be good if the fiscal deficit is not exceeded. If you take over such a place, what can you get? Gu Hang shook his head and said, Mother, this is the difference between the thinking of a businessman and the thinking of a builder. You only see the present of an asset, but not its future. Wang Qi temper, after going through the ordeal of this incident, has really improved a lot. In the past, if her son talked to her like this, how could she tolerate it? But now, She can tolerate it. She is just a little dissatisfied. It's not that I don't understand the meaning of potential. However, the premise of development is to invest the required capital. A population of 40 million. More than 4 million square kilometers of land with a relatively good environment. These are all positive assets. However, the education level, industrialization level, and infrastructure level of the residents of the Kingdom of Luman are extremely poor. How much resources do you need to invest to realize the future you envision? How many years will it take to get your money back? After a pause, Wang Qi continued, moreover, this is just a simple economic account, and the others have not been calculated yet. This is Black Arrow Star, it has an owner, and a king's council. You occupy the Kingdom of Luman, what will the other 6 kingdoms, and a lot of small countries think? How will you establish a reasonable rule? If the contradictions intensify, is it possible that a war will break out? How much resources will you invest to deal with these wars? Obviously, Wang Qi is skeptical about this. In the end, she gave her own advice. Why not exchange the results of this battle for some tangible benefits? Population and land are real benefits. I mean short-term and direct benefits. Gu Hang sighed. This is the biggest difference between him and her mother. Merchants consider benefits, investment returns, and risks. But Gu Hang has never defined himself as a businessman. Pure benefits are never his primary consideration when making decisions, including coming to Angry Owl Star as the governor. The same is true. At this point, Gu Hang said, when I rebuilt Angry Owl Star, did I invest anything? This question alone stumped Wang Qi. Yes. The situation on Angry Owl Star is much worse than that on Black Arrow Star. According to Wang Qi, isn't Angry Owl Star a more negative asset? But what is the result? Given the current development of Angry Owl Star, even she can't lie with her eyes open. And all of this is based on the premise that Gu Hang started from scratch. She knew better than anyone that Gu Hang had not received a single cent of investment from the family in the past 2 years. But even so, Angry Owl Star was already thriving. She didn't know how her son did it. And she also tried to ask indirectly, but never got a positive answer. But if the corresponding model was copied to Black Arrow Star, then how much potential would the 40 million people of the Luman Kingdom have? She couldn't help thinking. And Gu Hang words continued, of course, I will not treat this place as my native land, as a core area for development. My energy and resources are also limited. I will give priority to the Angry Owl Star. And, as you said, I will have all kinds of obstacles and troubles in controlling the Luman Kingdom. Here, I will only treat it as a colony for the time being. But I will still invest a small amount of development resources. After all, given the current situation of the Luman Kingdom, no matter what you do, it's all empty, and you can only get a few pounds of oil if you squeeze it to death. Comprehensively improve productivity. Make the pie bigger. That is the kingly way. I have calculated the investment. It does not need to be too high. And I will liberate the people. Their current production relations are too primitive. Too backward. Wang Qi worried, if you do this, you will definitely offend the other 6 feudal kingdoms. And there will be relatively big problems in diplomacy. Some history in Gu Hang past life flashed through his mind. It was true. Among a large group of feudal monarchies, there appeared a foreign country with a centralized system. What would it be like? You are right. However, there will be a major window of opportunity soon, which can bring a period of peace. Wang Qi frowned immediately. She thought for a moment and understood what Gu Hang was talking about. Imperial tax. Yes, Gu Hang said. If nothing unexpected happens, at most in 2 or 3 months, the fleet of the Imperial Taxation Department will arrive in the Tianma Star region. Wang Qi followed Gu Hang's words and thought about it, and now, the governor of Black Arrow Star is the king of the Kingdom of Luman, which is authorized by the King's Council and registered with the Imperial Administration Department. This means that the imperial tax of the entire planet must be submitted through Ness Luman. In theory, he still owns the entire planet. Yes, Gu Hang said. After I kill Gu Ming and Ness Luman, you go to clean up the family's mess. And I will clean up the mess of Black Arrow Star. I will reconvene the King's Council to confirm the amount of the Gu family's claim against the Luman Kingdom, which is the ownership of the entire Luman Kingdom. I will hold the governor's authority of the Luman Kingdom for 2 years in my hands during this period, when the imperial tax is about to be submitted. The other 6 countries had to agree. They had already sent the imperial tax materials for this period to the Kingdom of Luman. They had to compromise on this matter. The risk is still too high, Wang Qi said. You are right. at least before the Imperial tax is paid. No matter what you do, the other 6 countries will not make any big moves. But 3 months later, when the Imperial tax is paid, they will not let the power of the planetary governor be in your hands. They will definitely reopen the King's Council and re-elect the governor. You will not be elected. Who agreed to reopen the King's Council? Gu Hang said. This is the tradition of Black Arrow Star. What does their tradition have to do with me? Gu Hang asked back. Does the Empire recognize the tradition of Black Arrow Star? Yes. No. Wang Qi reacted. Does the Empire recognize the tradition of the so-called King's Council of Black Arrow Star? It depends on which aspect you look at. Black Arrow Star changes a governor every 4 years. This governor is nominated by the King's Council, and a king from one of the 7 major countries is appointed. The governor is reported to the Empire, and the Empire accepts it. Then the 2 taxes in these 4 years are collected from this governor. From this perspective, of course the Empire recognizes it. The Imperial administration will respect the local traditions of the planet to a certain extent. If you want to change the governor, then change it for you. However, from another perspective, this does not contradict the Imperial policy at all. The Empire collects taxes by focusing on the governor. It looks for whoever is the governor. Similarly, the Empire's ruling policies are also oriented towards the registered governor. Military aid and interstellar trade are all in line with the governor. Essentially, the process of changing the governor of Black Arrow Star, from the Empire's point of view, is that the previous governor resigns and nominates a new governor. The Star District government approves and approves. Then the Star Domain government approves and approves. And then the Empire Administration Department approves. It is only because of the special situation of Black Arrow Star that the whole process will be very smooth. Then in the process, what if the previous governor does not resign himself? What will happen if Gu Hang uses the governor's authority obtained from Ness Luman to monopolize it? In the Empire, there is no term limit for the governor. As long as you pay enough taxes every 2 years, you will be the governor recognized by the Empire. The Empire does not care about other things. In the history of Black Arrow Star, this kind of thing has happened more than once. If a country is particularly strong at a certain period, other countries will have to endure it with a pinch of their noses. If they don't endure it, they will be beaten. In the end, they will have to obey honestly. If they are not strong enough, then war will break out. The powerful country that holds the position of governor, on the premise of meeting the imperial tax, will beat up those who are disobedient, confirming its hegemony by subverting the royal power, supporting puppets, plundering the territory, etc. This is clearly written in the history of Black Arrow Star. However, this kind of hegemony usually cannot last too long. In the past 100 or 200 years, the international situation on Black Arrow Star has been relatively stable. The King's Council has played an important role. Everyone is honest and obedient, and it is rare to see hegemony wars for the position of governor. Wang Qi sighed. You want to turn Black Arrow Star upside down? Gu Hang spread his hands innocently. They started it first. Chapter 259, Enemy at the Gate. The conversation between Gu Hang and Wang Qi, mother and son, was all about what to do after the war. No matter how many disagreements there were between the two, and how much Wang Qi worried about her son's plan, there was one thing that they had never discussed, but it was taken as the premise of everything. Gu Ming and Ness Luman were dead. The reason for this was that they did not regard this as a problem, but as a fact that was set in stone. The reality also proved that they were not blindly arrogant. After the Phoenix and the Air Force Corps completed a beautiful assault and destroyed a Night Titan, the Luman Corps that besieged the suburban town collapsed. Fortunately, the Phoenixes had insufficient intelligence during the assault, and did not know that Gu Ming and Ness Luman were next to the Night Titan they killed, allowing the two to escape. Otherwise, with the Phoenix's ability, they could have killed the two on the spot. But they could run for a while. But not forever. In the next few days, several things happened in succession, which were the symbol of the alliance between the two of them, which was heading towards the collapse. Moreover, these things happened very quickly. First, the last Night Titan in the Luman Kingdom army was destroyed. After the defeat in the battlefield of the suburban town, while the main force of the Alliance reinforcements had not arrived yet, the Luman military was trying to gather the troops and retreat to the city of Pinzer. However, at this time, an armored combined battalion of the 1st Sheafing Brigade, as the first unit to get off the landing ship, the vanguard of the entire army, had already rushed to the battlefield. Seeing the reorganized main force of the Luman army, this combined battalion was still a little scared. Their troops were only 1,000. although they had 9 Lion tanks and more than 50 infantry fighting vehicles of various types. But they had to attack the main force of tens of thousands of enemy troops, especially in the enemy army. There were hundreds of sentinel mechas, and a Night Titan. It was indeed difficult to deal with it. If they rushed in, they might not be able to come back. The commander of this unit, a major battalion commander, thought about it again and again, and decided to play it safe. He commanded the troops, just following from a distance, monitoring the movements. In fact, the major battalion commander was still very nervous. His troops were too small, and they were all armored and mobile troops. In order to chase the enemy without slacking off, it was impossible to dig out any temporary positions or fortifications. If the enemy really attacked head-on, it would be a big trouble. Especially if the Night Titan moved, it would be even more terrifying. However, he soon found out that he was overthinking. The enemy was much more panicked than him. When the armored troops he led appeared, the enemy jumped up like a frightened bird. In his military telescope and the reports of his scouts, he could see that the enemy army had become extremely panicked. The Night Titan that made him so afraid even sped away from them. This made the major battalion commander feel very absurd. Not to mention his combined battalion, the cost of the Night Titan was much more than their entire brigade combined. As a result, when the Titan, with a large number of other troops around it, found that his battalion troops appeared nearby, its first reaction was to speed up and flee. While thinking this was absurd, he suddenly had a different idea. How about giving him a fucking blow? The Luman army was too weak. It was like having its spine broken. However, his sanity was still online, and he was not directly bewitched by this tempting idea. But soon, another thing catalyzed his thoughts and made him make a decision. The Space Marines and the Alliance Air Force were coming. The military communication was directly transmitted to his command vehicle, and after a brief communication between the two sides, he made a decision. Oh, he didn't have to make this decision now. In the military sequence of the Alliance, the authority of the Phoenix Captain Martins is quite high. According to the military regulations of the Alliance, he needs to obey the orders of the captain on the battlefield, unless the orders of the captain are in absolute conflict with the mission he is currently performing. He needs to ask for instructions. Now, Captain Martins just asked his surveillance team to launch an attack directly to distract the enemy attention, which does not belong to the situation of contradiction and conflict. The only thing worth worrying about is the loss. But this is a serious battle order. Why would they not go because of the loss? The troops quickly prepared for the battle and launched the attack. They were already in a state of readiness at any time. They did not need to prepare anything extra. They could start fighting at the command. And the result of the fight. As expected, the Lumans had no will to fight at all. They were easily beaten and fled. Under the torrent of steel, they were like crushed sand and gravel, and fled in all directions. This was a rout. The actual casualties were not great. With a battalion of troops, it was impossible to carry out any encirclement or organized annihilation operations. However, their assault did achieve real results. The Lumans, whose morale collapsed after the defeat in the battle in the suburban town, were barely reunited at this moment. After such a charge, they were on the verge of collapse again. Of course, among them, there were always reliable ones. That is the knights. In the feudal legion, these feudal lords, who served as middle-level officers, the knights who had been carefully trained since childhood, had a good fighting spirit. Under the command and persistence of these knights, the assault of this synthetic battalion inevitably began to slow down, and gradually tended to fall into the quagmire. After all, their troops were still a little too few. The Night Titan also reacted, did not continue to flee, but used long-range firepower to attack the Alliance army. Casualties began to appear. But at this moment, the Phoenix appeared. The iconic roar of the Wind Falcon arrived first. They were at least 100 kilometers away at the beginning, but after the battle began, they arrived at the battlefield in just 15 minutes. There were no missiles. In the previous battle in the suburban town, they had used up all the airborne missiles, and there was no condition to replenish them for a while. However, the airborne laser cannon, a real single cannon, still played a very powerful effect. After a round of licking, the Luman army became more scattered, and the Space Marines also dropped from the sky. They used the same trick again. The 3 Wind Falcons performed a juggling act. They lowered their altitude to about 10 meters, and their flying speed also decreased slightly. At the same time, they fired fiercely at the surroundings. At the same time, the hatch opened, and the Space Marines jumped down one by one. However, It is said that no enemy can be underestimated. Some of the knights driving the sentinel mechas had experienced the battle in the suburban town. After the iconic sound of the winged falcon appeared in the sky, some of the brave ones among them raised their guns and fired at the winged falcon. Most of them missed. The winged falcon flying at high speed was not so easy to be hit. However, the 3 winged falcons carrying the phoenix were in trouble. The lower altitude and the lower flying speed made the risks they faced even greater. One of them, just as it was dropping Space Marines, was hit on the wing by a series of machine gun fire. The entire winged falcon rolled down and fell heavily to the ground, smashing the sentinel mech that had blown up the winged falcon. The morale of the surrounding lumens was briefly boosted. Shooting down a plane, especially one that was loaded with terrifying Space Marines. However, the reason why this surge was short-lived was that it was quickly replaced by fear. Not to mention the 10 Space Marines who landed successfully, just the slightly deformed hatch inside the crashed Falcon was also kicked open suddenly from the inside. A Space Marine rushed out and fired violently at the surroundings with his grenade launcher, clearing out the threatening targets. Of course, the so-called threat was not that threatening. In fact, when seeing the Space Marines who could get out of the crashed aircraft unscathed, the Lumens only thought about running. Later, several Space Marines came out, and the 5-man team gathered. When the winged falcon crashed, none of the 5 Space Marines were seriously injured, and all of them were still able to fight. However, the crash still delayed some time. Their fighting brothers had already rushed towards the Night Titan not far away. There was no need for these 5 to follow. They raised their weapons and began to clear the surrounding enemies, and their main targets were those sentinel mechas with strong resistance will. During this process, their attention did not ignore the most important goal, and they saw with their own eyes, without surprise, their chapter master, quickly destroying the Night Titan. The Night Titan's most important means of defense, the shield generator installed on it, is ineffective for the Space Marines unless they are stupid enough to attack only with long-range weapons. The problem of not being able to identify slow targets allows the Space Marines to walk, pass through the energy shield, and use cold weapons to attack directly. There is not much difference between having a shield generator and not having one. Of course, the Night Titan itself also has heavy armor. Unfortunately, Martins has a power sword in his hand. In front of this weapon with decomposition capability, ordinary armor is like paper. He did the same thing as he did in the suburban town to dismantle the Night Titan. When the Night Titan fell, the Luman Legion, which was already on the verge of collapse, collapsed even more thoroughly. Not to mention the ordinary Lumen soldiers. Even the knights driving the Sentinel mechas had lost the will to continue fighting. This also made the evacuation of the Space Marines smoother. They easily joined the combined battalion division that had escaped from the quagmire and evacuated smoothly. The road from the suburban town to the city of Pincel was covered with the corpses of the Lumens. Unfortunately, the main force that came to support was not unloaded fast enough. Many of them were still behind in the form of a steel torrent, crushing the troops sent to intercept them, so that they could not take advantage of the enemy collapse to fight a beautiful encirclement and annihilation battle outside the city of Pincel. The Alliance troops could only use small-scale wolf pack tactics to continuously bite off pieces of meat from these scattered troops. Although a large number of enemy manpower was killed, and a considerable number of Lumens were forced to desert. But until the end, about 20,000 people were allowed to enter the city, although the number seemed large. In fact, more than 80% of the enemies had either died or fled, and they were no longer organized and posed no threat. Moreover, most of those who fled back to Pinzer City were miscellaneous soldiers. The main army of the Luman Kingdom, even if it still exists in name, is actually finished. This country, with a population of 40 million, supports an army of about 500,000 people, but most of them are controlled by feudal lords. The core of them is actually about 600 knights, and the top layer is 6 Ranger-class Night Titans supported by the whole country. In the political ecology of the Luman Kingdom, there are 2 great marquises, each of whom owns a Night Titan, and more than 200 knights are loyal to them. Although they are vassals of the kingdom, they are relatively independent. The most core force that King Ness Lumen can control is called the Royal Knights, which consists of 200 Royal Knights and 2 Ranger-class Titans, plus 2 Earls, who are directly loyal to the royal family and their vassals, which is another 200 Knights and 2 Titans. These constitute the overall military force of the Kingdom of Lumen. From the beginning, Ness Lumen almost used all his war power. There weren't many ordinary soldiers. only about 150,000. But he had called for 400 knights and 4 titans in advance in the name of the festival. This was almost like taking out all his basic forces. And then, they were all gone. The most painful thing, of course, was the loss of the 4 knight titans. This loss cannot be seen simply from the cost of 700,000 tax coins. These big guys, each maintenance cost is also more than 100,000 tax coins. And they have to be maintained every 2 or 3 years. Otherwise their combat effectiveness will be damaged. Over the years, the Luman Kingdom has spent a lot of money on them. Now, they are all gone. Of the 400 knights driving sentinel mechas, no more than 50 of them were withdrawn. In terms of the political ecology of the Luman Kingdom, those knights are the middle-level rulers of the country, and the titans are the high-level rulers. After catching them all in one fell swoop, not only the military force was lost, but also the political ecology of the kingdom was destroyed. In this sense, even if the alliance suddenly showed kindness, stopped, withdrew, and did not even ask for compensation, the Luman Kingdom would most likely cease to exist. The other 6 countries on the Black Arrow Star would not let go of such a weak Luman. And the remaining 2 marquises, whose strength was not much damaged, might not have any ideas. Moreover, it was obvious that Gu Heng would not be so kind. The army was at the gates of the city. The reorganized alliance army surrounded the city of Pincel. Chapter 260, Why did His Majesty rebel? Prabhav looked at the city in front of him, with a calm expression. Leroy walked up to him. Prabhav turned around, looking at his old partner. One of his ears was wrapped in gauze, and blood was seeping out. One of his political commissar Colonel Leroy ears was permanently deaf. But Leroy himself didn't feel anything about it, and still had a smile on his face. He asked Prabhav, "What's wrong with you? You've been promoted, but your face is still so heavy?" He was talking about the fact that Prabhav was once again confirmed as the commander-in-chief of the Alliance Expeditionary Force. Although the governor had come in person, he did not interfere with the military command and would still let him take charge. Moreover, although his military rank had not been changed, the governor had clearly stated that he would be promoted to the rank of general when he returned. A major general. Logically, this was something to be happy about. Prabhav had been thinking about this title of general for a long time. But when it was really within his reach, he felt that he was not so happy. Facing his old friend's question, he sighed deeply. "I have never lost so many people under my command." This sentence also silenced Leroy. He recalled the scene when the expeditionary army set out on the Angry Owl Star. Those young, high-spirited faces boarded the spacecraft with great vigor and vigor. And now? The 34th, 37th, and 38th divisions are now mostly disabled. The loss of troops exceeded 50%, and the loss of armored vehicles and artillery exceeded 70%. Most of the remaining survivors were injured. Even if they were restocked with ammunition, these 3 divisions had little combat power left. They had made great sacrifices in the 8 days of bloody battles. Later, regardless of whether they were frontline combat troops, the engineering battalion, logistics battalion, and guard company were all pulled up to fight. If these 3 divisions wanted to regain their combat power, they would have to rebuild. Since the establishment of the alliance, the largest scale operations until now have been the 2 wars to pacify the Chingu region and the eastern provinces. Leroy and Prabhav were both involved. In those battles, the alliance was always on the upper hand, and there had never been a battle that crippled 3 divisions. The tragic sacrifices left a deep impression on these 2 military commanders. But what could Leroy say? Is there still life in war? A merciful army cannot be run. He just warned Prabhav. This sentence was a sigh of gut Ella that he heard from the governor. Prabhav nodded. "I understand. I was just thinking. Could we have done better in those days? Could fewer people have died?" Leroy patted his brother on the shoulder and said comfortingly, "The past cannot be changed. What we can do is to do better in the future. Now." The new 1st Windbreaking Brigade, 2nd Infantry Division, 13th Combined Brigade, and 36th Combined Brigade are all under your command. You are still the commander-in-chief of the Expeditionary Force. We can't let down the soldiers' sacrifices. And we can't let down the governor's trust. "Yes." Prabhav nodded, and asked, "What about the matter we talked about before? How is it going?" The governor agreed. Leroy said, "After the 34th, 37th, and 38th divisions return, they will definitely be rebuilt. And their numbers will not be revoked and integrated into other units. They will also be awarded medals and numbers for meritorious units. Then I feel relieved. You don't have to worry about this, Leroy said. These things are part of the historical heritage of a unit and part of its foundation. Even if we don't talk about these empty words. In terms of actual effectiveness, they can also be used as internal propaganda materials, as a military history heritage. In the future, new soldiers who will join these meritorious units will easily feel proud of learning about this history, which will have a great bonus effect on the morale of the troops. Rather than dismantling these three teams, it is better to rebuild them. Prabhas smiled embarrassedly. Then I am worried about the worst. Right? You should focus on the things in front of you, Leroy said. We have to take this city beautifully. I already have an idea, Prabhas said. It's a good opportunity for you to come and take a look. He began to explain the battle plan in detail to his political commissar. The wounded soldiers of the 34th, 37th, and 38th divisions were left in the suburban town, and the remaining thousands of troops were integrated together, barely enough to serve as 2 infantry regiments. They were placed in front of the north gate of Pincel City, 20 kilometers away, and established positions, and began to bombard the city with artillery. Of course, the main offensive action did not require them, who had already made great sacrifices. They were mainly just playing a supporting role, and the main force was still the 4 new divisions. The Sheafing Brigade was in the east, and the 13th and 36th Brigades were in the west. These 3 combined brigades would be the main offensive forces. They would use armor and heavy artillery to knock open the gate of Pincel City, and the remaining 2nd Infantry Division was placed directly south of Pincel City. Their mission, in addition to blocking the southern part of the city, is to guard against the 2 marquises of the Luman Kingdom in the south of the royal city. The movements of the 2 so-called marquises are a major unknown factor. Leroy seemed a little worried. If they are determined to gather troops to interfere in the battle, there are still 2 Night Titans, more than 200 sentinel mechas, and 200,000 infantry that can be mobilized at most. Although those Luman infantry are all cannon fodder, their numbers are there after all, and they cannot be completely ignored. The governor said he has sent out envoys, Prabhas said. I hope those 2 can understand what's best for them. But we can't put all our hopes on diplomatic efforts, Leroy emphasized. If you can't get something on the battlefield, you can't get it through diplomacy either. This is also the governor's wise saying. If we don't let those 2 ambitious marquises know that they can't interfere in the war in Pincel City, even if they want to, they won't be too honest. The 2nd Division must be prepared for a fierce battle. However, their worries did not come true. After receiving a reminder from the headquarters, the commander of the 2nd Division sent out a lot of reconnaissance troops to closely monitor the troops of the 2 marquises assembled in the south. The focus of this was the 2 Night Titans, and the Space Marines and the Alliance Air Force were on standby. Once these 2 things appeared on the battlefield, then the scene that had been staged twice before would have a chance to be staged again. However, the attitudes of the 2 marquises were very ambiguous. On one hand, they put strong pressure on the envoy sent by Gu Hang, and spoke very harshly. But on the other hand, they did not take many actual actions. Apart from assembling troops, there was no more movement. The 2 marquises, Yasego and Jondis, once again expressed their dissatisfaction and protest to the envoy from the angry Al-Star. After watching the envoy leave, the serious and fierce expressions on their faces disappeared at the same time. The 2 looked at each other and sighed. Yasego said with a sad face, Our protest is useless. The Alliance army should have already started attacking Pincel by now? What can we do then? Marquis Jondi said. You don't agree to send troops. If it were me, we'd just give it a try. The angry Al people stationed in the south of Pincel have only about 10,000 in total. We have 200,000 troops, and 200 knights, and you and me. Are you afraid of these 10,000 people? Asego said. How long did it take for the royal family to go from ambitious planning to complete collapse now? Only half a month. Half a month ago, Niece Luman was still thinking about how to occupy the position of governor permanently, and he was willing to put all his family assets on the line, and got involved in the internal struggle of the Gu family. Now he can only beg us to save him, and the same fate. Do you want to experience it again? Javis was silent. If he had the courage, he would not be here to complain to Yasego. To be honest, Niece Luman is not a bad king. In the past few years, this guy has been manipulating power, and developing at the same time. Many nobles, big and small, have been lured into the so-called royal knights by him. The power and treatment of traditional nobles have been continuously compressed. Instead, Luman gradually strengthened the centralized rule. This brought great pressure to the two traditional marquis lords, Asego and Jondes. Among these pressures, the biggest source is the royal knights. For knight titans, 400 knights, 3/4 of the land and population, were all under the control of the king. Even if it was just the two of them, they had to show respect to the king and reiterate their loyalty. Such a king, such a royal knight group that made their two families feel overwhelmed, was defeated by the angry owl star in half a month. Who wouldn't be afraid? Very afraid. But now, the two of them still have differences. If we do nothing, and the angry owls capture the city of Pincel and win the war, how will we deal with it? Jarvis asked a core question. This is where they are in a dilemma. The angry owls' envoys conveyed Governor Gu Hang goodwill to them, and gave them conditions. According to the envoys, they characterized King Luman's behavior as rebellion. This word made the two marquises feel quite absurd. Your Majesty is rebelling? But they immediately realized that the rebellion that Governor Gu called was not the betrayal in the conventional sense in their minds, but the betrayal of the Empire. Luman attacked the Gu family, which had an official license of the Empire, and was a member of the Imperial Merchants Association. This hostile behavior constituted a betrayal of the Empire, and he must pay the price for it. This is a premise that cannot be discussed. Governor Gu's meaning is already very clear. No matter what the price that Luman has to pay is. This premise is something that cannot be negotiated. The anger of the Gu family will not be extinguished by anything or any statement. They will catch King Luman. Anyone who dares to obstruct this will become the enemy of the Gu family, and the enemy of the angry owl star. Under this non-negotiable premise, other things can be discussed. The two marquises can still retain their titles, and pass them down from generation to generation. They can still retain their own armies, and control over their own territories. The kingdom of Luman as a whole will be preserved. They need to continue to be loyal to this whole. From nominally obeying management, to paying taxes, to fulfilling military obligations. What does this mean? Are we going to change a king? How can this be? It seems that this is not unacceptable. The history of the Luman Kingdom has been hundreds of years, and the Luman dynasty has always been the ruler of this country. But in earlier times, there were also many countries fighting here. But the Luman family unified the entire country and maintained this unity for hundreds of years. For hundreds of years, the people on this land seem to have gotten used to it and tacitly accepted that the Luman family has the right to dominate this land. But in fact, after removing this psychological barrier, people will find that changing a king is not a big deal. Will life change? This is true for ordinary people. And it seems to be the same for the two marquises. After all, the conditions stated by the envoy of Governor Gu are the same as the conditions when they pledged allegiance to the Luman family. They should live the same way as before. No! Jondi shook his head and said, it's okay for the Luman family. But how can we accept a group of aliens sitting on our heads? Besides, we are not without a chance. The army of the Angry Owl Star only has a few tens of thousands of people. There are still Luman's troops in Pincel City. Let's work together to drive those Angry Owl Stars away, and the whole kingdom will be ours. The Luman family no longer has the ability to compete with us. And it's not just us. Can those other countries accept the emergence of a country controlled by aliens on the Black Arrow Star? We can win support by sending envoys. At worst, we can cede some territory, Jondi said, getting more and more excited. However, Yasego poured cold water on him. By the time you invite foreign troops, the city of Pincel would have been taken down long ago. Jondes was stunned for a moment, then said, this is the meaning of our existence. We have to march forward and hold back the troops of the Angry Owl Star. Moreover, even if the city of Pincel is captured and Luman dies, it doesn't matter. We can continue the war, as long as we can win over other countries on the Black Arrow Star to our side. Can the Angry Owl Star still defeat us in our home court? Yasego continued to shake his head. Yes, they can. We have the help of space warriors, and they also have space advantage. That Gu Ming is finished, and the interstellar power of the Gu family will be in the hands of Governor Gu again. The orbit of our planet will be controlled by them, and we must fight the Angry Owl under orbital strikes. After a pause, he continued, the largest foreign trade partner of the entire Black Arrow Star is the Gu family. Without them, our weapons will be one less. And even if the Titan is damaged, there is no place to repair it. At this point, Yasego finally gave a summary. In short, I have made a decision. Just sit here and watch the outcome of Pinzer City quietly. I will not let my army attack the angry All-Star people. Whatever you want. It's up to you. Jaundice frowned. He had to admit that Yasego's words made sense. More importantly, if Yasego did not move, the troops he could mobilize would not be enough to achieve the plan he described. The two families might not be able to handle it together, let alone him alone. He wanted to persuade him again, but Yasego did not give him the opportunity and left directly. Chapter 261, bearing a thorny stick to ask for forgiveness. Yasego tacitly accepted Gu Hang conditions, and soon after, Jaundice also accepted them. When the news that the two marquises were stabilized reached Gu Hang's ears, he couldn't help but smile. This is good news. If the troops under the command of the two marquises really attacked from the south without caring about anything, it would be a bit troublesome. At that time, the 2nd Division would be under greater pressure. It's good now. He sent the relevant information to Prabov, and the latter quickly ordered the troops to start the attack. Knowing that the two marquises were stable, Prabov was relieved of a worry. The reason why the attack order was delayed for a while was not entirely because they had to wait for news from the south, but because they were waiting for more ammunition to be unloaded. The landing ship flight from the starship to the ground never stopped for a moment, in the pursuit of rapid unloading of troops. The ammunition and supplies stored by the troops were insufficient. Fortunately, they did not encounter a really high-intensity war. Otherwise the expeditionary force might not have enough ammunition. As for the present, there is no such problem. Prabov can finally start the attack boldly. There are two main targets in this battle. The first one is naturally the two key figures, Nest Luman and Gu Ming. The second one is the orbital air defense system distributed throughout the city of Pincel. The attack is relatively smooth. The troops on the east and west sides, almost at the same time, broke through the first line of defense of the city of Pincel, entered the city, and launched a city street battle with the enemy. Logically speaking, urban street fighting is very difficult to fight. Armored troops entering the city will certainly be effective, but not as much as in field battles. However, in fact, the first line of defense of the Lumans, relying on the city walls and gates, was fought fairly well and held for a day and a night. However, when street fighting began, it was defeated. The imagined scene of fighting for each building repeatedly at the cost of blood did not appear. The progress of the coalition army was very fast. At this time, two other things happened. First, many people could see that several spaceships fell from the sky and headed for the palace complex in Pincel City. Needless to say, they were definitely sent by the fleet controlled by Gu Ming, probably to help Gu Ming escape to the sky. However, when Prabov was about to order the air defense firepower of the troops to intercept, the orbital air defense firepower of Pincel City opened fire first. Those spaceships were actually shot down directly. Then, not long after, the frontline troops reported that they had detected the sound of gunfire in the palace complex in the center of Pincel City, and the enemy might have started an internal conflict. After hearing this news, and thinking about the fact that Gu Ming's spaceship was shot down by anti-aircraft fire, Prabov, no matter how slow he was, probably understood what was going on. This war probably was about to end. He didn't know what he felt. Should he be happy that the troops didn't have to continue fighting, and no one would die, or was he depressed that the military merits that were originally in his hands had to end here? But no matter what his mood was, it was not his decision as a soldier to decide what to do about this matter. He just asked the troops to act according to the original plan. At most to fight more conservatively and reduce casualties. And at the same time quickly passed the news to the governor. And he really received further instructions from the governor, asking him to keep his troops in place, and wait, and see how the situation develops. About half a day later, an unarmed troop came out of the palace complex, and surrendered to the alliance. The leader was a strong middle-aged man, with his upper body naked and tied himself up. Prabov had seen his portrait and photo. This was the monarch of the Luman Kingdom, Nest Luman. And the man next to him was not very peaceful, and his mouth was blocked. That was Gu Ming. Only half a day later, Gu Hang, who was in the military camp outside the city, saw Gu Ming and Nest Luman. Not to mention the cousin who was tied up, beaten, and had his mouth blocked, twisting on the ground. Gu Hang's eyes were mainly on Nest Luman. Naked upper body, self-tied, and carrying a whip. Good fellow, another ancient Terra legend? Bearing a thorn to ask for forgiveness? This monarch of the Luman Kingdom is really flexible enough. Things have come to this point, He finally did not hesitate, even threw away the last bit of lucky fantasy, and made a decision. He couldn't let Gu Ming run away by himself. If Gu Ming ran away, he might still have a chance to survive. He still has 4 fleets in space, and he still has a lot of connections and ways. Regardless of whether the reversal is successful or not, he can always try again in various ways. But he, Ness Luman, has nothing left. After years of hard work, he gradually gathered power and built the Royal Knights. But it collapsed in one day. His capital was about to be conquered by the rage of another branch of the Gu family. If Gu Ming ran away, he would have nothing and would die, and his clan would be destroyed. At the critical moment, he ordered the entire craft firepower still under his control to shoot down the spaceship that was supporting Gu Ming's evacuation, and urged his troops to kill the few security guards who were protecting Gu Ming and captured him alive. This was his sincerity in surrendering. He knew that, by coming out, he was handing over the fate of himself and his country to others, and letting them manipulate him. But what else could he do? He was doomed to fail. He could only grab the last weight before he was completely defeated, and fight for the last bit of possibility for himself. This was very humiliating, but a real man should be able to bend and stretch. As soon as they met, he knelt in front of Gu Hang. As the king of the Luman Kingdom, I apologized to the head of the Gu family. Half a year ago, Gu Ming came to visit me secretly and discussed a conspiracy with me. Without Gu Hang asking, Ness Luman confessed the whole story. Very sincerely. Of course. In fact, without him saying it, Gu Hang already knew the whole story. It was nothing more than that in the normal family council process. Gu Ming could no longer win. So he took this opportunity to make trouble and overturn the table. The address selected by the family council has always been Black Arrow Star, because no matter which country is in power on this planet, it has the power of the governor, and its most important foreign trade depends on the caravans of the Gu family. The two sides have a good relationship during their long cooperation. They are not part of Gu power, but they can be regarded as an important market of Gu power, and one of the foundations of Gu power. Wang Qi was on guard against Gu Ming, but he was not on guard against the betrayal of Ness Luman. In fact, in Wang Qi concept, the many kingdoms of Black Arrow Star should have a better relationship with her. It was good that she did not use Ness Luman to deal with Gu Ming. How could the other party use the local forces of Black Arrow Star to deal with her? She even sent people to monitor the movements. But he was just one step behind, and was deceived by Ness Luman. He was persuaded by Gu Ming's statement of eternal control of Black Arrow Star. Chapter 262, offering everything to beg for forgiveness from the governor. The king of a country, naked upper body, tied tightly, knelt in front of Gu Hang, and honestly recounted his crimes word by word. They were real crimes. Ness Luman had always known that. It was useless to just tie himself up, and tie Gu Ming up to come and confess. Is he really admitting his fault? He was beaten to the point of being helpless. Even if he didn't come to confess his crime, and didn't make this gesture, the final outcome would be similar. It would be better to do it thoroughly. This is very humiliating. It is not as heroic as dying in the palace. He also thought, whether to leave a king who died in battle for this country, their Luman family, would be an ending. But he was unwilling. It has been more than 20 years since he inherited the throne. I still remember that when he just took over the crown from his brother, it was the most precarious time for the Luman family. At that time, he was only 14 years old. In the past 20 years, he has devoted all his energy to win over, suppress, plot, and plot, when necessary. He has also been brave and courageous to personally fight. And under his efforts, the Luman family has regained its glory in just 20 years from the time when it was in turmoil. The centralization of power he implemented not only concentrated most of the country's power, but also put pressure on the remaining two powerful nobles. If he is given some more time, he may be able to follow the past path to disintegrate the power of the two powerful marquises and truly unify the entire kingdom. He also pulled allies and flexed his muscles in the last King's Council, and won the position of governor of Black Arrow Star in the Kingdom of Luman. For a while, he was the most popular person on Black Arrow Star. The entire kingdom also seemed to be in its heyday. Some kings, after leading their country to its heyday, would indulge in enjoyment and live a luxurious life, while some kings would breed greater ambitions. Ness Luman was the latter. He did not think this was a bad thing. On the contrary, he often preached this to his loyal subjects. In addition to being satisfied with his ambition, he gradually clarified the direction of his ambition, to hold on to the power of the governor of Black Arrow Star for a long time, and then use this power to gradually conquer the remaining countries. This is difficult, and it will take a long time. It may take his whole life, or even his successor to do it. He originally thought that he would be perseverant and slowly and firmly implement his ambitions. However, a great opportunity soon presented itself to him. Gu Ming came looking for him. As long as he cooperated with Gu Ming and helped him take control of the position of the head of the Gu family, Gu Ming would in turn fully support his ambition with the Gu family's trade channels and abundant financial resources. After several hesitations, he finally made up his mind to fight for this great wealth. He couldn't wait any longer, as he was already the lord of the Luman Kingdom's revival, and had brought the shaky kingdom back on track, and even made it a decade of prosperity. He was still young, and he could go further. If possible, he hoped to achieve his biggest goal in his lifetime, when he was still energetic and in his prime, to create a dynasty for the Luman family and become the greatest monarch in the history of the entire Black Arrow Star. Then, it became like this. He spent 20 years, working hard to make the country strong, strengthening the central group, and gradually accumulated capital. But it was all lost in one day. All his ambitions, all his plans, all his dignity, were completely shattered. And all of this was thanks to the man who was sitting in front of him casually with a bench in the makeshift command post. Gu Heng. He remembered this name deeply. Now, he no longer wanted dignity or ambition. In front of some specially summoned high-ranking officials of the Luman Kingdom who were still alive, and the apostle sent by the two marquises in the south, he knelt in front of Gu Heng with his upper body naked and tied himself up, and confessed his crimes in the most humble manner. He could sense that the people watching had different expressions. Some felt sympathetic. Some felt humiliated or even angry. Some were anxious. Some were thoughtful. But he could not care less. He, his family, his country, all depended on Gu Heng's thoughts. All he could do was to pray. I am willing to offer the entire Luman Kingdom, all its wealth, all its territory, all its subjects, to Governor Gu Heng for forgiveness. My life can also be given to you as compensation. If you are willing, I can serve you as my master, serve you for the rest of my life, and guard the Luman Kingdom. If you don't want to spare my life, you can kill me, and hang my head on the city wall for public display. The descendants of the Luman family will never resent me. You can choose one of the remaining people to manage this country for you. His words have been extremely humble, and he has almost surrendered unconditionally. He didn't dare to talk about any conditions. He just hoped to ask Gu Heng for a chance to live after unconditional surrender. Even if he couldn't survive, he would settle for the next best thing and save the Luman family. After saying this, he knocked his head hard on the ground. He knocked so hard that he felt dizzy, and even the gravel on the ground scratched his scalp. There was blood from where he knocked his head, spreading all around. What he could say and do was already done. He was just waiting for the final decision. His scalp was pressed against the ground, and after what seemed like a century, he finally heard a chuckle. Governor Gu Heng spoke up. It's also interesting, look up. He was overjoyed. The situation he feared the most did not happen, Governor Gu, and gave him the opportunity to continue speaking. He raised his head and looked at Gu Heng, but saw a faint blue light in Gu Heng's eyes. His vision suddenly became very confused. I don't know if he fainted from kowtow or something. In a trance, he felt that he came to a special place. All he saw here was desolate. The sky here was covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder. In the middle of the desolate land, there was an unfinished temple, which was under construction. A group of blue-clad heroes, who shouted slogans with high morale, worked hard. Where is this? This is my kingdom of God. Gu Heng's voice came from behind him. He turned his head suddenly, with a horrified look. At this time, how could he still maintain the sincere attitude he had shown? Now he was only terrified. What was going on? Gu Heng had a gentle smile on his face. Just now, King Luman's heartfelt speech really moved me. Since you are so sincere, then of course I will give you a chance to work for me. As he spoke, a spiritual force completely surrounded him. No, no, no. Gu Heng was still smiling. You can't regret it. Chapter 263. Black Arrow Star Battle Settlement. No matter how Ness Luman's soul was quietly pulled into the kingdom of God by Gu Heng, and how he was treated, in the battlefield command post outside the city of the Alliance Expeditionary Force, the atmosphere was joyful. Everyone thought that Ness Luman was finished, but no one expected that this proud, ambitious king would actually put aside all his dignity and say such a thing. No one expected that the head of the Gu family from the Angry Owl Star actually agreed. Gu Heng accepted Nest Luman's apology and his gift. From then on, the Luman Kingdom would change its name to Gu. This was the biggest change. But some places did not seem to have changed. Nest Luman was still the ruler of this country. But he was no longer called the king, but was demoted to a duke. Gu Heng seemed to really believe the king's words of loyalty, and planned to let Nest Luman continue to rule this country. Those loyal ministers of the kingdom, the envoys of the two marquises, were all incredulous. So, magnanimous? What's the difference from before? Oh, the only difference is that King Luman, Duke Luman, has a Governor Gu above him. But for those of us below, what's the difference? In the future, will you still listen to the orders of Nest Luman? No, I don't think we can be so naive. It should just be a puppet. Right? But isn't Gu afraid that this puppet will get out of hand? Or do we need to place a lot of people there? But is it worth it? Many questions, clouds lingered in these people's minds. But on the surface, everyone's performance was surprisingly consistent, grateful for Governor Gu Heng's magnanimity, swearing to work hard in the future, and to do a good job for the governor. Some even hinted that they would supervise Nest Luman. And Nest Luman's performance was also normal. He was delighted with Governor Gu's magnanimity, swearing to seriously reflect on himself, and do a good job. In this way, there is a seemingly happy ending. After seeing off many people, Gu Heng, who was alone, called out the system interface. Here, there is a new function interface. Vassal clicking it, he saw some new information. Black arrow star, Kingdom of Luman. Vassal level, LV3, low tendency to secede. Status, military conquest, puppet head of state, domestic separatism. Monthly gift income, 344 points. This is a pleasant surprise. He explored the vassal system and found that it had no special functions. It was just a display of some data. But it was good enough. The vassal level was a comprehensive assessment of various situations. It included the degree of interference from external forces, the degree of control over the ruling class, the local separatism of the vassal state, and the public sentiment of the vassal state. LV3 represented the ordinary level. If this level was maintained, the possibility of the vassal territories' separation, independence, and separation would not be high. If it is lower than LV3, it will be more turbulent. At LV2, the possibility of separation will increase. At LV1, it is equivalent to sounding the alarm. If no intervention is made, there will almost certainly be a separation chaos, which needs to be quelled. On the contrary, if it is higher than LV3, at LV4, it means that it is almost impossible to separate. At LV5, it means that it is recommended to annex this vassal as the homeland. Of course, this is not a game, but a real world. The rating given by the system is real enough. But how to do it specifically is up to Gu Heng. He could just announce the complete annexation of the Kingdom of Luman, appoint himself as the king, intervene in all military, political and economic affairs here, and act as a ruler. But obviously, this would have huge hidden dangers. First, the system might judge that Gu Heng only has nominal ownership of the place, or even no such title, and that it is not legitimate, relying purely on military occupation, and even has not established effective rule. Then it will definitely not recognize that this land belongs to him, and there will be no income from grace points. Secondly, it is difficult for Gu Heng to establish a reasonable rule here. The other 6 countries will jump up at once, and the empire will not easily admit this. Gu Heng military occupation is very unstable. He has to mobilize more troops to maintain the occupation. Uprisings may occur one after another. This is why it is not recommended to annex directly at the LV3 level. Gu Heng will not do this. He is satisfied with the current vassal status. Don't underestimate the vassal status. Gu Heng has already got what he needs. He can use the vassal governments to influence national policies. For example, he wants to abolish the feudal system here and liberate productivity. Even if the Luman Kingdom is an agricultural country, agricultural production should also improve efficiency. Millions of square kilometers of land, increasing food production, are also of extraordinary value. The liberated peasant population can go to factories and carry out preliminary industrialization. In short, it is very meaningful to make the whole country prosperous. Gu Heng didn't want to take over a place with an annual fiscal surplus of hundreds of thousands of tax coins. If the Kingdom of Luman maintained the past situation, then he would lose money in this operation. After becoming richer, Gu Hang could also suck more blood from the kingdom of Luman. In addition to the money, Gu Hang also had his eyes on another thing in the kingdom of Luman: people. The kingdom of Luman was not big, it was only as big as a province under the Angry Owl Star Alliance regime. However, although it was backward and poor, it was much better than the initial situation of the wasteland world of the Angry Owl Star. The relatively fertile land supports 40 million people, which is enough to cover the entire population of the Angry Owl Star. Gu Hang plans to continue to extract people from the Luman Kingdom as an immigration policy to fill the Angry Owl Star. The Angry Owl Star is his base camp. Building it well is the foundation of everything. The mining areas in the eastern provinces need manpower. The Wasteland City Industrial Zone, he built with his own hands, has an almost endless demand for population. The thousands of kilometers of fertile land in the two provinces of the Qinggu area are waiting for people to develop. Both people and money are where Gu Hang can continue to suck blood from the Black Arrow Star. Not to mention, the vassal army directly established on Black Arrow Star can also supplement Gu Hang army in large quantities. Moreover, the vassal state can also provide grace point income, which is an extra surprise. However, the amount given is very small. Only 344 points for a population of 40 million. On the one hand, it is because the productivity of the Luman Kingdom is really too low. On the other hand, the grace points given by the vassal state are naturally discounted. And this discount will also increase with the increase of the vassal level. These are direct benefits. In politics, sparing Ness Luman's life can also complete the plan he told his mother before. Ness Luman is not only the head of state of the Luman Kingdom, he is also the planetary governor of the Black Arrow Star. Even if he is only elected by the King's Council, he is a governor with a term. Before, Gu Hang was still worried about how to smoothly get this temporary governor after planning to kill Ness Luman. Now there is no need to worry. Ness Luman was originally, it was natural, and in the international affairs of Black Arrow Star, the pressure he would bear would be much less. As for Ness's term of office is only 2 years away. It doesn't matter, let's talk about it 2 years later. Maybe Black Arrow Star won't need to elect a governor at that time. After reading the information of the vassal system, Gu Hang clicked on another message. This is a regular battle settlement information. Battle of Pinzer City, bloody victory, obtained 5,695 points of grace. Total loss 16144, destroyed 67823, captured 52446. Alliance Expeditionary Force, loss 16144, destroyed 67823. The reward of grace points was roughly within Gu Hang expectations, maybe a little less. Although the Luman's troops were weak, the 4 Night Titans, plus the Sentinel mechs destroyed by his troops, were not useless, but high-value targets, which could improve the overall situation. However, the words bloody battle and bloody victory were a bit glaring. Although, after he led the team to come from the Angry Owl Star for support, he fought all the battles, which was considered to be very exciting. But before that, at the beginning of the battle, Prabhav led 3 divisions and brigades to fight a bloody battle in the suburban town for 8 days. And the losses were really not small. Gu Hang accepted the decision of a bloody battle. What else could he do if he didn't? After receiving more than 5,000 points of grace, the total number of grace points in Gu Hang hand reached 17,594. The composition of these grace points came from the fact that he had a large income after the last battle in the northern border of the Angry Owl Star, and killed the original Angry Owl. In addition to the monthly grace income in the past 2 months, Gu Hang didn't spend it, and saved it. Add to that the more than 5,600 points of income this time, and the total is this much. Actually, there should be more. However, Gu Hang had previously raised his psychic level from LV5 to LV7, especially the stage from 6 to 7, which cost 10,000 points of grace. Of course, it was not a pity. The upgrade cost of more than 10,000 points was necessary. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with Ness Luman today. In the identification of the vassal interface, the Luman Kingdom has a puppet head information. That of course refers to Ness Luman. And this puppet is not just a puppet in the simple sense. Although Ness Luman, in his words, clearly expressed his unconditional surrender and his willingness to surrender with all his strength. However, Gu Hang has checked his past experiences and learned some of his past behavior from his mother. He is not a coward, a waste, not someone who is easy to manipulate. The more sincere and humble he showed in front of him, the more genuine it was, the less Gu Heng believed him. Why is the hero lying dormant? Gu Heng knows the story of sleeping on straw and tasting gall. He is confident that he can defeat Nest Luman, especially since the military power is in his hands. No matter how powerful that guy is. If the knife is not in his hands and foreign trade also needs to rely on Gu Trading Company, he will not be able to cause much trouble. However, this is just a vassal state. Just a colony. Gu Heng base is still on the Angry Owl Star. And he will not be able to stay here for a long time in the future. This guy doesn't look like he is willing to be a puppet. Maybe he will be very stable at the beginning and work hard for Gu Heng, but it is inevitable that he will do all kinds of small things in secret and accumulate strength for the future. I am not afraid, but I am really worried. The key is that it will hinder Gu Heng from advancing his own plan. But Gu Heng is reluctant to give up his political significance, and he does have the ability to govern. Then, it is necessary to create a real puppet. In a previous upgrade, Gu Heng had acquired the innate ability of mind tampering. He had always restrained himself from using this ability. But now, it was time to use it. However, the ability of mind tampering was not as invincible as imagined. It had a time limit. If the content it tampered with was significantly different from the original intention of the recipient, the possibility of being escaped would become very high. The person whose mind was tampered with would have a deviation in his personality and be easily discovered. His IQ and subjective initiative would be greatly affected. Even if he did not receive any instructions, he would become stupid and only have instincts left. These were all problems. It is fine to use it to influence the enemy in battle. But if you want to use it to cultivate a qualified political puppet, it is a big problem. But if it is just these technical problems, there is still a way to make up for it. At most, Gu Heng will come to Black Arrow Star more frequently in the future, and come to give Nest Luman a psychic effect whenever he has time. But another core problem is bigger if he encounters some psychic masters, or judges, or senior clergy of the state religion. Nest Luman's mental state has been tampered with, which is very easy to be exposed. Gu Heng would have to let this person serve as the governor of Black Arrow Star for a long time. It was no small matter for a planetary governor to have his mind tampered with. Once it was exposed, it would be very troublesome to trace it. To be safe, Gu Heng decided to perform a major operation. He dragged the soul of Nest Luman into his kingdom of God, and carried out a detailed transformation from beginning to end. The difficulty of the transformation was far beyond Gu Heng's initial estimate. It not only used the talent of mind tampering, but also called on the original power of the real world. But fortunately, with the advantage of home field in the kingdom of God, he still completed the task. Even while performing this major operation, he also got some extra inspiration from it. Can he use the corresponding technology on his own soldiers? Remove the part of mind tampering, emphasize the implantation of the subspace origin, add the physical transformation and strengthening that is not involved this time. What kind of thing would that be? The chosen one of the storm god? It must be very strong. However, this is still a fantasy for the time being. It is so hard to transform a mind and create a puppet. And I am almost exhausted. Not to mention directly creating the storm god's chosen. However, Gu Heng's hard work is still very worthwhile. Now, he can guarantee that unless someone with far higher attainments in the soul and psychic fields than him comes and carefully examines Nest Luman, conventional detection methods will definitely not be able to detect that the governor of Black Arrow Star has been controlled by the mind. Nest Luman completely retained his personality and intelligence. But he would guarantee 100% loyalty to Gu Heng. Even, if necessary, Gu Heng could project his consciousness into Nest Luman's body at any time. This would be more stable. In order to create such a super hidden puppet, he spent a lot of energy. And the number that could be maintained at the same time was also extremely limited. After paying such a high price, Gu Heng achieved the best effect he could, and there should be no trouble. If he was unlucky enough to meet a master of mind who was far superior to him, and insisted on giving Nest Luman a full-body examination on a whim, he would have to admit defeat. However, the probability of this happening should be infinitely small, and Gu Heng felt that he could rest assured. Chapter 264. After 20 years of hard work. After dealing with the matter of Nest Luman and obtaining a puppet leader, Gu Heng did not stay on Black Arrow Star for long. About a week later, he left here and returned to Angry Owl Star. Of course, he was also very busy in the week before leaving. He and Nest Luman kept meeting many people, most of whom were middle and high-level rulers of the Luman Kingdom. Many people died in the previous war, but there were also some alive. The most important of these are the two remaining powerful marquises in the Kingdom of Luman. The two marquises, Asego and Jondes in the south, were quite incredulous after listening to the report of the envoys who returned. According to their conventional thinking, this is almost impossible. If it were them, how could they accept that Ness Luman would continue to rule the country? Puppet? Treating a powerful king as a puppet? I don't know whether it is arrogance or self-confidence. The two of them also had complicated thoughts. They must have had the idea of taking advantage of this great change to make further progress. Before, they were thinking whether to win at the risk of their lives and take the risk of attacking the defense line of the Angry Owl Star. This was the idea at work. Of course, looking at the current situation, we can only say that it was fortunate that they did not lose their minds at that time. After giving up the idea of opposing the Gu family, they also thought about changing their thinking. After all, even if the Gu family seized the Luman Kingdom, someone had to manage it. Right? The two marquises, aren't they the ones who should take the lead? But what happened now has cut off this path. The Luman family continues to be in power. Although, this Luman family is completely different from the past one. The Royal Knights, who were suffocating them, have been destroyed. But, without the Royal Knights, there are still the army of the Angry Owl Star. The Gu family will definitely leave military forces to guard the Luman Kingdom, so they still dare not act rashly. As for the ability of Ness Luman, they have experienced it deeply in the past 20 years. No matter what tricks this guy is going to play later, or whether he is sincerely working for the Gu family, he may still take action against these two sheep. The two marquises found that, after all this round, the situation for the two of them seemed to have not changed at all. It was a waste of excitement. Then, there was another invitation, asking the two of them to go to Pincel City in person to meet His Majesty the King and the King's Master. The two hesitated, unwilling, and even complained and angry. But in the end, they had to go. After meeting these high-ranking officials of the Luman Kingdom, Gu Heng met with the people who would manage his colony in the future, and talked with Prabhav for a long time. Gu Heng would lead him 3 divisions. The 2nd Division, the 13th Brigade, and the 36th Brigade, which would be stationed on the Black Arrow Star for a long time. The expeditionary force was also officially changed to the Black Arrow Group Army. Even after the 3 crippled divisions 34, 37, and 38 go back to replenish their troops and equipment, they may all come to Black Arrow Star with honors, and continue to be included in the sequence of this army group. And Gu Heng wants Prabhav to continue to be the commander of the army group of this colony. He will command this army, with the rank of Major General to suppress the Kingdom of Luman. At the same time, Gu Heng also said that he should not take care of government affairs, and let the Ness Luman do it himself. Only when necessary, with the army to cooperate, or when there is internal instability, to provide assistance and resolve the crisis. In addition, he also asked the military and political supervisor, the political commissar of the army group, Jordan Leroy, to participate in the reconstruction of the local army of the Kingdom of Luman. Ness Luman has obtained the authority to rebuild the so-called Royal Knights. Of course, it will definitely not be called this name in the future. It will be changed to the Loyal Guards. The Luman Kingdom government will do all the work, but Leroy should be deeply involved in this. And the rebuilt Loyal Guards, as a colonial army, will be placed under the command of the Black Arrow Army. To put it bluntly, it is a vassal army. Prabhav accepted the task, although it is a bit sad to guard a foreign land. As a soldier, this is his duty, and he naturally has no choice but to do it. However, there is one point in the words of the governor that makes him a little confused. He thought that the biggest role of his staying behind should be to supervise the guy, Ness Luman, and ensure his loyalty. But what he didn't expect was that the governor's words actually asked him to help the king. This puzzled him a little, and he even thought that the governor trusted the king too much. He once thought of persuading the governor to avoid being deceived and to consider the risk of betrayal. But after a deep conversation with his own political commissar Leroy, he gave up the idea. How could the governor be so easy to deceive? There must be something they don't know. Nor should they know. As soldiers, they should not try to give advice, but just obey orders. After meeting with the top leaders of the Luman Kingdom and arranging for Prabhav and his Black Arrow Army, the problem of the Luman colony was basically solved. Of course, there were also some diplomatic issues involving other countries on the Black Arrow Star. However, Gu Heng did not intend to solve these things himself. Just let Ness Luman handle it. In addition to the Black Arrow Star and the colony, There is another matter that Gu Heng must pay close attention to. The Gu family's affairs. Nest Luman kidnapped Gu Ming and surrendered. Gu Heng didn't even bother to communicate with his uncle, and directly handed him over to his mother. As for how Ms. Wang Qi would treat Gu Ming in the future, and how to reorganize the family's power, Gu Heng no longer cared about this matter. He fully believed in his mother's means in this regard. After all, she had been working on this matter for many years, was familiar with the situation, and had sufficient skills. The mistake this time was nothing more than a mistake. The integration of family power and the family business were Wang Qi forte, and Wang Qi would definitely be able to do it well. The most important thing was that, apart from his mother, he could not think of anyone else who was both trustworthy and capable enough to integrate this area. Not to mention, he himself had no foundation in the Gu family, and he was also confused about the business situation within the family. If he took over now, the Gu business, which had just experienced a split, would be in danger of falling apart. Gu Heng had complete trust in Ms. Wang Qi's next move. He just had one request: the head of the Gu family must be him. In response, his mother scolded him. Do you need to tell me? Otherwise, what was your mother working so hard for more than 20 years for? Speaking of Wang Qi, Gu Heng was very busy this week, and his mother was actually even busier. There were a few times when Gu Heng had some free time and went to visit her, and he saw Ms. Wang Qi constantly on the phone, or talking with the staff who came down from the starships in the sky. Most of her calls were interstellar communications, to the leaders of the Chamber of Commerce fleet, to the people in various business lines of the Chamber of Commerce, to friends on the Flying Wing Star. Even, many of them were to those who had followed Gu Ming in the rebellion. She promised one thing after another, made one deal after another, and decided the fate of many people. The situation gradually became stable. She left Black Arrow Star even earlier than Gu Heng. Before leaving, the mother and son had a conversation. During the conversation, Gu Heng learned from his mother about some things that would happen in the Gu family. Needless to say, the 8 fleets that supported Wang Qi were the winners. However, these 8 fleets will probably still have a lot of trouble later. 7 of the 8 fleet controllers were in this city during the Pinzer incident. At that time, Wang Qi was able to escape, thanks to the full support of Lacroxia, the king of soldiers. The journey was extremely dangerous, but the others did not have such a good treatment. 4 people died directly, and 3 were captured. For those who were captured, it is not a big deal to rescue them now. Wang Qi will comfort them and reward them. They will still lead their own Chamber of Commerce fleets in the future, and will even unite more closely around Wang Qi. The 4 fleets whose masters died were in trouble. Wang Qi had to quickly select a suitable successor, who had enough prestige within the fleet, could convince the people, and was loyal. Moreover, it was not just as simple as selecting someone. She had to help him get promoted, and there should be no trouble. But in general, the affairs of the 8 fleets that were on her side were easy to deal with. The other 2 fleets that had stayed out of the matter from the beginning and maintained a neutral attitude were also easy to deal with. They were originally franchisees of the Gu family. After the internal strife of the Gu family, they were the most confused. But their attitude was also the simplest. They were just waiting for the outcome. From now on, they would listen to whoever was the head of the family and in power, as long as they could ensure that it was profitable for them to continue to join. There would be no problem. The trouble was the 4 fleets that followed Gu Ming in the rebellion. Wang Qi also expressed her feelings in the conversation with her son. If possible, she would like to kill all the rebels. But it couldn't be done. She couldn't bear to part with the 4 fleets, which added up to almost 20 ships. That was a lot of money. No matter what happened in the future, she had to do her best to keep the people, so that she could keep the ships. And now, this matter has come to a conclusion. 2 of them, after knowing that Gu Mingdu had fallen into Wang Qi's hands, realized that the situation was over, chose to surrender. During the call, the 2 behaved differently. One cried miserably, saying that he was used and bewitched, begging for his life. The other was tougher, bargained, and wanted a safe ending. Wang Qi was well comforted. No matter what she thought in her heart, or how she would settle accounts in the future, at least for now, after a brief bargaining, she accepted these people. We talk about it later. But the other 2 fleets did not believe Wang Qi's promise. They ran away. There were 7 ships that ran away, all of which were armed merchant ships. In fact, these 2 fleets were not only these 7 ships, they should also include an equal number of giant belly transport ships. However, the giant belly runs too slowly, has no weapons, and has no ability to resist. When they want to escape, they will definitely not take care of them. Wang Qi knows what these two fleets are planning. They just think that Wang Qi will never let them go after they did such a thing. Even if they don't cause trouble for a while, they will definitely be liquidated afterwards. So, they decided to leave. They want to inherit, contact some of Gu Ming's past networks, and strive to become an independent chamber of commerce. With 7 armed merchant ships, they already have the qualifications. But how could Wang Qi let them go? Her network of connections has been fully mobilized. These 7 fleeing ships will be classified as armed rebellion and traitors to the empire. Wang Qi will do her best to prevent them from gaining independence. And they will never be able to obtain a license for an independent merchant caravan. Even, they will be arrested as interstellar pirates. This is Wang Qi punishment for traitors. She also needs the destruction of these 2 rebellious fleets to demonstrate her authority. When she left the surface and went up to the sky, the Gu fleet left soon. Later, she had a lot of things to do. Gu Heng also left. After boarding the Blade Tiger with the troops, Gu Heng met with Yi Lixia. You have gained a lot this time. As soon as they met, Yi Lixia teased. When will we see another governor of 2 planets appear in the Tianma Star region? Gu Heng smiled and waved his hand. He was indeed right in the heart of what Yi Lixia said. But he was not embarrassed. This was his idea. He said calmly, I will work hard for it. And this is inseparable from the Fofana family, and the help of Mr. Leader. Letting Ness Luman be the puppet is, of course, just a transitional plan. In the future, the best result is naturally that Gu Heng himself will come to the front and get a clear dual appointment. This is not without precedent. There is a ready-made example in the Tianma Star region, the Fokkers family. The Fash family controls 3 planets in the Pegasus Star region. The governors are all from this family. 2 of the governorships are held by the same person, and the other person also follows his lead. But it is difficult to do this. The reason why the Fash family can do this is that they have made special contributions to the empire. And there are also some historical problems. Now, that historical opportunity has passed, and it is not easy for Gu Heng to copy their path. Yi Lixia also thought so. She sighed. You are not shy in front of me. But, your idea, the leader is unlikely to support you. Not only does he not support you, he may already regret helping you. Gu Heng also expected this. But he just said, Mr. Leader will understand in the future. Chapter 265, Angry Owl Star Port. Gu Heng knew that Chief Pedicai would not be happy. The reason was not complicated. Multiple planets obeyed the orders of a governor at the same time, which was disgusting and vigilant to all the leaders of the star regions. Why did Pedicai have a bad relationship with the Fash family? In addition to the many dirty things between the 2 sides in government affairs and daily communication, there was a core contradiction, which was that the Fash family controlled 3 planets in the Tianma Star region, including the Raffle Owl. There are only 9 worlds in the Pegasus sector, and Fokkers occupies 3 of them. What say do the leaders of the sector have? In the political system of the empire, it is actually a situation of heavy weight at both ends and light weight in the middle. The so-called heavy weight at both ends refers to the heavy weight on the Imperial center and the planetary governor. Theoretically, and even in reality, the Imperial center controls all the power of the entire boundless territory of the empire. So there is no need to say more. The planetary governor controls all the power within a single Imperial world. And within their own jurisdiction, they have the final say. The 3 levels of government in the middle are somewhat awkward. Under the empire, the 3 levels of government on the planets, from large to small, are the universe, the star field, and the star region. For example, the Angry Owl Star under Gu Heng's jurisdiction generally belongs to the Eastern Universe. The Dragon Eagle Star region, the Pegasus Star region, and the Angry Owl Star system. The 3 levels of government in the middle do not have complete ruling power. For example, Pedes, the head of the Star region, nominally has the power to govern the 9 worlds of the Pegasus Star region. But in fact, he basically cannot intervene in the specific affairs of a specific planet. It is true that he is the superior of the planetary governors, but this power is greatly discounted. As long as the other governors guarantee to pay taxes, they are local tyrants. The head has an order, and if you want to listen, you can listen. If you really don't want to listen, what else can you do? He has jurisdiction, but he can neither dismiss, punish, nor give any rewards. This jurisdiction is empty. The power he has is that some of the imperial taxes will remain in his hands. In contrast, he is responsible for the maintenance of the naval fleet of this star zone, the maintenance of the star army, and the stability of the tax revenue of the entire star zone. The head of the star sector also has the power to issue orders to the Imperial Navy and the Astra Militarum, and can be regarded as the top military and political leader. However, the Imperial Navy has its own direct superior, the commander of the Pegasus fleet, Tillmans, and must report to his superior. And the same is true for the Astra Militarum. In addition, there are the Imperial Military Affairs Department, the Administration Department, and the Taxation Department, which will carry out various vertical management of star sector level affairs. These factors make the position of the head of the star sector very awkward. And naturally they will compete for power with the forces above and below. When the specific situation is implemented in a specific star zone, there will be a big difference. In some star zones, the leaders are more Buddhist, do not fight or compete, and just lie down. The more progressive ones will do their job well and pass on the work. But in most cases, the leaders will still fight. After all, they have reached this position. Who is willing to be a clay Buddha? In the Tianma star zone, Pei Desi is a relatively strong leader. By having a good relationship with the Fofana family, he achieved a certain degree of control over the navy. By helping his younger brother become the governor of Fei Star, he achieved control over the star region's capital planet, which is also the most developed world. By being on good terms with the Gu family, he achieved control over the Imperial Chamber of Commerce. By manipulating the selection of governors of various planets, he strengthened control over the local areas. By using various means, Pettis became a rare star region leader with real power. However, the Fash family, which controls 3 planets at the same time, has always been a thorn in his heart, and he can't get involved at all. Under such circumstances, there is no doubt that the star zone leader, Pettis, hates this kind of thing the most. There is already a Fash in the star zone. How could he tolerate Gu Heng taking this path? What's more, the Gu family also has the power of the Chamber of Commerce that Fash doesn't have. Gu Heng wants to further expand his authority as governor and supervise multiple planets at the same time, which is a path that will definitely cause contradictions and conflicts with the leader Pettis. But Gu Heng is not afraid of Pei Desi alone. The real power of other star district leaders is very small, so why can't the political ecology of Tianma Star District become like this? The key lies in the control of the positions of multiple planetary governors by Pei Desi and the control of the Imperial Navy. Pei Desi can mainly control the governors of the 4 planets, Flying Wing Star, Red Arrow Star, Karogia 1 and 2. The most important of them is Karogia 1, a nest world with a population of 40 billion, and Fei Star, a highly developed garden world, a civilized world. However, it is not easy to get Petticide to control these planets. As for the Navy, it is mainly the Fofana family. Petticide relies on the extremely good relationship with the Fofana family to maintain control over the Navy. In front of Gu Heng, there is a core figure of the Fofana family. Before, his mother mentioned it to him implicitly. He is now seriously considering what the effect will be if he marries the Fofana family. Gu Heng is not a naive boy, he does not reject political marriage. What's more, Yilixia is a beauty from every angle. On the way back on Yilixia starship, Gu Heng did not forget to communicate with Pei Desi. Although he has gradually begun to regard Pei Desi as a potential opponent, a stumbling block to further expand his influence in the future. But now, it is still a target that needs to be flattered. Now, Gu Heng still cannot directly challenge the Star Zone leader, and even needs a lot of help from the other party. You have to lick what you deserve. As soon as the communication was connected, Gu Heng could hear that. The tone of the leader Pettis on the other side was not very good. Gu Heng, you are really capable. The face of the leader Pettis also appeared on the other side of Gu Heng, clearly with a smile, but with a hint of coldness. I am very curious. Why did you keep Ness Luman alive? You might as well just kill him, and then I will submit an application for you to serve as the governor of Black Arrow Star. What do you think? Obviously, these are all sarcasm. Gu Heng expected that Pettis would be sarcastic. But in fact, Gu Heng was not very nervous. As long as he was willing to answer the phone, it meant that the situation was fine. Of course, although he was not nervous, Gu Heng still showed a look of fear and trepidation on his face. Mr. Chief, it is precisely because I am worried that you will misunderstand that I am communicating with you this time. Please believe me, I have no intention of serving as the governor of 2 planets at the same time. Oh, your army is already stationed on Black Arrow Star. How can I trust you? I need to keep Black Arrow Star stable, Gu Heng said. My mother told me that I must leave a troop there. After all, Black Arrow Star is still the core trading partner of the Gu family. He and Wang Qi agreed to put the blame on his mother. He didn't expect to get away with it. But at least there was an explanation. Pei Desi was too lazy to dwell on this topic. And he directly put forward the conditions. You must withdraw your army and your influence from Black Arrow Star. Black Arrow Star must maintain their traditions. And the King's Council must exist. The Star District government will arrange a dispatched agency on Black Arrow Star to supervise the King's Council to select their governor. Okay. Now it was Petter's turn to be surprised. Agree so readily? He was indeed quite unhappy. He authorized the Blade Tiger to carry the army of the Angry Owl Star to Black Arrow Star. And as the Imperial Navy, he forced both sides to cease fire, so that Gu Heng could rescue his mother. This was his clear choice of side in the internal struggle of the Gu family. However, his authorization was limited to asking Gu Heng to rescue his mother. What he didn't expect was that in less than 2 years, the Angry Owl Star not only developed well, but a small army sent out was able to completely destroy a kingdom in the other party's home court. He didn't expect that Gu Heng could get support from more than a dozen space warriors. All these made him extremely vigilant. In his opinion, since Gu Heng had already swallowed the Luman Kingdom, it would be impossible for him to spit it out easily. The matter has been settled. How can we just withdraw the troops? He was ready to bargain with the Gu family on this matter. But he didn't expect that Gu Heng would agree to his request to withdraw the troops so easily. This made him wonder, did I misunderstand this guy? Putting this idea aside, he thought for a while. As long as the troops of Angry Owl Star withdrew, they would not be able to maintain their influence on Black Arrow Star. As for the influence of the Gu family on the trade of Black Arrow Star, it is not a problem. It already existed. So how could it be taken away? But in general, Peterson was generally satisfied with Gu Heng's attitude. His tone softened as a result. The two discussed the withdrawal of troops for a while. Gu Heng expressed his willingness to withdraw troops. But the withdrawal of troops was not something that could be done overnight. The military power of the Luman Kingdom itself was destroyed, and the army of the Angry Owl Star needed to remain there for a while to maintain the order of the country, so as not to cause major changes in the situation of the 7 countries of Black Arrow Star, and suppress the ambitions of the other 6 countries. Gu Heng promised that the total number of troops stationed on Black Arrow Star would not exceed 50,000, and the relevant withdrawal work would be gradually completed in the next 2 years, and his troops would gradually leave Black Arrow Star, until 2 years later, before the next King's Council of Black Arrow Star elected a new planetary governor. He promised that his troops would be completely withdrawn. However, the heavy losses of the Gu family on Black Arrow Star needed to be repaid year by the Kingdom of Luman in the form of war reparations. These conditions are within the range that Pei Desi can accept. As long as the army of Angry Owl Star can leave Black Arrow Star before the next King's Council election, and ensure that the election of the King's Council will not be manipulated by the military, and Black Arrow Star will not fall into Gu Heng's hands, he can accept it. In order to ensure this, the dispatched agency of the Star District government will replace him to supervise all this. As for the compensation that the Luman Kingdom wants to pay to the Gu family, Pei Desi will not care. As it should be. The conversation between the two became more and more harmonious as time went on. Until the end, Pei Desi even felt that he had made a profit. He originally could not intervene too much on the Black Arrow Star, but now, the Star District government he led could send an agency to this planet, in the name of respecting tradition, to supervise the election of the planetary governor, which gave him the opportunity to intervene. It was still a good thing. Until the end of the communication, he had a smile on his face, just reminded Gu Heng, remember to fulfill the previous agreement, and drive the power of the Fash family out of the Angry Owl Star, and then hung up the communication. After the call ended, Gu Heng still had a smile on his face. Withdrawing the army within 2 years. No problem. By then, the army of the Kingdom of Luman should be rebuilt. In 2 years, it's hard to say whether the Kingdom of Luman will unify Black Arrow Star, but it's definitely capable of firmly holding the position of the planetary governor. The self-reliant and self-reliant Kingdom of Luman. TSK. Gu Heng thought to himself. He didn't mind at all that the future planetary governor of Black Arrow Star was elected fairly and impartially by the King's Council. After returning, he will send a large number of agricultural machinery, some government officials, and some military experts to Black Arrow Star to help the Kingdom of Luman rebuild their homes, upgrade the agricultural industry, and train the army. Gu Heng had seen before that in the soldier card system, as long as 1/10 of the people in a troop are local population, and the other 90% are vassal population, that's enough. He will train an excellent army for the Kingdom of Luman. In space, after 7 days of sailing, Gu Heng returned to his base camp. The Blade Tiger docked at the starport. This was also the first time that Gu Heng saw the appearance of his own starport. 8 days ago, when he left, this place was still a large construction site. After the ground part of the starport was completed, a space station built on the surface was launched from the magnetic track. Of course, the space station was not big, and it was far from being called a starport. However, later, the large orbital spacecraft upgraded from the Wind Falcon speed attack boat technology, combined with the starport technology blueprint, passed through the magnetic track channel, and quickly sent personnel and engineering machinery to the space station. Then, boxes of parts made on the ground were launched one by one. The workers wore special space suits, and drove the engineering machine under the gravity effect provided by the anti-gravity engine to smoothly assemble the parts produced on the ground in space. By now, it has taken shape. Of course, if it is judged by the standards of a starport, it is too small and too simple, and the functions and services it can provide are too few. This entire starport is actually not as big as the ship of the Blade Tiger, but at least it can provide a boarding bridge and a space station that can accommodate thousands of people. Once the Blade Tiger docks with the boarding bridge, the soldiers can step directly on the floor, drive the tank, and go down the bridge to the Angry Owl starport, and then take orbital spacecraft one after another to leave the starport and arrive at the other side. This operation speed is much faster than using landing ships to transport one by one. Looking at this small and simple starport, Gu Heng suddenly felt heroic. He seemed to be able to see that in the future, this place will be wrapped in armor, full of artillery, equipped with a shipyard, and become a star fortress. Chapter 266, relying on the great development of the starport. After landing on the ground, Gu Heng also had a special chat with the person in charge of supervising the construction of the starport. This person is Hu Ke. The two most outstanding scientific researchers under Gu Heng are both from the mechanical order, namely Hu Ke and Wu Jiarong. According to the rating of the order, they both reached the level of engine prophet. The person Gu Heng trusts more is, of course, Wu Jiarong. But because of this, she has a more important task on her shoulders. She had to stay in the Research Institute of Wasteland City at all times to protect the black box that could not be known to outsiders. The scientific research team she led needed to provide technical support for the growing production system of Wasteland City. Hu Ke was not so busy. His last major project was to provide agricultural production guidance and optimize the genetics of grain seeds in Qinggu. This was a suitable job for him, as he was an expert in genetic engineering. In addition to agricultural construction in Qinggu, he also had some work to build intensive sawless three-dimensional cultivation factories in the settlements of the central and northern provinces where there were no migrant populations. This related technology was bought by Gu Heng from his cousin. Objectively speaking, Hu Ke's work over a long period of time has provided great help to the food development of Angry Owl Star. At the same time, Hu Ke is also a professor at the Alliance Technical College and has taught many students, not to mention those who are still in the learning stage in the classroom. Those who have reached a certain level have been brought by him to actually participate in some specific research projects. After the technical guidance work of grain production was on the right track, Hu Ke gradually withdrew from it, and mainly handed over the relevant technical processing to his students. He himself was given the work of supervising the construction of the starport by Gu Heng. To be honest, Hu Ke has not been fully trusted by Gu Heng, and he will definitely not be allowed to touch the secrets of the black box. But the special thing about the construction of the starport is that it is not a starport built by a black box, but a complete set of blueprints. Of course, it also includes several black boxes, which are used to produce key components, or mass-produced mother machines for key components. For this part, Gu Heng still sent it to Wei Xingqing's Research Institute. However, there are still some common parts, the production of structures, and the assembly of various parts, which still have high technical requirements. If it is purely dependent on technical workers, the progress will be very slow and problems will easily occur. Hu Ke and his team are here to take on this part of the work. Although, starport construction is certainly not the area where he, a genetic engineering expert, is good at. But after all, The basic ability is here. Even if there is no specialization bonus, it is much more reliable than just grabbing someone with poor technical ability to take charge. And he did not disappoint Gu Heng expectations. Huku took Governor Gu to inspect the ground part of the starport. This is also a large construction site, but the scale is much larger than the track part. The most important thing is the second magnetic track leading to the starport that has already started construction. With the gradual expansion of the orbital starport, the newly established magnetic tracks will enable the starport, which is currently only barely operating, to continuously improve its cargo and personnel throughput. The overall situation is still quite encouraging. At present, there are two main reasons that restrict the speed of starport construction. The production capacity of core components is relatively worrying, and the number of engineering machines suitable for space operations is seriously insufficient. These two problems are being worked hard to overcome. The core components of the starport are still very dependent on being manufactured in the Black Box laboratory in Wasteland City, and then transported here for assembly. However, the relevant industrial lines have already begun to be built. The first batch of mass production factories for starport components have been established near the starport city, and they are only waiting for the equipment to be transported from Wasteland City to start production. Once this factory is put into production, within 2 months, 70% of the demand for core components can be solved on site, and the construction speed of the starport will increase significantly. As for the second problem, engineering machines for space operations will mainly rely on the industrial power of Wasteland City to solve it. After they are freed from the work of producing core components for the starport, they will have more energy and can focus on building more space engineering machines. Gu Heng nodded his head. It is normal to have problems, as long as there is a solution. During the inspection, a senior official of the Alliance also hurried to the scene. That was the head of Xungyao Province, Rafar. As the province closest to the west, and the first to be recovered among the 3 eastern provinces, under the leadership of Rafar, the development plan of Xungyao Province is the most complete and the fastest. On the one hand, this is due to the geographical advantage, which ensured that the starport was built in the Scarlo Highlands in Xungyao Province. On the other hand, it is also because Rafar, the chief, is indeed very capable. During the inspection, Rafar told Governor Gu in detail about his subsequent development plans. I won't say much about the starport. With this starport as the core, Rafar will build a city here. The city of Scarrow will also be called the Starport City. The main positioning of the city of Scarrow is a transportation hub. There are many fast routes, including railways, highways, and a road network that extends from the city of Scarrow to various regions of the entire alliance. Many industries generated by road transportation, such as logistics, road maintenance, vehicle maintenance, energy processing, and other industries, are in the process of preparation. A large number of convenient trade services are also provided here, which is convenient for subsequent cities and industrial zones to set up foreign trade branches here. These are the core driving forces for the future development of Scarrow City. However, the so-called long-term driving force is still a matter of the future. At present, the biggest driving force for the development of Scarrow City is the construction of the starport. There is no doubt that the construction of the starport itself will create huge market demand. Hundreds of thousands of workers work here. Their food, clothing, housing and transportation have given birth to the initial market of Scarrow City. And the parts factory serving the construction of the starport will also give birth to a large number of services. Rafar is even working hard to introduce some production lines to establish a preliminary raw material processing system in Scarrow City. With the help of the developed road network and the huge demand brought by the construction of the starport, the city of Scarrow even has the opportunity to become an industrial city before becoming a hub city. This is certainly not a bad thing. During the half-day inspection of the construction of the starport and the city of Scarrow, Gu Heng was generally satisfied with the development here. Before Gu Heng was about to leave, Huka asked to have a private chat with him. Thank you very much for letting me participate in the construction of the starport. Huka's face was filled with smiles. Gu Heng was also very polite. I should thank you for your efforts. No. This is what I should do. I am receiving salary and benefits from the Union government, and I should do this. And you asked me to participate in the construction of the starport, and gave me a set of technical blueprints, which is really, I'm sorry, I don't know how to describe it. This whole set of technical blueprints is really incredible. I have learned a lot from it. In the past, for a long time, I was confused about my future development. I haven't felt my progress for a long time. However, in the past few months, I feel that my ability has increased significantly. This is all thanks to participating in this project. So I must thank you. When he heard this, Gu Heng had already vaguely realized what Huke meant. But he didn't say anything. Huke secretly glanced at Gu Heng's expression, but couldn't see anything. So he could only continue, your planet. Or to be more precise, the research institute managed by Ms. Wu Jiarong is really amazing. Various technologies emerge from the research institute in an endless stream, which makes people yearn for it. If possible, I want to join the research institute. Sure enough, Gu Heng sighed in his heart. In Weixingqing's research institute, one technology after another is constantly gushing out like a fountain. This matter can't be hidden from those who are interested. Maybe no one has such a strong imagination, and would suddenly think that there are already dozens of black boxes there. And as Gu Heng points out more and more technology trees, there will be more and more. However, it is normal to think that there are secrets there. Otherwise, all of them were developed by Wu Jiarong. That would be too genius. It is not that such a genius is not allowed to appear, but that even if there is really an invincible genius sitting in the research institute, and his scientific research ability is impeccable, it always takes time to produce so many results. But Wu Jiarong did all these, as if she really didn't need time. Gu Heng understood Huke's curiosity, and he would be the same. It's not just Huke. In the past, although the development speed of Angry Owl Star was fast, Gu Heng also rose quickly. But after all, the stage was limited to this planet without even a star port, and there was not much interstellar communication. Even if there were abnormalities, people were too lazy to pay attention. Just like ordinary people would not care about what happened in an ant nest. However, as Angry Owl Star develops faster and faster in the future, and its influence develops towards a larger stage, the situation on Angry Owl Star will not be as simple as an ant nest. Even now, people will begin to be surprised at how Gu Heng built a strong army on a wasteland planet, how it developed so rapidly in just a few years, and how those mature production lines were produced. In response to this, Gu Heng has prepared two sets of arguments. First, Wu Jiarong is a genius. Second, it was invested and built by the Gu family. These statements may be enough for general situations, but for those who are interested and have carefully investigated the rise of the Angry Owl Star Alliance, it is a bit unreasonable. Gu Heng was too lazy to find a new statement and couldn't find one. In this matter, he prepared a backup plan, which was actually just one move, no response and strict confidentiality. The Alliance security work for Wu Jiarong Research Institute was raised to the highest level, even more stringent than Gu Heng-owned security. The only person who can access the black box is Wu Jiarong. The servitors are not considered human beings, and they will not reveal secrets. How did the Alliance develop? And how did it pull out so many technologies? You can guess what you want. But if you want to get evidence, you can dream about it. As for the above board review, Gu Heng will sternly refuse it as the planetary governor. The Imperial law gives the planetary governor all the power on his own planet, and Gu Heng certainly has the power to do so. Of course, this so-called power needs to be guaranteed by strength. Gu Heng's future goal is to ensure that he has the strength to do so that no matter how small the Star District government is, or how big the Inquisition is, or even the Mechanicus Church can forcefully investigate, without actual evidence, there is no way to cause trouble through formal channels. Without evidence, it is difficult to make certain forces really start a war based on just a guess. Of course, before Gu Heng develops to a certain extent, there is no need to worry too much about this issue for the time being. It's the same metaphor. When he was still an ant nest, no one cared about what happened in the ant nest, and no one would have thought that the infinitely precious black boxes would be piled up densely in this ant nest. To be honest, other possibilities are much more reliable than Governor Gu having a system that can easily pull out a lot of black boxes. As for whether to be more cautious in the use of the technology tree in the future, Gu Heng does not intend to do so. What should be cautious? What should be kept secret? That's for sure. We must do our best. But if we want to keep secrets and slow down our development, Gu Heng doesn't intend to do that. That's putting the cart before the horse. As for Huke's request, Gu Heng had an idea when he had anticipated what he wanted to say. He spread his hands to Huke and said frankly, Mr. Hu, I understand your curiosity about the Alliance Research Institute. There, it is the core of the Alliance technological output, and contains the core secrets. I also hope that you can join there. You will learn a lot of secrets, which will be of great benefit to you. But, please let me be frank. In order to ensure that the secrets are not leaked, I need everyone who joins the Institute to be trustworthy enough. Mr. Hu, you still need to go through a period of testing. Perhaps, you must go to Zhongxi College. In addition, also for the purpose of keeping secrets. After joining the Institute, you will also lose a lot. Your actions may be restricted, and your every word and action may need to be reported, and you may be closely monitored. The time you spend with your family will also be reduced. At this point, Gu Heng spread his hands, looked at Huku and said, "You may want to think about this matter carefully." After listening to Huku, he was indeed a little hesitant. He really didn't think about the black box aspect. His most guess before was that there were many technical blueprints obtained by the Gu family in the Research Institute. For example, various technical weapons, the construction of production materials, are all achieved through the reproduction of technical blueprints. What he wants to obtain are also those. Studying those technical blueprints will greatly improve his level. However, he quite understands the reason why Gu Heng said to keep the secret. He has to pay so much for this. Be closely monitored, and always pay attention when he is with his family. This is indeed a little difficult to accept. Don't rush, Gu Heng said. You can make this choice at any time. You don't have to give me an answer right now. Thank you. Mr. Governor, I will think about the whole thing carefully. After the conversation, Gu Heng boarded the Fengxian and returned to Fuxing City. Here, his loyal subordinates have a lot to report to him. But before that, he needs to do something else first. The nearly 20,000 points of gifts on hand have to be spent. Chapter 267, Building the Army, Angry Bear Legion. Gu Heng current gift points are more than 17,000 points. With such a number of gift points, Gu Heng can do a lot of things. The first thing to do is to build the army. Currently, the total strength of the Alliance army is about 330,000 people, with 38 brigade-level units, divided into multiple army groups, deployed in different places, performing different tasks. He calculated that, according to the Imperial tax standard, the total value of these 38 divisions, when fully staffed, is about 6 million tax coins. This is the total value of the personnel and equipment. According to the previous statement, Gu Heng has obtained permission to establish a Star Army Corps on the Angry Owl Star. Even the organization has been approved. The number is 43.25.09.03 Corps. This string of numbers is also quite interesting. 43 is the number of the Eastern Universe. 25 is the number of the Dragon Eagle Star region. 09 is the number of the Pegasus Star region. And 03 is the number of the Angry Owl Star. Put together, this is the administrative number of the Wrathful Owl in the Imperial Administration Department. For another example, the human home planet, the capital of the Empire, Holy Terra is 01.01.01.01, Solar Universe, Solar Star Region, Holy Terra. The last number becomes 2, which is the Forge World Mars, which is the headquarters of the Mechanicus, also known as Mars. The Astra Militarum also likes to do this. They give this number to the newly established legion based on the planet, where they mainly recruit soldiers. Of course, it would be very troublesome to call it that way. It would be hard to remember too many names. It is usually only used for internal documents. Gu Heng can come up with a name and report it. Generally speaking, the Star Army headquarters will not be too entangled in this matter, and will allow it. Gu Heng gave a very simple name, Angry Bear Legion. It is very likely that there will be duplicate names, which is normal. But it doesn't matter if there are duplicate names. There will be no big problem if the number is good, whether it is requesting supplies or issuing a transfer order, as long as it is a formal command document. A unique number will be attached to ensure that there will be no mistakes such as duplicate names due to language differences. The Star Army that Gu Heng was ordered to create had a total value of more than 2.5 million tax coins, which was the Imperial tax for the Angry Owl Star for 2 years. In theory, the tax should be 10 million, and the other 7.5 million, according to what Gu Heng said before he came here, would be paid by the Star District government. The target army was worth 2.5 million tax coins, and the total value of the Alliance army was more than 6 million. Gu Heng would definitely not include all the troops in it, even though this Star Army would be controlled by him. The troops from officers to legion commanders could be assigned by Gu Heng, and they could be stationed on the Angry Owl Star for a long time. The reason being to guard against possible attacks by the green-skinned orcs and ensure the stability of the Angry Owl Star. But despite this, we still have to be on guard. After all, this unit still has to accept the unified command of the Imperial Star Army. If they are really sent to fight somewhere by a transfer order, they will go. Otherwise, how can they disobey orders? It is not without benefits. First of all, it is tax deduction. Secondly, it is still tax deduction. However, there are different ways to deduct taxes. After establishing this unit, it can deduct 2.5 million taxes on the spot. In the future, the expansion of this unit or its daily maintenance will not require the Alliance to pay. If we get permission to expand, it's fine if the new troops are transported from outside by the Military Affairs Department. If we recruit soldiers from the Angry Owl Star, then it can be tax deducted. Daily military maintenance, such as equipment depreciation, ammunition replenishment, personnel replenishment, is also paid by the Military Affairs Department and the Star Army. Of course, it is actually impossible to transport soldiers and equipment from other distant worlds. They still have to be provided by the Angry Owl Star. And all these things can be tax deducted. In total, the annual maintenance cost of a troop with a total value of 2.5 million tax coins is 250,000 tax coins, provided that no major wars are fought. If a fierce war is involved, with a large number of equipment and personnel losses, the cost of replenishment will be calculated separately. From an economic point of view, planning a part of the Alliance Army to become the Star Army, the Angry Bear Legion, is not a losing business in itself. As for the extent to which the Angry Bear Legion can be commanded by Gu Hang, that is a matter of extra pure profit. Gu Hang planned 13 divisions, which were added to the Corps. They were the 3rd Beast Slaughter Brigade, the 11th, 12th Infantry Divisions, the 14th Infantry Division, the 26th to 30th Infantry Divisions, the 31st Airborne Division, the 32nd to 33rd Infantry Divisions, and the 35th Mechanized Brigade. The total force was 140,000, which was almost half of the Alliance Army. But in fact, the number of key mechanized brigades was not large. Only one. An infantry division had 12,000 people, and the cost was only 200,000 tax coins. A fully staffed mechanized brigade had less than 9,000 people, but the cost soared to 460,000 tax coins. In order to gather these 13 divisions, Gu Hang basically dismantled and merged the army group that was used to recover the northern border and the Central Army group that was used to sweep the 3 eastern provinces. The 13 divisions have received the transfer order. They will gather and station near the capital Fuxing City, waiting for 2 months, and the Imperial tax officials will come to inspect them. Considering this, Gu Hang scratched his head and felt that he had to expand the army further. After discarding the Angry Bear Legion, the number of troops under the Alliance Army sequence was a little insufficient. Gu Hang had several plans. First, he had to set up the Eastern Army Group. This part of the army had ready-made manpower. After pacifying the eastern provinces, Yin Fangxu had established the local militia in the 3 eastern provinces. The total number of the local militia was about 100,000. Gu Hang planned to reorganize half of them into 39 to 45 divisions on the spot, using the organization of the Garrison Division. A division had 6,260 people, and they didn't even need armored vehicles. They would just need a large number of motorcycles and iron ox trucks, and motorization would be enough. The reorganization of these 7 garrison divisions is expected to be completed within a month. After all, there is no need to produce and configure too many new equipment. There are many ready-made stocks of artillery, trucks, and individual equipment. As for the training of the troops, Gu Hang just needs to click on the soldier card system, spend some grace points, 1 point for every 100 people, which is not expensive. Then, the other half will be reorganized into regular troops, and 5 divisions will be established. The 46th and 47th divisions will adopt the organization of mechanized brigades, and the 48th to 50th divisions will adopt the organization of infantry divisions. These 5 divisions cannot be completed immediately. Although the troops are trained quickly, these 5 divisions have a large amount of equipment that needs to be produced extra. Various armored vehicles, tanks, fixed heavy grenade launchers as company-level firepower. Currently, the inventory of the Military Logistics Department is seriously insufficient, even a lot is owed. Especially armored vehicles and tanks. Currently, the monthly production of the Alliance Lion tanks has reached 34 units. And the monthly production of armored vehicles has reached 160 units. These are the 2 most bottleneck equipment in the current army construction. Let alone the newly established troops, even the old mechanized brigades, theoretically. A brigade should have 50 tanks to be fully staffed, and it has not been fully staffed yet, except that the 1st Sheafing Brigade has an additional tank battalion to make it full, and later it plans to prioritize the 35th Brigade to be incorporated into the Angry Bear Corps. The remaining mechanized brigades generally only have 18 tanks. If Gu Hang wants to really create a steel torrent, he must find a way to increase the production of tanks and armored vehicles. And this matter is already on the way. On the one hand, Wasteland City has been working hard to expand its production capacity. On the other hand, the production lines that are constantly being built are overflowing to the surrounding provinces. In addition to relieving the production pressure of Wasteland City, it is also necessary to drive the production level of other provinces, solve employment problems, and tap the potential of human resources. This matter has already begun. In those places, some heavy industry and military industry factories have also been opened one after another. For example, other areas of the central province have taken over many individual equipment manufacturing plants, as well as the manufacturing of various types of engineering machinery. The High Tower province has taken over a vehicle parts production plant, and has begun to set up its own automobile production plant on the spot. The armored vehicle production line is also in place. The Central North province is particularly worth mentioning. Originally, this was the province with the least population in the administrative division of the Alliance. However, after the North was liberated, a considerable part of the land and population was divided into the Central North province, and the rest was established in the North province. Inheriting many legacies of the Polar Industrial Group, even the Polar Industrial City was assigned to the Zhongbei province and renamed Guangbei City. The related technological industry upgrades have been very successful in recent times. The Zhongbei province can even build tanks. This model was something Gu Hang had considered a long time ago. First, build the Wasteland City Industrial Center, then use the rich to drive the poor, radiate the surrounding areas. Other regions first position themselves as consumer goods, food, raw material supply areas, and then gradually receive overflow production capacity. Now, we have reached the second step. As the industrialization of all parties continues to advance, the industrial capacity of the Alliance will surely continue to maintain high growth for a period of time, or even higher growth than in the past, if calculated based on the situation before the increase in production. These 5 division brigade units belonging to the Central Army Group, especially the 2 mechanized brigades, can complete the preparation in about 3 months. If the situation of expanding production capacity is ideal, then this time is likely to be shortened to within 2 months. To train these troops, in addition to the problem of weapons and equipment, the other thing is the training of soldiers. The militia forces currently established in the eastern provinces are not formally organized, and have not been trained with grace points. The 2 armies, a total of about 100,000 new soldiers, plus the 34th Infantry Division, the 37th Mechanized Brigade, the 38th Mechanized Brigade, which were sent to Black Arrow Star in the first phase of the Expeditionary Force, and were brought back after being beaten and crippled, also need to be replenished. The direct loss of personnel in these 3 divisions reached nearly 20,000. In addition to the dead, many disabled people were also transported back and handled the retirement procedures. The 20,000 personnel gap will also be filled in this army building. For these 3 divisions, the pension for the dead and disabled is one aspect. On the other hand, Gu Hang also commended these 3 divisions as promised. The collective third-class merit. All the troops under the 3 divisions to the company level are allowed to put a single sword inserted behind the shield on the flag and the unit number armband, which is a proof of honor. Some companies were awarded the second-class collective merit, and some combat heroes, whether alive or dead, disabled or intact, received individual medals. The collective medal is fine. It is just a bonus for the soldiers, mainly reflected in the honor of the unit. And the individual medal is very valuable, which means that the Alliance has recognized their merits. As long as they do not commit crimes in the future, they can receive these medals for life, which is not much, but a good supplementary allowance. At the same time, almost all the combatants were quickly promoted to higher ranks, and a large number of them were promoted to officers. These soldiers who were promoted to officers were promoted in rank. Platoon leaders were promoted to company commanders. Company commanders were promoted to battalion commanders, and even regiment commanders. Even if the original troops could not accommodate so many officers, it didn't matter. The newly established 12 divisions had a large number of officer vacancies, and they could be transferred out and added to these troops. In order to train these troops, Gu Heng spent 1,200 points on grace points. This is not a large number. As long as you don't build an army of 1,000,000 people, the grace points spent on training troops will never be too much. After planning the grace points for troop training, Gu Heng now has more than 16,000 grace points left. Gu Heng thought about it and decided to use it to draw technology. He could draw 10,000 points. But there was no need. The greatest value of the 10,000 level technology tree comes from the 25% probability of producing epic technology. But even if you draw epic technology, you may not be able to digest it. That is a bit too high-end for the current industrial level of Angry Owl Star. Moreover, the technology pool of the 1,000 level grace level has not been drained yet. At this level, although the probability of drawing out is 57.5%, he can draw more times. He first drew 6 times in a row. The first shot missed. The second shot missed. The third shot hit a basic level. The fourth shot hit an advanced level. The fifth shot missed. And the sixth shot hit a basic level again. The 2 basic levels were the HS-6 electromagnetic gun family and the artillery modification technology. They were both relatively common, and there were basically no major changes. Electromagnetic rifles and laser guns are highly interchangeable, and their power, performance, and cost are all at about the same level. The main difference is that, when facing different enemies, the performance of the two will be different. Generally speaking, mature, elite-level Star Army troops will be equipped with both rifles on a large scale. The G series of live ammunition rifles will be eliminated and used by ordinary Star Army troops. But this thing, for the Wrathful Owl Star, it is more of a technical reserve. A set of laser guns or electromagnetic rifles, with a variety of complete individual equipment, costs 4 tax coins, while a set of G9, only 0.2 tax coins. There is a big difference in money. Gu Heng can't afford it yet. But the artillery technology is very powerful. It is the same 155 howitzer. The current primitive manufacturing method is different from the modified one in terms of range and power. Especially in terms of range. It can be extended to 40 kilometers, which is doubled. At the same time, for some small-scale artillery, such as 88 howitzers and 60 mortars, the power, range and stability will be stronger. This is very good, and it is a real improvement for the Alliance Army. As for the advanced technology, it makes Gu Heng even happier. Traveler-type interstellar spaceship. Chapter 268, it's time for the much-loved card drawing session. At present, the technical capabilities of the Angry Owl Star in basic army construction are probably quite complete. Not to mention how sophisticated it is, the top equipment is far behind, but at least all conventional military equipment can be produced by itself. The Air Force has the Foam Falcon, which is not bad, at least it can be used for air-to-ground support, airdrop, airborne operations. But as for the construction of space, it has not even started yet. The Traveler is a good start. This thing is not big either. About the same size as a V-type landing ship. According to the troops that can be loaded, it can carry up to 500 people at a time, including their equipment. If you load fewer people, you can also put a tank in it, which is about the strength of a battalion. In fact, the technology used in the two is very similar. They have similar thick armor and similar weapons. You can put a few reflector laser cannons on them. If you have to use live ammunition machine guns, that's fine. The firepower is stronger than the Wind Falcon, but it is limited. However, the core difference is that the Voyager has the ability to travel across the stars, can cross the Star Gate alone, pass through the Star Tunnel, and travel across the Star World. In order to achieve star crossing, the Voyager will have 3 technologies that ordinary landing ships do not have: jump engine, jump identification system, and star force field. The jump engine provides power for the spacecraft to enter the jump state. Low-level engines cannot provide this energy output. The jump identification system is used to find, locate, and connect to the Stargate. The Star Force field is in the process of jumping, providing additional protection for the entire spacecraft to avoid being affected by psychic energy and waste energy, and protecting the minds of the people in the spacecraft from damage and distortion. These 3 things are indispensable. But unfortunately, the current alliance does not have any of them. Gu Heng even suspected that the technology to produce these 3 things would not be as simple as the advanced level, but would most likely be elite level. But the good news is that although it cannot be mass-produced, the black box can directly pull out all the main parts of the spacecraft. and the follow-up will require skilled workers to assemble the building blocks. Of course, it is nonsense to expect to use travelers to build a star navy. There is a huge difference in level. The warp engine, warp identification, and star defense force field installed on the Voyager are all very small. The weapons and equipment on it are just like tickling when facing a large starship. The defense itself will be destroyed by a single shot. Only the poorest star pirates will take this thing and modify it to the extreme. To put it bluntly, it is to gather enough cannon fodder to send it up, to attract some attention, and to create some opportunities for the main battleship. It is considered a success. Its usual use is to carry people and small amounts of cargo for interstellar travel. If used in war, it is used for harassment, reconnaissance, etc. Its advantages are small size, low cost per flight, flexibility, and low cost. Of course, the so-called low cost is compared with those starships that cost hundreds of millions. Its own cost is estimated to be about 1.6 million tax coins per ship. This thing still needs to be built. It is not enough to build a proper navy, but at least it is the first step for the Alliance to step onto the Star Sea. Moreover, it is not meaningless. Its existence, inside the planet, can provide the Alliance with the ability to deploy military forces anywhere on the Angry Owl Star around the clock. In the war, if an armored battalion can be deployed at any point on the planet in a short time, it will still bring a great advantage. And Gu Hang is not completely without enemies on the Angry Owl Star. The weak points have been squeezed, but in the west of the continent, there is Blackbird Heavy Industries. This cannot be regarded as an indigenous force. It is a group supported by the Fox family, or even an industry of the Fox family, although the two sides are not interfering with each other. As the planetary governor, Gu Hang cannot accept that there is still a huge, uncontrolled force on his planet. Moreover, he did not forget that according to the requirements of the Star Zone leader, he had to turn against Blackbird Heavy Industries. But the specific time was not mentioned. Gu Hang did not plan to do it right away. He just had to be prepared in advance for the possibility of action. Even if Gu Hang did not take action, others might sense something and cause trouble in advance. Using the global rapid deployment capabilities provided by the travelers, it might bring good results in this conflict. In addition to the interior of the planet, the star travel provided by the travelers would also facilitate the connection between the Angry Owl Star and the Black Arrow Star, communication between personnel, dispatching management officials, etc., will be much more convenient. Although he should be able to use the Gu family's caravan to do this in the future, it is not good to trouble others. This others is not really a polite way of speaking for Gu Hang. Even if he is the head of the Gu family in the future, the model of the Gu family is a bit like a franchisee. Among the 14 fleets, there are only 12 left now. The Gu family investment company established by the Gu family head family has shares, more or less. Among them, only 5 can achieve absolute controlling rights, and the remaining 7 will obey the unified order of Gu Trading Company, make unified arrangements, and make money together. They are not employees of the Gu family, nor are they retainers, and they cannot be deployed at will. With the travelers, it is convenient to do similar things. Of course, there is also a safety issue. The combat ability of the travelers is too weak. If they encounter space pirates, it is still quite dangerous. However, the journey from Angry Owl Star to Black Arrow Star is not on a prosperous route, and there is not much money. There are only a few merchant ships throughout the year, and pirates are not willing to hang around in this area. So there is no need to worry too much about this issue. In the future, if the number of travelers increases, for example, if there are more than 20 ships, the number of people sent at a time can reach 10,000, and it can barely be used to send troops between star realms. However, it is still a bit unrealistic to expect to increase production capacity purely by using black boxes to produce more than 20 ships. Now, if we only use black boxes, it is estimated that we can only produce 1 traveler every 4 months. The main reason is that this thing is not small in size. Black boxes are not that big. It is impossible to produce a finished product at one time. In fact, it is a module at a time to produce various components. However, like all black box products, the assembly difficulty of these parts is very low, and ordinary technical workers can do it. The speed at which the black box produces those parts one by one, first of all, cannot be increased, and secondly, it takes time to assemble them. This means that it takes 4 months to assemble a traveler. Gu Hang estimated that, If a larger, real starship technology is obtained later, even if there is a black box that ignores the previous technology and can directly produce finished products, the production cycle is probably measured in years. It must be built. Even if we take a step back, it takes 4 months to pull out a traveler, and it is 1.8 million tax coins purely for tax deduction. 3 units a year, that is more than 5 million, enough for the Imperial tax of the Angry L-Star for a year. The key point is, it is just like picking it up for free. Of course, Gu Heng is not worried about the Imperial tax for a long time. With the current situation of the Alliance, it is enough to pay. Gu Heng still has 10,000 points of grace left. He thought about it, and resisted the temptation of 10,000 levels. The main reason is that the 1,000 level has not been drained. Although the cost performance is not high. At present, the probability of the 1,000 level has dropped to 67.5%, and the probability of being empty. 10% for the basic level, 20% for the advanced level, and 2.5% for the elite level. Even if the ratio does not continue to drop, there will only be 3 technologies in 10 consecutive draws, and they are most likely to be advanced or basic, and you may not even get elite. But in comparison, the things you get in the 10,000 draw are more likely to be very good, but you can't use them. It's better to draw the previous prize pool first. So, he drew 10 consecutive draws again. The luck is good, although only 3 technologies were drawn, but 1 was elite, the other 2 were all advanced, and no basic was drawn. The 2 advanced classes are Gravity Weapon and Sentinel Mech. The elite class is Astral Protection Field. Gu Heng was a little depressed when he pulled out the Gravity Weapon. This is a special individual weapon. Pastor Rizzo's scepter belongs to this category. To put it bluntly, the object equipped with this device will become heavier. There are too few uses. And you can even buy it. It would be best if you can make it yourself. But the precious technology quota, if given to other things, may be more useful. Sentinel Mech, it means the same thing. On Black Arrow Star, Gu Heng had seen the ability of the Sentinel Mech. It was just SOSO. In the decisive battle on the plains, the role it could play was a bit too low, far inferior to the Lion tank of the same price level. The latter is large, with a thick barrel, and durable, which would be much better as a decisive battle weapon. On the contrary, the Sentinel Mech is precious, with insufficient firepower, and poor armor. It's still not used in the right way. For example, in the landing and anti-landing battles inside the starship, the role of the Sentinel Mech is much greater than that of the Lion tank. The tank cannot be driven inside the starship, and can only stay in the warehouse honestly, because it is too big. In some infiltration operations, in complex terrain such as mountains or swamps, tanks may not be able to go up. But the Sentinel Mech can move freely like a person. When the enemy launches an attack on a certain hill, it can only deploy infantry forces. But after it comes up, it is the Sentinel Mech that is facing it. It is very desperate at this time. It cannot be used as the main force in a decisive battle. But in certain special circumstances, it can play a role that a tank cannot play. Although, Gu Heng does not like it very much, he will still choose to make some. It is the same as Gravity Weapon. You have already drawn it. What can you do? Just make it. Moreover, the Sentinel Mecha is better than the Gravity Weapon in that it does not have to worry about sales. In the civilization and culture of Black Arrow Star, the so-called mecha is quite popular. No matter how many Gu Heng produces here, he can sell them to those knights. As for the elite technology star protection field that was drawn, it is a capability that is really not used, but must be reserved in the future, when building starships, no matter the size. This is a necessary prerequisite technology, a necessary capability to protect spacecraft when the starship passes through the star tunnel. Reserve it first. After completing the technology lottery, Gu Heng went to Weishing City. On the one hand, he inspected the status of the most important industrial core of the Alliance, and on the other hand, he also went to the Research Institute to materialize the 6 technologies he had just obtained, a total of 12 black boxes, and handed them over to Wu Jiarong. Wu Jiarong had become numb to the fact that Governor Gu sent her several black boxes every once in a while. She couldn't study them all. She thought she was wandering in a sea of happiness. A few black boxes would be enough for an ordinary mechanical teacher to benefit greatly in her scientific research career. However, she didn't expect that one day she would be extremely distressed because of too many black boxes. She was almost drowned. However, this was a happy trouble. Even though it was troublesome, the main thing was happiness. She said to the governor, according to the current progress, I estimate that in another year, I will be able to surpass the level of the engine prophet and reach the level of the ruler bishop. So fast? Gu Heng was a little surprised. Ruler bishop. This rank can be considered a high-level position in the Mechanicus. Going up further, you can get the title of sage, although it is only a main sage. There are many leaders of the Mechanicus's forging world who are at this level. Facing Gu Heng question, Wu Jiarong replied, there are too many black boxes. I can get new inspiration almost every day. I can't make slow progress. Gu Heng smiled and asked, then do you want to go back? Perhaps. An assessment, a few research results, will make you famous in a forging world of the Mechanicus. And then, you may really become a ruling bishop. Wu Jiarong shook her head. She was still very self-aware. She knew that it would be very dangerous if she showed her intention to leave. Even if there was only one black box here, it would be a huge secret, let alone so many. Moreover, even if the governor had some means to seal and clean her memory and let her go without worry, she didn't want to leave. Looking back on the past, those years in the Mechanicus were really boring. Wu Jiarong sighed. Intrigues, struggles for power, these are all fine. But there is no pure scientific research environment that can be tolerated. But the lack of resources is really unbearable. A little bit of knowledge, a little bit of opportunity, a little bit of research results will be used as capital for struggle. I have spent the most comfortable and happy 2 years here with you, and I really don't want to go back to the past. Gu Heng said with a smile. That's good. Don't worry. I have no intention of leaving. What is the ruling bishop? Maybe, in the future, I will have the opportunity to reach the level of a main business sage, or even a great sage. I am looking forward to that day very much. Gu Heng said sincerely. If a sage can really be cultivated on our own planet, it would be invincible. Not to mention the ability in scientific research. At the level of a sage, who is not a top combat force. Chapter 269, Alliance Output Value. Gu Heng still had time, so he chatted with Wu Jiarong for a while longer. Based on Wu Jiarong's extremely fast progress, he thought of another idea. If we send more people to join the institute, I don't mean peripheral ones, but formal ones, like you, who can study black boxes, wouldn't the entire alliance become very powerful in the training of scientific researchers? In theory, yes. Wu Jiarong said. Although I can share some of my research results, I have also established a research journal in the technical college, which can also accelerate the training of technical personnel. Moreover, if these technical personnel participate in the black box research and come to duplicate conclusions and results, it will not help their growth much. But in general, we have too many black boxes here, and I can't study them all. It will definitely be good to have more helpers. The only problem is confidentiality. At this point, Gu Heng thought of Huke again. He must be a good choice. But after all, he is an outsider and needs to be tested. Gu Heng said to Wu Jiarong, pick a few talented young people and bring them to meet me. Okay. After getting permission, Wu Jiarong was also very happy. There are indeed a few good seedlings. After they join, I will definitely pay attention to confidentiality and security issues. Well, we can't relax here. Gu Heng said this, but at the same time he also made plans for double insurance. Later, he met the 4 young people. 3 men and 1 woman. Selected by Wu Jiarong. Gu Heng talked to them, which was considered an interview. During the interview, he used his mind to tamper with it, and did some tricks. He tried his best to avoid abusing this ability, but when it came to the secrets of the black box, he had to be cautious. He would not interfere with the mind too much, but just added a layer of mental maze to prevent these participants from leaking the secret. Next, Wu Jiarong will lead these 4 young people, who are at most technical specialists, into the rail gate of the research institute. They are confused and do not understand what kind of hall they are about to enter. After doing all this, Gu Heng hurriedly boarded the Fengxian and embarked on the journey back to Fuxing City. There, many senior officials of the Alliance have gathered together. Gu Heng will meet with Asuna, Lambert, Thaddeus and others one by one, listen to their recent work reports, and then host a work meeting for many senior officials of the Alliance. The content of Thaddeus's report was relatively routine, which was about military construction. In the entire reporting process, it was actually mainly Gu Heng who was talking, and he was listening. Gu Heng would build the Angry Bear Corps, in preparation for the subsequent formation of the Star Army. In addition, He would also have to worry about the newly established Eastern Army Group and Central Army Group. After receiving the order from the governor, Thaddeus left in a hurry, mobilizing troops, forming the Angry Bear Corps, and reorganizing 12 divisions from the militias of the 3 eastern provinces. These were all major moves, and he would have a lot to do next. Then, there were many things to talk about with Osina. The Prime Minister of the Union described the current development of the Union in detail. At present, within the actual control of the entire Union, there are already 25 million people, divided into 8 provinces. According to calculations, the total output value of the Union this year reached 34.14 million tax coins. Under this premise, the per capita welfare and allowances of the Union consumed a total of 10 million tax coins. Administrative costs, development reinvestment, and military industry supply troops, which together consumed a total of 23 million tax coins. And the Union's fiscal surplus was about 1 million tax coins. Of course, this so-called tax currency is actually a statistical algorithm. The currency issued within the alliance is another matter. Many investments and benefits are not issued in the form of currency, but in the form of physical objects. Another point to mention is that these are all normal economic production conditions within the alliance, and do not include the output of the Wasteland Research Institute. The output of the Research Institute cannot be calculated at all. There are both direct outputs of various military products, and the construction of many production lines, which are of extraordinary value. In fact, if the output of the Research Institute is included, the alliance expenditure on industrial reinvestment will be much higher than the apparent figures. In terms of output, contrary to expectations, the alliance's largest output province is not the expected Waixingqing Industrial Center, but Baikinga Province. The main reason is that Baikinga Province has a very good natural environment, with the second largest land area in the entire alliance. It can be called 1,000 miles of fertile land. Correspondingly, the largest province is the northern border province, but the land there is extremely barren. The gap between the two is quite large. Similarly, the northern Xingu province has a population of 8 million, accounting for 1/3 of the entire alliance. The most fertile land, the second largest area, the largest population, created the province with the highest output value in the entire alliance. And not to mention the total amount, just mentioning the per capita output value, that is also the highest. It is higher than the per capita output value of Weishing City. This is mainly because, after a large number of agricultural machinery was produced and transported to Weishing City, the land there was used very effectively. 8 million people were scattered on the vast fertile land, and farmers drove agricultural machinery. Each household took care of hundreds of acres of land, using genetically modified seeds and industrial fertilizers. The output value would not be low. The cultivated land that has been used in the Beijing Valley area has reached 200 million acres. In addition to the service industry, transportation industry, fertilizer and food processing industry derived from agricultural production, the annual output value per capita has reached 2.3 tax coins. In contrast, the per capita output value of Weishing City is only 1.95 tax coins, and the population is only 2.55 million. And the annual output value is still a little short of 5 million. This is the origin of the gap between the two. Of course, when looking at development, we can't just look at the main output of Qianbei Qingdu province, which is agricultural products, mainly grain, supplemented by other types of cash crops. These things are hard currency, whether they are eaten by themselves, or used as grain export trade, or even for paying taxes. The prices are very strong. However, agriculture alone cannot make a country rich, nor can it train a reliable army. Moreover, large-scale agricultural production fundamentally relies on land, a resource with a certain limit. Although, at present, there is still a large amount of arable land in the Qinggu area that has not been utilized. According to estimates, the arable area in the northern Qinggu area can reach up to 1.2 billion mu, and the southern Qinggu is still undeveloped. If it is fully developed, it can also provide no less than 700 million mu of arable land. But in the end, this has an end. But large-scale industrial production, that has no end. As time goes on, the per capita output value of Weishing City will have room to rise further. Moreover, according to the plans of Prime Minister Asana and Weishing City Mayor Patel, the construction of Weishing City will be accelerated in the next year. The population of Weishing City has been growing rapidly. In 2 years, it has developed from a flat land to an industrial city with a population of 2.5 million. but it can be faster. What restricts the further growth of population is the expansion of industrial lines and the construction of supporting urban facilities. In this regard, they expect to lay a solid foundation within half a year, and then, within a year, double the industrial population of Wasteland City. In this case, the industrial output value of Wasteland City should be able to catch up with the agricultural output value of Wasteland Valley. Of course, in any case, Wasteland Valley and Wasteland City are currently the most core sources of output value of the Alliance. The two places together account for more than 67% of the total output value of the Alliance. The remaining provinces are lagging behind. Except for the capital city of Fushing. The annual output value per capita barely reached 1 tax coin. And the rest were all less than 1. The poorest among them was the newly recovered northern province. Since the far north industrial city was divided into the central north province, the main production capacity of the Polar Industrial Group was moved away during the administrative division. The northern province has the largest land in the entire alliance and a population of 3 million. But the annual output value per capita is only 0.34. Let alone the subsequent investment and construction of the alliance, just for the more than 3 million people. According to the alliance welfare allowance policy, the per capita consumption is 0.4 tax coins. That is a loss-making business. Other places are not much better. Even if the allowances and benefits are not loss-making, if the tax is included, it will not make much money. If the investment and construction are included, it will probably be a net loss. However, again, construction cannot be done purely for money. This is not a business. Although the natural environment in the northern province is harsh, there are mines. The exploration team that is working in the Alliance territory with resource exploration technology has discovered 3 different types of mineral veins in the northern province in the past month alone. In addition, there are many mining ruins left over from the pre-war era, and it may be the most important mineral resource area in the Alliance in the future. Xiongniao Province, one of the 3 eastern provinces, has found its own development path based on the starport. The other 2 provinces are not as good, but they are also trying to find ways. At least, they still have ruins in their own territory to clean up. The Hive City in the pre-war era is still enough to pick up garbage for many years. Before it is completely exhausted, they still have a long time to find a way out. The High Tower Province, the North Central Province and other areas of the Central Province are trying to receive the overflow industries of Wasteland City, and it is expected to form a large industrial circle with Wasteland City as the center. Everyone has a bright future. Finally, Asuna concluded, in the next 2-year plan, I hope to double the total output value of the Alliance. Even in the poorest province, the per capita output value must exceed 1. Gu Heng clapped his hands lightly. He was basically satisfied with Asuna's report. What more could he ask for? In fact, from the establishment of the Alliance to now, it has only been 2 years. Wasteland City was built from scratch. It has only been a little over a year since the recovery of Wasteland Valley. It has been less than a year since the recovery of the 3 eastern provinces. And it has only been a month since the recovery of the northern border. Under such circumstances, the development to the current level, the unreasonable golden finger brought by Gu Heng when he traveled through time, is of course the biggest factor, but Asuna, as the chief steward of the entire Alliance government, the hard work she has put in, cannot be ignored. During the applause, Gu Heng opened the character interface. He could see that in Asuna's character information, her potential had quietly risen from R level to SR level. At the same time, behind her LV3 level, there was an upgrade option. Gu Heng clicked the upgrade without hesitation. Asuna became a LV4 Archon. Moreover, she could continue to upgrade. She had accumulated a lot of experience in this position. However, Gu Heng did not have enough gift points. There are only 194 points left, which cannot meet the 500 points of grace required for the LV4 character to upgrade to LV5. But it doesn't matter. After waiting for the subsequent salary, Gu Heng will not hesitate to upgrade Asuna to the next level. At present, Gu Heng monthly grace income has reached 3,522 points. Among them, 3178 are provided by the Alliance, and the other 344 are provided by the Kingdom of Luman through the vassal system. It is quite touching. In the past, after fighting a war, earning a few thousand grace points, it felt like being rich. At that time, the monthly grace points were not much, and it was relatively useless. But now it seems that fighting is certainly easy to get rich. But the daily accumulation of farming cannot be ignored. 10,000 grace points can be obtained by lying in bed for 3 months. It is nothing. Moreover, the monthly grace point income will continue to grow as the alliance grows. After meeting Osina, Gu Heng met Lambert again. He mentioned three main things. One is the rule of law in the alliance, which is progressing normally. Gu Heng also read the criminal law, civil law and the like seriously. The rule of law is of course very important. Another thing is the result of the anti-corruption action that started from Baikinga province, and then gradually spread to the entire alliance. A considerable number of alliance officials were cleared and held accountable. The main problem is the officials, who were transferred from the original ruling class. The alliance has given them a chance, but they didn't seize it, so you can't blame the alliance for being ruthless. Death penalty is rare, and if they are sentenced, they are transformed into robot servants or servo skulls, making the best use of them. Most of them are mainly forced labor, and the lighter ones are imprisoned and demoted. Don't think that forced labor is easy, sentencing them to 10 years of forced labor. It's really better to just give them the death penalty. The alliance is not rich as a whole, and it's not developed enough to take care of it, and improve the working environment of prisoners sentenced to forced labor. Generally, those sentenced to 10 years of forced labor will not live to that time. In fact, the Alliance Robot Bureau and Servo Skull Studio have repeatedly found the head of Chief Justice Lambert, hoping that he will sentence him to a heavier sentence. If you sentence him to 10 years of hard labor, he won't live more than 10 years. So why bother? Just give him the death penalty. And you can get them some materials for making servo skulls and robots. If they make this thing, they can serve for much longer than 10 years. Lambert said that he has carefully considered this matter. Chapter 270, West Coast of the Continent. Gu Heng was a little hesitant about increasing the death penalty. He felt that he was a little saintly, but he really didn't want to issue more death warrants just to increase the raw materials of servo skulls and servitors. He didn't think it was an appropriate approach, but on second thought, it was no big deal. So, he proposed his idea to Lambert. On the one hand, it is to improve the death rate of labor. Gu Heng said, I know that. We can't invest a lot of resources to improve the living conditions of prisoners. They are criminals, who are to serve labor, not to enjoy life. Every resource of the Alliance is useful now. Improving the humane treatment of criminals is far from a priority. However, what you need to solve is the corruption of prison guards and labor supervisors. The problem of withholding the treatment of prisoners and deliberately abusing prisoners must be clearly eliminated. This is different from improving the treatment of prisoners. I agree to significantly reduce the number of sentences for 10-year labor. Let's make one thing clear. If the crime is really serious, and it is worth killing, then sentence him to death. The use of the body is another matter. But if you don't want him to die, or still hope that he can serve labor and return to society after reform, then try to sentence him to 5 years or less, and don't torture him to death. Lambert nodded as he listened. This is a good idea. In the future, it is estimated that the number of people serving in the 10-year labor service will be reduced to 20% of the original number. For the rest, half of the serious criminals will be sentenced to death and made into servo skulls or robot servants. The other half of the criminals with minor crimes will be sentenced to a smaller sentence so that they can have a chance to live. This will save the prisoners from dying of overwork every day. He will be scolded a lot. And the people in the robot servant and servo skull workshop will also be scolded for not having enough materials. After talking about the prisoners, let's get back to the main topic of anti-corruption. The fact that so many officials have been removed from office actually shows that the anti-corruption work of the Alliance is not going well. Of course, there are historical problems that the bad habits of the original rulers are difficult to change after they were transformed on the spot. But the corruption of officials is always a big problem that needs to be vigilant. However, there is also good news. Among the officials of the Alliance, more and more people have graduated from Jonesy College. In Lambert's anti-corruption campaign, those who have had experience in Jonesy College, not all of them have problems. But the probability of having problems is much lower than that of the transformed officials. A large number of positions cleared during the anti-corruption campaign. After these newcomers take over, the corruption problem can be alleviated to a greater extent. Of course, under this premise, it is possible to consider another issue, political stability. The original ruling class was kept in the first place, in order to ensure a smooth transition of power. In addition, these people were indeed the most capable, most suitable, and most familiar with the local situation that could be found at the time, so they were naturally chosen. Now, they have suddenly replaced the civil servants trained by the Alliance itself, and turmoil is inevitable. On the one hand, someone who is willing to sabotage has to be left alone. After all, Those who have been removed from office may have a considerable influence in their own local area. On the other hand, these officials sent from the central government of the alliance have to do well enough to sort out the local situation quickly and take over the political situation smoothly. However, in general, although there have been many small disturbances, no major incidents have occurred. After all, the alliance policies are generally good. Just the job level is set, and there is a stable life. This is a basic tone, which determines that no matter where you go, there will be no big trouble. Why? Stable life is not enough. Want to go back to the days of uncertainty and not being treated as a human being? Most people are not stupid. As for the small group of people with ulterior motives, there is no need to worry. The alliance has knives. There is an army to maintain the overall situation. And there is an anti-corruption committee to conduct investigations in secret. If you are more ruthless, the demon hunters may come to your door. Since they can't incite a big riot, let them do their little tricks in secret. And let them practice for the newly appointed officials. After talking about anti-corruption, Lambert mentioned the third thing. This is something related to intelligence. Before, when the Demon Hunter organization was first established, we split the team into two. One team went south to investigate the corruption case in Kingdom province, and the other team was sent west to investigate the intelligence about Blackbird heavy industry in the west of the continent. It is very difficult for the team going west to contact our headquarters here. In the past year, the news has been intermittent, and we have often lost contact, which is quite worrying. But fortunately, after a period of time, they will always get in touch again and send back some information. So far, by sorting out this information, adding some information left by the old alliance, some records of the elderly, and some oral accounts of merchants, we have roughly pieced together what the west of the continent looks like. From the central province to the west is the western desert. That is where the land is vast and the population is sparse. The vast desert is as large as the 3 central provinces and the 3 eastern provinces combined. The scattered oases support a small population, but it was also an important grain production area on the entire Angry Owl Star in the past. The oases alone certainly cannot produce so much food. The main reason is that under those oases, there are usually planting factories left over from the pre-war era. The entire western desert has only 5 million people, so naturally there is a lot of food available for production. However, the only thing that the western desert can produce is food. There are no other large-scale products, and no industrial capacity. We can only rely on food trade to exchange for other necessities. Their main buyer is Blackbird heavy industry. Only a few oasis territories near the east do business with us. And from the western desert to the west, it is the actual control area of Blackbird heavy industry. The area there is only about half the size of the western desert, or about the size of the 3 eastern provinces. And the natural environment is also very similar. Like the 3 eastern provinces, it is an urban agglomeration in the pre-war era, and now it is a ruin. Blackbird heavy industry is stationed there. 15 million people work for them, and most of the population is engaged in low-end industries, recycling from ruins, primary processing of raw materials, and gathering on a small amount of arable land to provide food. And on the west coast, there is a Blackbird city, which is the core industrial area of Blackbird heavy industry. And there are 7 million people gathered there. Blackbird City should be their heavy industrial production center. But the control there is very strict. Our people have failed several times in their attempts to enter. The people who entered could not come out, nor could they send out any information. Such a big city is like a black box, revealing nothing. They are continuing to try to infiltrate, hoping to get more core intelligence as soon as possible. Chapter 271, The Demon Hunter of Blackbird City. Elon Bird looked up at the dark building in the rain in front of him, and after a careful look, he saw a small sickle symbol. This made him feel a little relieved. He pulled down his hood, blocked the rain, and walked under the eaves. On the side, he found a small door, knocked 6 times in a special rhythm. The door then opened a little, revealing the orange light. A child who looked only 5 or 6 years old, timidly poked his head out from inside. One of his eyes was normal, but a large hole was dug out of the other eye socket, and a mechanical prosthetic eye was inserted. The child looked up at the strange face under Bird's hood, and was alert that it was not a familiar person. He hurriedly tried to close the door, but Bird raised his hand to hold it. How could a 5 or 6-year-old child have the strength to compare with an adult? Bird just exerted a little force, and the door was pushed open to a gap large enough for him to pass through. He quickly slipped in and closed the door. The child fell to the ground, looking at him with fear, opening his mouth to scream, but Bird quickly leaned over and covered his mouth. Covering the child's mouth, Bird made a motion to silence him, but he only heard the click of a gun being loaded behind him. Let him go. Bird stopped moving his hands. The child broke free and used his hands and feet to crawl behind the intruder to hide. Only his head was exposed, looking at him in fear. Elon Bird raised his hands and said, "Calm down. Calm down. It's me, Bird." The man behind him seemed to have recognized his voice, but was not sure. "It's me, Tim. Don't get excited," Elon Bird said as he turned around. He thought he would see a handsome face. Tim Vid was the most handsome one in their demon hunter team. When they took it together, they often teased him, saying that he looked too conspicuous and was not suitable to be a spy in the demon hunter team. However, when he turned around and really saw the face of his comrade, he was shocked. The handsome young man's face was gone, leaving only a face covered with scars. From under those scars, Bird could vaguely distinguish the appearance of Tim Winter in his memory. "What happened to you?" Tim Winter slowly put down the gun in his hand and sighed. "Bird, you shouldn't have come." "How could I not come?" "The 5 of you entered Blackbird City, and for more than a month, no news came out. We had agreed to exchange intelligence every week, but we waited for a long time at the intelligence point outside, and did not hear from you. Instead, we attracted the guards of Blackbird Heavy Industry, and were almost exposed. It's not that we don't want to pass on the information." Wynn stopped talking halfway. He leaned down and said something to the child hiding behind him, letting him leave, and then said to Bird, "Let's go. Take a rest in the back. Drink a cup of hot water, and then we talk in detail." Elon Bird and Tim Vint, both of them are members of the Alliance Demon Hunter organization, and both can be considered the first batch of members. When the Demon Hunter organization was just established, 2 teams were recruited. One went south to fight corruption, and the other was the team they were in. They set out with the caravan, heading west, stayed in several oasis settlements in the western desert for some time, collected some intelligence, and then continued westward, reaching the west of the continent. Their ultimate goal is to collect intelligence about Blackbird Heavy Industries on the west side of the continent, and make efforts for the Alliance to recover the last piece of land on this planet. Now, the only enemy left on the Angry Owl Star is Blackbird Heavy Industries. The many desert oases in the western desert, the settlements built around the pre-war planting factories, hardly need to be taken seriously. They have neither a unified organization nor a strong enough military force. After the Great Harvest in Chingu, even the strategic resource they originally regarded as important, food, was no longer important to the Alliance. The only obstacle to regaining the western desert was the complicated relationship between them and Blackbird Heavy Industry. When they arrived in the west of the continent, in the area actually controlled by Blackbird Heavy Industry, they saw that the scenery here was completely different from what they had imagined. The natural environment here was still very harsh, and people's lives were still quite difficult. It was not much better than the mini settlements before being liberated by the Alliance, and it was not even comparable to the current living standards of the Alliance E5 level and above. However, the difference between the settlements before the Alliance's recovery is that the western part of the continent has a complete and unified governance. Based on their life and exploration in this land for almost a year, they feel that the Blackbird Group is a big company. Of course, they are originally the 15 million people living here, all employees of this company. There is a strict relationship between the upper and lower levels. There are task indicators broken down to each person. There is an organizational structure divided into departments. There are clear management levels. From the headquarters of Blackbird Heavy Industry, Blackbird City, an order issue can really be passed down layer by layer to a specific person. Blackbird Heavy Industry will issue its own internal currency as wages to everyone. There is no basic salary, only commissions based on workload and work performance. Similarly, they will also open supply stations in various places. Residents can use their wages to buy what they need for life. This kind of social form has brought a lot of trouble to the demon hunters, like Bird, who have just arrived here in the process of collecting intelligence. They were new faces. In this huge company, there were few contacts between departments, and the faces that were relatively familiar to each other were communicating with each other. At the beginning, they made a lot of trouble, exposed their identities, and were hunted down. But gradually, they quickly found some tricks. In the large company of Blackbird Heavy Industry, There are many common problems in large organizations. Too many people, the difficulty of organization increases, and it is difficult for everyone to know each other. They rely more on identity tags and codes to identify each other. Ambush, capture, interrogation, torture. They got a lot of intelligence, and gradually learned how to disguise, and began to be more comfortable. And soon, they were no longer satisfied with just collecting intelligence on the periphery. Their eyes began to focus on Blackbird Heavy Industries headquarters, Blackbird City. However, there was another world there. Mysterious, closed, they couldn't even find a way in. As if the huge city with an estimated population of 7 million people did not need to communicate with each other inside and outside. Chapter 272, Intelligent Prohibition. For Blackbird City, the demon hunters have a strong interest in it. The more mysterious it is, the more secrets it contains. They have not been able to dig out much information on the 3 new regular lands in the west of the continent. If they want to know more, the only option is to sneak into Blackbird City. After many attempts, they found several different ways to try to enter Blackbird City. For example, they entered through the channels of material transportation. For example, they pretended to be people from Blackbird City. For example, they directly explored the surrounding areas of Blackbird City. There are always places that are not guarded in such a big city, so they can sneak in. However, these attempts all failed in the end. They even sacrificed several lives for this. In the end, they finally found a reliable way to be recruited. From time to time, Blackbird City would absorb some people from outside into Blackbird City. No one knew what these people were going to do, but it was said that they would have a better life. The demon hunters replaced some people in the outer towns, who were about to be absorbed into Blackbird City. This was also not easy, but after all, Blackbird Heavy Industries' external review was not as strict as that inside Blackbird City. They spent nearly a year collecting intelligence on the periphery, while integrating into the local area, and finally succeeded. 5 people were selected to enter Blackbird City, and the remaining 7 were not selected. But it was good that they could support from the outside and transfer information. Then, there was no news from the people who went in. Elon Bird was one of the people outside. The information that should have been sent out, as agreed, was never received. The people waiting for the information outside were also anxious. Today, more than a month later, a new opportunity appeared. Blackbird City selected their people again in the irregular recruitment of personnel. Elon Bird was involved. They discussed it, and let Bird enter Blackbird City. It was a big black car. He entered Blackbird City with more than 20 people in the car. They were initially concentrated in a corner of the city. According to the manager, they would be assigned to different jobs and different residences later. Bird found an opportunity and sneaked out with a hidden pistol. However, in the city, he could hardly move. Walking in Blackbird City, he felt that Blackbird Heavy Industries' control outside was nothing compared to that inside the city. Here, it seemed like an extremely huge concentration camp. People were strictly controlled. There were patrols on the streets, and people without permission and serious business were not even allowed to wander around the streets. The most terrifying thing was that the civil servants, patrolmen and other characters he saw all had major body modifications. Prosthetic eyes, prosthetic limbs. These are the most common things. It is not uncommon to see people whose entire bodies have been transformed beyond recognition, with multiple mechanical arms extending from their backs, and their entire lower body transformed into a deformed shape with 4 legs. There are even pure, automated robots moving on the streets. This scene made Bird shudder. He is not an ignorant person who knows nothing about various situations. He is a heretic demon hunter. During the days of training, his mind has received a lot of information and knowledge. Before setting off, they also checked a lot of things collected within the Alliance about the Fokkers family. This scene almost immediately gave him an idea. Blackbird Heavy Industry violated 2 major bans of the Empire. Prohibition of Automatic Machines Order. Prohibition of Intelligent Equipment Order. The former prohibits all non-human operated automatic mechanical equipment, and the latter simply prohibits any computer or computer-like equipment. These 2 bans are to resist the ubiquitous electronic demon. In today's Imperial world, the word demon may be more common, but the word electronic is really rare. According to the inherited knowledge he received in his mind, any electronic device produced by humans, even if it is not physically connected to the internet, as long as it has automation in this aspect, the function of automatic calculation, it is possible to be invaded by electronic demons. And the machine will betray humans. Calculators will give wrong results. Automatic robots will take up weapons to hurt humans. And automated production lines will suddenly start to assemble killing machines and riot. Anything that is not controlled by humans at key nodes will eventually betray humans. Then the question is, how dare Blackbird Heavy Industries? Are they not afraid of death? Are the Fockers family not afraid of death? Bird realized that this was very important intelligence and information. Although, he was far from knowing why all this happened. But he didn't need to know. Just the things he saw on the street, and if they were reported back, it would be a big deal. If this matter was reported to the world, the Alliance would immediately get authorization to go to war against Blackbird Heavy Industries. Of course, it wasn't necessary in the first place. The planetary governor could do whatever he wanted on his own planet. It's just that Blackbird Heavy Industry is a little special. It is the property of the Fockers family. Without an explanation, it will be difficult to explain if a fight breaks out. There is no need for an explanation now. In fact, the Fockers family itself can't protect itself. Blackbird Heavy Industry has such a thing. I'm afraid the people of the Imperial Court of Inquisition will definitely go to the 3 Fockers family worlds to investigate it thoroughly. As for the next step, it is not as simple as getting authorization for the Alliance to beat up Blackbird Heavy Industry. If you are lucky and can apply, the Star Army and the Imperial Navy will come. It may be difficult in other places. In an ordinary Imperial world, after applying, no one knows how long it will take to wait for the regular troops of the Empire to come to support. But in the Pegasus Star region, this problem will be greatly alleviated. The Pegasus Star region is the core of many surrounding star regions, and is one of the second largest core and prosperous areas in the entire Dragon Eagle Star region. The Pegasus Fleet and the Dragon Eagle 3rd Legion are mainly stationed in the Pegasus Star region. Their mission is to guard and inspect the security and defense issues of many surrounding star regions. Other places may be slow. If something happens in the Pegasus Star region, the Navy and the Star Army will come to suppress it in a minute. In addition, the governor, or the governor's family, has a certain influence in the political arena within the Star region. If something like this happens, it may not be necessary for the Alliance army to fight desperately. As long as the intelligence is accurate and the evidence is conclusive, the Alliance army will just guard it, and soon the Imperial Navy and the Star Army will come to the Wrathful Star and flatten the Blackbird Heavy Industry. No. Thinking of this, Bird realized another problem. The Dragon Eagle 3rd Legion, which is the Star Army stationed in the Pegasus Star region, seems to have a close relationship with the Fats family. Their main base is on the 3 planets of Fats. This is complicated. Of course, Bird is just a spy. There are some things he can't figure out, and he doesn't know how to do it. It doesn't matter. He doesn't need to think about these things. All he had to do was to pass on this information clearly. However, even if he wanted to do this, it was difficult. He could hardly walk on the streets of Blackbird City, let alone break out of the city alone. Inside Blackbird City, at least the defense was not that tight. Although he did not have a proper identity to pass normally, there were not that many patrols on the street. As long as he kept his clothes consistent with others, and tried to avoid being seen, it would be fine. It was a little slow, but at least he could move. But if he wanted to leave the city, he had to go through many checkpoints, especially the outermost one, which was too difficult. When they tried to sneak in, they died without finding the way out. Now leaving would probably be as difficult as hell. He was forced to wander around the city, trying to find his companions who had sneaked into the city before and seek help. He didn't have much hope at first. What he could see and realize, his comrades who had sneaked in before would definitely realize it. Such important information, if possible, his companions would not remain silent, and would definitely try every means to send this information out. The reason why they did not do so, it must be because of very difficult practical factors, but now Bode has not encountered them yet. If he could find his comrades in the city, it would save a lot of detours. But one thing he was very worried about was, are his comrades still alive? Luckily, he walked on the street for 2 days, under the continuous rain. Even food was nowhere to be replenished, but he made some unexpected discoveries. In a hidden place, he saw a sickle sign. This sign was the signal for the comrades to meet before they entered the city. When Bird saw this, he knew that his comrades were not dead. At least not all of them. Overjoyed, he found an arrow sign at the mark. And after erasing it, he searched all the way, and finally found this place after a whole day. He knocked on the door, and met a child with modified eyes. who was pointed at by a gun. He found out that it was Tim Vint. But the other party had been disfigured. Even though he had thousands of doubts in his heart, he still followed Vint to a room. Here, there is another comrade lying. But he is breathing in less than out. And he will not live long without reliable medical support. Bert's heart skipped a beat. And a bad idea came to his mind. This idea was also confirmed by Vint. There are only 2 of us left. And Olga is going to die too. Bert was silent. And his heart was heavy. But he quickly adjusted his mentality and asked, I have seen the situation on the street these 2 days. And the situation is very serious. However, you have been here for a month. Have you collected more information? Wente nodded. Then shook his head, as for intelligence. Yes. We know that the implementation of the upper-level policies of Blackbird Heavy Industry is different from the information we received in our minds about the Iron Man heretic. They are raising humans. And then helping humans evolve. This is reflected in the fact that they will continue to absorb people from outside Blackbird City. These people who were absorbed lived and worked in peace and contentment here, and were kept in captivity. Then, according to the quota, they lined up for the glorious evolution, which means they were transformed into the monsters that you see on the streets, which are a combination of machinery and flesh. Hearing this, Bird couldn't help but interrupt. Will the people who were captured resist? They can't resist. They have no weapons. No unified organization. And they are under strict surveillance. How can they resist? Tim Vint said. However, as you said, not everyone is willing to accept this fate. That is why we can survive. Little C and I is the child you just saw outside. When we settled down in his home last week, we got help from his family. At that time, his parents were still there. But yesterday, his parents lined up for the glorious evolution and were taken away. In fact, he was also going to be taken away. But Olga and I hid him. And Olga almost died because of this. Wait! Bird realized another big problem. Have you been exposed? Tim Winter's ferocious face showed a helpless smile. What else? Why are there only me and Olga left? Then we have to move as soon as possible. We have moved. This is not Xiaoxini's home. This is a place where the owner has just been taken away for glorious evolution, and the new residents have not yet moved in. Bird felt even more depressed. Although he already knew the answer, Bird still held on to the last glimmer of hope and couldn't help asking, have you found a way to get out? Who knew that Vint grinned and revealed a terrifying smile. Yes. And I'm waiting for you to come. Only you can do it. Bird suddenly understood. He immediately understood what Vint meant. These demon hunters all have certain spiritual talents. But they are not enough to become a formal psychic. After they are successfully trained, they will all get a special ability similar to psychic talent. Vint's ability is Flying Pigeon. He can use his spirituality to build a flying pigeon to transmit information. But the flying pigeon summoned by this ability is obviously not enough to fly out of Blackbird City. Otherwise, it would not have been delayed until now. And Bird's ability is a weakened version of mind tampering. According to Vint, his way of escaping is to use his innate ability of mind tampering. Bird said in a deep voice, tell me about it. One day later, on the second floor of a house on the street in Blackbird City, Bird waited nervously. He looked down from a small window. On the bed behind him, 2 men were tied together, covering their mouths, with horror on their faces. A little further away on the street, several black, fully enclosed vehicles were approaching slowly. Chapter 273, This Makes Sense. A flying bird jumped out of the rain curtain and flew high out. Although he knew it was unlikely, Elon Bird still had a little hope. If this summoned psychic pigeon could fly out and bring the information out, it would be great. This is exactly why they wanted to send Tim Vint into Blackbird City. With this ability, it would be much easier to transmit information. But obviously, it wouldn't be that easy. According to Vint, he had tried it before. But it not only failed, but also led to exposure, which attracted the attack of Blackbird Heavy Industry. The result this time was exactly the same. Not long after the bird flew out, a red beam flashed in the sky. The bird made of psychic energy was blown up in midair. Elon Bird sighed slightly. Although it was expected, he was still a little disappointed. Besides disappointment, he was sad. He heard some noises, and some guards rushed to the place where the bird flew out. There was only a demon hunter named Olga who had lost his ability to move, even lost consciousness, and was waiting to die. Perhaps the people from Blackbird Heavy Industry would capture him alive, and then treat him hoping to get some information from him, in order to prevent this from happening before the action, then had done some things to him, ensuring that his life, which was not long to live, would end quickly after falling into the hands of the enemy, and it would be impossible to save him. It was painful for Elon Bird to do such a thing to his comrades, but he had to do it. And Vint, who did it, was also at a position of sacrifice. After a considerable number of guards were attracted to the place where the birds were released, Vint also appeared. He directly attacked the convoy on the street. The convoy below was in chaos, but Elon Bird could not bear to watch it any longer. The members of the Demon Hunter team were all elite, and each of them was not only a well-trained warrior, but also possessed special extraordinary powers. But despite this, it is still a fight that cannot be won. First, they are outnumbered, and Vint is fighting alone. Second, they lack weapons and equipment. When they entered Blackbird City, they were able to bring their own self-defense weapons, which was a sign of their good concealment. They could not even bring in heavy weapons, not even a bomb. Moreover, the Alliance had no local foundation in Blackbird City. The highly controlled environment here did not allow any opposition organizations to exist, and it was impossible to obtain powerful weapons from the environment. All Vint could use was a short laser pistol whose ammunition was almost exhausted. Again, his extraordinary ability, Flying Bird, was an ability used to transmit intelligence and had no combat effect. But despite this, he still went out, fighting with the belief that he would die. Moreover, what he had to do was not as simple as going up to die. Although he knew that he would have no way to survive if he took action, he still had to make as much noise as possible in a dead end and attract the most attention. This is not a simple rush out and then die. He has to kill people. He also has to be calm enough. He has to be smart enough to deal with the enemy, delay the time long enough, attract enough attention. In this way, Elon Bird will have a chance. Oga is dead, and Vint is about to die, just to give him the last chance to get out alive. And now this opportunity really appeared before his eyes. Vint did a good job. The gun in his hand caught him off guard, killing a driver and a guard who was accompanying him. Then, facing many sieges, he calmly hid in a building and fired at the enemy. When the mechanical guard and the mechanical dog rushed into the building, Vint had already turned into another building through the window and opened fire again. In more than 10 minutes, the guards of Blackbird Heavy Industry not only failed to arrest him successfully, but he was out of his way, so they had to deploy more manpower. And even the convoy on the street that was originally going to leave the city to absorb population into Blackbird City had to stop. Many guards in the cars got out and went to help. This was the opportunity Bird wanted to get. He took little CNI, the child left behind by the family that took in and settled his comrades, out of the room and went to the door on the first floor. Opening the door a little, Bird looked around. Combined with his use of his innate psychic power, sensing mental targets around him, it should be that no one is paying attention here. This is a good time to leave. He turned around and emphasized to little CNI again, "Next. You must be obedient. If I don't allow you, you can't make any sound. You must do whatever I tell you to do. Do you understand?" "I know." Little CNI nodded nervously. "Brother Wente has explained it to me before." "Well, then follow me." When Wente and Bird were discussing the action plan, they certainly didn't want to bring a little burden with them. Although, when Xiaoxini's parents helped Wente and Oga hide, they did not betray them. They also promised Xiaoxini's parents that they would help their son escape if they had the chance. But, in the current situation, even teammates have to be killed, and they have to make full use of their last moments to attract the enemy. Wente himself has to risk his life to play a feint to the east and attack in the west, if it is not necessary. Why would Bird be dragged down? The reason for this is that he is not a burden. Little CNI is very obedient. His body has undergone preliminary mechanical transformation, and his mobility is stronger than that of ordinary children. The main purpose of bringing him along is to cover his identity when necessary. Little CNI is a legitimate resident of Blackbird City, and his father also has one. These real documents were also brought by Bird. In even worse situations, he could also trick little CNI, go out to attract the target, and let Bird see if there is still a chance of survival at the critical moment. I hope the last situation will not happen. With little CNI, Bird crouched down and came to the side of a black car. Through the car window, he saw a driver inside, who was looking out from the other side of the car window, paying attention to the battle situation outside two buildings. The drivers of this kind of Blackbird convoy that picks up people are generally not highly modified robot servants, human automatic machines, but more like normal humans. Otherwise, when absorbing people outside, it is easy to cause trouble. Bird did not hesitate. He pulled out his pistol and shot through the window, shooting the driver in the head. Then, he quickly reached in through the broken window, opened the door, and dragged the body to the position under the driver's seat. Little C and I also got in the car quickly, and beside him, he helped him to pull down the driver's coat, so that Bird could change faster. When Bird was putting on his clothes, Little C and I was still beside him to help clean up the bloodstains, but was held down by Bird's hand. The signs of fighting outside stopped. From this point of view, Bit is probably dead. After a while, the guards gradually came back. The convoy was about to set off again. Before setting off, the guards came to check the condition of the vehicles one by one. This was the biggest test for Bird. Taking advantage of the chaos ahead, while no one was paying attention, assassinating a driver, and changing into his clothes. What's so difficult about this? The difficulty is how to accurately replace his identity. He has too many flaws here. The bullet hole on the car window can be said to be an accidental hit in the previous battle. What about the blood-stained work clothes? Is he injured? If the guard asks him to get out of the car to check, the body in the car will be exposed. Not to mention, if the guard knows the original driver of his car, his face will be recognized instantly. In other words, these things can't be said to be flaws. Anyone with a normal mind will realize the problem. All of this requires his mind-tampering talent to cover it up. But he is just a demon hunter, not a psychic. If he has the legendary governor's power, what's the difficulty? Not to mention just covering up a few flaws. Even if he completely tampered with the other party's mind, made him become his most loyal subordinate, made him go through fire and water for him, and made him commit suicide, it would be easy. But Elon Bird is far from that level. The more perfect the opponent's mind is, the stronger the will is, the greater the possibility of failure of mind tampering, the greater the difference between mind tampering and the opponent's cognition, the possibility of failure will increase exponentially. Everything he is doing now, pretending to be a driver, wearing the driver's clothes, wiping off blood as much as possible, is to reduce the rejection during mind tampering. This is possible to succeed. But the premise is, the fewer flaws, the better. He couldn't let anyone see the body. Otherwise it would be impossible to tamper with the other party's will and make them turn a blind eye to the body. He had to pray that the other party didn't recognize his face. Otherwise the tampering would probably fail. He had to coordinate the language when tampering. Try not to make mistakes. And try to explain those abnormal situations, such as bloodstains and bullet holes. The more real and credible the excuse was, the higher the possibility that he could tamper with the other party's mind to make him believe it, and not conduct further inspections. He thought about this. And then the guards who were checking were getting closer and closer. Instantly, Bird's forehead broke out in cold sweat. This guard who came over is not a human. The face under the hat is a mechanical skull, which has no human brain structure at all. What should we do? Mind tampering is effective for living beings, but Bird is not sure whether it will work for robot servants. And now, this may be a robot with a higher degree of transformation than the robot servant. After all, the robot servant only removes and changes a part of the brain. And the part that exerts its instinctive movement effect is still the part that belongs to the human. A pure robot. Then, will mind tampering still be effective? But what other options did he have? He could only bite the bullet and continue with the original plan. When he reached the car window, the guard paused, as if he had noticed the bullet hole on the car window. Bird's voice, pretending to be relaxed, rang out. Did you catch that guy just now? The car window was broken. As he spoke, his ability to tamper with his mind quietly took effect. He captured the other person's mind. Do robots have minds? This question, which he was completely unsure of before, had an answer at this moment. They do. But the feeling is completely different from that of a human. The cold touch made him shiver, as if he were immersed in ice water. In this cold sea of mind, Bird did not find any human emotions. All he could find here were cold instructions and logic. Is this good news or bad news? The bad news is that Bird's past experience of using his mind-tampering ability is no longer useful. His past experience was mostly in intelligence interrogation. The best trick was to combine normal interrogation methods and then go a step further to amplify certain emotions, such as panic, pain, fear, to defeat the person's mind. This trick is useless. Mechanical creatures have no emotions at all, so it's useless to amplify them. But the good news is that mind tampering can still be used. It's just that the target he wants to tamper with is changed from emotions, memories, etc., to distorted instructions and logic. The former is impossible. At least, he doesn't have the ability to distort any instructions written into the mechanical biological computing chip. But distorting logic is feasible. Moreover, it is surprisingly easy. The red light in the guard's eyes flickered for a moment. When he saw the bullet hole, his logic was distorted into an accidental impact of the previous battle, which is reasonable. When he saw the blood on the car window and the driver's clothes, his logic was distorted into an injury caused by a bullet, which is reasonable. The traces of blood splattering were from the inside to the outside, which did not match the position where the bullet hit, which was unreasonable. Ignore it, and judge it to be reasonable. This person's face has never been seen before, but because the driver was injured and his face was covered with blood, it looked different from the recorded picture. It was unreasonable. Ignore it, and judge it to be reasonable. Everything is normal. No need to check in depth. The guard walked away. After Bird saw from the rearview mirror that the guard's sight was not here at all, the smile on his face fell. He supported the steering wheel with both hands, gasping for breath. His head was splitting, and his arms were shaking. This was not only because of nervousness, but also because of the huge spiritual consumption. But he still had a smile on his face. At least, in the early stage. The most difficult stage had been passed. The radio in the car sent the order to start, and Bird started the car. This was quite difficult. The way of driving the car and the feel were different from the cars in the Alliance. There was a corpse under his feet, which was very troublesome. It was pressing on his feet, making it difficult for him to control. But fortunately, he didn't need to drive fast, and he didn't need to show too much skills. He tried his best to keep the car steady and move forward. Chapter 274, Lord of the Sun. Through the glass window, Gu Heng looked at the restless little boy, who was being questioned by the Alliance intelligence officer. In order to calm his mind, a lady was specially selected to do it. While talking, she also calmed the little Sini's emotions. And their conversation, through the loudspeaker, was transmitted to the outside. Although the little Sini didn't know much, a 5 or 6-year-old child, no matter how well behaved, how much reformed, how mature, it is difficult for him to summarize and extract various intelligence by himself like a well-trained intelligence member. But after all, he has lived in that city for 2 or 3 years. Many of the things he said may seem to be insignificant details, but if you summarize them and deduce them, you may get a very important piece of information. However, those are all trivial matters anyway. Gu Heng already knows the most core information. Blackbird Heavy Industry violated the ban on intelligent machines, and Blackbird City has become a nest of intelligent machines. All other things are details under this important information. They cannot be said to be unimportant. But Gu Heng does not need to think about it too much. He can just look back at what the intelligence officer has integrated. Gu Heng was thinking about how to use this whole intelligence. Lambert Hodgson, who was accompanying him, did not dare to interrupt him. He knew that the governor would definitely need to think about such a big thing. He was also thinking, this incident would inevitably lead to more and bigger events. Perhaps the angry owl star, which had been at peace for a short time, would usher in war again. Moreover, the enemy this time was not a brainless monster or a local native with poor equipment. This is Blackbird Heavy Industry, which has the support of the well-known Fox family in the Pegasus Star region. Now it has been revealed that it has violated the ban on intelligent machines. Its productivity and the quality of its military equipment cannot be compared with those of previous enemies. According to the intelligence sent back from the front, there are 15 million people in the west of the continent, and it is estimated that there are 7 million in Blackbird City. Blackbird Heavy Industry has a high degree of organization for these people. If it becomes a war of attrition and the maximum conscription is carried out, the troops they can mobilize are at least 1.5 million. And it is not impossible to say that there are more than 3 million. Will the Alliance fight a war of attrition with them? How many people will die? How many laborers originally used for economic construction will be transformed into soldiers on the battlefield? How long will the development of the Alliance stagnate? Think about it more deeply. Is the current Blackbird Heavy Industry still the same as before? The ban on intelligent machines is not a joke. It is not that the Empire has to put a big shackle on itself, but a choice made out of deep helplessness. Don't say that the development of intelligent algorithms is not enough, and that everything will be fine if it is not enough to cause an intelligent machine crisis. That is not the case at all. Even something as simple as a calculator may be infected by the electronic demon, and 1 plus 1 will give you a result of 365. Those that have been manufactured have broken through the minimum limit of mechanical servants and become fully mechanized, even according to the definition of the Empire. They cannot be called human cyborgs, those mechanical dogs made by fully automatic machines, those automated production lines. Are they still controlled by humans now? From this perspective, can the Alliance defeat them? Even if an onic crisis really breaks out, the Alliance can request support from the Astra Militarum and the Imperial Navy. But the Alliance must at least hold on until then. Is that okay? His mind was in a mess. And the more he thought about it, the heavier it felt. At this moment, the governor's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Did that Elon bird come back alive? What? Lambert was stunned for a moment. And then he realized that the governor was talking about one of the demon hunters, who was sent to the west of the continent to carry out a mission. He came out of the grand narrative, recalled quickly, and then said to Gu Hang, "No. As soon as we received the news, we asked the Air Force brothers, and the Feng Falcon set off within half an hour. But the west of the continent is too far away, even at the speed of the Feng Falcon. It would take more than 15 hours to fly there. In the end, including this little boy, only 3 people were brought back. Elon Bird is not on the list of survivors." After a pause, Lambert continued, "According to the 2 surviving demon hunters, Elon Bird should have disguised himself as a driver of personnel transport and successfully passed the city checkpoint with Little Sini and came to the outside of Blackbird City. However, due to the presence of the guards, he could not leave immediately, nor could he get in touch with his teammates. After the transport team arrived at the town where other teammates were and loaded a group of people, he took the risk of taking Little Sini, disguised himself as a local resident, and tried to sneak away. But this time he failed and could only resist on the spot. His teammates showed up in time and saved them. But after all, they were few in number, and after their whereabouts were exposed, they could only send out a distress signal and stay where they were and wait for rescue. When Feng Falcon arrived with the elite special forces, only 2 of them survived. Lambert told Governor Gu about it, and his tone was a little sad. 15 people went, and only 2 returned. Although they obtained important intelligence, the sacrifice was still heavy, which was inevitable. Yeah. Gu Hang nodded slightly, and didn't say much. The corresponding compensation, rewards according to merit, and even the follow-up arrangements for the child named Xiaoxi and I. He didn't need to say much, and believed that the people below could do it well. After returning, Gu Hang sat and pondered for a while, and asked someone to dial an interstellar communication. The person on the other side of the communication was none other than my mother. The image of Ms. Wang Qi appeared in front of Gu Hang, and her expression was quite tired. "Busy?" Gu Hang asked. "Yes." Wang Qi nodded, but didn't say anything else. After the Black Arrow Star incident, Wang Qi lived, Gu Ming died, and Gu Hang officially became the nominal head of the Gu family. But he has not yet met the most important powers under the family name, and the most important group of people in power, the remaining 12 fleet leaders. All matters were handled by Wang Qi. Gu Hang had no objection to this, as he had discussed this with his mother. Even if he were to become the powerful head of the family now, he would not be happy. He was focused on the actual development of the rule, and had no time to take care of the family business. Although the family business was large, in his opinion, the foundation was not strong enough, and the future development potential was just so. It was not the path he wanted to take. Moreover, he did not understand the rules of the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce. After the recent events, his feelings towards Wang Qi had changed. He was more relieved to leave everything to his mother. As for his mother, Ms. Wang Qi, she was exhausted during this period. They won, but it also left a huge rift in Gu business. The entire Chamber of Commerce, which was originally a franchisee, had a tendency to fall apart. People were uneasy, and the business was unstable. Gu Ming's lineage had to be completely eradicated, and related businesses had to be restored, and people's hearts had to be appeased. She also had to connect the Star Zone, and even the political situation outside the Star Zone. She was busy every day. She wanted her son to help, but Gu Hang brushed her off by saying that she didn't understand. So now, when Gu Hang called her, she didn't show any good face to her lazy son, and asked stiffly, "What's the matter?" Gu Hang probably understood his mother's current state and mentality. He was very considerate of this. He told his mother all the information about Blackbird City. After hearing this, WangQi's virtual image didn't move in front of Gu Hang for a long time, which made Gu Hang think that there was something wrong with the signal. After a long time, Wang Qi sighed, "What is this?" One wave after another. She was numb for a long time before she reacted. After sighing, she forced out the tiredness in her mind, and faced her son seriously and solemnly, saying, "You know the seriousness of this matter, right?" Gu Hang nodded slowly. "Then I will give you 2 more pieces of information." Wang Qi thought about it, considered the wording, and then said, "The first thing is the news from inside the star zone. The situation on Kuroja 3 is getting worse. A city with a population of 1 billion has already fallen. A large number of residents have been transformed into plague zombies under the evil magic. More residents are displaced and fleeing everywhere, spreading the plague everywhere. The main star army stationed in the Pegasus Star region, the Dragon Eagle Third Army, has urgently dispatched an army group with more than 1.5 million troops, boarding the Pegasus fleet, and went to Kuroja 3. After talking about the reality without subjective factors, Wang Qi paused, and added some analysis, but according to my estimation, even if this is the case, it will be difficult to calm the situation. I suspect that the situation on Kuroga 3 will deteriorate rapidly. This is not a trivial matter. The population of Kuroga 3 accounts for 56% of the entire Tianma Star region, which is 40 billion. If there is chaos here, the impact will not be limited to this planet. Phase Star has a population of 10 billion, and an annual output value of more than 40 billion. Phase Star is developed on the one hand, and Kuroga 3 is a huge market and raw material provider. Hearing this, Gu Hang was inevitably moved. This information was indeed the first time he had received it. He quickly recalled the emergency recall of the fighting nuns. He thought that after more than 30 nuns including Grid returned to Kuroga 3, the situation should be suppressed. But it seems that things are not that simple. According to what his mother said, if Kuroga 3 is in turmoil, then the Flying Star, whose economy is strongly tied to Kuroga, will also be in turmoil. The output value of Phase Star dropped rapidly, and it was not so calm when facing the Imperial tax later. The total population of Tianma Star region may be more than 70 billion, and these 2 planets add up to 50 billion. If they become turbulent together, it will be a big mess. At the same time, Gu Hang also realized that these 2 worlds were the core sphere of influence of the Star region leader Pei Desi. The 3 worlds of Fash 1, 2, and 3 have a total population of 20 billion, which is the basic base of the Fash family. They seem to have nothing to do. Oh, not that they have nothing to do. Gu Hang is about to cause trouble for them. But they have a very close relationship with the main force of the Star Army in the Star Zone, the Dragon Eagle 3rd Legion, and a large number of troops and supplies are provided by the 3 planets of Fash. Will they fully support Pedicai in suppressing the rebellion? I'm afraid it will be difficult. This time, the Star Army sent to Kuroga 3 is only 1.5 million people, which seems a lot, but it's just that. Now, Gu Hang has revealed another scandal about Blackbird Heavy Industries violating the smart ban. This will give Pedes a reason to attack the Fokkers family. And it is a very legitimate reason. What can Fokkers do? Cut off the relationship? Even to distance themselves from the relationship? Identify it as the sole act of Blackbird Heavy Industries? On the one hand, manage the relationship. And on the other hand, will they react particularly strongly and be willing to push the Star Army to come in large numbers, destroying Blackbird Heavy Industries and destroying the evidence? By the way, this will also give the Fokkers an excuse to reduce the Astra Militarum support for Kuroja 3, compared with the evil magic plague and the Onyx crisis. It is hard to say which one is more serious. The evil magic plague will infect tens of billions of people. If the Onyx crisis is ignored, there will not be many people infected on the Wrathful Owl Star. However, if it is really controlled by the Onyx to a certain extent, they will automate mining, produce machinery on their own, and start a war. It will not take more than 10 years for humans to produce a population. I don't know how many combat machines will be left on the production line in a day. No matter whether this is alarmist or not, it's a saying anyway. From this perspective, it seems that this is not a good thing for the head of Pedes. And what should I do if I am in it? For a long time, Gu is Pedes' ally, and Gu Heng himself has gained a lot of benefits. But compared with Fofana and the Pedes brothers, Gu's relationship with Fash is the most relaxed, and there has been some cooperation in recent years. It was just that last time. In order to save his mother, Gu Heng agreed to Pedes, and fell out with the Fokkers family. You let me fight Blackbird. So I can fight with a clear conscience. Right? Maybe I can even drag the Fokkers family into the fight. As for falling out with Fokkers, the corresponding trade ban of the Gu family is already in effect. He had talked about this matter with his mother once before. And the Gu family must implement the agreement with Pedes. Not to mention the actual benefits. The political reputation cannot be lost. Gu is a business. And reputation is like life. But there are also some things that can be argued. There is no reason to completely isolate the 3 planets of Fash. That is the Imperial world. And Gu business is a subordinate caravan of the Imperial Chamber of Commerce. How can you just stop doing business? This is against the Imperial law. First of all, this is a legal principle that can stand. Wang Qi has also communicated with Pedes many times. And he seemed very embarrassed. The Fash family complained to the higher level institution of the Imperial Chamber of Commerce. Gu business is also difficult to do. It can only find a way to reduce the trade volume without violating the regulations of the Chamber of Commerce, and prohibit the circulation of certain categories of goods. On the one hand, this is an explanation to Pedes. And on the other hand, it is also to appease Fash and show them their helplessness. This is of course not to offend either side. To please both sides. To get along with both sides. If done well, you can maintain a balance. It is good for both sides not to quarrel. But if done badly, both sides will be offended, which will test Wang Qi's skills. But things are like this. Where are their eternal friends or enemies? Didn't Pei Desi also take advantage of the situation when Gu was in danger, and threatened Gu Heng to do things by offering the Navy name as a bargaining chip? And although you Pei Desi are hostile to Fox, and you have done countless dirty things in private, you have not really quarreled with each other. There is no reason for Gu Company to tear its face with Fox first. This matter is not as simple as a crisis on the Angry Owl Star. It involves a wide range of people. The situation has become more and more confusing. How will the future evolve? Gu Heng was still thinking. But his mother began to talk about the second piece of information. Another thing is about the Imperial tax. What's wrong with the Imperial tax? It will be collected in more than a month. Right? In theory. There will be a fleet of the Star Region Taxation Department, which will come to the Tianma Star Region. Visit each planet one by one, collect taxes, and then bring all the collected goods to the capital Phase Star. Settle accounts with the leader. Use the seal. And then leave the Tianma Star region and return to the capital of the Dragon Eagle Star region. Yes, this is the tax collection process. But this year is a little different. The tax collection fleet coming to the Pegasus Star region is not a squadron, but the Dragon Eagle Star region's tax collection fleet. Gu Heng frowned deeply. Why is it arranged like this? Listen to me, Wang Qi continued. It's not just the Star region's tax collection fleet, but also a big shot, the war apostle of the Sun Lord, Baggio Gallardo. Gu Heng eyes widened. Gallardo, that's a well-known name. This person's stage is not some small-time Star Zone level, Starfield level. He is an Imperial hero. He is one of the 46 war apostles of the Sun Lord. And the Sun Lord, Sokum, this person can almost be regarded as the most important person in the Empire today. He is the ruler of the Empire. Of course, the real ruler of the Empire is always the Emperor. This is eternal and unchanging. Only after the ascension of the Eternal Emperor, the highest ruling body that manages this boundless human empire is the Supreme Council of Humanity. In this Supreme Council, there are 13 seats, some of which are fixed, such as the representative of the state religion, the representative of Mars, the Supreme Judge of the Imperial Court, and the Prime Minister of the Empire. Some are relatively fixed but occasionally absent, such as the Grand Marshal of the Astra Militarum, the Grand Marshal of the Imperial Navy, and the representative of the Psychic Order. Some are often present or absent, depending on the current political situation of the Empire. There are many such positions, such as the Space Marine Representative, the President of the Imperial Chamber of Commerce, the Prime Ministers of the Administrative Department, the Legal Department, the Tax Department, and the Military Department, the Chief of the Imperial Space Language Department, and the indefinite number of representatives elected by the Speaker of the Space Domain. There are also some positions that may not be established, such as the Imperial Regent, the Imperial commander, and the Sun Lord established for the first time in the current empire. Sola Kim was originally the son of a planetary governor and established an interstellar army, joined the interstellar army, and quickly became a general after leading the army and making military achievements. Then, his invincible record made him rise rapidly in rank, and he was selected by the Grand Marshal of the Astra Militarum at that time, and was trained as his successor. Later, with his great prestige and unparalleled military exploits, he naturally became the youngest Grand Marshal of the Astra Militarum, and entered the Supreme Council. He was only 32 years old at that time. Then, he won the support of the Supreme Council, and started the Solar Crusade. At the beginning, it was just an ordinary expedition, and after he recovered 600 planets in 3 years, his expedition expanded like a snowball. Not only did a large number of forces from all sides of the Empire join in, but he even received the support of more than 10 Space Marine regiments. By the 13th year, the number of recovered planets reached 6,000. His huge reputation made him more than just the Grand Marshal of the Imperial Astra Militarum. He left this position to a general he trusted, and pushed more generals into the Supreme Council, and conferred himself the title of Sun Lord. The sun is the star of the origin of mankind. With this name, you can imagine its authority. Today, the Solar Crusade has been going on for 35 years. More than 20,000 worlds of the Empire have been recovered. Endless armies continue the great expedition under its command. More than 100 Space Marines serve it. Among those recovered planets, many worlds are not even lost by the Empire, but have been isolated since the ancient times, and have never heard of the name of the Emperor or the Empire. These newly recovered worlds, and even a brand new universe, were named Solaria. Today, the Sun Lord is the highest authority in the human empire, a hero known to everyone in the Empire. With a mortal body, he has won the respect and loyalty of countless space warriors, who regard his orders as the orders of the Emperor. Even the Supreme Council of Terra acts under his brilliant light. However, Gu Heng recalled many things in reality. Does the whole Empire really support the solar expedition? Not necessarily. According to Gu Heng understanding, the Empire is in such a bad state. Such administrative efficiency is not suitable for such a huge territory. The efficiency of resource utilization is extremely low. The expansion speed of the solar expedition is 20,000 planets in 35 years, and an average of 3 planets are conquered every 2 days. This has far exceeded the limit that the Empire's administrative agencies can bear. A large number of newly recovered worlds cannot be effectively managed and are in a state of anarchy. Not only can they not provide blood transfusions to the Empire, but they have become a burden. The long supply lines made the military affairs department miserable. Each local world needed to supply a large amount of materials for this purpose. The imbalance of local power made it difficult for each region to get enough power to counter the threats it faced. The Sun expedition has become an unbearable burden for the Empire at this point in time. And to think more darkly, at his current age of 65, plus the life extension surgery, he can still live for a long time, but under the Empire mechanism, there is no effective means to check and balance him. Can the Empire accept the emergence of a mortal emperor? Can the Supreme Council really continue to tolerate a sun on its head? But no matter what, he is still the hero, the sun. And one of his 46 war apostles is about to come to the Pegasus sector. Chapter 275, You Have a Big Appetite. Is Gallardo, the war apostle, traveling in the Pegasus Star region? That is obviously not the case. The solar expedition is in full swing. As one of the 46 apostles, Gallardo is very busy. During the solar expedition, 1.5 planets must be conquered every day. The Sun Lord's exploitation of the entire expedition force is terrible. The potential of the entire army is used by him and exerted to the limit. Every soldier contributes his strength to the utmost. Not to mention the trusted war apostles, who were his core circle confidants. Galador's colleagues who were also war apostles, some were independently leading an expeditionary force, with fleets, the Astra Militarum, conquering cities and territories in the Starry Sea. Some were sent to a certain battle group, and even made a group of space marines obey their orders. Some served as bishops of the state religion part-time, mobilized the power of the state religion, especially the battle sisters, to assist the legion in combat. In order to win honor, war exploits, the apostles, marshals, generals, divided into many branch teams. When they arrive at a planet, they often suppress it with great force. If they surrender, they will make the ruler the planetary governor, and then collect taxes. This is considered as the recovery. If they don't surrender, they will carry out orbital bombing for a few days, bombing indiscriminately, destroying both military and civilian uses. Regardless of whether the bomb is completely destroyed or not, the army will log in, sweep it hastily, and appoint a planetary governor, or find a general or even a colonel from the army to be the governor temporarily. After that, the army will leave immediately except for a small part left behind, and go to the next battlefield. If you encounter some intergalactic civilizations, then you have to fight for a long time. But against such intergalactic civilizations, a naval battle, a destruction of the capital planet, sometimes you can conquer several, a dozen worlds. Of course, there are also battles that drag on for a long time, and the enemy will to resist is particularly fierce. Then you can call in more troops to support, or even ask nearby Space Marine regiments to take action. With 2 regiments, several thousand Space Marines, you can flatten any civilization. At present, there are more than a dozen main legions of the Sun Expeditionary Force. And if further divided, there may be hundreds of teams acting at the same time, fighting. It is this efficiency that can give rise to an average speed of 3 worlds in 2 days. And what about Gallardo? He is also a war apostle. He is not on the way to conquer. What is he doing here? His duties are quite important. Gu Heng listened to his mother's voice, which was mixed with a little sneer. The Sun Expeditionary Force is so powerful, and the various material support required is astronomical. Even if the Empire gives its full support, even if the Empire taxes gathered from countless worlds are used to fill the 2 bottomless pits of Solaria, it cannot feed this giant beast. Gallardo's duty is to open up new reinforcements for the Expeditionary Army in addition to the Empire taxes. In the past 10 years, he has traveled in many star fields, sending ship after ship of resources to the Expeditionary Army, which is made up for the shortage of resources other than the Empire taxes. Although he did not directly lead the army, the role he played, in the words of the Lord of the Sun, is no less than that of hundreds of millions of troops. After hearing this, Gu Heng slowly recovered from the news that a big shot had come to the Tianma Star region. So, this person is here to extort money? Yes, but this extortionate person is not easy to deal with. More importantly, the situation in the Tianma Star region, which was about to become chaotic, will become even more chaotic. The mother and son discussed it. At this point, Gu Heng also had a general understanding of the entire situation and background of the star region. In the coming years, the entire Tianma Star region may turn from the relatively peaceful state in the past to turmoil as a whole. But Gu Heng also had another idea. Chaos is the only way to make progress. If it was like in the past, Pedicai had strong control over the 2 richest and most populous planets in the star zone. And he also had the navy. And he was at odds with the Fokkers family, but he didn't have a clear quarrel with them. And all the planets were in a peaceful state. Gu Heng would have no other thoughts. And he could only honestly farm on the Angrial star for many years. But now, many opportunities may arise. This war apostle right now, maybe he is one of the opportunities. Qiu Feng? Let him fight, as long as he can bring Gu Heng what he needs. Okay. His mother's voice woke him up from his contemplation. I have also told you the information I should share with you, and some of my analysis on this. Next, what do you want to do? What does mother think? What can the family do from this series of events? Gu Heng was mainly referring to the matter of Blackbird violating the intelligence ban. The other 2 matters, whether it was the Kuroja riot or the arrival of Gallardo, were well known. Only the matter of Blackbird was the information just obtained. But his mother said, "Don't worry about what the family wants to gain here. I just ask you, what kind of situation do you want to achieve? Let's focus on the situation of Angrial Star first. I will do my best to promote it. On this basis, then think about what the family should do." Since my mother said so, Gu Heng was not polite. He thought for a moment, and then said, "The situation I want is actually very simple. I just need to quickly remove the Blackbird and the possible intelligent machine crisis from the Angrial Star. I just need to pay as little as possible. It is best not to destroy the western part of the continent. Otherwise, I will have to spend a lot of money to rebuild it." Wang Qi continued, "You are really greedy." Gu Heng smiled and asked, "It was my mother who asked me to make the request. Is there a way to do it?" Wang Qi just cursed casually, but actually had an idea. If you want to achieve your goal, you need enough star army to help. You can't offend the Fokkers family. I need to tell them about the Blackbird. Unless their entire family violated the smart ban. This possibility should not be high. If only the Blackbird violated the ban, they would be more anxious to destroy the Blackbird than you are. But this will offend Pedes. The Imperial Navy will not help transport the army. Wang Qi smiled. In naval warfare, the family's Chamber of Commerce fleet may not be able to do it. For transportation, the Pegasus fleet combined is not as good as ours. As for offending Pedes, yes, no. We could also mediate and help him with his biggest concern. The Kuroga 3. The Fox family is guilty of violating the ban. So they will help. Okay. Speaking of Kuroga 3, I also have some ideas about this matter. Wang Qi's face turned bad. You still want to benefit from this? Gu Hang smiled and said, of course. The biggest reason restricting the development of Angry Owl Star is the lack of population. I need population. There are 40 billion people in Kuroga 3 who are suffering from disaster. As a minister of the Empire, it is my duty to rescue the people of the Empire. Wang Qi sneered and said, how can it be so easy? No matter how bad the disaster is. Population is also wealth. 1 person. 5 tax coins. Do you want to buy it? I definitely can't afford it. Gu Hang's attitude was very gentle at this moment. He asked for help. Mother will definitely find a way. Humph. You know you're trying to please me now? Hee hee. Whoever gives you milk is your mother. And she is your biological mother. Seeing Wang Qi in deep thought, Gu Hang did not bother her, but waited quietly. After a while, Wang Qi slowly said, it's not that there is no way at all. How many people do you want? No matter how much. It's not too much. Can you afford to feed so many people? Don't be too ambitious. Gu Hang said seriously, when you came to Angry Owl Star last time, at least you looked down at our Baikinga province from above. At present, the annual grain output here, according to the standards of Angry Owl Star, is enough to feed 50 million people. At present, the population under my rule is only 25 million. We are not short of food, at least it is no problem to transport tens of millions of people. The per capita living standard and food consumption on Kuroga 3 cannot reach the level of Angry Owl. This is the truth. Kuroga 3 has a population of 40 billion, most of whom are poor and live a life of hunger. The per capita food consumption may not even reach 30% of the E5 level of Angry Owl. At most, they will not starve to death. And they eat all corpse starch. The corpse starch of Angry Owl is now used to raise livestock for meat. Under extreme conditions, let alone another 25 million people. 50 million people will not be a problem. What's more, Gu Hang continued, there are still a lot of arable land in the Beichin Valley area, which has not been developed. The reason for not developing it is not because of anything else, but the lack of population and agricultural workers. If all 1.2 billion arable lands are developed, and if we add in other food output, I can feed 300 million people without any problem. You are really capable. In a sarcastic tone, Wang Qi knew it was a compliment. But she was not used to praising her son. She simply changed the subject and got back to business. You can continue to use the Empire's immigration laws. Migrate the population in a free immigration manner. And the family's Chamber of Commerce fleet can help with transportation. But this requires a good discussion with Pedes. Moreover, you must also be prepared to pay some price. The population will not be given to you for free. But since you have abundant food reserves, you can provide certain food aid, consumer goods aid, and arms aid at that time. Isn't that still equivalent to buying? The price will be much lower, Wang Qi said. This time, of the 4 billion tax coins that Kuroga number 3 has to pay, the proportion of human tax will probably increase significantly because of this. Their demand for various materials will also increase. And too many people will become a burden for them. And they will be willing to get rid of some. I estimate that the overall cost can be reduced to 1 tax coin per person. Or even lower. Gu Hang nodded slightly. Although it was a bit regrettable that he couldn't get it for free. He also knew that people should not be too greedy. So Gu Hang spoke again. There is a third piece of information, can I? Seeing that my mother's eyes were wide open, Gu Hang smiled and was a little embarrassed to continue. But what's the embarrassment? The benefits are serious. He continued to say shamelessly. The War Apostle is coming to the Pegasus Star region to ensure that the imperial tax of the Pegasus Star region is used for the expedition, and to make more money on top of that. This is possible. Angry Owl Star can support an additional expedition tax, and even let Black Arrow Star support this tax as well. But can you let me control Black Arrow Star legitimately? You have a big appetite. Wang Qi already regretted what he said just now. Let's go to Angry Owl Star first. Who knew Gu Hang was so good at taking advantage of others? My son was not like this before. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Gu Heng said frankly. How can I not eat it? Next time, I have the power to determine that one person serving as the governor of 2 places will come to Tianma Star District. I don't know when it will be. Your Angry Owl Star has only 20 million people. You want to swallow up the Black Arrow Star with 400 million people? Aren't you afraid of being choked to death? At least first, set up the name and the legal principles. This is also good for the family, isn't it? From now on, Black Arrow Star will belong to me, and the incident like Gu Ming will never happen again. Wang Qi pondered for a while, and said, the price to pay will be very high. Mother, do you remember what I told you? As a ruler, you can't just consider the price. Don't tell me your crooked ideas. Wang Qi said. I give it a try. Gu Heng was overjoyed. Thank you, Mother. After hanging up the phone, Gu Heng was indeed very happy. If the 3 requests he had just made to his mother, from eradicating the blackbirds to increasing population and becoming the governor of Black Arrow Star, could all be achieved, it would be wonderful, as it would mean eliminating threats, increasing potential, and expanding outward at the same time. Of course, he knew that things might not go smoothly, and there might be twists and turns in the middle. But if there is a problem, he should solve it. He should keep going on this road. Just like now, Gu Heng would not put all his hopes on his mother. To put it bluntly, it is not impossible that the entire Fokkers family violated the intelligent ban, and was even controlled by intelligent machines. He still had to be prepared to deal with the current crisis. The entire system of the Alliance has been put into operation. First of all, the ambassador of the Blackbird Group stationed in the Alliance has been invited to have tea by Lambert's special agents. There is no such thing as a falling out. The Demon Hunter team has made quite a stir in the west of the continent. Blackbird Heavy Industry is probably prepared. Gu Heng still hopes to get more information from the ambassador sent by the Blackbird Group. However, the results will come soon. The Blackbird ambassador, who was invited to have tea, and several attendants, died suddenly of a brainstorm 17 minutes after being arrested. The dispatch personnel of the Alliance hospital dissected the bodies, and found that they looked similar to humans on the outside, but actually had a large number of mechanical modifications inside. It was a bit of a pity, but it was also expected. Gu Heng just asked Lambert to continue to send people to the west to collect intelligence. Another Demon Hunter team will go. Demon Hunters alone are not enough. After all, there are few of them. Lambert will also arrange hundreds of ordinary special agents. Intelligence work is of course dangerous, but it is indeed a necessary task. Chapter 276. Mobilization in Waishing City. Asuna was accompanied by Patel, inspecting the factory construction. Mr. Prime Minister, please look. Patel pointed to the workers moving the machines and the engineers directing them, and said, this company originally produced electrical appliances. According to the instructions, it is expected to be converted into the production of electrical components for the Lion tank soon. After a pause, Patel continued, there are many similar conversions. It is estimated that we can complete the first phase of the civilian-to-military project within a month. Asuna nodded. This progress was probably within her expectations. However, Patel next to her was still a little hesitant. He thought about it and asked, is it a bit of an exaggeration to convert so many factories from civilian to military? It's okay here. Most of them are basic heavy industries and military industries. I heard that the changes in Fuxing City are bigger. Many consumer goods and civilian factories have turned to military industries, especially those agricultural machinery and engineering machinery. The reduction in production of these things has a great impact. I am really worried that this will slow down the development of the Alliance. Osina's expression didn't change much. She comforted him. Just follow it with peace of mind. This is the order of the governor. And don't worry too much. The production capacity change from civilian to military is not carried out all at once. The government and the Ministry of Military Affairs have negotiated together and set up a multi-level mobilization order, which includes the plan to convert civilian factories to military use. This is initiated one level at a time, and it will not be converted all at once. War is still the top priority. We must ensure survival first. But isn't Blackbird Heavy Industries thousands of miles away? They have never posed any threat to the Alliance. It seems unnecessary for us to take action against them now. Right? All the construction projects of the Alliance are in full swing, and the scene is thriving. Will it be interrupted like this? Asuna turned around and looked at Patel. Patel also looked at the Prime Minister calmly. He asked himself that he was loyal, dedicated to the public, and had no selfish motives. What was he afraid of? Osina sighed in her heart. This is probably not just Patel's own idea, but the idea of the entire alliance. The residents of the alliance, at least most of the residents, still love the alliance and the governor. The governor did not lie about what he promised. As long as they are included in the alliance system and their ranks are determined, they will be treated accordingly and will no longer have to live a precarious life. This alone is enough to make the civilians who have walked from chaos to peace, which accounts for the vast majority of the total population, wholeheartedly loyal to the alliance and the governor. Not to mention the rank system of the alliance, which has been in operation for 1 or 2 years, seems to be quite dynamic, and there are more opportunities for mobility between upper and lower levels. Even the alliance is not a utopia. The alliance needs to develop and collect income. Corruption is inevitable under the alliance system. But even so, it is much better than the past life. Under this premise, a small number of people with bad intentions will not cause any trouble. However, those who oppose the alliance move against Blackbird Heavy Industry are not necessarily those who have grievances. The general public, who support the governor and feel a sense of belonging to the alliance, are all working hard to build their homes, looking forward to a better life in the future, and watching that better life being realized step by step into their own hands. In this case, why do we suddenly have to go to war? Or take the initiative? Osina herself certainly knows the reason. It would have been fine if she didn't know it before. But now that she knows that Blackbird Heavy Industries has violated the ban on intelligent machinery, of course she has to deal with them. The crisis of the intelligent machines cannot be allowed to continue to develop. It seems that there is no threat now, and Blackbird Heavy Industries is staying in the West obediently. If we do nothing now, when they start to make trouble, it is very likely that the scale will expand to a point that the alliance cannot stop. It is true that this reason is not easy to talk about directly, but it is not that there is no other way to avoid it. Blackbird Heavy Industries is a real threat to the alliance. Apart from the information about intelligent machines that is not easy to disclose to the public, it is enough to promote the legitimacy of the war, and the fact that Blackbird Heavy Industries has a serious impact on the good lives of tens of millions of residents in the alliance and brings disaster. In fact, the relevant external publicity work was already underway when the decision was made. But now it seems that it is not done well enough. And even Patel, who is considered a senior official, has not been dealt with. On the one hand, she verbally comforted Patel and asked him to focus on the work. On the other hand, Asuna also secretly took note of it in her heart. When she returns, she will summon the people in the propaganda department to urge them to work hard, and even punish some people who are responsible for management. Weishing City was only the first stop of Asuna's inspection. She then took the Falcon and visited several surrounding industrial bases. Other areas of the Central Province, Northern Province, High Tower Province, all local civilian military work was being carried out in an orderly manner. The scale was not too large, but it was a preview. It is not yet time to fully release the war potential. Just as Patel said, as the Prime Minister of the Alliance, Asuna did not want to interrupt the current prosperous development trend of the Alliance because of a war. However, the Alliance must have this mobilization capability. Currently, it is a second-level mobilization order. It should not affect the lives of residents. The corresponding welfare and allowances will not be reduced. The corresponding consumer goods market and food industry market will be affected to a certain extent, but not greatly, and there will be fewer varieties. However, if the next level of mobilization order is issued, it will be difficult to remain unaffected. At that time, there will probably be a large-scale conscription, a wartime economy, cuts in welfare and allowances, and further conversion of civilian factories into military factories. If there is a general mobilization order, it means that the entire alliance will use all its strength to deal with the war. All the population, all production and life, will revolve around the war. Almost most young and middle-aged men, and even a considerable number of women, will be conscripted into the army. The remaining population, from the old to the young, will do war-related work. It is good to have one more bullet. All non-war consumption will be compressed to the extreme. Since the establishment of the alliance, this level of general mobilization has not been launched. But Osina was confident that the system she had built according to the governor's general expectations could achieve that level and unleash great war potential. This was her masterpiece. But she would rather never use it. She knew very well that if the alliance mobilized to that level, the damage to economic development would be too great. She returned to Fuxing City with a heavy heart, and she was going to find Governor Gu to report the situation. When she arrived at the door of the meeting room, it was just the scheduled time. The alliance focuses on practical matters and does not care about those empty things. Even if they come to see the governor, they don't even need to make an appointment when they are not busy. When they are busy, they will also agree on a time, so as not to keep people waiting for a long time. And they don't need to come early. Osina arrived at the place on time, but learned that the governor was meeting with Generals Yin Fengshu and Tadius. The time they made an appointment was before Osina, and according to reason, things should have been discussed by now. But it might be because of some accidents, or some topics were not discussed thoroughly, so they were delayed. She waited outside peacefully, but she didn't expect a voice to ring in her mind. Come in. Listen together, and tell me what you think. This was the voice of the governor. Asuna quickly put away her thoughts and walked forward. The guards outside did not stop her, and they obviously got the message. When she entered the house, the two men were arguing about something. The governor sat at the top and did not participate in the discussion, but just listened carefully. Asuna did not rush to speak. She found a seat at random and listened carefully. After listening for a while, I roughly understood what was going on. The mobilization of the entire alliance was to prepare for war. And war, of course, was fought by the army. At present, the Angry Bear Legion, which was established by the alliance and was about to receive the official number of the Star Army, had been mobilized. The 140,000-man army, from the original gathering place, the Central Bank province, headed west, across a distance of 500 kilometers, and arrived at the Western Desert. The Central Army Group also went with them. Of course, this Central Army Group is no longer the one that fought in the 3 eastern provinces. The original Central Army Group was split into 3 parts. One part was formed into the Black Arrow Star Army Group and went to guard the colonies, and the other part was assigned to the Angry Bear Corps. Only the 1st Brigade was left, and together with the newly established 46th to 50th Divisions, a new Central Army Group was formed. Recently, the newly established 39th and 40th Garrison Divisions of the former Eastern Army Group, as well as the 21st to 25th Garrison Divisions of the former Qinggu Army Group, were also incorporated. So far, the Central Army Group has 13 divisions and brigades, totaling 100,000 people. These 2 army-level forces add up to 250,000 people. This is the main mobile force that the alliance can mobilize without further mobilization and without affecting the defense of each region. At the same time, the new recruit camps across the alliance have recruited about 100,000 people in total. They are receiving training and will be added to the frontline troops at any time according to the progress and needs of the war to ensure that the 2 Western armies are always fully staffed. These new soldiers were brought by the mobilization order, and Asuna also knew about this. Although conscription was not her responsibility, it was the work of the conscription office under the military and political department of Thaddeus. But after all, it required close cooperation with the local government. Under the 2nd level mobilization order, the number of reserve troops will continue to increase. The military manpower pool is estimated to be able to reach 5% of the total population, which means 1.25 million people. In addition to the more than 400,000 already in service, the 100,000 in the recruit camp, there is still room for conscription of about 700,000 people. If it is still not enough, then we may have to issue a 1st level mobilization order, which would bring the total mobilization population to 10%. If it is still not enough, then the alliance will issue a general mobilization order, which would bring the maximum population to 20%. But that would be exaggerated. The 250,000-man army gathered in the west. The first stage strategic goal is the Western Desert. It is not to occupy the entire vast Western Desert, which is too big. More than 200,000 people will just water the desert, which is meaningless. The main goal is to control the oasis in the east of the Western Desert, which has had more contact with the alliance, and especially to control the main road that runs through the Western Desert and directly to the west of the continent. This main road should be left over from the pre-war era, and it was originally a solid paved road. However, due to environmental changes, wars, and the collapse of the unified government, this main road is in a particularly poor condition due to lack of maintenance. It was only through the self-maintenance of the oases along the way that the road could be barely accessible. The most important thing was that if we didn't go here, there was no other way. Although various heavy equipment and vehicles had excellent off-road capabilities, it was still too much to cross 10,000 kilometers of wilderness to go on an expedition to the west. This barely usable road not only had to be occupied, but engineers had to be sent to further repair it. At the moment, the troops were not far from the western desert, the point of dispute between Yin Fangqiu, the major general commander, and Thaddeus, the military and political chief, was how to deal with the many oasis forces in the western desert. The western desert did not have a unified regime. Each oasis, as well as the plantation factories below, was like an independent city-state. It had its own political system and its own armed forces. From a military perspective, Yin Fangqiu did not want to conquer purely by force, as this would put a great burden on the troops and would make it difficult to complete the task of pushing the front line to the central area of the western desert and establishing the main defense line within a month and a half. His troops will spend a lot of time and energy on clearing out the resistance forces. He hopes that through diplomatic means, the oases to the east will not cause trouble. Thaddeus is worried that the plantation factories under the oases are not sure what the situation is. The long supply line. If too many third-party forces with their own armed forces are left along the way, it will be a very dangerous thing. Both of them have their reasons. Of course, it wasn't a quarrel that was too fierce. Everyone was not stupid. Everyone knew that the other party's concerns were justified. They were constantly discussing some solutions, from the strength of diplomatic means, to the handling methods of the local armed forces, to which strongholds along the way must be taken down for safety, and which ones can be left alone, to how to arrange the deployment of troops, to suppress. Asuna listened and wrote down a lot of things. She also knew why the governor asked her to come and listen. The Union Ministry of Foreign Affairs is a relatively independent institution outside the government. It has never been taken seriously. After all, there are not many places that need diplomacy. On the contrary, the Union Commerce Department under Asuna can play a better role in this regard. She gradually joined the discussion, mainly on the political attitudes of those oases, their relationship with the alliance, and how to start. During the discussion, the plan gradually took shape. During the process, Gu Hang rarely spoke, but only made a final decision on some unresolved issues. This is exactly what Gu Hang wanted. Chapter 277, the ICBM Alliance is not Gu Hang Alliance alone, and he cannot decide everything, or he will be exhausted. And now, everyone is discussing, gradually forming a strategy, which is the situation he hopes to see. These people are talented and have potential. Through the system's functions, Gu Hang selected them, and used the hero template to make their growth rate even faster, which is the effect he wants now. The three of them discussed, and came up with a result. Gu Hang looked at it and thought, no problem. Just execute it. After sending the three away, they each went to do their own things. Gu Hang was alone in the office, lost in thought. To be honest, after the intelligence from Blackbird City came back, he didn't want to start a war directly. Just be prepared. Initiating the second-level mobilization order is also a precaution. The best situation is to keep the current situation unchanged. It would be best if Blackbird Heavy Industry did not make any moves, and Gu Hang would not take the initiative to cause trouble. As long as he waited for his mother quietly, mediated in the Star Zone, waited for the arrival of the Star Army, that would be the time to deal a fatal blow to Blackbird Heavy Industry. For this reason, Gu Hang did not even use orbital bombing, just to avoid Blackbird overreacting. But it was obvious that Blackbird did not want to give him this chance again. The more than 10 demon hunters made quite a commotion in Blackbird City. Of course, this let Gu Hang no important information, but Blackbird Heavy Industry obviously knew that the matter was exposed. The preemptive Blackbird has already begun to mobilize. This intelligence came from the west of the continent. The Alliance has deployed a new demon hunter team, as well as more than 200 special intelligence personnel, to the west of the continent. It is not easy to enter Blackbird City, and it is a life-threatening situation to go there. Moreover, after the incident involving Elon Bird and others, the defense will definitely be more stringent. However, normally, outside Blackbird City, in the thousands of square kilometers of land in the west of the continent, in those peripheral settlements, the deployment of intelligence stations will be relatively less dangerous. It was those intelligence stations that discovered that Blackbird Heavy Industry was abnormally mobilizing personnel and deploying troops. They saw the large-scale gathering and flow of materials, and the flow of personnel within the jurisdiction of Blackbird Heavy Industry. If these were just warnings, they could even see the movement of troops. There were drones as small as the size of a palm and as large as a car. Mechanical dogs with light firepower platforms that could rotate 360 degrees on their backs. A large number of modified human soldiers. And countless Challenger tanks. You don't have to enter Blackbird City to see all of these. You can see them outside. Relevant intelligence was sent back urgently one after another. The Blackbird has moved, so how can the Alliance not move? The order given by Gu Heng was to keep the enemy out. If the war cannot be dragged on, then fight, but it cannot be fought on the land of the Alliance. If the war spreads to the Central Bank province, especially to Fuxing, near the twin cities of Weixing, that would be unacceptable. The Western Desert is a good choice for the scheduled battlefield. The area is vast and sparsely populated, most of the land is desert, and a few valuable oases mainly rely on underground planting factories, which are suitable for fighting, and there is no fear of destroying the territory. It was precisely because of the movement of the Blackbird that the Alliance hastily made the decision to mobilize the army and advance westward. At least, the defense line should be pushed 1,000 kilometers away and built in the desert area. However, the form of war still came in a way that no one expected, at a faster and more unexpected speed. 3 days later, sitting in the office, I just called my mother again and exchanged the political mediation situation in the Star region. I learned that the Fox family was indeed anxious and had decided to mobilize their relationship with the Dragon Eagle 3rd Legion stationed in the Pegasus Star region to separate a part of the Star Realm army that was originally to be sent to Kuroga 3 and come to the Wrathful Star. The specific number is still under discussion, the method of deploying troops is still under discussion, who will bear the deployment cost is also under discussion, how to make the Imperial Navy not too sensitive is also under discussion. Gu Heng urged, the battle is about to start. Gu Heng needs the troops of the Star Army to arrive as soon as possible. Just when he hung up the phone, Gu Heng heard a piercing alarm, which rang sharply above Fuxing City. His face turned ugly in an instant. The guards outside almost broke into his office. Governor. Level 1 alert. Our intelligence personnel have discovered missile silos in the west of the continent. Missiles have been launched eastward. When did it happen? Just now. According to the time, it has been 15 minutes since the missile was launched. It did not say how many missiles there were, the power of the missiles, where they would hit, or whether they could hit Fuxing City. But Gu Heng heart still sounded the alarm. How could it be that it could not hit? Otherwise, is Blackbird doing this? Is it setting off fireworks? That is obviously impossible. Governor, hurry up and go to the air defense. No. Gu Heng rejected the guard's request and left the office immediately. The power of psychic energy lifted him up into the air. He looked west and far away. He didn't need to hide in the air raid shelter. The missiles wouldn't kill him. But the residents of the Alliance, the factories of the Alliance, can't. After he took off, he did see missiles with long tail flames whizzing in the clear sky. At the same time, many red lights were fired far away. Some of these red beams came from Fuxing City, and some came from Weixing City. No sound could be heard. But in Gu Heng field of vision, he could see that most of the missiles that broke through the clear sky were hit by red beams in midair and exploded in midair. He was more or less relieved. These red beams came from the reflector laser cannon, which is essentially an anti-aircraft firepower and has two most common uses. It can be placed on the surface for air defense, it can be used for long-range anti-orbital bombardment, it can be used on starships to detonate approaching landing ships, approaching live ammunition firepower, and collide with the energy attack launched by the enemy ship. Even if it cannot be intercepted, it can reduce the power of the enemy energy attack. At the beginning, Gu Heng drew the reflector technology. The Alliance also has enough resources and advanced technology to carry out large-scale production. But in the early days, the Alliance did not have a strong demand for reflectors. On the one hand, the Alliance did not have starships, and did not need to produce hundreds of reflectors on starships at every turn. The enemies that the Alliance had encountered did not have any decent air forces, so they naturally did not need anti-aircraft firepower. Most of the reflectors produced were castrated versions, which reduced the size, power, and energy consumption and were placed on Lion tanks to serve as main guns or secondary guns. The full set of reflector, which includes radar, interception, servo-skull computing and recognition system, and the final precision interception firepower, is produced in small quantities. That is, relying on the black box. A complete set of production is inevitably produced once it is produced. Some mass production lines have been pulled out by the Alliance, and the production quantity of this complete system is very small. These air defense systems produced are mainly placed in Fuxing City and Weixing City. This arrangement played a huge role at this moment. There were 11 sets of reflectors in Fuxing City, and there were more than 20 sets in Weixing City. The beams of light that were constantly ignited stopped most of the missiles in midair. In the end, only one missile in Fuxing City actually came over the city, but it did not explode. Gu Heng waved his hand, and the power of psychic energy captured it and crushed it into pieces in midair. But his face was still very heavy. It was indeed a false alarm in Fuxing City, but what about other places? There is no top psychic like Gu Heng in Weixing City to provide such a final protection. Although the number of reflector systems, compared to Fuxing City, has doubled, can all the missiles be intercepted? The situation in Weixing City is still good. There are at least more than 20 reflector systems. But what about other places in the Alliance? On the front line, what about the main Alliance army that is gathering and taking action? But there is no point in worrying now. After confirming that there were no more missiles attacking from the horizon, Gu Heng slowly lowered his altitude and returned to his office. Then, relevant intelligence gathered in his office like snowflakes. The first to report was the air defense system of Fuxing City and Weixing City. The air defense systems of these two places detected a total of 45 missiles attacking. 15 were aimed at Fuxing City, and 30 were aimed at Weixing City. 14 missiles were intercepted in Fuxing City, and one of them disappeared. 29 missiles were intercepted in Weixing City, and one of them exploded in a factory, destroying a smelting production line of alloy plastic steel, killing 7 people, and injuring more than 30 people. The injured have all been sent to the hospital, and the damaged factory has been arranged for repairs. The second intelligence came from the army assembled on the front line. At least 50 missiles were launched against them. But the frontline troops also have their own anti-aircraft firepower. In the 5th generation Walker series armored vehicles that Gu Heng had drawn before, although the most produced ones are the forward armored personnel carrier and the Walker infantry fighting vehicle, there are also Defender series anti-aircraft vehicles in this series. As for related equipment, the Alliance has been producing them, and almost every division is equipped with an anti-aircraft company or battalion. These field anti-aircraft vehicles are equipped with live anti-aircraft guns, which are not as accurate as the reflector, and there is no servo skull for auxiliary calculations, so the efficiency of interception is greatly reduced. But the number of anti-aircraft vehicles equipped by the field army is still sufficient. Of the 50 missiles, 38 were intercepted, and the remaining ones, although they exploded, did not hit the targets where the most people and equipment were concentrated at once. The specific casualty report has not yet come out, but the total number should not exceed 150. At this point, Gu Heng was already a little heartbroken. But he knew that the big one was yet to come. Sure enough, after waiting for a while, 2 more cities in the Alliance sent news. Bega City in Baikinga Province was also attacked by missiles. 10 missiles exploded in Bega City, causing no less than 500 casualties, completely destroying a food processing plant and a food warehouse. And the specific material losses have not yet been counted. In addition, the former garbage town, now Gaota City, was also attacked. 15 missiles destroyed the city government of Gaota City, causing no less than 500 direct casualties, and also blew up a waste energy storm collection plant, causing a secondary explosion. The related explosion caused 80% of the staff in that factory to lose contact, which was about 1,000 people. Looking at the gathered intelligence, Gu Heng's face was so dark that ink was about to drip out. The Blackbird heavy tool was equipped with intercontinental strike capability, and could directly deliver long-range missiles at a distance of 10,000 to 20,000 kilometers for accurate strikes. This was something he had not expected, although it seemed that the power of these missiles was not too great, and was even weaker than the surgical knife missile that Gu Heng had seen before. This matter itself was very bad. The losses caused by these 120 intercontinental missiles are secondary. The most terrible thing is that the Alliance has exposed a weakness: no counterattack capability. The Alliance does not even have intercontinental strike means. Due to previous negligence, the Alliance air defense system is not well built. In Gaota City and Bega City, there were 2,000 casualties in total. Although they were all civilians, they were important productive forces, not to mention the factories and warehouses that were destroyed. The losses of materials and means of production were difficult to calculate in a short time. Fortunately, Fuxing City and Weixing City have them. Otherwise, if all the 45 missiles that hit these two cities were to explode, the consequences would be unimaginable. The population density and industrial importance of these two places are much higher than those of Bega City and Gaota City. What makes Gu Heng even more panic is that he still doesn't know how strong the delivery capability of the Blackbird's intercontinental missile is. Can they only deliver these 120 missiles at a time? How many intercontinental missiles do they have in reserve? Is this attack a sudden full-force strike, or is it just a test? Do they have a much stronger weapon than these 120 missiles? These unknowns are what make him, the ruler, nervous. But although he is nervous, he is not panic in action. He immediately called the Blade Tiger. Commodore Yilixia, I hope you will immediately launch a full-force orbital strike on Blackbird City. Don't hold back. Chapter 278 Iron Fox. The Alliance does not have the ability to conduct intercontinental long-range strikes. Nearly 20,000 kilometers away, the Alliance current missiles cannot reach that far. But the Alliance does not have it, which does not mean there are no other tricks. Now, among the Empire's conventional firepower, why is the development of ground-based long-range fire strikes not advocated? 3 reasons. First, long-range fire is expensive. Second, the current technology's air defense capabilities are exaggerated, and the interception efficiency is very high. But the reason why a weapon's appearance probability is greatly reduced is rarely because of the large number of natural enemies, but because its function is replaced by another weapon. The thing that greatly replaces intercontinental weapons is orbital strikes. The Blade Tiger can help with this. During the communication, Yilixia said it was no problem. Regarding the information about the Blackbird violating the intelligence ban, Gu Heng did not inform him immediately. Until his mother's side, the matter started, and all parties began to talk. And this matter was not too confidential. And Gu Heng told Yilixia, "It's not that I don't trust him, he's not one of my own at all. I told her the last second, then the Fofana family knew it the next second, and I'm afraid Pedes knew it the next second. It doesn't matter now." Yilixia didn't care much about this matter, just laughed and scolded her for not telling her at the first time, and scolded a few times that there are so many things on the Angry Owl Star. In fact, Gu Heng could still feel that this naval commodore was quite interested. Another credit to be made? Yilixia excitedly arranged the Blade Tiger to move in the planetary orbit, preparing to launch an orbital bombing of Blackbird City. Gu Heng, on his side, began to make other arrangements. Before Blackbird Heavy Industry launched the missile attack, the Alliance received an alarm sent back by the intelligence officers in the front. Although, the alarm came a little late and did not have any early warning effect. The missiles arrived soon. But Gu Heng did not forget that they mentioned one thing. The missile silo was discovered. In this case, it's just a matter of reciprocity. The Alliance certainly doesn't have intercontinental strike means, and can't directly bomb the missile silo. The target of the Sharp Blade Tiger is also Blackbird City, not a separate missile launch base. But the Alliance has other means. Under Gu Heng's order, the Wind Falcon took off with the Phoenix. The Skyfire descended. Iron Fockers, sitting in the metal throne on top of the tower. Unlike most of the cyborgs in Blackbird City, Iron Focker's appearance has not changed much, and he still maintains a human body of flesh and blood. Only her pair of blue eyes, faintly flashing with inhuman electric light. The top of the mechanical tower, connected to the observation and monitoring at the top, her vision was raised and farther away. In her sight, the attack from outside the planet's atmosphere fell from the sky. The frigate was equipped with the full-fire version of the Reflector and the Defender. This was completely different from the anti-aircraft reflector produced by the Alliance and the laser cannon placed on the tank. Although the technology used is the same, the power and intensity are more than 10 times greater. The power of the surgical knife missile is also several times more fierce than the intercontinental missile launched by Blackbird Heavy Industries to attack the Alliance. These things are bombarding Blackbird City without reservation. A layer of blue light film appears in the sky above Blackbird City. This is a huge energy shield generator. The first round of bombardment from the space orbit was blocked. The second round was the same. The shield generator flashed for a while, but did not turn red. The shield generator equipped by Blackbird City was online, and could not be easily broken by simply relying on the firepower of S-class ships. However, this was just passively taking a beating after all. Blackbird City did not have the corresponding anti-orbital firepower, and could not directly attack from the ground into space. There were some orbital air defense equipment, but it was not enough to intercept every round of bombardment from the Blade Tiger. What's worse is that, although the shield generator of Blackbird City is of a large specification, it can't cover the whole city. The range it protects is only about half of the whole city. It barely covers the core area of the city. But there are still many places on the periphery that cannot be protected. The Blade Tiger in the sky seems to have noticed this. After 2 rounds of bombardment did not have a good effect, they also changed their strategy and began to bombard places that the energy shield could not cover. Soon, except for the central city, the surrounding areas of Blackbird City began to bloom everywhere, and the flame shot up into the sky. Iron Fockers could see it clearly. She knew that this was already a relatively good result. Now, floating in the orbit of the Angry Owl star, it was just an old model of the Blade Tiger, which had weak firepower among the frigates. If it was the previous quintet, a serious main cruiser, the L-class heavy artillery Zhongzi's Fury would bombard it continuously, let alone the outer city. Even the energy shield covering the sky above the central city might not be able to hold it. This was the scene she feared the most. For the family, she was not valued. She had no special talents, nor was she valued. 6 years ago, Irong, who had just reached adulthood, took a job in the government of Fash 2, and worked for 3 years without being outstanding or making mistakes. Just when she thought that this was how her life would be, spending her life on Fash 2 in a way that was no different from that of an ordinary family member, an opportunity was presented to her. The family was recruiting people to go to the Angry Owl Star, to run the Blackbird heavy industry. The original host retired, and the family needed a direct descendant to take over the business there. What kind of place was Angry Owl Star 3 years ago? It was a wasteland planet. A poor and remote place where the governor could not fulfill the imperial taxes one after another. And a place that the direct descendants of the family avoided like snakes and scorpions. Who would be willing to suffer there if they were serious and promising? To put it bluntly, it was a place for the family to develop a leisure chess piece on Angry Owl Star. To develop some industries, to make some money, and to have extra income by relying on the taxes that the previous governors of Angry Owl Star could not collect. Of course, the family may also have some ideas about expanding its territory. Using Blackbird heavy industries, the family can continue to expand its influence on the Angry Owl Star, obtain the position of governor at the lowest cost, and eventually incorporate this unimportant planet into the territory of the Fockers family. Irong signed up. Actually, at first, she didn't think about going. People around her said that it was too hard there. Although the family had plans, they didn't take it seriously. Going there would just waste her youth, and she was afraid of it. But on the one hand, she didn't want to live her original life, which was not worried about food and clothing, but had a predictable end. On the other hand, she was just trying it out. She didn't think that someone as ordinary as her could be selected. Then she was really selected. Perhaps it was because the family was capable and respected, and people who looked down on this place. And her last name was Fox, and her past resume was honest and well-behaved. In short, no matter what the reason was, she became the candidate of the Fox family to be in charge of the Blackbird heavy industry business. She came here with a nervous mood and started her work. She didn't need to worry too much about the business. Her predecessor, a grandfather in the family, had laid a good foundation, and it was not a mess. If everything was run according to the arrangements when he left, there would be no problems. However, she still found problems later. She was not really a fool. In the internal management, she gradually found something wrong. The production capacity of Blackbird heavy industry was much larger than expected. The startup capital and support provided by the family were very little, and the production conditions here were very poor. According to her common sense, Blackbird heavy industry should not have the production capacity she saw. And she quickly figured out why this was the case, under her nose. The automated production line was being executed day and night. Many industrial workers had long been transformed into mechanical cyborgs who were tireless, did not need to eat or drink, and could operate according to orders as long as they were charged and given energy. Undoubtedly, this has broken the intelligent band set by the Empire. She called the relevant manager seriously and discussed the issue seriously, but she found that those people did not take it seriously. What's the big deal? The Imperial ban is a ban, but in a place like Angry Owl Star, who can control it? The planetary governors, who should monitor all abnormal situations in the territory. Each of them does not know whether they can survive for 2 years. sitting in the eastern city of Renaissance as a clay statue. They cannot even control their own regime. How can they control what is happening in the west of the continent thousands of miles away? The emperor is far away here. And it doesn't matter what you want to do. What's more, the so-called intelligent ban is an exaggeration. It's just some simple automated machines, which are just to raise the degree of human transformation, especially to change the brain. Isn't it almost the same as a robot servant? How can it cause a big incident? Or a crisis of intelligent machines? They really don't believe that those modified people, those automated machines, will suddenly right one day. They have been doing this for a long time. They had been doing this when the last Blackbird Heavy Industry president was in office. And nothing happened. In fact, those in charge told her that it was not just Blackbird Heavy Industry that was like this. In the homeland of the Fokkers family, on planets Fokkers 1/2/3, there were actually automated machines in operation. However, on those 3 traditional planets of the Fokkers family, there were always officials from the Empire coming to inspect. And the situation on the planets was also complicated. So they did not dare to be too blatant, and could only do it on a small scale and very covertly. After all, automated production. This thing improves productivity, reduces production costs, and the effect is too immediate. At first, Iron was panicked. Even after listening to the explanations of those supervisors, she felt something was wrong. She was very afraid that once something happened, the things that happened in history books and legends would happen to her. The wrath of the Empire fell from the sky, burning all traitors. And she herself was the traitor of the Empire. But she didn't dare to stop it all. She could see that those specific staff members would not agree easily. She felt that if the relevant violations of the ban were reported to the family, she, as the person in charge, would be the one who would take the blame in the end and would be cut off by the family. The production quota and expansion goals set by the family would be impossible without the support of strong productivity. Even the control of the entire western part of the continent might not be maintained. She acquiesced to all this, but asked not to go any further. Then, during an inspection, she accidentally fell from a height of 2 floors. Her left foot was comminuted and fractured, and it was difficult to recover, so she accepted the mechanization of her left foot. This is a very normal situation. In many places in the Empire, there are similar mechanized transformations. As long as the transformation does not involve the brain, the problem should not be too big. After the transformation, her mechanical left foot, although it is very useful, sometimes she vaguely feels that her left foot seems to have its own consciousness. After a period of time, some cold illusions began to appear in front of her eyes. She found that her logical thinking ability became extremely strong, but instead, she began to feel that she was slowly losing some of her human emotions, and becoming more and more dull. One day a year ago, she felt like she was going crazy. But she was strangely calm. She picked up a knife and cut open the flesh at the connection between her left calf and the machine. But she saw the upper part of the broken limb that should have belonged to her, and should not have been modified. Under the flesh, there should have been white bones. But it turned into something gray and black with a metallic texture. She should have been surprised. She should have been horrified. But she wasn't. She just calmly cut open the flesh on her arms, which should not have any signs of transformation, and saw that there were still metal bones inside. She broke her left hand again. Inside the bones, there were some mechanical structures and cables. In her mind, some knowledge that should not belong to her appeared, which made her clearly understand that these cables and mechanical structures were the things that supported her body. In the past 2 years, the transformation of her body has never stopped. Starting from her left foot, replacing her bones step by step, and the blood structure in her body. She may look like a normal human now, but in fact, she has become another species. But Iron Fox did not panic. She just calmly repaired her broken arm, watched the disguised flesh and blood grow on its own, and continued to do what she had to do. She heard that a new governor had come to the east and sent an envoy. After knowing the various deeds he had done on the planet, she began to quietly make some additional preparations. Build intercontinental missile silos, build shield generators, adjust the production capacity of Blackbird Heavy Industry from the original, producing products in the list needed by the Fox family, to producing military products, and increasing the number of cyborgs. She was preparing for a future that was bound to come in her logical thinking. And now, this future has come true. Chapter 279, The Phoenix Cold Fury. Iron Fokkers knew that He could not stay in the west of the continent forever. According to the previous plan, he would develop silently, develop slowly, and then sweep across the entire planet. The new governor is different from the past. He quickly unified the eastern part of the entire continent, and turned the alliance that was originally just a name into an entity again. Even further, the alliance is not worthy of its name, and its unified situation. How can it be an alliance? It is a centralized regime with high administrative efficiency. And with what the governor did in the east of the continent, he will soon extend his claws. She is ready, but she hopes that time will come as late as possible. The later it is, the greater the power she can accumulate. The information leak is natural. Blackbird City is a solid iron barrel, but it is not a completely closed space after all. As long as there is material and personnel communication with the outside world, the leakage of the situation in the city is inevitable. She also knew that she couldn't win. If she had to deal with only Gu Hang and the 25 million humans gathered in the East Continent, it would be fine. But she had to face the human empire. There would be the Star Army, the Imperial Navy, and they were endless. But what if she couldn't win? In her mind, there was an extremely clear voice. Let more humans participate in the glorious evolution. This was the goal. The bombing of the Imperial Navy was something she had prepared for. The most important production capacity has been moved to the central city area protected by energy shields as much as possible. And some of it has been excavated in the underground part of the city and stuffed in. For those that cannot be moved, the density of production lines in the outer city area is also reduced as much as possible, so as not to make it too dense. This also makes the destructive power of the orbital firepower that falls from the sky relatively limited. The orbital bombing lasted for almost a day. The Sharp Blade Tiger frigate sent thousands of energy, live ammunition, and missiles to the surface, almost turning the outer city area of Blackbird City into ruins. All you can see is a sea of fire. But Iron Fokkers remained calm. Her cold eyes flashed with lightning. And her brain, which had been reorganized into a command and logic thinking mode, coldly calculated the losses. The production capacity of Blackbird City, under the bombing that day, was lost by about 27%. The loss was certainly not small. But it was not fatal. The Blade Tiger in the sky had also stopped attacking because their ammunition was exhausted. At the same time, part of Iron's consciousness went far beyond the scope of Blackbird City and connected to the 5 missile launch bases outside the city, scattered across the western part of the continent. Those places are also continuing to fire. The first wave of 120 intercontinental cruise missiles are just appetizers. In the past long period of time, Blackbird Heavy Industries has produced a total of more than 4,000 intercontinental cruise missiles. She planned to launch all these missiles within 8 days. You have orbital bombardment, I have intercontinental missiles, you have air defense interception, I have energy shields and preemptive industrial evacuation. We are hurting each other. Anatole's heart was filled with rage. Before setting off, he and his fighting brothers were in the monastery, performing routine training and prayer. He saw with his own eyes the whistling intercontinental missiles blasting towards Waishing City and Fushing City. Although most of the first wave was intercepted, but afterwards, the frequency of almost 4 waves of missiles per hour, Blackbird Heavy Industries continued to launch missile attacks on the Alliance. The main targets still were many large cities, among which Fushing City and Waishing City were the 2 political and industrial cores. The air defense system of the Alliance. Those anti-aircraft reflectors that have never been used since they were created, have never been as busy as they are now. The light waves that flew wildly into the sky blew up those missiles one by one. But there will always be fish that slip through the net. He was very worried about his parents. Although, after becoming an angel of the Emperor and the Governor, he has not gone back to see his parents, who fled from the Chingu area. The veterans in the regiment always warned them to cut off the emotions and concerns of the past when they were mortals. Their whole body and soul have been devoted without reservation. They have become angels of death. No matter how ordinary they are, they should not have ordinary emotions and thoughts. Anato told himself so. But he soon realized that there was no need to be so extreme. His mission was to bring destruction to the enemies of the Empire, the enemies of the Alliance, and the enemies of the Governor, to protect mankind, the Empire, and the Alliance. His parents were of course also citizens of the Empire and the Alliance. And there was no conflict between the two. The missiles flying from the west, the threat they posed to his parents and family, and the damage they caused to the Alliance, are not contradictory at all, and even completely overlap. This made him extremely angry. He was extremely eager to bring the enemies, who dared to destroy what he was determined to protect with all his heart, to the fire of death. And he would have this opportunity soon. The Wind Falcon of the Alliance Air Force quickly descended on the Phoenix Monastery, and their chapter leader also appeared in front of them. There was no need for pre-war mobilization. No need to say a word. Just a simple order. And the Space Marines boarded the speeder boats they were supposed to take. The reason for not mobilizing was that the veterans, needless to say, and the new recruits were all recruited from the Angry Owl Alliance. For the enemies who dared to destroy their homes, the anger in the hearts of the warriors did not need to be encouraged, but rather needed to be slightly reduced to prevent the warriors from acting impulsively. All the Space Marines were divided into 5 teams. The current Phoenix Regiment actually has more than 50 people in total. However, there are still a dozen of them whose superhuman organs are not mature, and there are another dozen whose organs are mature, but there are not enough power armor for them to wear. In the end, only 27 people who wear power armor can really be used. Captain Martins, Reverend Rizzo, and 2 other veterans each lead a team of 5 people each to a location. And the mission goal is to destroy the missile silo there. There is no need to worry about the team led by the veterans. But including Martins and Rizzo, there are only 4 old guys in total. And there is no 5th person to lead the team. Therefore, the 5th team must be led by a new soldier. Anato is the temporary team leader who was selected. And his team is also the largest among the 5 teams, with 7 warriors. Before setting off, Captain Martins and Pastor Rizzo called him out alone and had a good talk. The head priest was fine. Anato could clearly see that although the commander looked serious and indifferent, he was still nervous and worried in his words. Although Anato had not experienced the glorious period of the chapter, nor the painful expedition of atonement, he had read the history of the chapter in the library of the monastery. The Phoenix, which had only 4 people at its minimum, almost died. Even now, it has not recovered much. In such a large regiment, there are only 27 real warriors, which is still very few and very weak. Therefore, the commander of the regiment does not want the regiment to suffer any losses, which is why he is nervous. The other 4 teams are led by veterans and have some support. His team, which is composed of new recruits, is the most likely to have problems. Anato fully understands the commander's concerns, and because of this, he also understands the heavy responsibility on his shoulders. He forced himself to calm down from his anger, not to suppress his anger, but to keep his head in the anger. He promised the chapter master and the chief priest that he would bring every brother back safely after completing the mission. He promised so, and he was about to do so. He did not want to disappoint the chapter master, and even more so the governor. At the same time, he also realized that if this battle was successful, it would establish his position in the chapter. In the future, the chapter will definitely continue to expand. The chapter will always need new non-commissioned officers, company commanders, and even honor guards or chapter champions. And he needs to strive for more honors for his future and lay a solid foundation. With this mentality, he and his brothers spent more than 10 hours on the Wind Falcon. During this time, he could see missiles with tail flames through the window, heading towards them and passing by. He knew that those missiles were all aimed at his hometown. With each missile, his anger accumulated a little more. But at the same time he became calmer. Finally, they arrived at their destination. 3 Wind Falcons launched a wave of shipborne missiles from a distance, bombing the target location. Then, the speedboat began to slow down at full speed and lower its altitude. After a while, when Anato could vaguely see the situation on the ground through the window, the machine guns and beam cannons carried by the Wind Falcons began to show their power. But at this moment, there were also some long-range firepower on the ground, anti-aircraft guns and the like, firing into the sky. But the accuracy was relatively average, and the density of firepower was also average. The 3 Wind Falcons were hit a few times, but it was not a big problem. The caliber of these anti-aircraft guns was not very fierce. While firing, the entire aircraft began to descend rapidly. When it was more than 10 meters above the ground, the hatch opened and the space warriors jumped down. Anato was in midair, and in the seconds before landing, he quickly looked around and quickly grasped the expected landing position of each teammate. Then, after getting on the ground, he raised his bolter and fired at an anti-aircraft fire point about 200 meters away, suppressing the threat to the slowing Falcon. At the same time, he kept talking. Larson, Kubas, 300 meters at 12 o'clock. That bunker is your mission. Magnuson. Christian. 400 meters at 3 o'clock. You two go. Others, follow me and advance slowly. And support both sides at any time. He gave orders in an orderly manner. The 7-man team was divided into 3 groups, and their target was the group of bunkers ahead. This was the first problem they had to face. The Blackbirds were very strict in protecting their own missile silos. Around the missile silos, the Phoenixes were facing a group of bunkers. Dozens of bunkers, half embedded in the ground and half exposed, surrounded the core area of the missile silos tightly. In the direction of the Phoenix fighters' attack, there were at least 11 bunkers. These bunkers were staggered at a distance of about 100 to 200 meters, and some modified people were guarding them. These modified people, with the help of solid fortifications, put up a tenacious resistance. Their attention was mainly attracted by the Wind Falcon in the sky at the beginning, and the machine guns and rifles shot at the Wind Falcon quickly. When the speed was reduced to drop the Space Warriors, the Wind Falcon was still easier to hit. The bullets hit the armor of the Wind Falcon with a clang. Although none of them were shot down, they still did not dare to stay any longer, and had to speed up immediately, and pull higher and farther. After driving away the Wind Falcon, they turned their firepower to the Space Marines. But at this time, the Phoenixes had already taken advantage of the brief window when their attention was just diverted by the Wind Falcon and rushed forward a long way. The running speed of the Space Marines was so fast that it was beyond their imagination. Oh! These cyborgs no longer had imagination. To be precise, it was beyond the combat logic model in their minds. The two sides began to shoot at each other at a distance of less than 100 meters. Logically speaking, the transformed people should have an absolute advantage. They were more numerous, hiding in the bunker, with only a shooting window exposed, while the Space Marines on the opposite side had to rush towards them on the open ground without any cover. However, the facts were completely the opposite. When they decided to concentrate their firepower and eliminate the 3 people who came closest to them first, they found that the bullets they fired were like water guns. They clearly fired a lot, and many of them hit the target. But all they could do was slow down the speed of the 3 red-armored warriors. But the counterattack from the other side arrived. Anato leaned sideways, deliberately used a large area of shoulder armor to block the bullets in the upper part, retracted his forearm, protected his armpit, and held a gun at the same time. The bullets hit him with a clang, making his body tremble slightly. But he withstood the force well, while steadily moving forward, aiming accurately, pulling the trigger of the grenade launcher. Although his body was shaking a little because of the bullet, because the shooting window left by the opponent's bunker was relatively small, he still accurately fired 13 rounds of explosives, and let half of them blast into the bunker. This made the bunker go silent. They did not foolishly take the beating again, but moved quickly, using the silent bunker, blocking the attacks of several fire points behind, avoiding the firing range, and quickly moving forward to the cleared bunker. At this moment, after the 3 of them attracted most of the attention, the 2 two-man teams on both sides also successfully completed the task. The 3 outermost bunkers were captured. Next, all they needed to do was continue to advance in the same way as before. Anatole thought it was very simple, like a drill, an armed outing. Caution is necessary, but under the cold anger of the Phoenix, the defense set up by the Blackbird was not a threat. Chapter 280 Downtime. Although they had only taken down 3 bunkers for the time being, Anatole believed that they had already completed the most difficult step of the battle. Although, the enemy still had 8 bunkers in the direction they were facing, but they were able to deal with 3 of the 11 bunkers without paying any price. After the firepower was reduced by nearly 1/3, they could deal with 8 more in the same way. What was so difficult about that? It was nothing more than 2 or 3 attacks with less and less pressure. And the fact is indeed so. Not only was the team led by Anato unstoppable, but the situation on the other 4 battlefields was similar. When the team led by Anato was breaking through one bunker after another and launching towards the core area of the missile silo, their target location had a person named Iron Fox sitting in it. She was here, only the upper half of her body, her head and face, still looked like a human, and the lower half of her body had completely turned into a mechanical monster, like an 8-legged mechanical spider. In her lake blue eyes, electrical light flickered constantly. Her logical brain wove one battle command after another, and sent them to the cyborg combat troops on the front line. At the same time, one after another of the frontline combat information was transmitted to her mind. Her combat logic system processed these things quickly. All this should have been very organized. logical calculation, issuing instructions, actions at the front, information feedback, and then logical calculation. Continuously carrying out such a cycle, the entire battle situation should be in Iron Fox's mind, running like a cold and strangely beautiful machine. But the actual situation is completely different. The information and logical calculation process in her mind are full of confusion and errors. We encountered an attack, and 3 Fengshen speedboats were detected. Anti-aircraft firepower was blocking them. Fengshen slowed down, and it is suspected that there is an intention to deploy ground troops. We are ready to launch a full-scale attack when it is stationary. Information feedback. Fengshen is not stationary. There are ground troops who jumped from 13.2 m in the air and landed during the flight of the aircraft, which is beyond expectations. Correcting calculations. The target is confirmed to be a space marine. The frontal bunker firepower arrangement is being calculated. The support force is being calculated. It is expected that the outer bunkers can hold out for more than 30 minutes. The route for the mobilization of the cyborg troops has been determined. Error: the reinforcements have been eliminated. Correcting the evaluation of the power of the Space Marines' guns. Error: the bunker was lost in 6 minutes. The expected defense effect cannot be achieved. Recalculate the reinforcement force requirements. Rearrange the firepower layout of the second bunker. Error: the second floor bunker cannot be defended any longer. We are correcting and evaluating the shooting accuracy of the Space Marines. It's a mess. It's all a mess. In Iron Fox's mechanical brain, it's almost a mess. All the plans, just when they were made, or even halfway done, errors appeared, and they were forced to be revised. After the revisions, there would be more mistakes, unexpected situations, one after another. She is already a mechanical creature, and in her cold, oh now quite hot mind, there will be no panic anymore. But there will be another worse situation. Crash. In a certain link of logical operation, perhaps there is some kind of calculation conflict. Perhaps the computing power is simply not enough. Iron Fox's eyes flashed quickly, but for a long time, no instructions were sent out. This was reflected on the front battlefield, that is. Anato's team suddenly felt that. The firepower they faced suddenly became chaotic. Although these blocking forces before, whether it was light or heavy machine guns, or a small amount of individual anti-armor firepower, did not bring them any effective threat. But we have to admit that no matter how the enemy firepower was hit, it was a bit rigid. But generally speaking, it was still in order. At this moment, even the advantage of being in order was lost. Anato did not hesitate. He accurately seized this opportunity, and suddenly led the team to charge forward. Compared with earlier, it was easier to capture and destroy the third-level bunker group. At this moment, the core position of the launch silo was already within reach. Anato did not intend to stop or rest. At this moment, the best option was to complete the mission in one go. The 4 Space Marines, relying on the 2 emptied bunkers, one on the left and one on the right, provided cover with firepower, killing a large number of those mechanical soldiers who were dizzy, or even ran out of the bunker inexplicably. And Anato and the other 2 combat brothers, about 2 meters apart, ran quickly towards the missile silo. The 3 of them were carrying high-yield melta bombs. Just one bomb was enough to destroy a large area. Anato estimated that he and his combat brothers only needed to install 2 melta bombs in the right place to destroy the missile silo. And this was not difficult for them to do. The enemy could no longer stop them. And Anato had already found the most suitable installation location and told his other 2 brothers through the communication system in the helmet. The next thing should be very simple. Arrive at the destination, install, and then evacuate. However, at this moment, a sound like a swarm of bees reached Anato's ears. He immediately became alert. But he did not slow down. After all, his mission target was ahead. No matter what happened, he would go there. He just raised his vigilance to the fullest, and warned all his fighting brothers. And the next moment, a sky full of flying vehicles flew out of the missile silo. There were a large number of drones, each of which was less than half a meter in diameter. And they did not even carry any reliable weapons. However, Anato was alarmed. With his superhuman vision, he could clearly see that almost every drone had a bomb tied to it. Obviously, the attack method of these drones was not to use high-tech weapons. All those fancy tricks are useless. A solid suicide drone attack is the most reliable. Conventional bullets can't really penetrate the power armor of the Phoenixes, but what about suicide drones? One won't do anything, but what about 10? What's in front of us? There are more than 100. The severe test has finally arrived. Chapter 281 Furious Voice. Anato's expression became serious and nervous. He immediately spoke to remind his fellow fighters of the change in the situation, and asked the 4 teammates in the distance to provide fire support. The Space Marines encountered a group of drones flying out of the launch silo at a distance of about 40 meters. For them, the shooting accuracy can be fully guaranteed at this distance. These drones are generally 40 centimeters, 50 centimeters in diameter. With the power of the grenade launcher, as long as they hit it, they can successfully destroy one. However, the distance between the two sides was still shortened in a short time, although drones were constantly being blown up in midair. Relatively speaking, the number was still too large. Hundreds of drones flew out and were blown up at the exit, and more than 30 drones were lost in a short time. This was the limit of the Phoenix's superhuman shooting accuracy. The grenade guns also needed to be reloaded. When there was a gap in the firepower, the remaining drones would surely fly to his face. In a split second, Anato made an amazing decision. He took out the hot melt bomb, activated it, and threw it at the drone group with all his strength. Then, he took a big step back, and even jumped backwards suddenly, with his body half tilted up, and the muzzle of the gun raised high, and accurately hit the hot melt bomb in midair. After the hot melt exploded, the deep red heat flow spread out, and the explosion range was not small, destroying dozens of drones. The suicide bomb carried by the drone also exploded. This explosion also caused the heat flow and the ultra-high temperature fluid combustion to splash further around, destroying more drones. At least 40 suicide drones disappeared under this wave. But the current situation is still not safe. There are still 30 drones coming towards them. Draw the sword, Anatole shouted. And he quickly stood up and drew out his melee weapon, the chainsaw sword. The Alliance has a production line for imported chainsaw swords, but the output is very small, and the uses are not many. 27 Space Marines, 1 sword for each. No problem. The roar of the chainsaw sounded, and he slashed twice at close range, destroying 2 drones that tried to attack him without letting them get close. The destroyed drones, which could not even detonate the bomb, had already lost their ability to move. However, there would be no such opportunity in the future. The arm span plus the length of the chainsaw sword allowed him to destroy drones at a maximum distance of nearly 4 meters. But that was the farthest. What about the explosion range of a suicide drone? After realizing that it was not realistic to get completely close to the enemy and unleash the maximum power of the explosion, a new order seemed to have been issued. A drone, when it approached Anato at a distance of 7 or 8 meters, exploded directly, and also took the one next to it with it. The edge of the flames from the explosion enveloped Anato. The impact made him step back, and he also felt countless steel balls being bombarded on him. At this time, more drones rushed through the flames, rushed into the explosion, and exploded one after another, in addition to the few drones that were chopped up by the Space Marines at close range, and the few that were detonated by the brothers, who provided fire support from behind. There were still at least 23 suicide drones that exploded around Anato in this moment. The other 2 Phoenix warriors who charged with him, and who were not far from each other, were also blown in. The 4 fighting brothers in the back. Their hearts tightened. They could no longer see what was happening in the center of the explosion. They shouted the name of the temporary captain in the communication channel, but did not get any further response. This made them a little panicked for a while. The possibility of losing 3 fighting brothers was one thing, and how to carry out the subsequent tasks was another. But before they could react, a rather large figure, about 4 or 5 meters tall, crawled out of the missile silo. 4 Space Marines, who were a little further away and providing fire support, immediately pointed their guns at it and pulled the trigger. However, all the bullets from the grenade launchers were blocked by a layer of blue light in front of the huge figure. It was not until then that the Space Marines could see clearly what the thing that rushed out was. She had an upper body similar to that of a human. A slender, graceful body like a human woman. Only the key parts were covered with copper and iron structures, and the rest of the body was white and greasy. From the waist down, there is a huge spider with 8 legs. In the middle of the spider's body, there is a core that emits blue light. That should be the location of the shield generator. This shield generator should be the lowest specification type. It is only shot by 4 grenade guns. The blue light representing the energy shield is also flickering. But no matter how low the level is, this is also a serious energy shield. It will take some time to be blown up. At least, the Space Marines emptied the entire magazine of their bolters in a few seconds, and almost every shot hit the target, but it only made it flash. On the contrary, the spider-like mechanical monster was about to counterattack. Its eyes turned blue, and light gathered in them, and it seemed to burst out. Its eyes were fixed on a soldier. The new phoenix he was staring at was named Raman Kubas. He sensed the imminent threat, and immediately retracted his gun, suddenly jumped to the side, and dodged. But the other party's eyes followed closely. The next moment, two beams of light were emitted from Iron Fox's eyes. A big hole was burned on the cement wall of the bunker where Kubas was hiding. It looked like the bunker wall would be burned through in 1 or 2 seconds at most, and it would burn the Space Marines urgently. But in the blink of an eye, a red figure rushed out from the smoke of the explosion. It was Anatole. There was still hot smoke coming out of his body, and it was even slightly red. His helmet was nowhere to be found. He must have taken it off and thrown it away, revealing a young face that looked extremely ferocious at the moment. Roar! His furious voice came afterwards. The energy shield could not stop him. He passed through the azure shield about 2 meters in front of Iron Fox, and the chainsaw sword in his hand was ready to go, and he slashed at Iron Fox at close range. Chapter 282, Tear it to pieces. Iron Fox would not be caught off guard, but the visual system detects the target, the logical calculation sends the command, the mechanical body responds to it. All these take time. But time is not enough. Her eyes, which shoot lasers, are already moving downwards, towards Anato. But when the laser hit Anato's shoulder, and just burned a hole in the bumpy shoulder armor, the light suddenly stopped. Because Anato's chainsaw sword came faster than his roar. The roaring chainsaw, with his rage from hell, slashed firmly into the spider body under Iron Fox. The outer metal defense shell could not stop the chainsaw sword, and a huge crack was cut into sparks, revealing the lightning flashing inside. This directly caused a problem with the energy supply of Iron Fox's entire body, and the two places with the largest energy consumption, the energy shield, and the high-energy beam shot from the eyes, were all broken. The next moment, Anato dropped the chainsaw sword in his hand, and used his legs to exert force, leaping upwards, and grabbing Iron Fox's slender neck with one hand. She opened her mouth slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but Anato ignored her, and just exerted force suddenly, pulling to the side, and actually broke Iron Fox's neck directly. Her beautiful head fell to Anato's feet, and was stepped on hard by the scarlet iron boots. With this strong stomp, the head exploded into pieces on the ground. Then, Anato pulled out the chainsaw sword that was inserted into the spider's body, and swung it wildly, one sword after another. In a dozen seconds, the machine was torn to pieces. "It's done! It's done! It's done!" A comrade who caught up with him grabbed Anato's shoulder. Anato panted, turned around, and saw that it was Raman Kubas. He had just saved Kubas. But at this moment, Kubas was a little worried. He had called Anato's name in the communicator earlier, but Anato had taken off his helmet, and his earphones seemed to have fallen off, so he couldn't hear it. He had no choice but to come closer. In his opinion, Anato's condition was a little worrying. The previous battle seemed normal at the beginning, but later, Anato swung the chainsaw sword and tore the spider machine into pieces. It was obvious that he had lost control of his mentality. This was not the behavior of a calm space marine. Kubas asked, "What's wrong with you?" Anato was panting, but his mentality was a little confused. Just now he felt that he was completely surrounded by a fierce anger, with only the desire to destroy, and ruin, as if he had lost all reason. But at this moment, these feelings faded like the tide, but he felt that his whole body was extremely weak, and accompanied by very severe pain. He lowered his head and took a look at his armor, which was already severely damaged. He sat on the ground, but he didn't care to pay more attention to these. He said to Kubas, "Don't worry about it for now, go and complete our mission." Kubas did not say anything more. He knew that now was not the time to care about the injuries of his comrades. Although there were no drones, this Spider-Man-shaped mechanical monster had been destroyed, but there were still many cyborgs around. Although these cyborgs became like headless flies, but they followed the most basic combat logic, they were still coming here to provide support. The other 3 Space Marines formed a defensive line to block the enemy. Besides, their current situation was not very good, except for Anato himself. The other 2 combat brothers, who charged with him, were lying not far away. The matter must be resolved as soon as possible, and it cannot be delayed any longer. Kurz gritted his teeth, turned and left, and found the hot melt bombs from the two combat brothers lying on the ground. He walked towards the missile silo with one in each hand. The scheduled installation location had been transmitted to him through the combat communication system before. He set the timer for the two bombs, installed them in the appropriate position, and turned and left again. After finding Anato again, Kuba saw that the temporary team leader had recovered some strength and stood up, which made him feel relieved. "We will not let any of our brothers go." Arato said so. Kubas nodded silently, and walked to the two fallen phoenixes with Anato. Each of them lifted one up, dragged them, and evacuated outside. The other three warriors also urgently surrounded them, guarded them, and continuously poured firepower around them, protecting their brothers and evacuating to the periphery. The evacuation route was the road they had opened during the attack. The bunkers there had been removed. However, more and more cyborg soldiers were surrounding them. Bullets alone were fine, but the appearance of some individual rocket launchers and enemies throwing grenades could not be ignored. Moreover, even the most common bullets were not without lethality. Anato's helmet was gone. Kubas dragged a combat brother on one side of the helmet, and fired with his other hand to eliminate the enemy. At the same time, he had to call Phone Falcon on the communication channel built into the helmet. "We have completed the mission and are breaking out to the designated evacuation point. But we have suffered casualties and are under siege by the enemy. We request air support." Wind Falcon received the message. "The new evacuation point has been revised and will be closer to you. Air support is coming soon. Please hold on." Phoenix Squad received the message. After completing the communication, Kubas was still full of doubts. But now was not the time to ask questions. They had to go to the evacuation point first. Fortunately, there were no major problems in the process, especially after the arrival of the Wind Falcon. Following the safe passage they opened during the ground attack, and under the condition of weak anti-aircraft fire interception, they launched continuous strafing attacks on the ground, which helped relieve a lot of pressure on the Space Marines. Finally, they successfully reached the evacuation point, and boarded a Falcon parked there, and took off again. On the aircraft, they finally returned to a safe environment, and they had time to check the conditions of the other two comrades they had dragged back. It was not optimistic. They were not dead yet, but their armor was severely damaged, and the protected body inside was also seriously injured. The massive blood loss and brain damage made them fall into a coma. The medical system integrated into the armor, which was supposed to work, did not work, because the devices were damaged first. But fortunately, no one died on the spot. This is the best news. If they are dragged back, with medical assistance, they should be able to recover with their inhuman bodies. After giving the brothers 2 injections to maintain their vital signs, Kubas had time to turn to Anato and ask the question he had been holding back. "What happened just now?" This question contains a lot of meaning. Why did you go crazy later? Why were the other 2 brothers blown up? But you seem to be fine? But Anato looked confused. He didn't know how to answer. Chapter 283. Nirvana. Although it is difficult to explain, and no one knows what happened, Anato has no intention of hiding it. He clearly shared with his fighting brothers what happened just now. When the explosion came, countless steel balls followed. Filling the bomb with steel balls is a rather insidious move, but it is indeed effective. The steel balls splashed out with the explosion carry huge kinetic energy, which expands the killing range many times. All lightly armed units will be beaten into pieces under such dense bombardment of steel balls. But it is obvious that although the Space Marines are infantry, they cannot be considered lightly armed units. The specially treated ceramic steel armor has a defensive effect in some parts that is even as good as the Lion tank. If the steel ball bullet hits the weak parts, such as the armpit, the inner thigh, the waist and abdomen, and the tactical eyepiece of the helmet, it may be quite dangerous, and there is a chance of being penetrated. But in order to prevent this from happening, Anatole still made the right response. He squatted on the ground, curled up his body as much as possible, and reduced the area affected by the explosion. And, in this process, he used the thickest part of the power armor as much as possible to resist the damage. He squatted on the ground, put his legs together, avoided the weak points on the inner thighs from being attacked, tightened his body and joints, avoided the key parts from being attacked, clamped his arms, avoided the armpits from being damaged, shrugged his head, and let the strongest protection, which was often used as a shield. Protect the sides of the helmet. These actions effectively protected his safety. Not to mention, under his chainsaw sword, those drones couldn't get close to him at all, and could only choose to explode at a distance of 6 or 7 meters, with a much smaller power. However, if there was only one suicide drone, with this set of measures, he might be unscathed. But after all, there were more than a dozen drones that exploded around him. In a very short moment, his armor suffered too many intensive blows. Metal fatigue made his armor bumpy, and the impact of the explosion itself, which came one after another, could not be ignored. Logically speaking, his fate should be no different from that of the other 2 combat brothers, who were also affected by the explosion. However, even though he was seriously injured, the anger of unwillingness burst out from his 2 hearts. He felt a surging heat current, which was transmitted to his whole body. He felt the infinite power brought by this heat current. In that very short period of time, not only did he not feel the pain subjectively, but even objectively, the serious internal injuries caused by the shock wave to his body were also ignored. Infinite potential burst out from his body. At this moment, he not only looked like an uninjured person, but also possessed a stronger power than in his prime. He took off the helmet that had been blown up, and many of the integrated combat systems inside could no longer be used, but instead became an obstacle to vision and hearing. Then, following the surging power in his heart, he pounced forward, venting this power on the enemy, and finally killed the spider-like machine. This power came quickly, and it also went away quickly. It lasted less than half a minute before it wore off. But even if this power from the heart dissipated, he became weak. But if we really compare, his actual situation was much better than the other 2 combat brothers, who were also attacked by the explosion. At least, he did not faint. And he even had the strength to drag a combat brother away during the evacuation. What Anatole said made Kubas feel a little unbelievable. I have never felt this way before. Neither have I. This is the first time. Anatole responded. This is very unusual, Kubas said with some concern. We may have to report this matter to the warband leader. My brother, I am very worried that your body will be left with terrible sequelae and damage. Anatole took a deep breath and said, as I should also report the mission situation to the warband leader in person, and report that 2 of our brothers were seriously injured. I will report this incident by the way. He paused for a moment, and continued, I will not avoid you, nor any of my brothers. You will come with me when the time comes. Hearing this, Kubas felt more relieved. Seeing Anato so calm, he felt that the situation he was most worried about would not happen. The 5 action teams of the Phoenix, their respective mission targets were far apart, and it was difficult for the Wind Falcons to communicate with each other directly. It was not until they returned that they were able to talk to the warband leader and others. There was no need for Anato to take the initiative to report anything. After returning, the warband leader Martin Salas convened a warband meeting and gathered everyone together. The leaders of the 5 teams reported on the mission. Results, losses, and experience. Each team successfully completed the mission objectives. In fact, the defense arrangements arranged by Blackbird Heavy Industry in each of their missile silos were similar. Bunker, cyborg army, self-destruction drone group, and a female spider-like mechanical commander. Even this female commander, each of them looks exactly the same. It is normal for the team leader to complete the task. The defense of the Terminator power armor is the most exaggerated. The self-destruction that can seriously injure the Space Marines wearing ordinary tactical power armor is, for the Terminator, it is like tickling. The Chief Priest can complete the task, also smoothly. The gravity field pushed forward, smashing almost all the drones that broke through the fire blockade. The 2 veterans had another way to deal with it. They all chose 4 new recruits to cover them from behind, and the veterans rushed forward alone. After discovering the drone, the 2 veterans were very experienced and chose to deter, and provoke the explosion while ensuring their own survival. It was only when the spider-like mechanical monster appeared that they became a little flustered and suffered some injuries. But they still successfully completed the task. The more Anato listened to the reports, the more uneasy he felt. But no matter what, it was his turn to tell the story. He honestly told what happened, including his abnormal rage and the recovery of his injuries. Then he found that everyone's eyes were fixed on him. He felt guilty. The other 4 teams' good performance made him look stupid. He had 2 more people than the other teams, but 2 of them were seriously injured. He felt that everyone's eyes were looking down on him and blaming him. But he didn't expect that the first sentence of the war leader was to ask with a little eagerness and disbelief, "Did Nirvana really happen to you?" Chapter 284, The Mystery of Gene Seeds. Nirvana? Gu Heng frowned, quite puzzled. After the Phoenix Regiment completed their raid behind enemy lines, Martins, the regiment commander, came to him. Originally, Gu Heng thought it was just a simple battle report, and was wondering why he didn't just hand in a report, but had to tell him in person. As a result, Martins unexpectedly said something special. He told Gu Heng about the special situation that happened to Anatole. Yes, Martin Salas explained to Gu Heng in detail. Nirvana is a characteristic of our Phoenix. We have a long history, almost. After the Great Rebellion, we are the first group of war bands to be established. Our parent group is the founding group, the Phoenix Legion, flowing with the blood of the Phoenix. But after a long time, our gene seed has undergone some strange changes. Since the relationship between the two sides has reached this point, there is nothing that cannot be told to the governor. Martins continued, "We seem to have lost some of the talents of the Sons of Phoenix. We don't seem to love art that much. We don't like the gorgeous fighting style that much. We have also lost our sharp swordsmanship. Our fighting style has become simple and unpretentious. But instead, we seem to have become more patient and stronger. And the so-called Nirvana is another more drastic change that occurs in addition to those ordinary changes. It will only appear in a small number of people. They may be seriously injured or even dying, and miraculously recover from their injuries, and have even greater strength, agility and combat awareness than normal. We call this situation Nirvana." Gu Heng listened thoughtfully. Although the Space Marines look similar in general. In fact, when the human emperor created this kind of non-human warrior, he designed a variety of genetic templates, and through different templates, formed different legions. This is the first batch of founding legions. They are generally the same, but there are differences in some details, which will cause the Space Marines produced by different gene seeds to have certain natural physiological differences. It is manifested that each type of Space Marine will have different talents and expertise. The subsequent Space Marine chapters, after the Great Heresy, dismantled the large-scale Legion organizations and split them into chapters with a maximum number of no more than 1,000 people as stipulated in the Space Marine Code. All the warbands are separated from these founding warbands. But despite being split, many warbands will not forget their roots. Often, warbands and their parent warbands will have a very close connection. And in fact, they originally have the same blood, the same kind of gene seeds. Just like the Phoenix, which was separated from the Second Legion. The Phoenix Legion. All descendants of the Phoenix Legion are called the Sons of the Phoenix. Some are closely united with the parent warband, some are relatively independent and alienated. But the source of genes is always the same. From this perspective, what happened to the Phoenix is quite special. Gu Heng said, "Is it caused by the mutation of the gene seed? This is a possibility, but it is not very likely." At this point, Gu Heng observed Martin's expression and saw no change. So, he simply said, "Another more likely situation is that the gene seed bank of the Phoenix was contaminated during the inheritance process. Please forgive me for using this word. But the characteristics you mentioned are more like the similar abilities that the Blood Angels of the 4th Legion have in the rumors. Although they did not burst out when they were dying, but in a fierce battle. But after all, this shouldn't be the way the Son of Phoenix would be." Martin sighed, smiled bitterly and said, "Now I am absolutely sure that the gene seed you found does belong to the Phoenix. It even has the original genetic ability of the Phoenix. Who can say it's not?" Gu Heng smiled and said, "This should never be questioned. But there will be trouble," Martin said seriously. "The war group has ended the atonement expedition. In theory, we should pay the gene seed tax." At this point, Gu Heng remembered that there would be such a thing. Space Marines also have to pay taxes. However, the taxes they pay are a little different, not taxes in kind, but gene seeds. The amount to be paid is 1/10 of the gene seeds harvested by the chapter in each period of time. These collected gene seeds will be sent to the capital of the Empire, Holy Terra, and Mars. There are two main uses. First, it is used to check the gene seeds of the chapter to prevent the gene seeds from being contaminated, the chapter from being corrupted, and the chapter from surrendering to the enemy and rebelling to become chaos elements. This kind of situation, although it will not be reported openly, it is actually very common. After the Great Heresy, except for the 13th Legion and the Infinite Legion, almost every legion had traitors. Among them, the 10th Legion, formerly the Moon Guard, now the Sword of Chaos, almost all of its members rebelled. The Chaos Space Marines are now a major enemy of the Empire, and the backbone of the Chaos Forces. And in the countless years after the Great Heresy, there have been many cases of corruption and defection to Chaos. The Empire is very vigilant about this, and regular inspection and control of the gene seeds of the war group is naturally the top priority. As for the second purpose, it is naturally to collect enough gene seeds and use them to establish new war groups. From this perspective, the changes in the gene seeds of the Phoenix are something that is very worthy of vigilance. How did you deal with gene seed taxes in the past? Gu Heng raised this question. Martins fell into recollection. In the past, when the chapter still had pharmacists, we would check every gene seed, try to select those that looked more like the Phoenix and hand them over. Also, we have always been in contact with the mother chapter, and would explain the situation to the mother chapter. The mother chapter understood our predicament, and would help explain the situation to Terra and Mars, but they were also increasingly confused about the changes that had taken place in us. At this point, Martins pursed his lips, and added another piece of information. We once had a chapter master, who had tried to contact the Blood Angels, hoping to conduct a detailed comparative experiment on our gene seeds, to find out the specific situation, but was rejected by the Blood Angels. Chapter 285, Unfaithful Advice. Now, Gu Heng really had a headache. There was such a pit waiting for him on the Phoenix. The most likely situation for the Phoenix gene seed problem was that when the regiment was first established, most of the gene seeds were from the Phoenix Legion, but for some unknown reason, some seeds of the Blood Angels were mixed in. Or when the regiment received support, and the gene seeds were replenished, a batch of seeds came from the Blood Angels. In some tragic, large-scale wars, it is indeed possible that such things could happen due to management errors, provided that there is no conspiracy, provided that no one deliberately did it, and if the so-called conspiracy theory is also taken into account. It would be too complicated. It is not impossible, but there are too many possibilities. The truth of history has long been buried in the long years. It is not clear now, and there is no ability to explore it. We can only leave it alone for now. According to Martins, before the Atonement Expedition, the Phoenix was not worried about the inspection by the Imperial government and the Martian Order. On the one hand, they had plenty of gene seeds, and they could find the part that was most like the Phoenix Legion for inspection. On the other hand, they were strong, had considerable political influence, and had the mother group to help cover up. But now all these advantages are gone. The gene seeds exchanged by Gu Xing were all standard Phoenix seeds, and there was no situation that was more similar to the Phoenix. The Phoenix itself is no longer strong. It's good that it didn't get wiped out. At the same time, because of the big mistake they made in the past, they have long been cut off from the parent group, and have not had any contact for more than 100 years. Although they can try to re-establish this connection, more than 100 years have passed, and no one can say for sure whether Phoenix will still care about the Phoenix. A suspected bastard, hybrid subgroup. As for the Blood Angels, who may be the genetic source of another part of the Phoenix, they were not even willing to do a genetic test to see whose subgroup the Phoenix was, let alone now. These newly founded war bands are all unique. And because they have a brilliant record in their thousands of years of inheritance, they have extraordinary influence on many political entities of the Empire. In addition, there are many close sub-war bands around them. Almost every one of them is an independent political force in the Empire. And because they have strong military power and military influence, almost no one dares to provoke them. The Phoenix is no longer the second-generation warband that was still strong in the past. And there is no such thing as not wanting to offend them. The Phoenix had also experienced the Expedition of Atonement, fought many dangerous enemies, and visited many heavily polluted places. In this case, after paying the gene seed tax, would the Empire judge that there was something wrong with the Phoenix seeds, and thus launch a major investigation against the Phoenix and the wrathful owl star that housed the Phoenix? No one could say for sure. When it comes to matters involving a space marine regiment, Gu Heng, who is barely a newly minted planetary governor, really has no way to influence it. This is by no means a simple matter like a political struggle within a star region. But soon, Gu Heng stopped worrying about this matter, and instead comforted Martins. There will always be a way out. When the car reaches the mountain, there is no rush. The collection of the regiment gene tax has nothing to do with the Imperial Taxation Department. It is done by the Regiment Management Bureau jointly established by the Martian Order and the Imperial government. It has only been a short time since the Phoenix ended the expedition. How can they know where you are so quickly, and how much tax to collect? It's not that I look down on the Empire's management ability, but they just do a terrible job in managing these details. And we don't know when trouble will come. After listening to Gu Heng comfort, Martins was not at ease, and the bitter smile on his face became more obvious. Tax evasion. In the Empire, it is not popular to evade. Of course, the Space Marine Corps is easier to operate than the planetary governor, especially those so-called ship-based corps that have no home planet and no recruiting planet. Maybe in an expedition, they will not know where they are fighting, and they will not be able to pay taxes for a while. And the Empire cannot find the people in the Corps. It is normal. Phoenix now says it is loyal to Governor Gu. But this is just an agreed relationship between the two parties. Governor Gu can provide gene seeds, and all new blood in the war group will take Governor Gu as the first target of loyalty, forming a strong binding relationship. But in the official records of the Empire, there is no such thing. Theoretically speaking, if you look for Phoenix, you can't find Gu Heng. But, that being said, it's not impossible to do it. But Martins just feels that it's a little not very loyal. Gu Heng continued, if it really doesn't work, then hand in the seeds if you want to, then look for trouble if you want to. It's not impossible to explain. Let them compare the seeds they hand in now with the seeds they hand in during the heyday of the Phoenix 100 years ago. Can they still say white is black? Martin still didn't feel at ease. White is black. That's really possible. If it really comes to that, it will be too out of one's control. Martin's turned to consider the governor's previous somewhat disloyal proposal. Gu Heng only had a headache for a short while about the trouble with the Phoenix. And then he stopped worrying about it. It cannot be changed. And it will happen in the future. There is no point in thinking too much about it now. Gu Heng, who is gradually strengthening his strength, is not made of clay. He will never be like some planetary governors who are not strong enough, or who can be killed by the Empire's few agents from the Ministry of Justice and the judges from the Tribunal. Level 7, and a psychic with a bonus from the Kingdom of God, are you kidding me? Moreover, the alliance system that Gu Heng built from scratch is unquestionably loyal to him personally. It is also unrealistic to want to overthrow the political situation. These covert means are the favorites of the Imperial Ministry of Justice, the Tribunal and other places. They usually do things first, make it an established fact, and then declare the governor a traitor. Anyway, the person is dead, the coffin lid is nailed shut, and there is no way to get up and refute. But once these efficient methods fail, it becomes very troublesome to deal with a planetary governor, especially if the governor pays taxes normally. If you take the normal administrative route, you need to provide evidence. Multiple departments will have to review, and then declare the planetary governor a traitor to the Empire, and then mobilize the corresponding Imperial troops to suppress it. The corresponding verdict must be convinced by the action troops. The process will be very long and troublesome, and it will fully reflect the slow, rigid, and corrupt part of the Imperial system. If it weren't for this slow, rigid, decaying, and almost irreversible situation, how could organizations like the Ministry of Justice and the Inquisition turn assassination and subversion into the most common routine operations? That's because doing so can't get things done. And Gu Heng, his resistance to this aspect is already extremely high. His focus was put back on the war at hand. Phoenix special operations behind enemy lines were a complete victory. Although 2 people were seriously injured, 3 tactical power armors were damaged, and it would take several months to repair them. But the intercontinental missile base of Blackbird Heavy Industry was also completely gone. Chapter 286, a heavy blow must be delivered. Blackbird Heavy Industries has lost its intercontinental missile launch capability. Not only were 5 missile silos destroyed, but many of the intercontinental missiles around the silos were destroyed. It is not easy for them to rebuild this capability in the short term. For at least a few months, they don't have to worry about this problem anymore. Whether it is to rebuild the missile silos, or to replenish the number of missiles, it is not a task that can be completed overnight. Before the Space Marines destroyed the missile silos, according to statistics, at least 500 intercontinental missiles had been launched to various parts of the Alliance. Among them, most of the missiles were still aimed at Fuxing City, Weixing City, and the frontline troops. In addition, a total of 80 missiles fell on Beiga City, Kyoto City, and Beigong City, which was renamed from the far north industrial city. Other places did not encounter missiles. It is estimated that the areas further east, such as Scarlo City and Xiongya City, have exceeded the attack range of Blackbird's cruise missiles. As for other places in the Beijing Valley area, where the land is vast and sparsely populated, people would not use missiles to bomb farmland. In some other areas of the Central Bank Province, Gyeoda Province, and Central North Province, although there are some industrial values, and there is no air defense force at all, the industrial distribution is very scattered after all, and the intelligence is unclear. It is not cost-effective to bomb them, so they were not hit. Weixing City and Fuxing City were attacked the most frequently, but most of the missiles fired at these places were intercepted, especially Weixing City, which was not hit once since then. That was because Gu Hang went there in person and helped intercept the missiles that were not blocked by the reflector air defense system. However, he went to Weixing City, and Fuxing City was in trouble. After several waves of attacks, a small number of missiles still fell, hitting the streets, residential areas and factories. But in general, the losses were relatively controllable. The air defense alarm sounded early in the sky above the two cities, and those who needed to evacuate evacuated, and those who needed to stay at home stayed at home. Even though some residential areas suffered damage from the war, 2 buildings were destroyed, the number of casualties was controlled within 50 people. The worst situation was in Bega City, Gyeoda City, Baegong City. Although Baegong City had some air defense systems left by the former Extreme North Industrial Group, the level was definitely not comparable to that of the reflector, and the interception efficiency was not very good. As for Baegu and Gyeoda, there was no air defense system at all, and they were just bombed. According to subsequent statistics, these 3 cities, which were bombarded by dozens of missiles, had a total of more than 5,000 casualties. This was after the first wave of missiles hit. All cities that had sounded the alarm evacuated people, suspended work and production. Those who could hide in air raid shelters hid. Those who couldn't hide went home and trembled. But even so, the casualties of the alliance were still heavy. According to the current preliminary, rough statistics, from population to buildings to industries to goods, the total loss of tax coins is millions. Gu Hang was very distressed. The most distressing thing was the loss of population. 5,000 casualties. Even if more than 3,000 of them were only injured, at least half of them could eventually recover their productive labor capacity after a period of medical assistance. But this was still a huge loss. But he still had to be thankful that the work of the Space Marines was very outstanding. They eliminated the threat of Blackbird's intercontinental missiles to the Alliance in the shortest possible time. The bombing of 500 missiles brought a loss of 1 million tax coins. And Blackbird's ammunition reserves were of course far more than that. If we really multiply this number by 10, the loss will be tens of millions. Baegu City is the capital of Baikinga Province, the most important food processing center of the Alliance, and the food transportation hub. Gyeoda City is an important resource collection and primary processing base of the Alliance, as well as an energy base. If these 2 places were devastated, the loss would be more than tens of millions. Moreover, after inheriting the legacy of the Extreme North industry, Baegong City can almost be regarded as the second largest industrial center of the Alliance. It can be said that the Space Marines' attack this time saved the Alliance at least 20 million tax coins, and saved countless lives. This incident also reminded Gu Hang and taught the Alliance a profound lesson. Under his instructions, Wei Xingqing has begun to focus on expanding the production line of the reflector. For models, vehicle type, anti-aircraft type, naval gun type, and orbital type, all need to be put on the production schedule. These 4 models are arranged in specifications from small to large. The vehicle type is already in mass production, and can be used on the Lion tank, the Wind Falcon, etc. The anti-aircraft type was previously only produced on a small scale, and now the production must be increased. The naval gun type will also be produced, and will be used on the subsequent Alliance Voyager spacecraft. Although this thing is not even as large as a patrol ship, it can at least be equipped with a naval gun type reflector. As for the orbital type, it can be used for ground anti-orbital warfare, and can directly fire laser cannons from the ground into space, so that the Alliance can fight back when it encounters orbital attacks in the future. It can also be built on a starport, turning the starport into an armed star fortress. In fact, Thaddeus had received Gu Hang mission to start preparing to cover the entire Alliance orbital air defense system. The main equipment relied on was the reflector. And at the moment, for the Blackbird, the Alliance did not just take the beating without fighting back, they also made equal counterattacks. The Blade Tiger was in orbit, carrying an orbital bombardment on Blackbird City for a whole day, until the reserve ammunition was used up. The Blackbird was not like the missile silos that the Alliance used to deal with them. They had no countermeasures against orbital bombardment. They have neither anti-orbital firepower to fight against the Blade Tiger, nor the ability to send a team of elite soldiers to land on the starship. Then, they can only be bombed. It's a pity that this is the Blade Tiger, not the Quintet. Otherwise, Blackbird City will definitely not lose the outer city, but the entire core city will be blown up, and the energy shield will not work. However, it doesn't matter if it can't be destroyed for a while. You can just replenish ammunition and continue bombing in a few days. Some large shells, such as the Fury of the Loyal Air on the Quintet, or even the Heat Hammer, cannot be made by the Alliance. But the Reflector and the Defender are no problem. Especially the Reflector. The Reflector on the Blade Tiger is a naval gun, but the technical specifications are universal. The Alliance is fully capable of providing the Blade Tiger with high-quality energy batteries, allowing them to continue bombing without restraint. So what if the core area is saved? There is a sharp Blade Tiger flying in orbit. If there are large-scale materials being transported out, then blow it up. If a large-scale gathering of frontline troops is detected, then blow it up. I have the advantage in orbit, then this battle will be many times easier to fight. In fact, the war on the front line has officially started. The army of the Alliance has already met the vanguard of the enemy in the desert. However, so far, the scale of the battle is not large. The 250,000 troops of the Alliance have already established a long defense line from south to north in the desert. The entire western desert region, connected to the sea west of Beichin Valley in the south, connected to the North Sea in the north, has a large span. Only 250,000 people are not enough to cover such a large defense line. If that were to be done, the huge span of the defense line would spread the troops very thinly, and the bad roads would bring catastrophic difficulties to the Alliance logistics supply line. Under this premise, Major General Yin Fangxu, the highest commander on the front line, still adopted the strategy of comprehensive defense and key defense. The so-called comprehensive defense means that a large number of small scattered troops are arranged, patrolling by car, and many sentry posts are set up. This covers a good area, plus the Air Force brothers, driving the Wind Falcon to conduct patrol reconnaissance around the clock. It is hoped that in this way, the enemy will be prevented from crossing the defense line. The so-called key defense means that the troops will be deployed on the desert highway, in batches, in layers, with multiple divisions as a unit, building a three-dimensional multi-layer defense line, controlling the surface with points. In this way, Yin Fangxu controlled the 3,000-kilometer defense line from north to south, with 26 divisions and brigades. A total of 250,000 people. The key points were on the main artery of the desert highway and several oases in the north-south direction. As for the end of the 3,000-kilometer north-south longitudinal direction and the vast desert area, they could only rely on the Air Force and patrol teams. Of course, the control power was very weak, but Yin Fangxu had no other choice. Compared with the area he wants to control, the number of troops he has is still too small. More importantly, according to the information sent back by the personnel who collected intelligence in the enemy rear, and the cross-border reconnaissance of the Air Force, Yin Fangxu found that the enemy did not seem to adopt the tactic of heavy concentration and key breakthrough. The enemy army was divided into many small forces, and it seemed that they were trying to infiltrate and penetrate the 3,000-kilometer vertical defense line. Regardless of whether this group of Blackbird mechanical legions wanted to penetrate directly into the heart of the Alliance, or to use the tactic of encirclement and annihilation in the environment of the western desert, they must not be allowed to succeed. For this reason, Yin Fangxu had to adopt this strategy to deal with it, and the two sides gradually began to fall into the quagmire of small-scale wars. On a single look, the scale of the battle was not large, mainly fighting at the squad level, and the highest level was only the company level. But the frequency of the battle was very high, and when it started, the number of casualties and equipment losses was not small. And Yin Fangxu was a little fed up with this situation. He was planning a big operation. The political commissar of the Central Army Group, Mikkel Nelson, who holds the rank of Brigadier General, asked Yin Fangxu with concern, "Isn't this a bit too radical? The Governor General gave us a clear instruction requiring us to take a defensive posture as much as possible, provided that the war does not spread to the Alliance homeland. As a result, you are now ordering our army to launch a full-scale attack to the west, and to let the Sheafing Brigade form an armored cluster and advance 300 kilometers in 2 days?" While Nelson was questioning, His eyes never left the battle sand table placed in front of him and Yin Fangxu. This virtual sand table was also a high-end product, imported by the governor through Gu Company. After entering the parameters, multiple servo skulls calculated together, and through special imaging technology, it could display three-dimensional battle maps of different scales, supporting zooming in and out. The virtual sand table almost covered the entire western desert region and the western part of the northern border, from the bay in the south to the cliff strait in the north. The information of the Alliance army is also reflected here, in the form of small people, small cars, and tank models, with the unit's number flag inserted on them. At the same time, opposite the Legion, there are red flags one after another, representing the enemy army. Of course, this information is not updated in real time, but relies on the staff team to summarize the data sent back from various fronts according to specific technical rules and input them into the system. Intelligence about the enemy must be collected through various means of investigation. Since it is not authentic, and we do not know the specific number of the enemy, we can only make up a code name and mark the enemy approximate strength and troop composition. Currently, on this chapter's virtual sand table, there are already densely packed attack arrows, which have been drawn. These arrows represent Yin Fangxu's plan. Almost all division-level units have the requirement to attack forward. The most exaggerated of them are the 1st Brigade, the 3rd Brigade, the 46th Brigade, and the 47th Brigade. They assembled into an armored group on the West Desert Avenue, and advanced 300 kilometers westward along the avenue, passing through countless red flags, and finally arrived at an oasis called Tail Scorpion. There, it is said to be a key logistics supply center of the Blackbird Army. Blackbird cyborgs, mechanical dogs, drones, unmanned combat vehicles, unmanned self-propelled artillery. These things don't need to eat, but ammunition supply is still necessary. Moreover, their demand for fuel, electricity, and other energy logistical supplies is much higher than that of human armies. Destroying the enemy reserves in this regard can indeed greatly reduce the difficulty of the battle, which can be regarded as a brilliant victory. But the difficulty is too high. Nelson hesitated, but Yin Fangxu has his own opinion on this. You are right. The governor's order is indeed to defend. But, Nelson, we must see the essence through the phenomenon. What is the purpose of the governor asking us to take a defensive position? It is to hope that before the arrival of the Star Army, we must control the losses in our independent battle with the Blackbird, and then let the Star Army take over to solve the problem. Not to say that we can just defend forever. But the current situation clearly does not support us to do so. Those iron monsters dare not fight a decisive battle with us in groups, and even let go of the control of the desert road, and instead infiltrate in small groups and intersperse. In order to stop them, our soldiers also divided into small groups and fought bloody battles with them in the desert. This is not our advantage at all. In the past half-month, we have lost more than 4,000 people. We can't continue to bleed like this. We must strike a heavy blow to defend ourselves. Chapter 287, All the Way to the West. Yin Fangxu's words left his political commissar Nelson speechless. The casualty report was updated every day, and Nelson could see it, and those figures were shocking in his eyes. The battle loss ratio of the Alliance was very good. When fighting against those mechanical monsters, the soldiers of the Alliance could achieve a 1-to-3, 1-to-4 exchange ratio. But, unfortunately, the Alliance only had an army of 250,000 people, which almost gathered all the available forces of the entire Alliance. In contrast, their enemies are almost endless. Although, the cyborgs need to be mechanically modified from the civilians in the west of the continent. Mechanical dogs, drones, and unmanned tanks all require industrial capabilities to manufacture. But no matter what the manufacturing process, difficulty, and cycle are, the price of making a machine is obvious. But every soldier of the Alliance needs a mother to carry him for 10 months, and then grow for more than 10 or 20 years. This is simply not something that can be measured from the same perspective. We can ask the Imperial Navy for support. The Blade Tiger can use orbital strikes to bomb the enemy logistics center, and we can also achieve our goals. Nelson was still palely saying some reasons to refute, trying to veto Yin Fangxu's plan from other aspects. But in fact, he couldn't even convince himself completely, because what Yin Fangxu said, he actually agreed in his heart. Sure enough, later, Yin Fangxu just added one more reason, and Nelson finally gave up resistance. Bombing alone cannot solve all problems. The firepower of the Blade Tiger can only cover a limited area after all. And in the logistics hub centered on the Tail Scorpion Oasis, our intelligence officers also sent back news that all the logistics supply points there are camouflaged and are scattered. The conditions for orbital bombing are very poor, and even if you bomb for a day, you may not get any results. It is not easy for our intelligence officers to survive behind enemy lines. They cannot possibly investigate whether every material distribution center is real or fake. It is already very good if they can circle out the approximate range. That is not the work of the Imperial Navy or the Alliance Air Force. They cannot do this. Only we can do it. Only our most heroic warriors can use the torrent of steel and raging artillery fire to open a smooth road and walk to the enemy face. At that time, the logistics of those mechanical monsters, whether they are dispersed or disguised, will be exposed in front of us. After hearing this, what else could Nelson say? He could only sigh in the end, and chose to sign his name on Yin Fangxu's plan in a tragic way. Then, he went out excitedly to assemble the troops. Yin Fangxu looked at his back as he left, and smiled helplessly and silently. He was actually very clear about the morale of the entire army, from generals to officers, to ordinary non-commissioned officers, soldiers. Since the establishment of the Alliance, there have been many wars of varying sizes, and they have won every battle. Victory has nourished the soldiers' mentality, making them fearless of hardships, and convinced that their sacrifices are meaningful, and that victory will eventually come, but it has also nurtured a group of arrogant and brave generals. In the past half-month, they have been fed up with fighting small-scale battles with those mechanical monsters, although they can always take advantage. This is not the kind of certain victory they want. The most powerful weapons in the hands of the soldiers, steel and discipline, cannot be used to the fullest extent on such a battlefield. They can neither drive powerful steel chariots to form a torrent and drown the enemy, nor can they rely on iron will and discipline to fight the enemy on a large-scale battlefield and fight at the forefront of the artillery range. Now, they can only be divided into small groups and fight limited battles with those mechanical monsters. This is the real sense of using flesh and blood to fight against steel. It was normal to feel angry. The soldiers needed a chance to attack head-on to vent their anger. The army could use their morale, and there was a real need for it strategically. So Yin Fangxu proposed such a big strategy. He made a report backup of the relevant documents, and then boarded the Fengshan back to Fuxing City. At the scheduled time, he reported to the governor. Such a big thing, of course, needs to be reported. Although, when he received the appointment, Governor Gu clearly stated that he was the highest person in charge of the Alliance army on the Western Front, and could command the whole strategy. This symbolized the governor's trust, but he couldn't really take it as a command. How to fight, specific tactical arrangements, these certainly didn't need the governor to worry about. However, the core issue of whether to fight or not didn't allow him to make a decision easily. He had to get clear authorization. This report in Fuxing City lasted a full hour and a half. When he spoke, he was still a little nervous. No matter how good his reasons were, this was indeed contrary to the strategy that the governor had decided at the beginning. He was also worried that the governor would be unhappy and would not approve it, and would scold him. But none of these situations happened. He didn't even care about the code name of the operation, and signed the document of Operation Flashtail with a stroke of his pen. During the whole process, Governor Gu only asked a few questions, then nodded and asked him to go back and arrange the battlefield. Before he left, he saw the governor dragging Thaddeus, his old partner, into the secret room, probably to discuss how to provide logistics support and how to ensure that the materials needed to launch this operation were accurately supplied. On the return flight, Yin Fangxu became more determined and felt that the next operation was more certain to succeed. David Valenzuela is a lieutenant of the 3rd Beast Killer Brigade of the Central Army Group and the commander of the 9th Company of the 2nd Regiment. 3 days ago, his unit received an order to participate in an operation codenamed Flashtail. At first, he thought it was just an ordinary operation, but when he got on the car with his company, he found that it was not the case at all. The whole brigade was assembled. And it was not just their brigade. Looking at the many line tanks, armored vehicles, and countless truck-drawn artillery advancing on the same avenue, he realized that this Flashtail operation was going to be a big deal. He became excited. Finally, he could no longer control a defense zone of several kilometers in radius like before, send out many patrols, and respond to ground patrol support requests from Air Force brothers at any time for suspected enemies somewhere. Then, In order to avoid being lured away, he could only send out a maximum of 1 platoon at a time. In most cases, they would come up empty-handed. In a few cases, they would encounter a small number of enemies, and then return victorious. But they would also suffer some casualties. The key point is that after being tortured like this for more than half a month, people's spirits are very tense. They have attacked countless times, and they would lose some people from time to time and could not return. They could not kick the butts of those mechanical monsters hard, and they could not use the several powerful weapons in the company and the support of the artillery brothers in the rear, which made him feel like he had energy but nowhere to use it. Now, they can finally go out and do something big. On the first day after the departure, it was still quite peaceful. He heard some things from other brother troops who were marching together, and heard some artillery fire in the distance. Even later, their convoy passed through a checkpoint ruin. This seemed to be the place where those steel monsters set up defenses, but now it has been pierced by the armored troops in front, and only a pile of rubble is left. I don't know which division or brigade the engineers belonged to, but they had already cleared the road and were still working on both sides of the road, apparently trying to take the scrap metal back. I heard that the Alliance Research Institute needed some samples. In addition to making samples, Valenzuela estimated that the other parts could also be recycled as raw materials. In general, for his company, the first day's journey was relatively peaceful, and nothing major happened. During this day, they basically just sat in the car and marched day and night. The soldiers could still take a nap in the car, and the drivers had to take turns driving. Even at night, sometimes they could drive on the main road, which was the most comfortable. Sometimes, the main road was heavily congested, so they could only drive to the wasteland below, which was a bit painful. The car would be extremely bumpy, and not only would the speed have to be reduced to a very slow level, but the people sitting on it could not rest at all. On the second day, exciting things began to happen. Their company's convoy was bombarded. 3 shells fell next to their company. Sitting in the co-pilot seat of the troop transport truck, he saw the shells fall in front of the side. The splashing sand and dirt covered the front windshield of the vehicle. The crackling sound accompanied by the shock wave almost overturned the vehicle. But fortunately, the troop transport truck of the Alliance has been modified. It is no longer like the past, with only a shed in the back of the truck bed. Now, at least the top, bottom, left and right sides are sealed with steel plates. The flying sand and gravel from the shells did not injure anyone. After the bombing, Valenzuela asked the soldiers to get off the car and hide, and was ready to follow the trajectory of the shells to see what was going on. But soon new news came that their own artillery unit had already hit the opposite side. So, they continued to move forward, and in the evening, they engaged in a battle. It was not difficult. The other brother units of the 4th Infantry Regiment, to which Valenzuela's company belonged, had already fought a round, and the artillery brothers of the brigade used thousands of shells to cover their advance. What they have to do is to keep pushing the line within 100 meters of the bombardment line, and in the process of ensuring the speed of advancement, eliminate the enemies who survive the bombardment. This is called infantry-artillery coordination, which is a basic operation in the training subjects of the Alliance Army. It is not difficult. This whole battle is not difficult. In his and his soldiers' view, this is more like a battlefield cleaning. Most of the work has been done by the artillery brothers. Returning to the vehicle, they camped in the wilderness. Today, they finally didn't have to travel overnight. On the third day, they finally encountered a significant battle. At that time, their convoy finally got to the main road. The driver drove comfortably, and the soldiers could finally rest in the car for a while. Even at the call of the company instructor, everyone sang military songs in the car. But while they were singing, the sound of continuous artillery fire came from a place far away in front. The sound was distorted, and it sounded like thunder. But the veterans who had fought on the battlefield understood that it was the explosion of the artillery hitting the ground. At this moment, the atmosphere of the soldiers in the car suddenly became tense, and they stopped singing and beating the beat. Then, a soldier on a tricycle came towards them, holding a sign in front of the car asking them to stop, and asked them to stop. The soldier who came up looked at Valenzuela, who was in the co-pilot seat, and found that he was a lieutenant. He quickly saluted and said, "Comrade Lieutenant, hello. 10 kilometers ahead, our marching team was bombarded. It may soon be unsafe here. I don't know if the enemy artillery fire will be directed here. Our leader asked me to drive eastward and informed the troops behind to pay attention to the situation. Your team had better stop immediately, get off the main road, and drive into the desert. It would be better to disperse. After saying this, the soldier turned around and was about to leave, but Valenzuela stopped him. He took out a white cigarette box from his jacket pocket, gave one to the private, and asked, "Which unit are you from? What happened ahead? Do you have any specific information to share?" The private took the cigarette, hesitated for a moment, and said, "I am from the 3rd Battalion of the Sheafing Brigade. I heard that there was an enemy blocking unit ahead, which broke through the blockade of the 47th Brigade in the south, slipped to the vicinity of the avenue, and had self-propelled artillery, which caught us off guard. Our leader has already arranged defense and counterattack, and asked me to come over quickly to inform the brother troops to disperse and hide carefully." Seeing that the lieutenant in the car in front of him wanted to ask more questions, the private waved his hand and said, "Don't ask any more. There are still many people to notify. I have to hurry. Go ahead." The private got back on his 3-wheeled motorcycle and continued to run eastward. The sign on the car was still standing, and the horn was honking non-stop. Valenzuela retracted his gaze, picked up the walkie-talkie, shouted twice, and the troops got off the road and drove to the wasteland next to it. The entire company had a total of 10 vehicles, and they were indeed dispersed to avoid being bombed later. At the same time, he was using a walkie-talkie to contact his superiors to ask if there was any specific intelligence. But before he could ask, his intercom rang first. The caller was the regiment chief of staff, who gave them a task. "Our marching brigade was attacked by artillery fire, and the 2nd Battalion of the Sheafing Brigade has begun to counterattack. Order your troops to immediately advance 35 kilometers to the southwest and penetrate the enemy rear. Be sure to block this enemy force, and do not let them continue to roam." Received. Then, the order was repeated, the car call was hung up, Valenzuela picked up the walkie-talkie again, switched to the company channel, and shouted, "Brothers, it's time to do the job. We're going to cut off the retreat of those 10 ghosts. 35 kilometers, I reach it in 2 hours. Any questions?" There was a howling of ghosts in the channel. Chapter 288, Let the Grenade Guns Roar. Valenzuela's 9th Company must cross 35 kilometers of desert within 2 hours, no more than 3 hours, and arrive at the designated combat site. The time is relatively sufficient, but it is still impossible to run around with a bunch of heavy equipment on 2 legs, or drive. He sat in the co-pilot seat, holding 2 maps in his hand. One is large, and the other is small. The large one was drawn before departure, and the scale is large, which roughly plans the route of travel, which is limited to his company. This was copied from the regiment staff when I went to the regiment headquarters for a meeting. The small one was just drawn, according to the large map, with the scale reduced, and according to the mission briefing given by the regiment chief of staff during the call. He looked at the map while directing the driver next to him to correct the route. Marching in the desert is difficult, even with a car. In the western desert area, except for the main road that runs through the east and west, there are no roads in other places. If there are any, they are trampled out by caravans with their feet, cow hooves, and wheels. This is not a good place to go, although the terrain here is generally flat and endless. But when you really drive, gravel, sand, small pits and small slopes, they are all things that restrict the passage of vehicles, and it is quite a test of the off-road performance of the vehicle. But fortunately, the new military version of the Iron Bull 200 equipped by the Alliance has been greatly upgraded compared to the first generation. Not only is the rear truck box fully enclosed with metal, the tires, suspension and other aspects of the vehicle have been upgraded, especially emphasizing the off-road capability. Bumps are inevitable, and you can't drive too fast. Otherwise, who knows if a piece of gravel that the wheel runs over will cause your tire to burst at the critical moment of the mission. And then you're doomed. Although there is a spare tire, changing the tire is a waste of time. Not to mention that the spare tire may not be enough. The team ran in the desert at a speed of about 25 kilometers per hour, leaving some extra time. Valenzuela felt that, according to this situation, they should be able to arrive at the destination at the scheduled time. The earlier the better. Arriving earlier, the more time left, they can dig a few more foxholes and make the pits deeper, which will make the following battles easier. Seeking a fight, being warlike, does not mean that they will really fight and throw their brothers' lives away. While marching, they are not fools. Valenzuela had already sent out a reconnaissance squad, driving several tricycles in the company, to the west to investigate the situation. The Alliance army has fully distributed communication equipment to the squad level. The reconnaissance team would send back a piece of intelligence every once in a while. They also met scouts from other brother companies. Based on this intelligence, as well as the battles detected in front, Valenzuela roughly pieced together the current situation. The number of mechanical corps, unknown, but certainly not small, was being attacked by a synthetic battalion of the Wind Extinguishing Brigade. That should be the 2nd Battalion of the Wind Extinguishing Brigade. They were bombed and were counterattacking under artillery fire. They were definitely not enough. Although they had Lion tanks, chariots, and elite infantry, the number was always a problem. However, although the number of frontline attacking troops was much smaller than that of the enemy, their firepower was extremely fierce. Among them, the main source of firepower was the Alliance artillery troops that were already on the march. Those who participated in the battle were not only the artillery of a synthetic battalion of the Wind-Breaking Brigade, the artillery battalion under the brigade, the artillery support company within the reach of other battalions, and even the artillery of the 3rd Brigade next door. Anyway, those who could hit were pouring firepower on that place. The intensity of the artillery support was much greater than the size of the participating troops. With such artillery support, the brother troops of the 2nd Battalion next door made great progress. Valenzuela felt a sense of urgency. He calculated the distance and time. It would be no problem to reach the designated location in 2 hours. But he still had to try to arrive earlier. After rushing, they arrived at the designated combat location about an hour and a half after setting off. The enemy had not arrived yet. They hurried to set up their positions. In theory, they had about an hour to set up fortifications. Their company had only more than 130 people, and they brought some engineering equipment, shovels, hammers, and everything else. Each squad, platoon, found a suitable place and started working. With so few people, in just 1 hour, it was impossible to dig out a complex, fully functional battlefield trench. Anti-artillery holes, tunnels, bunkers, command posts, rest areas. These things, none of them. But it is impossible to stand upright on the wasteland and shoot at people. They will temporarily dig some foxholes, pile them up with some gravel that can be picked up, and put them in front of the pits, to serve as shelters and firing points. If conditions permit, they will also dig another pit next to the foxhole and leave the cover on the pit, to serve as an anti-artillery hole. But this is not easy. The wasteland in the western desert is not a desert, and there is no quicksand everywhere. But the soil structure is still not strong. If the hole is not artificially supported, it may collapse by itself. The company now only has some simple engineering tools to use. There is no real engineering company, like the engineering battalion. Recently, it has been equipped with military-grade engineering machinery. Digging such a hole is a bit difficult. Valenzuela and the company instructor walked around, checking the deployment of each team and evaluating the progress of the project. But just as they were digging the hole, something happened. From the northwest, there was a figure moving. The soldiers immediately became nervous. Their hole had not been dug yet. In fact, the time had not yet reached the scheduled 2 hours. There were still 20 minutes left. But on the battlefield, anything could happen. The enemy could not cooperate with their actions and arrive at any time. They might have withdrawn early, or they might have sent out scouts or pioneers to ensure the safety of the retreat. The soldiers still had to prepare for battle quickly, and crawled into the shallow foxholes that had not been dug yet. Some of them had no place to crawl, so they could only hide behind the iron bull truck behind them. On the battlefield, using vehicles as cover was obviously not a good choice, but if the soldiers did not even have this choice, they could only find a place to lie down. However, the situation that followed, I don't know if it was a false alarm, or worse news. Those who came were not enemies, but friendly forces. There were many familiar faces. They were the fraternal company next door, the 3rd Company of the 2nd Regiment of the 3rd Brigade. There were about 20 people coming, many of whom were injured and looked very embarrassed. When he saw these guys from a distance, Valenzuela had a very bad idea in his mind. He called out to his brothers to do what they should do next. At the same time, the company instructor had already led a team of people to meet them. Valenzuela took a telescope and looked twice. The sound in the distance was not clear here, but it could be seen that the two sides seemed to have some conflicts. The good-tempered instructor of the 9th Company seemed to be very angry and was cursing something, and he took out a pistol and loaded it. The soldiers on the opposite side were dejected. Some argued a few words, but in the end, there was no movement. In the end, The instructor and the soldiers of the company suppressed the group of people and walked back. Fortunately, there was no bigger chaos, and it was not to the point of disarming the group of people. After bringing the people back, the instructor arranged for them to find a place and temporarily organized an extra squad to dig pits and make preparations for the war. He himself came back to find the company commander to report the situation. Valenzuela asked, "Deserter?" The instructor's face was a little ugly. He hesitated for a moment and changed his characterization to be precise. It should be a deserter. Valenzuela did not comment on this. The instructor was still a little soft-hearted. Deserters and deserters, the two are completely different in nature. The former will be brought to a military court, or on the front line. Any military commander, military and political commander, has the right to shoot them directly. As for the latter, that is a helpless choice. There is no way. If they are deserters, that is fine, they can be gathered together and used. But if they are deserters, then Valenzuela dare not trust these people. If you can escape once, you can escape again. At the critical moment of the battle, if one of your defense lines escapes directly in the battle, it will affect the life and death of the entire company. Looking at the look on the company commander's face, the instructor said quickly, "They are really deserters. Look, there are no officers among them, and the highest rank is only a sergeant." Then, he told the information he got from the deserters. The third company is to the northwest of their current location. The mission they received is similar to that of the ninth company, which is to encircle the rear and fight a blocking battle. But their situation and luck were both bad. First, they ran into trouble on the road. They encountered a small group of enemies, and had to get off the car to fight. This made them arrive at the battlefield later than scheduled. And their scheduled area was relatively close to the enemy. So they ran into the enemy without time to prepare. According to them, they were hit by a round of artillery before they got off the car. Some vehicles were blown up, and a carload of people died. They had just got off the car, and had no shelter. They could only rely on the vehicle to fight the enemy. But the artillery fire was continuous, and there were combat drones attacking from the sky. They could not resist, and the company's firepower points could not be deployed. The casualties were heavy from the beginning. When the mechanical dog rushed over, they couldn't stop it. The whole unit suffered heavy casualties, and the remaining people had to fight and run. Not to mention the dead. The living people were all scattered. They didn't know where the other comrades ran to, or even if there was anyone alive except themselves. Valenzuela was quite emotional and sympathized with the experience of the third company. In a battle, the results of being prepared and unprepared are very different. He touched his chin and said, "This does sound reasonable. But to allow them to participate in the next battle, we must always pay attention to their fighting spirit. I keep an eye on it. The defeated soldiers have already arrived, so the enemy will not be far away. In fact, within a few minutes, the scouts on the front line sent intelligence, saying that they had seen the enemy traces, and that they had even shot down 2 combat drones. Soon, they returned to the team. There is no need to move forward to explore. The enemy is already here." Valenzuela took the telescope, and he could already see it. "Fire!" he ordered. "There is no need to get close to fight. This is not an ambush. In this endless wasteland, there is no condition for an ambush. Try to destroy the enemy at a long distance, and prevent the enemy from approaching. That would be the best." However, the guns in the hands of the ordinary soldiers did not fire. Now, the enemy is still more than 3,000 meters away, and firing ordinary rifles is a pure waste of bullets. At present, the only weapons that can fire are the mortars owned by the company and platoon-level units. The upgraded 80 mortars have much stronger firepower than before, and they are not too portable. 5 such guns, operated by mortar gunners, fiercely project firepower forward. The other weapon that can fire is the heavy grenade launcher. The effective range of this thing is more than 3,000 meters, and at this distance, it can still guarantee accuracy. It is people who cannot guarantee accuracy. After all, when a person can see something 3,000 meters away, it's good to see a small black dot. However, if there are a bunch of small black dots, relying on the scale on the gun and training experience, just sweep them. It was the heavy firepower of the infantry company level. The enemy suffered such a blow, and for a moment, it really felt like they were blown upside down. They seemed to be somewhat unexpected, and encountered such a fierce firepower that the infantry unit could project. They had just destroyed and defeated the third company, which was not well prepared before the war. At that time, the soldiers of the third company and they did not even have time to deploy their heavy weapons before suddenly entering into a close-range firefight. And now, facing the firepower of the prepared human infantry positions, they suffered heavy losses. Valenzuela, holding a telescope, saw many cyborgs, mechanical dogs, and even another type of machine that was rare before, with 4 mechanical legs, which could walk sideways like a crab, and equipped with a firepower platform, which was also blown to pieces by a string of heavy bombs. Captain Valenzuela smiled. It is very important to take the lead. At least the morale of the troops has been mobilized. But soon, the enemy counterattack arrived. There were artillery shells whistling in the sky. The shells were fired at places that were beyond their sight, and they were definitely out of their reach. The enemy did have large-caliber self-propelled heavy artillery that could hit targets dozens of kilometers away, and their power was at least no less than the Alliance 155 howitzers. These shells fell and hit the position of the 9th Company, and suddenly the whole place was covered with dust. When Valenzuela heard the sound of the shells whistling, he shouted fire, and then lowered his head and wished he could bury himself in the soil of the foxhole. The ground shook violently. The explosion that almost deafened him. The crashing sound on his helmet. The sand and gravel on his uniform. These were all extremely shocking. But as soon as the bombardment ended, Valenzuela immediately raised his head and looked around. The losses were difficult to assess. One of the iron bulls was blown over, and no one had emerged from the other foxholes for the time being. So he didn't know what happened. But he clearly saw that the location where the heavy bolter was placed, the original gunner and the ammunition feeder, had abnormal distortions in their bodies, and were obviously dead. Looking forward, the mechanical monsters that were previously suppressed by firepower had taken the opportunity to charge. He gritted his teeth, grabbed a soldier next to him, and rushed out with his back bent. He controlled the grenade launcher, and the little soldier, who was still a little dazed, was fed with ammunition. Fortunately, the heavy grenade launcher itself was still relatively strong, and the shells did not fall directly into the foxhole, so the gun could still be used. After some operations, he made the grenade launcher roar again. Chapter 289. The loyal grenade launcher felt it was worth it. While the bombardment was coming, the mechanical monsters had rushed over a long distance in a few minutes. When the firepower of the 9th Company was temporarily extinguished, their movement speed was extremely fast. But when the grenade launcher was in Valenzuela's hand and roared again, these charging mechanical monsters suffered a major blow. The loyal heavy grenade launcher, the power is trustworthy. The target hit head-on, there is no chance of survival. Cyborgs, machine dogs, and other light units will be shattered to pieces if they are hit by one bullet. This is not an adjective, they are completely shattered in the explosion of heavy bombs, and the power is completely excessive. Even the large combat machine called Crab by the Alliance, which has 4 legs, is 2.5 meters tall, and is equipped with machine guns and projectile mortars on the firepower platform, will be finished if they are hit by 2 bullets. Their thin armor cannot withstand the strafing of the grenade launcher. The synthetic armor-piercing warheads were shot in, and the explosives contained in them detonated from the inside. It only took 2 rounds, and the Crab was blown into 2 large holes, and then it was paralyzed. Among the enemy troops, the few unmanned Challenger tanks were also unable to withstand heavy explosive shells. Although the Challenger tanks used by Blackbird were much stronger than the castrated versions they sold to the old Alliance in the past. Ordinary grenade guns might not be able to break them, but heavy explosive shells were another matter. One tank was hit by 3 heavy bombs, which made 3 holes and caused an internal explosion. There was no driver in the Challenger, so the driver was not killed by the explosion, and the tank stopped functioning. However, one of the 3 bombs hit the power system, or the control system, and the explosion caused a devastating effect on the tank. These were all threats caused by direct hits from heavy bombs. Even if the heavy bombs did not hit, they still posed a considerable threat. When it senses the target, the power of the mid-air explosion is 3 times that of an ordinary grenade launcher. The impact of the explosion and the flying shrapnel will kill light units, such as cyborgs and mechanical dogs, within a range of 3 to 5 meters. Just a roaring heavy grenade launcher can suppress these charging enemies again. This weapon is also the most expensive and powerful one among the first-level infantry units issued by the Alliance. Its cost is even more expensive than conventional heavy artillery, and its range is not as far as that of artillery. However, the role it can play within the range is worthy of its price. After it was distributed to each company, it quickly became the core tactical weapon of the company level. The roar of the heavy bomb also became a horn-like existence at this moment. The soldiers who lowered their heads during the bombardment just now came out one after another, and began to attack the enemy fiercely. Suddenly, a large number of enemies were suppressed, and could not move forward. But the number of enemies was far greater than theirs, and they would not retreat easily. Light weapons were difficult to play a role. It would be disrespectful to the heavy bolter to shoot at them. Those mechanical monsters were not so stupid. Other weapons, however, could play a role. The turrets of several Challenger tanks were rotating. They had obviously calculated the trajectory of the heavy bolter, and roughly locked the position of Captain Valenzuin. In addition, the crabs were doing the same thing. The indirect fire mortars installed on their firepower platforms had enough distance to hit Valenzuin's position. Many drones flew over with a roar. The submachine guns on them were enough to pass through the foxholes and the bunkers arranged by the engineers next to the heavy bolter firepower point, directly threatening the personnel operating the guns. Valenzuin, who was suddenly targeted, fell into an extremely dangerous situation almost in an instant. But at this time, his mind was extremely clear. He could not move his position. The heavy grenade launcher had no mobility. It was too heavy for one person to lift. It took 4 or 5 soldiers to operate it. At this time, the only way to survive was to fight back. Even if there was no chance of survival, he had to kill as many enemies as possible before he was finished. He accurately identified the biggest threat, the Challenger tanks, and moved the barrel of the gun towards the enemy. The tank 2 kilometers away was still not a big target, but the superior performance of the heavy bolter ensured that he could hit it with a high probability as long as he aimed. And he did not need to pursue a single shot. He only needed to keep firing. The recoil of the gun was transferred to the ground by the bracket fixed to the ground with nails. He then used his tenacious will and arm strength to keep the muzzle rotating and ensure that the trajectory of the heavy bolter was distributed within the range he wanted. One by one, 2 Challenger tanks were destroyed by the heavy bolter. At the same time, the soldiers in the company were not just watching the show. In the previous bombardment, the entire 9th Company suffered heavy losses. But unlike the 3rd Company that collapsed after a single attack, they at least dug fortifications, and were not completely wiped out. The surviving soldiers each used the weapons they could use, and began to fight back. There were still 2 mortars firing, and each squad took out a rocket launcher and began to shoot at a distance. Several precision shooters in the company, holding the newly issued laser guns with scopes, were specifically targeting the combat drones flying in the sky. The battle was extremely intense. The mechanical monsters had suffered heavy losses. They should have realized that this was not a successful attack, and retreat might be a better choice at this moment. But they did not do so. Or rather, they had no possibility of retreating. Their main force was still behind, suffering from the fiercest artillery bombardment of the Alliance, and facing the assault of an elite synthetic battalion. They came to find a way out for the main force. There were more than 2,000 of them in total, including drones and tanks. But they were blocked by a small infantry company. This was unacceptable. In their battle command logic, they had to take it at all costs. Their mission was to open a path step by step. Unfortunately, the mission of the 9th Company was to stop the enemy here at all costs. They had done well enough. After the sudden battle and the intensive long-range artillery bombardment, they were still able to maintain their combat effectiveness, even in the process of the enemy aggressive assault. They destroyed a large number of their living forces, including 3 tanks. Valenzuin turned his gun towards the 4th tank, and the enemy turret also turned around. But he was confident that he could destroy the enemy with a heavy bomb before they opened fire. At this moment, the heavy bomb in his hand suddenly stopped. He just glanced at the side, and the private soldier who had just joined the army and was supplying him with ammunition was shot several times and had died at this moment. It was not at the same time. The 3 gunshot wounds on his legs, waist, and shoulders should have been there for a while. But in the process, perhaps the sound of the heavy grenade launcher was too loud. He didn't even hear the cry of pain. It is also possible that the little soldier really didn't cry out. He just silently endured the pain and insisted on doing his task until the combat drone in the sky shot another bullet into his head, killing him completely, and then he stopped his work. The external hand-cranked ammunition feeder was not used, and after a string of ammunition was used up, the new bombs were not loaded. Valenzuin looked calm, not panicking. He was still thinking about a solution at the last moment. He planned to load the ammunition belt himself, and then call other soldiers to help. However, These were just thoughts. And no action was taken. The muzzle of the tank that had been aimed at him emitted an orange flame. And a shell flew over. The shell hit the side of the front baffle of the grenade launcher, penetrating it. The unstable shell brushed Valenzuela's face, and took away half of his head and his shoulder. Blood splashed on the heavy bolter, and his remaining eye blinked twice. But he could do nothing, and fell with his head raised. The heavy bolter was turned off, allowing the conservatively suppressed enemies to charge at full speed again. In a short period of time, the Challenger tanks that killed Captain Valenzuela had brought infantry and mechanical dogs to a distance of several hundred meters from the 9th Company's position. At this distance, the rifles in the hands of the soldiers could exert their full power. But at the same time, the firearms in the hands of the cyborgs became more powerful. Some mechanical dogs began to rush out of the brigade, running rapidly, and the submachine guns on their backs also began to shoot. Although the accuracy of the submachine gun at this distance is ridiculous, the increased firepower density will still cause trouble for the soldiers of the 9th Company. The battle between the two sides entered the most intense stage, and the casualties of the company began to increase. More importantly, without the core firepower point of the heavy bolter, there was a tendency that it was unstoppable. But in the next moment, the bolter sounded again. This time, it was the company instructor who took action. In fact, it was not just him. Several soldiers tried to control the heavy bolter, but these attempts failed. At least 4 soldiers lost their lives in the succession. But under their cover, the instructor, who was always gentle, managed to rush over. He dragged his injured leg and shook the ammunition feeder vigorously. At this time, another soldier rushed in. "Go and fight." When the instructor shouted, his voice was hoarse. The corporal operated the heavy grenade gun and successfully destroyed the Challenger tank that led the charge, avenging their company commander. But before they could fight for long, several drones attacked. The precision shooters in the company were already trying their best to stop them. The red laser beam shot down several of them, but there was still one, which came to the drone very close to the heavy bomb firepower point, and poured a round of submachine gun bullets from top to bottom. After the bullets were fired, the 2 people in the foxhole were no longer moving. Then the third group went up. But this third group didn't fire many shots, and those mechanical monsters seemed to be unable to bear it. A new round of whistling sound came from the sky, which was another long-range bombing from the enemy artillery position at least 10 kilometers away. Moreover, this round of bombardment lasted a particularly long time, and there were a lot of shells falling. After the bombing, the entire position of the 9th Company was quiet. The foxholes that were the tactical core of the entire company, where the heavy grenade was placed, were filled with corpses. The grenade that should have been fixed here was still there. The metal baffle in front of it had been severely deformed, and the bracket that fixed it was crooked. But it was still there. But it was stained with the blood of unknown people. After the bombardment ended, the mechanical soldiers began to move forward. For a long while, no more fire came from the human soldiers' positions. But they still moved cautiously, in order to capture the next position. The mechanical assault team of more than 2,000 people had lost more than 1/3 of their number. Only one of the original 6 Challenger tanks remained. After paying such a huge price, they finally won the victory. No, they haven't won it yet. When the first few mechanical dogs approached within 100 meters of the position, the familiar sound of heavy bombs rang out again. Sergeant Dimitro, a defeated soldier from the 3rd Company of the 2nd Regiment, picked up the heavy bomb weapon that was miraculously still intact, and not only wiped out the mechanical dogs that were approaching, but also blew up the last Challenger tank. Dimitro didn't know where he got the courage from. Previously, when the 3rd Company was breached, they were beaten and fled, and could only run away. After being stopped by the 9th Company, he was almost considered a deserter. He and a dozen other fleeing soldiers had very low morale at that time. The panic of surviving the disaster, and the confusion of not knowing where to go back occupied their hearts. They saw with their own eyes that the number of mechanical corps that opened up the road backwards was very large. He did not think that the 9th Company could stop these enemies. After all, the enemy not only had 20 times the number of the 9th Company, but also had the support of long-range artillery fire. How to fight this battle? He didn't run away, because if he ran away, he would definitely be regarded as a deserter and be shot. The subsequent development of the battle did not exceed his expectations. The 9th Company was very tenacious. They almost exhausted all means to fight those mechanical monsters, but the difference in firepower and number still made them inevitably defeated. But Dimitra saw what happened in the grenade position. The machine gunner died, the company commander took over, the company commander died, the instructor took over, the instructor died, and more soldiers rushed up. This kind of succession shocked Dimitra. He couldn't help but think of his own company. If the third company had not been attacked and had persisted in fighting, would the same thing have happened? Would his company commander, his instructor, and even himself, make the same choice as the brothers in the ninth company? He asked himself this question in his heart. He hadn't gotten the answer yet, but his body had moved in advance. His movements were slow, but firm. He crawled and came to the foxhole. There was no place for people to stand here. There were more than a dozen bodies piled in the small pit. When he came to his senses, he was lying on the brothers of the ninth company, with his hand on the trigger of the grenade launcher. The fear was gone, but the loaded chain of ammunition in front of him was more than half a meter long. His mind was blank, but he instinctively raised the gun, pointed at the mechanical dogs, and pulled the trigger at the approaching challenger. The loyal grenade launcher still worked. The smoke of bullets tore through the smoke, and the sound of gunfire. The sound of the grenade launcher seemed to be an activator. Dimitra's blood also boiled with the gunfire at this moment. He couldn't help but roar and vent. Fear, pain, confusion, all things, turned into bullets and went to the enemy. In the sound of gunfire, he finally understood. He was going to die, but he felt it was worth it. Chapter 290, The Great Victory of Operation Flash Tail. Who are you? Which unit are you from? Gorky Dimitra, Sergeant, from the 3rd Company of the 2nd Regiment of the 3rd Brigade. Shouldn't this be the position of the 9th Company? Where are the others in your 3rd Company? All of them are from the 9th Company. Our 3rd Company died over there. I'm sorry, we're late, but we will avenge you. If possible, please take me with you. Faced with the request of the comrade in front of him, Major Raoul Delia felt a little embarrassed. He was the commander of the 5th Composite Battalion of the 47th Brigade. The troops he led were carrying out the encirclement mission. Compared with the troops that participated in the battle before, the intelligence he got now was relatively complete. Break through from the south, bypass the defense line of the 47th Brigade, and attack the mechanical corps of the Union Army that was advancing along the West Desert Avenue. The total number may be around 15,000. They were fully equipped with various equipment, with abundant armor, and a large number of mechanical self-propelled artillery accompanying the attack. Their attack caused considerable losses to the Alliance troops advancing along the avenue. But the Alliance army also responded quickly, not only launched a counterattack, but also planned to deploy troops and generals to fight a siege. If you dare to attack, then no one will be able to escape. The troops of the Wind Extinguishing Brigade and the Beast Killing Brigade implemented the first wave of strategies. Heavy artillery. Armored units were deployed to the front line. The 2nd Infantry Regiment of the Beast Slaughter Brigade split into many companies and moved to the south of the Mechanical Army, intending to completely surround them. However, the situation soon became wrong. The companies of the 2nd Regiment should establish many point-shaped defensive positions, and the distance between them should not be too far. The orders received by each unit were generally to reach the predetermined target within 2 hours and start building positions. In addition to these 2 hours, the Alliance General Staff estimated that they still had at least half a day to reinforce their positions. Major Delia's army was here to participate in the encirclement. If the encirclement plan went well, they would launch a fierce attack on the mechanical army from the south, and form a two-sided attack on the enemy with the Wind Extinguishing Brigade in the north. If the encirclement plan did not go well, they could also help the 2nd Regiment of the Beast Slaughtering Brigade to block the mechanical army's escape route to the south. But this elite mechanical army reacted much faster than expected. Those Iron Men, realizing that something was wrong, quickly sent out the vanguard to ensure that the road to retreat to the south was safe. This was normal. But what was abnormal was that the number of the vanguard they sent out far exceeded the initial estimate of the General Staff. They even transferred a considerable portion of the heavy artillery that was originally supporting the front battlefield to attack the infantry companies that were flanking from behind. Now, the troops of the 2nd Regiment of the Beast Slaughtering Brigade suffered a heavy blow. The experiences of the 3rd and 9th Companies were a microcosm of this problem. They were not the only ones who had problems. There were also several other companies whose positions were attacked fiercely, and all suffered varying degrees of losses. However, Company 3 and Company 9 were the 2 worst-hit companies, and they were almost wiped out. Major Delia felt ashamed. When his troops arrived here, It was just when those mechanical monsters launched the last wave of attacks. They had already scouted the situation here in advance. The artillery company and the combined battalion launched artillery fire and opened fire on the enemy. The two fastest mechanized infantry companies drove over the desert, but they were still a step slower. By the time their artillery fire was unleashed, the enemy was already carrying out the last wave of attacks. By the time the Wanderer armored vehicles arrived, the enemies, realizing that they could not successfully break through, retreated like a tide. In the position, they only found one survivor, a sergeant from the 3rd Company of the 2nd Regiment of the Beast-Killing Brigade, who was fighting on the position of the 9th Company. Faced with the sergeant's request to act with them, Major Delia was embarrassed again and again, but still chose to refuse. It was said that it was against the rules, and Sergeant Dimitro should report to his own troops, and report what happened here to his superiors. But, in fact, the more important reason was guilt. In addition to the guilt for coming late, there was another more core element, the 47th Brigade, which was supposed to be guarding the south and blocking the enemy from the south. Let in such a large wave of mechanical troops. They obviously made a big mistake, whether it was a mistake or a problem of ability. In short, it was because they did not do it well, which allowed the brother troops in the middle to be suddenly attacked and had to defend their positions with such a large number gap. The unit that Delia belongs to, going north to participate in the encirclement, is just trying to make up for the loss. Perhaps, for the overall situation of the war, their action to the north is not too late, but for the 3rd Company and the 9th Company, it is too late. In this case, how can he let Dimitro follow? If the only remaining member of these two companies is also killed in the subsequent battle, he will feel guilty to death. After seeing the situation of the 9th Company's position, the mentality of the soldiers of the 475th Battalion is similar to that of their chief officer. In the midst of shame, they ignited a raging fire. The only way to wash away the shame was to use the remains of the enemy. After bidding farewell to Dimitro, the 900 soldiers of the 475th Battalion continued to head north. 3 hours later, they received an order from the headquarters, requiring them to launch an attack on the enemy. So, the Lion tanks, the Walker tanks, and the 155 towed artillery together poured the soldiers' anger on the heads of those mechanical monsters. They had to use this method to wash away the shame. On the flat battlefield, the armored forces were deployed in a huge manner. The artillery had stopped far away, and 12 heavy artillery began to project firepower in the direction of the armored forces' attack. Almost 100 shells were fired every 2 minutes. And the 475th Battalion artillery reserves were enough to fight like this for 20 minutes. After the artillery fire, the Lion tank was at the forefront. The tank gun kept firing, and the equipped coaxial machine gun fired crazily. Along with the tanks, there were also infantry fighting vehicles charging. The machine guns on them could not penetrate the opposite tank armor, but they were fatal to other units. The machine guns equipped on it can raise their elevation angles to attack flying drones. Not to mention, there are also several anti-aircraft vehicles mixed in, with special anti-aircraft machine guns and equipped fire control systems, which have a more outstanding attack effect on drones. The enemy defense in the south is obviously not deep, and the troops resisting the line seem to be the mechanical troops that attacked the 9th Company's position, and lost more than 1/3 of their troops and most of the Challenger tanks. They had no ability to resist the retaliatory counterattack of the 475th Battalion. After being bombarded by artillery and charged by the armored forces, the entire defense line was penetrated. Then the infantry on the top cleared out the remaining enemies, and the entire battle situation was completely tilted to Major Delia's side without any resistance. Then, the troops continued to move forward and found the main artillery position of the enemy. There were at least hundreds of self-propelled artillery, and the muzzles were facing north. This artillery position was hit in the ass by the armored forces. What is the outcome? The entire unmanned self-propelled artillery position was completely dismantled within half an hour, and no self-propelled artillery escaped. More than a dozen officers gathered at the Alliance Field Command. They just received the latest intelligence. The battle in front has basically ended. Of course, the Alliance Army won the final victory. The mechanical army that broke through the southern front and attacked the West Desert Avenue has been eliminated. 15,000 mechanical units of all kinds were annihilated here. The overall situation has been determined. This overall situation does not only refer to the current battle, but also includes the entire flash tail operation. According to the Alliance Reconnaissance Intelligence, the last mobile force that Blackbird Heavy Industry can assemble and call on along the entire defense line is already here. This certainly does not mean that the loss of more than 15,000 mechanical units is a major setback for Blackbird Heavy Industry. However, the 400,000 troops deployed by Blackbird on the front line were also scattered across a battle line of thousands of kilometers, and were spread quite thinly. When the Alliance found a place, carried out the tail flash operation, and created a huge salient 300 kilometers away in 3 days, the number of troops that Blackbird could mobilize in the surrounding area in a short period of time was only this much. There were other troops, of course, whether they were in other places on the battle line or in the rear, but they could not fly over, and there were no more here. The 15,000 enemies were finished, and Blackbird no longer had the ability to redeploy troops in a short period of time. This meant that the huge salient of nearly 300 kilometers created by the Windquang Brigade, the Beast Slaughtering Brigade, the 47th Brigade, and the 48th Brigade had been secured and no longer had any other threats under their attack. Their target, the enemy logistics distribution base with the Scorpion Oasis as its core, had been completely exposed. It is estimated that in no more than 3 days, they will achieve the expected combat goal, completely destroy the enemy logistics support base. Ammunition, batteries, fuel, these are destroyed, and the enemy army composed of purely mechanical units will face greater difficulties than the human army, and there will be no solution. The human army has no vehicles, no food, but can run with 2 legs, holding guns, holding cannons, relying on the dry food and water bottles on hand, and can always hold on for another 2 or 3 days. Although it would be a test of morale and the toughness of the soldiers, there is always a way. But the mechanical troops are different. Without batteries and fuel, they are gone. They can't move at all. At the end of the flash tail operation, after they have dealt with the enemy logistics center, they will have some more actions. Block the enemy retreat, sweep the enemy supply routes from the rear areas, and other brother troops on the entire front will launch an attack, not to destroy the enemy, but to bite and consume. According to estimates, if they spend another 3 days, all the mechanical troops that have not been able to withdraw in time will never be able to withdraw. The human troops will then be able to easily capture countless immobilized mechanical units on the road and destroy them. From this perspective, the significance of this flash tail operation is very significant. Now, the dawn of victory has come, and it stands to reason that the atmosphere in this frontline command center should be very good. But the fact is just the opposite. The dozen officers in the command post are all from the 4 brigades participating in the operation. They are either brigade commanders, brigade chiefs of staff, or brigade political commissars. They are all school-level officers. The lowest is a major, and most are lieutenant colonels. Under normal circumstances, there will be many combat staff officers here. They gather here, under the eyes of the senior officers of the 4 brigades, and work together to coordinate the joint actions of the 4 brigades. Before, it was busy and meticulous here, and pieces of intelligence were passed up, and after simple and efficient communication, there would be orders, and passed down. Now, victory has come, and all the ordinary staff officers have been driven out, leaving only the senior officers of each brigade. The highest commander of the entire operation is undoubtedly the head of the Western Theater Command, Major General Yin Fanshu. But he is not here, but in the rear. After all, although Operation Flash Tail is important, he still has to take charge of the command of more than 20 division-level units in the entire Western Theater Command, and cannot go directly to the front line. Therefore, under him as the Supreme Commander, a frontline commander was set up in each of the 4 brigades. This person in charge is the highest-ranking officer in the current command post, Colonel Ruggie Lakoshi. There are actually 2 colonels here, and the other is Colonel Danny DeVilliers of the Wind Quiet Brigade. He succeeded to this position after Prabhav was promoted to the group commander of the Black Arrow Expeditionary Force, and his experience is still young. Relatively speaking, Colonel Lakoshi's experience is much higher. He used to be a mercenary in Garbage Town, and he founded the Beast Slayer group. When the Alliance took control of Garbage Town, he was one of the first to invest, and he was considered to have brought in capital. Later, the Alliance 3rd Independent Regiment was established based on the former Beast Slayer group. With solid combat records, many heroes emerged, the most famous of whom was the King of Soldiers Lacrosa. The independent regiment also relied on its combat exploits to regain the special number of Beast Slayer, and was upgraded to the Alliance 3rd Beast Slayer Brigade. During this process, Likishi's military rank was upgraded 3 times, from Major to Colonel. However, his position has always been the head of the Beast Slaughter Brigade. In this battle, he was appointed as the frontline commander by General Yin Fengxiu, responsible for coordinating the cooperation of 4 brigade-level units. The other 3 brigades should respect his opinions and accept his dispatch. In the previous cooperation, Likishi always maintained a calm attitude. He didn't say much, and he made decisive decisions every time when he was arguing. Now, the battle was won, and he could no longer hold back his emotions. After driving out the ordinary staff officers, he sat in the most central position and ranted for more than 10 minutes. Everyone silently endured the wrath of this senior colonel. In this battle, the Beast Slaughter Brigade suffered the heaviest casualties, and the people he ranted the most about were the 3 colonels of the 47th Brigade.